My name is Yunting, an entity from Blue Star who has traversed into the world of Naruto. Unlike other travelers, I am not an orphan nor a cultivation failure, for I possess a grandfather of considerable influence and authority. Naturally, I have my own unique advantages, including a mysterious fishing space said to be capable of reeling in all things. Additionally, there exists a choice system, wherein different decisions regarding certain matters yield varying rewards. My current identity is that of a member of the Uchiha clan, serving as the representative of the hawkish faction, the clan's elder, and the grandson of Uchiha Shinai. This implies that even if my innate talents are rather lacking, my survival is assured. After all, would the clan elder of the Uchiha family allow me to go hungry? Fortunately, my talents are not as dismal as they might seem. As for the foolish antics of certain individuals that follow, I am not overly concerned. If necessary, I am prepared to strike first. After all, untapped potential is of no consequence. Yet one fateful day, a little girl with crimson hair barged into my world, extending her arms to shield me, while declaring, "Yunting is mine." How silly and adorable, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 1. The First Encounter with Kushina. My name is Yunting. In my previous life, I was an innocent university student from the modern era. To recount my journey of traversal, one can only say, who among my family could comprehend? Is it not absurd to encounter such immense fortune simply by washing one's feet? It was my very first visit. Having already paid, I had yet to indulge in the experience. What is this? A time of traversal that cannot be halted. Did I merely wander into a fully equipped stroke of luck, without even a pretense of performance? Nevertheless, upon my arrival in the ninja realm, I merely expressed some light-hearted complaints. After all, having perused the works of a certain tomato author for years, I swiftly acclimated to my new identity. Furthermore, I had no one from my past life to mourn, and my disposition toward traversing was quite amiable. Thus, my expectations were modest. As long as I was granted my unique advantage, anything else could be discussed. Traversing is traversing. When I first arrived, the original body's owner was merely 6 years old. A frail and sickly child, he unfortunately passed away too soon, leaving his fate to me. The original owner's grandfather was the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinai. His father was the captain of the first team in the security division, and his mother was a jonin of the Uchiha clan, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan. This beginning seems to indicate a straightforward ascent, and indeed, it has proven to facilitate such a rise. In contrast to other travelers who arrive to find their parents deceased, struggling desperately for survival, my circumstances are remarkably favorable. After 2 years of development, my body has gradually shed its initial frailty. My strength has significantly improved, though it remains incomparable to that of my grandfather. Within a mysterious space, a strikingly handsome youth, whose visage rivals that of the reader's, sits quietly on the ground with a fishing rod in hand. Suddenly, the boy feels a tug on his fishing hook. A smile spreads across his face as he skillfully reels it in, only to discover it is not a fish, but rather a glowing orb. Yunting gently extends his somewhat immature hand toward the orb, and an influx of information appears in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring medium-level Sharingan ocular power. The Bloodline Limit LV2, 2-tomo Sharingan, has been upgraded to Bloodline Limit LV3, 3-tomo Sharingan. The maximum level is 10 LV10. This is a one-time occurrence, and no further introductions will be made. Yunting feels several warm currents gradually flowing toward his eyes, and the Sharingan manifests automatically. Within his crimson irises, 3-tomo rotate slowly. The 3-tomo Sharingan is the standard for elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, and I did not expect to acquire it at the tender age of 8. Regrettably, I can only fish once per day. Otherwise, achieving an eternal Mangekyo at 8 would not be out of the question. Fortunately, I still have the choice system. Occasionally, I can also reap some benefits, such as minor chakra boosts, slight enhancements to my physique, and marginal improvements in chakra control. And when the system refers to minor, it truly is minimal. During my early days, I often lamented this matter. However, while it may be scant, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. Generally speaking, the stronger the bond with me, the more formidable the individual, the easier it is to trigger choices, and the better the rewards. After utilizing today's fishing opportunity, Yunting focuses his thoughts and instantly departs from this mysterious space. Today's harvest was quite satisfactory. However, until my strength reaches the level of a Kage sufficient for self-preservation, it is wise to remain discreet. After all, the standing of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is well understood by those in the know. As one of the founding families of Konoha, to be ultimately suppressed to the point of extermination is truly lamentable. Sigh. How I long to manifest the Mangekyo Sharingan swiftly. Otherwise, there would be a lack of security. Yet the pressing issue remains that the daily opportunities for fishing do not always yield the coveted ocular rewards as they did today. Moreover, that inept selection system renders the likelihood of triggering an event among the numerous members of the Uchiha clan exceedingly slim. Even if one were to activate a choice, the chances of receiving ocular rewards are painfully limited. What gives? Do they look down upon the Uchiha? Nevertheless, I shall set off for school. The system does not permit me to instantaneously become invincible. So what else can I do but endure? After casually grabbing a bite to eat, Yunting made his way towards the Ninja Academy with his ninja pouch in hand. Today, he found himself alone at home once more. His grandfather seemed to be preoccupied with something of late, returning home in the evenings clearly brimming with pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, his parents had left early that morning to report to the security department, as it was rumored that several new recruits were arriving for training. In another location, within the territory of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mito cheerfully escorted Uzumaki Kushina to the entrance of the ancestral home. All right, Kushina, remember to get along well with your classmates at school. Your sister Tsunade spoke with the headmaster of the Ninja Academy yesterday. You can simply attend your classes, she added, affectionately ruffling Kushina's vibrant red hair. Kushina, feeling a twinge of excitement, nodded enthusiastically. I will, Grandma Mito. I promise to befriend my classmates and not disappoint you. With that, Kushina waved farewell to Mito and set off towards the Ninja Academy. As she walked along the path to school, her head slightly bowed, she avoided the gazes of the passing residents of Konoha. Her striking red hair, indeed, seemed to attract attention. The sensation of being observed felt rather peculiar. However, as it was her first day at school, she was determined to make a favorable impression on both her classmates and teachers. Lost in her thoughts, Kushina unconsciously quickened her pace. Suddenly, Kushina felt as though she had collided with something. She then found herself sitting on the ground. Realizing her predicament, she hastily stood up, disregarding the slight ache in her rear, and quickly apologized to the handsome young man before her. I'm so sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't see you. It was unintentional. The young man smiled and shook his head, his tone gentle. I'm perfectly fine, but you did just fall. I hope you're not too hurt. Feeling the warmth of the young man's concern and kindness, Kushina's heart swelled with warmth. Grandma Mito was indeed right. This young man appeared to be quite amiable. Today, she was determined to make several friends. I'm fine. It's my fault for not paying attention. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. What's yours? The young man walked alongside Kushina, a smile gracing his lips. Of course, I know you are Uzumaki Kushina. After all, your features are quite distinctive. I am Yunting, Uchiha Yunting. You seem to be new here, don't you? Upon hearing this, Kushina smiled and nodded. Yes, Yunting, how did you know? Yunting chuckled, gesturing towards Kushina's hair. Before your arrival, I hadn't seen anyone else with red hair at our school. It's a beautiful color. Had you been a student here earlier, I surely would have remembered you. Upon hearing this, Kushina instinctively reached up to touch her red hair. Thank you, Yunting. This was the first time since arriving in the village that someone, aside from Grandma Mito and Sister Tsunade, complimented my hair. Yunting looked at Kushina and replied nonchalantly. What's there to thank? I merely spoke the truth. Chapter 2. Taking action, rescuing. After a brief exchange, the two individuals parted ways. Yunting ambled toward his classroom, while Kushina made her way to the teacher's office. As she walked, Kushina suddenly realized that she had forgotten to inquire about Yunting's class. However, it was not a matter of great consequence. After all, the school was not vast, and finding someone should be relatively easy. With that thought, she hurriedly dashed toward the office, hoping that the teacher would assign her to a class filled with students possessing character as amiable as Yunting's. Having made a good friend on her very first day, she was certain that her classmates would be just as delightful as he was. The anticipation of meeting her new classmates filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, Yunting had just settled into his seat in class and eagerly claimed his reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing to forgive Kushina and expressing concern for her. You have received a reward, a portion of Kushina's Uzumaki clan physique. At that moment, Yunting felt several streams of warmth surge within him, nourishing his body. And even his chakra seemed to swell significantly. It was akin to soaking in a hot spring, soothing and comforting, though regrettably fleeting. As for the alternative option, coldly walk away, ignoring Kushina. Reward, a minuscule amount of chakra. He could only scoff at such a paltry offering. Who would choose something so trivial? Besides, one would have to be quite unwell to leave in such a callous manner, especially after someone had made an effort to apologize. It was hardly a grave matter. The thought of exploiting a bug to claim both rewards had never crossed his mind. His experiences over the past 2 years had taught him that such cunning would yield nothing but disappointment. He could only choose one. Don't ask how he knew. It was a lesson learned through personal experience. The consequence of deceit was the realization that nothing would come of it. In the office, Inoue Chika observed a polite girl before her, slowly exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she appeared to possess good manners. If she were anything like Tsunade, Inoue would be sweating profusely at the sight of the fist-sized hole in the desk. Tsunade's visit to the ninja school yesterday had resulted in warnings issued from the principal down to herself. Alas, what could she do? She had to endure it. Setting aside Tsunade's formidable identity, Inoue knew that, in terms of strength, she was no match for the elite kunoichi. At that moment, Yunting was resting his head on the desk when he felt someone approach. He slowly lifted his gaze to behold a young boy with golden hair. Without a doubt, this was none other than the future yellow flash of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yunting and Minato were relatively well acquainted, having both excelled in theory and practical assessments, consistently ranking at the top of their class. Of course, while Yunting attributed his success to the system and his lineage, Minato's accomplishments stemmed purely from his remarkable talent. Yunting had investigated and discovered that Minato's parents were ordinary Konoha residents, completely unrelated to the world of shinobi. There was no substance to the speculation that Minato's lineage traced back to the Senju clan. Knowing of Minato's future prowess, Yunting was keen to cultivate a good relationship with him. To Minato, their bond likely surpassed that of mere acquaintances. And as long as Minato's personality remained true to the original narrative, Yunting would gladly consider him a friend. Thank you, Yunting, for the wind-release jutsu scroll you gave me last time. Yunting sat up, stretching lazily as he regarded Minato. Oh, it's nothing. You know my background. Just a jutsu scroll. Think of it as an investment in your future. With your talent, who knows, you might even become a disciple of an elite jonin someday. Minato scratched his head, slightly bewildered. I'm not as great as you make it sound. Besides, how could an elite jonin take notice of someone like me? Yunting chuckled at Minato's modesty. Who knows? Perhaps they'll see something special in you. Just then, Inoue entered with Kushina in tow, pushing the door open. Inoue surveyed the chattering classroom and declared loudly, "Quiet down. Return to your seats. It's time to introduce our new classmate. Remember to get along with her in the future." After a moment, when the noise subsided, Inoue gestured for Kushina to introduce herself. Standing nervously at the front, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, Kushina lifted her head and addressed the class. I'm Uzumaki Kushina. I'm very pleased to be in the same class with all of you. I look forward to becoming friends. And my dream is to be the first female Hokage of Konoha. Before she could finish, a chorus of mocking voices erupted in the classroom. The first female Hokage? What are you even thinking? Yeah, and why say I hope to be as if it's not a certainty? Look, her hair is red. My mom says demons have red hair too. I don't want to play with her. Oh, really? Then I don't want to play with her either. Kushina stood there, feeling bewildered and unfairly treated. She had done nothing wrong. Why were these people so different from Yunting? Observing Kushina's clenched fists, Yunting was about to step in to assist her when a voice rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a choice task. Option 1, stand by and watch. Reward, a minuscule increase in chakra. Option 2, join in the mockery. Reward, several kunai. Option 3, step in to help Kushina. Reward, a portion of Uzumaki Kushina's physique, sealing technique LV1. Yunting smirked at the options. There was no need for deliberation. He swiftly grabbed a textbook from his desk and hurled it at the most vocal instigators. Several boys yelped in unison. With their cries, the classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Yunting surveyed the now quiet room, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Minato, witnessing the scene, cast a worried glance at Yunting. Can't you be a little gentler? One of them is bleeding. Surely this would lead to a parental summons, but it seemed Yunting was unfazed by such consequences. After all, he had once dealt a near-fatal blow to a brash member of the Shimura clan, and when parents were called, Yunting had brought along Uchiha Shursui, who had patted Yunting on the shoulder, praising him for his actions. Meanwhile, the Shimura boy and his father stood by, like quail, too intimidated to utter a word. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Reward, a portion of Uzumaki Kushina's physique, sealing technique LV1. Would you like to claim it now? Not yet. Kushina, still standing there with clenched fists, looked up to see Yunting waving at her. What are you waiting for? Come over here. Hearing this, Kushina hurriedly crossed the room in a few strides. Yunting, you're in this class too? Yunting shrugged. What else would I be doing here? Some people were just too engrossed in their introduction to notice me. Kushina, now seated beside Yunting, muttered, "Who knew you were tucked away in the back corner? And it's not like I was overly focused. I was just nervous, okay?" However, at least now she had someone to talk to in class. Chapter 3. An Unexpected Embrace. Inoue gazed at Yunting and Kushina, who were engaged in casual conversation, and his lips involuntarily twitched. What kind of misfortune had he brought upon himself? What should he do? Call their parents? Perhaps that would be best, but should he really summon Tsunade and Uchiha Shinai? It was likely that if he did, the lesson would be directed at him rather than the two of them. He couldn't afford to provoke them. Could he not simply avoid the situation? However, a thought struck him. Why on earth was Tsunade's sister involved with Shinai's grandson? But he decided it was not his place to meddle. After all, he was merely a lowly chunin. After instructing everyone to begin self-study, Inoue took a few injured individuals aside to tend to their wounds. At that moment, Kushina was just beginning to grasp the situation, glancing anxiously at Yunting. "You won't be hurt, will you? One person is already bleeding." Yunting waved his hand dismissively. "What could possibly happen? If it comes to it, I'll just call my parents." Upon hearing this, Kushina gradually relaxed. To her, simply calling a parent didn't seem like a significant issue. She had initially worried whether Yunting would face punishment from the teacher. Moreover, if the teacher truly did make things difficult for him, she would have to invoke Sister Tsunade's name. After all, Tsunade had assured her that if anything happened at school, she should just report it in her name. It was a surefire way to handle things. After class, Minato approached Yunting, his gaze filled with suspicion. "I say, something feels off about you today." Yunting replied nonchalantly, "You're overthinking it. Perhaps it's just my imagination?" Minato retorted. Yunting pointed towards Minato, then turned to Kushina, saying, "This blonde is called Namikaze Minato, my friend." Kushina nodded lightly in acknowledgement. She remembered him as one of the few who hadn't mocked her earlier, though he hadn't paid much attention to her either. But really, who would go out of their way to help a complete stranger? Minato smiled at Kushina, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Namikaze Minato. However, you certainly want to become Hokage, as that position is destined for me." Kushina, taken aback, asked, "Are you so certain you can become Hokage?" Minato awkwardly shook his head. "Not really. But everyone needs a dream, right?" In the afternoon, during practical lessons, students gathered on the playground, forming small groups, each engrossed in their activities. Yunting led Kushina to familiarize her with the surroundings. "So, Yunting, did I do anything wrong today?" Yunting settled in a corner with Kushina. "Why do you ask?" Kushina, resting her chin on her small hands, continued, "This morning, I hoped to make friends with everyone in class. But it seems only you didn't ridicule me and even stood up for me. Grandma told me to get along with my classmates. But now I don't want to be friends with them anymore. What should I do?" Yunting, surprised by the new task that had appeared, glanced at Kushina. "Isn't the probability of this a bit high? This is the third one today." He spoke gently. "We cannot be friends with everyone. So you need not feel overly anxious about it. Throughout our lives, we will encounter all sorts of individuals, both good and bad. There is no need to force ourselves into friendships, nor should we compromise our own values just to gain friends." Kushina nodded, somewhat understanding. "Oh, I see. So, Yunting, are we friends now?" With that, she averted her gaze, hesitant to look him in the eye, uncertain if he considered her a friend. Yunting smiled at the bashful Kushina, saying, "I'm very pleased to be your friend, Kushina." Upon hearing this, Kushina leapt to her feet in excitement. "Really?" Yunting nodded with a smile. "Indeed. More genuine than a pearl." Kushina, thrilled by his affirmation, began to jump in place. However, calamity struck. She lost her footing and fell directly onto Yunting. Her crimson hair cascaded over his face, her charming visage now pressed against his chest. Realizing what had happened, Kushina hurriedly sat up, her eyes dazed as she found herself atop Yunting's abdomen. She looked at him, her voice tinged with apology. "I'm so sorry, Yunting. I got too carried away." Yunting rolled his eyes at the dazed Kushina, retorting, "Don't just say you're sorry. Get off me. There are so many people around." Upon hearing this, Kushina quickly scrambled off him and looked around, noticing that no one seemed to have noticed them. After all, they were seated in a corner, somewhat shielded from view. However, it appeared that a crowd had gathered in the center of the playground. Kushina pointed towards the throng, asking Yunting, "What is happening over there? So many people are gathered." Yunting glanced over and replied nonchalantly, "It's probably another challenge for Minato." Kushina pondered for a moment, then a vision of a blonde boy crossed her mind. "That little blonde?" Yunting nodded with a smile. "Is he strong?" Kushina inquired curiously. Yunting sat up slowly, affirming, "Yes. He is among the strongest in the academy. Minato consistently ranks first in both theory and practical classes." "Oh, really? He is quite impressive." Kushina suddenly seemed to recall something, looking at Yunting and asking, So how do you fare against him? Yunting paused for a moment before responding. I'd say we're about equal. We always ranked jointly at the top. However, in a serious match, Minato would undoubtedly be defeated by me. He hasn't even learned the Flying Thunder God technique or the Rasengan yet. Currently, aside from the basic techniques taught at school, all the ninjutsu Minato had mastered were self-taught. He had yet to be taken under the wing of one of the legendary three, namely, Jiraiya. Minato was undoubtedly talented, but even prodigies needed time to grow. At present, his abilities were likely at the Chunin level, still quite a distance from Jonin. Before long, school was dismissed. At the school gate, Kushina spotted Tsunade and waved at Yunting, saying, I'm off now, Yunting. See you tomorrow. Yunting nodded, replying, see you tomorrow. Kushina hurried to Tsunade's side, asking, Sister Tsunade, what brings you here? Tsunade ruffled Kushina's red hair, explaining, Grandma Mito was worried since it was your first day of school, so she asked me to pick you up. But it seems I've interrupted something. It appears my little Nana has already made friends with a rather handsome boy. I wonder if he is your little boyfriend? Kushina's face flushed crimson at Tsunade's teasing. That is not true. Sister Tsunade, don't say such things. Yunting and I are just friends. Tsunade didn't press further, casting a glance at Yunting's departing figure. She took Kushina's hand and began walking toward the Senju ancestral home. He is quite good looking. But it's a shame he belongs to the Uchiha clan. Tsunade sighed as they walked. Curious, Kushina inquired, what is wrong with the Uchiha clan? Why is it a shame? Tsunade replied, somewhat exasperated, every single one of them is so arrogant and difficult to get along with. It's infuriating. The Uchiha from my generation was unbearably aloof, as if someone owed him money. Chapter 4, Kushina's talent? However, it must be said that the Uchiha clan certainly boasts impressive looks, if only their minds weren't so troubled. Kushina listened to Tsunade's grievances and couldn't help but wonder if her elder sister harbored some bias against the Uchiha clan. After all, Yunting was quite gentle with people, far from arrogant. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, attentively listening to the reports from the Umbu while scrutinizing 3 files on his desk. These files contained information on 3 individuals, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Yunting, and Namake's Minato. Uzumaki Kushina, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, was destined to become the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Namake's Minato, both parents being commoners, possessed extraordinary talent, a strong will of fire, and maintained good relations with his classmates, particularly with Yunting, suggesting a bond that might transcend mere friendship. Uchiha Yunting, an exceptionally gifted individual, awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 8, rivaling Minato's genius. His demeanor, unlike the typical arrogance associated with the Uchiha clan, was rather aloof, albeit he could be exceptionally fierce towards those who provoked him. While Yunting's profile seemed relatively ordinary, the fact that he was the grandson of Uchiha Shursui, a prominent figure among the hawkish faction of his clan, was somewhat troubling for Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan seemed to produce an abundance of geniuses, which was rather absurd. Why didn't he see anyone from the Sarutobi clan with such exceptional talent? Awakening the Sharingan at 8 years old, Yunting was likely to match the prowess of his grandfather, Uchiha Shursui. He had already established a strong rapport with Kushina right at the start of school. Was this mere coincidence, or something more deliberate? Kushina's arrival in Konoha was shrouded in secrecy. Prior to today, only a handful of individuals were aware of her existence. Was it truly just a coincidence that the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had developed such a close relationship with the grandson of a hawkish Uchiha leader? Even if Yunting had shown no signs of impropriety, to Hiruzen, Kushina was akin to a sheep, while the Uchiha clan members resembled wolves. Who would dare to confine a wolf and a sheep together, trusting that the wolf wouldn't devour the sheep? Upon returning home, Yunting retreated to his room, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and 2 pending rewards materialized before him. Reward: a portion of Uzumaki Kushina's physique, LV1 sealing technique. Pending collection. Reward: 1/10 of Kushina's current chakra, 50 system coins. After opting to collect the rewards, he felt a warm flow enveloping his body, gradually enhancing his physical attributes. His chakra increased by approximately 1/5. The 1/10 of Kushina's chakra, combined with the additional chakra from his enhanced physique, significantly boosted his total chakra reserves. This meant that at the same age, Kushina's chakra was nearly on par with his own, if not surpassing it. This was quite extraordinary, considering his usual training. Supplemented by occasional rewards from the system, he had only managed to match Kushina's chakra amount. While chakra levels do not solely define combat prowess, who wouldn't desire a greater reservoir of chakra? Moreover, Kushina was still young, and it was inevitable that she would experience a significant growth spurt in her chakra reserves. Even if she did not train, her chakra levels would likely surpass those of the 5 Kage in the future. However, if all members of the Uzumaki clan were so formidable, how could they have faced extermination? As if sensing Yunting's confusion, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Kushina's talent ranks among the very best in the history of the Uzumaki clan. Ordinary members do not possess such a formidable amount of chakra at such a young age. Listening to the system's explanation, Yunting began to comprehend. Had all the Uzumaki been as exceptional as Kushina, the Warring States period would not have seen only the Uchiha and Senju clans dominating, but rather a triumvirate of clans reigning supreme. By the way, what were the talent levels of Uzumaki Mito, Nagato, and Naruto? If the talents of the Uzumaki clan were classified into 10 tiers, Kushina would be around level 95. Mito and Nagato would be at level 80, and Naruto would be approximately level 85. Of course, talent does not equate to strength, as numerous real-world factors come into play, such as Mito's exquisite chakra control, her unparalleled sealing techniques, the 9 tails within Naruto, and Nagato's Rinnegan. Thus, it seemed quite plausible that with diligent training, Kushina could not only match Mito, but might even exceed her. Indeed, the original narrative had not been overly optimistic. Mito, I speak the truth. Yunting is different. As Kushina pouted while eating, Mito chuckled and nodded, acknowledging, I understand. On the first day of school, that Uchiha boy stole your heart. Blushing, Kushina retorted softly, no way. I just don't want you to misunderstand Yunting. I feel he is quite easy to get along with. He doesn't resemble the arrogance you described at all. Tsunade watched as Kushina kept mentioning Yunting, shaking her head in disbelief. Were children these days all like this? Was she falling behind the times? I've already threatened everyone from the principal down to your homeroom teacher, yet I haven't seen you express any gratitude. Such an ungrateful little wolf. And you might even be love-struck. Don't let yourself be deceived and end up counting someone else's money. What else did the Uchiha brat have going for him besides good looks and strength? His temperament was dreadful, easy to get along with. The Uchiha she encountered were more like cold blocks of ice, proud and aloof. Should she perhaps ask Shinsuke to keep an eye on Kushina at school? Knock, knock. Yunting, sitting on his bed, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing a knock at the door. A somewhat respectful voice called out, Young Master Yunting, dinner is ready. Would you like to join us? Yunting replied nonchalantly, Understood, I'll be there shortly. He tidied his clothes briefly before stepping out. Mushing and Muyu were orphans from the Uchiha clan adopted by his father, though it was more accurate to say they were being groomed as future allies. Both had already awakened their 2-tomo Sharingan, and at nearly 18, they were formidable enough to be considered the backbone of the Uchiha clan. In the future, each would likely awaken their own 3-tomo. As Yunting sat at the table and sampled the dishes, he invited the two to join him for dinner. They complied without hesitation, comfortably settling down to eat alongside him. However, they both subtly avoided taking any of the dishes Yunting hadn't touched or the ones he particularly enjoyed. This was already a considerable improvement. Initially, they wouldn't even come to the table when called. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the 2 subordinates his father had raised for him. They were obedient, strong, and could assist with minor tasks. Having 2 reliable allies was indeed advantageous, as he couldn't manage everything by himself in the future. After dinner, Yunting entered his room, sitting cross-legged and preparing to practice chakra control when a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding, triggering a choice. 1. Honestly practice chakra control for the entire evening. Reward, minor enhancement in chakra control. 2. Why practice when one can sleep comfortably? Sleep. Reward, random ability X1, initial level LV1. This was an easy decision. One must understand that mere talent is insufficient. Without diligence, even the most gifted may become nothing but a useless being. Thus, I have made my choice. Ding. Congratulations, host. On making a selection, a random ability has been drawn, and you have acquired the ability Hand of the Dominator level 1. The Hand of the Dominator, an ability obtained by the mid-range Xiao Yu through the Yeglet test. It allows for physical influence over objects without the need for direct contact. Yunting felt the surge of his new ability and immediately decided to conduct an experiment with the water cup on the nearby table. Using his ability, the cup levitated effortlessly into the air, floating before him. Indeed, it proved to be quite useful, reminiscent of the Shinra Tensei technique. Moreover, I recall that in the original narrative, this ability does not seem to require any consumption of mana, and thus, in the world of Naruto, it similarly does not demand chakra. Although it may not be as potent as the Shadow King's core ability of shadow extraction, it is still quite commendable. One must not be overly greedy. Now, it is time for rest. After all, I cannot afford to exploit any bugs. The system is capable of retracting skills it has previously granted. As usual, upon awakening, Yunting hurried to the mysterious space to fish. The first catch upon waking is guaranteed to be exceptional, though I can only manage one cast each day. Before long, Yunting reeled in a luminous orb. Low-level Spirit Awakening Pill, a low-grade elixir used by the Beastmaster sect to facilitate the initial awakening of spiritual intelligence in spirit beasts. It can, to some extent, promote their growth. As the orb slowly dissipated, a round pill appeared in his hand. Remarkably, it emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. I wonder if consuming it would enhance one's intelligence? Nevertheless, I deem it prudent not to try, as I am already sufficiently clever. Moreover, it has been labeled as low-grade. It hardly seems worthy of my attention. With that thought, Yunting exited the mysterious space. He then formed hand seals and summoned a raven. The raven, imbued with a certain intelligence, perched upon Yunting's shoulder, its gaze fixated on the pill in his hand. However, it merely watched, showing no inclination to snatch it away. Observing this, Yunting chuckled and fed the pill to Xiao Kai. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Kai succumbed to slumber. Noticing that Xiao Kai exhibited no unusual reactions apart from falling asleep, Yunting gently placed her on the bed before departing. He understood that in the novels, spirit beasts typically absorb the potency of elixirs through sleep. Who says reading novels is in vain? As for why he named the raven Xiao Kai, it is simply because I can name my own bird as I please. Have you ever heard of the colorful black? I hope the pill proves beneficial for Xiao Kai. At present, however, my priority remains the acquisition of the Sharingan S Mangekyo. Do not concern yourself with the potential loss of eyesight. Blindness is but a trivial matter compared to losing one's life. The second great ninja war is not far off. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is undoubtedly the swiftest path to ascendancy as a powerful shinobi. As for the eternal Mangekyo, that is merely a thought for now. The Mangekyo Sharingan serves as my safeguard in the impending conflict. Of course, it would be unwise to invest all resources solely in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I cannot afford to exhaust my eyes like the second Hokage, who, in every battle, invoked Amaterasu. Even the eternal Mangekyo would not withstand such overuse. 3 days spent depleting the Mangekyo would leave me with nothing. Currently, the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan can be addressed in 2 ways. The first is to bide my time. With my golden finger, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will eventually be mine. The second involves the so-called universal cells of Hashirama. However, it is likely that Orochimaru has yet to commence research on the Hashirama cells, making this path temporarily unfeasible. I also ponder whether inheriting Kushina's physique would assist in the recovery of the Sharingan's visual power. The Senju and Uzumaki clans, in essence, share a common heritage. Logically, even if the effects are not as pronounced as those of the Hashirama cells, there should be some degree of benefit. My recent objectives are as follows. First, to elevate my 3-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan and familiarize myself with its ocular techniques and Susanoo. Second, to engage more frequently with Kushina, aiming to trigger as many choices as possible to inherit her physique. Third, to enhance my mastery of lightning release, fire release, sensory perception, chakra control, swordsmanship, taijutsu, and jinjutsu to level 5. For now, these are my pursuits, and they will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time to achieve. Sensory perception will grant me the ability to detect foes. Mastery of swordsmanship will bolster my close combat abilities. Chakra control will enhance my endurance and, to some extent, accelerate the release of ninjutsu. Proficiency in taijutsu will bestow upon me a robust physique and superior physical coordination. As for jinjutsu, it not only looks impressive but also allows for unexpected maneuvers. Moreover, what good is an Uchiha who does not engage in jinjutsu? Why squander such remarkable eyes? As for why I choose to first upgrade my mastery of lightning and fire releases, it is not due to a limitation of chakra affinities, but rather a matter of energy conservation. Previously, I possessed all 5 basic chakra natures. Additionally, with the Uchiha clan's unique yang release and the yang chakra inherited from Kushina's physique, I currently command all chakra natures. While I now possess all attributes, I have resolved to prioritize enhancing my fire and lightning release techniques. The Uchiha clan predominantly relies on fire release, followed closely by lightning release. Thus, their collection of these 2 forms of ninjutsu is the most extensive. Prioritizing the enhancement of these 2 is undoubtedly a wise choice. Once these tasks are completed, if time permits before the battlefield beckons, I may opt to elevate the levels of my bloodline limit and sensory abilities as much as possible. Of course, the system currency required to upgrade different abilities from level 4 to 5 varies significantly. For instance, the cost to elevate my bloodline limit to level 5. Unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan is several dozens of times greater than that for raising my culinary skills to level 5. Nevertheless, with diligent practice, I can mitigate the expenditure of system currency. For example, my culinary skill is currently at level 3, having been enhanced by my past experiences and occasional cooking sessions. Chapter 6. Cleaning the Wound. The following morning, Kushina eagerly finished her breakfast and dashed towards the Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Mito watched as Kushina's figure gradually receded, a genuine smile gracing her lips. As long as Kushina is happy, that is what matters. As for the child from the Uchiha clan, it may be best to refrain from interfering too much in their interactions for the time being. After all, Kushina has only just arrived in the village and is still adjusting. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha clans were at odds, while the Uzumaki clan maintained a close relationship with the Senju. Naturally, this placed the Uzumaki clan on the Senju's side, resulting in a strained relationship with the Uchiha. Had it not been for Hashirama and Madara reconciling their differences to establish Konoha, the village's existence might have remained uncertain. Sadly, after Madara's betrayal and his subsequent death in a duel with Hashirama, the latter soon succumbed to the accumulated injuries from years of conflict, passing away not long after. With Hashirama and Madara no longer mediating, the two clans inevitably began to harbor animosity towards one another. After all, who among them has not lost a loved one at the hands of the other? Why is Uchiha Shina regarded as a hawkish representative? It is only natural that Uchiha Shana harbors a deep-seated hatred towards the Senju clan, given that his parents were brutally slain by their ninjas during his childhood, and his wife met an untimely demise amidst the conflict with the Senju clan. Is it not justified for Shana to despise them? One cannot counsel others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. In this world, absolutes of right and wrong do not exist. Is it truly a transgression to seek vengeance for one's parents and friends? As Uzumaki Mito observed Kushina retreating, she slowly lifted her leg and turned back towards the house. Monkey, come in. If there is something to discuss, let us converse indoors. The concealed Sarutobi Hizashi, upon hearing her words, emerged from the shadows. Indeed, it seems that he could not evade Lady Mito's keen observation. Upon entering the house, Hizashi bowed respectfully to Lady Mito and seated himself before her with deference. After pouring a cup of water for Hizashi, Mito addressed him directly. Surely, you did not come to see me without reason? Is it concerning Kushina? At this, Hizashi offered a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, Lady Mito. After all, little Kushina has been getting too close to that boy from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he is a descendant of Shana, which raises my concerns. Should we perhaps consider transferring Kushina to another class? He sighed. If that child were a descendant of Kagami, I might not react so strongly. But concerning Shana, there are many factors to contemplate. Who is Uchiha Shana? He is the representative of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan. It is not inconceivable that he still has ambitions regarding his position. Lady Mito shook her head with a chuckle. Monkey, Kushina is my kin. Even if she becomes the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the future, I hope she will not be isolated, surrounded by those who care for and protect her. I urge you not to interfere excessively in her life. Separating Kushina from that boy will only breed discontent within her towards the village, will it not? Hizashi nodded respectfully. Yes, Lady Mito, you are correct. It is indeed inappropriate to divide the two children. He sighed. If only Lord Hashirama and Teacher Tobarama were still here. With that, Hizashi prepared to take his leave. As for Kushina's matters, I shall refrain from further interference for now. Understanding Lady Mito's intent, Hizashi departed the Senju ancestral home, making his way towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito gazed quietly at her reflection in the tea, contemplating the current state of the Senju clan, which had largely integrated into Konoha as per orders. On one hand, this was to prevent the Hokage position from being perpetually held by members of the Senju clan. On the other, it aimed to enhance the likelihood of producing exceptional ninjas within the village. Presently, the Uchiha clan is predominantly divided into three factions: the hawkish faction, the dovish faction, and the neutral faction. The neutral faction constitutes approximately 40%, while the other two factions each comprise 30%. The dovish faction advocates for harmony with Konoha, aspiring for amicable coexistence. As for the hawkish faction, it is mainly composed of those who are warlike, having suffered losses and injustices at the hands of Konoha. The neutral faction, on the other hand, consists largely of individuals who are indecisive and harbor no strong biases towards either side. If the leader of the hawkish faction, who is also the grandson of the Uchiha Clan's elder, could indeed form a bond with Kushina, it might yield promising outcomes. However, this is contingent upon Yunting never inflicting harm upon Kushina. At that moment, Kushina had arrived at the school gates, her lips curving into a slight smile, reflecting her cheerful disposition. Dressed in a light yellow outfit cinched at the waist with a black belt. The hem of her attire barely brushed the upper part of her thighs. Beneath it, she wore black shorts akin to safety pants. Her vibrant, crimson hair flowed freely, glistening under the sunlight, exuding vitality. She also donned knee-high socks reminiscent of black stockings, though merely in appearance. Female ninjas typically opt for such attire, as it is lightweight, breathable, and offers a degree of protection. As Kushina stepped into the campus, she unexpectedly felt a jolt from behind, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Her palms and arms grazed against the surface, drawing forth a trickle of blood. By the time Kushina rose, the one who had collided with her had already slipped away unnoticed. She gently brushed off the dust from her clothing, muttering, "What an ill-mannered individual. To bump into someone and not even utter an apology." As for her scrapes, she reasoned that a quick wash would suffice, for her recovery prowess was remarkable. Upon entering the classroom, Kushina quickly located Yunting's seat and sat beside him. After all, aside from Yunting, the other classmates were rather intolerable. Just as she settled in, a concerned voice reached her ear. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Kushina turned to Yunting, smiling as she replied, "I accidentally fell, but it's nothing serious. Just a minor scrape. I'll just wash it off." Just as she was about to rise and head to the restroom to clean her wounds, Yunting gently caught her arm. Curiously, Kushina looked at him. Yunting slowly retrieved his water cup, twisting it open, and conjured a small water sphere that floated gracefully in his palm. "No need for such trouble. I can take care of it for you right here. Just extend your hand." Obediently, Kushina offered her hand to Yunting. He guided the water sphere, transforming it into a slender stream that flowed delicately over her injuries, whisking away the dirt. A refreshing sensation enveloped her as Yunting's touch was gentle, causing no pain. Once the area was cleansed, he channeled chakra into his palm, which radiated a soft glow. In an instant, Kushina's wounds healed at a visible rate, revealing her fair skin beneath. After gently moving her arm, Kushina discovered that the pain had vanished entirely. Once Yunting finished, he nonchalantly discarded the remaining water sphere out of the window. Chapter 7. The Battle, the Performance. Having tended to her injuries, the teacher had already taken the podium, ready to commence the lesson. Ugh, how bothersome. Perhaps it was due to his past life. But Yunting found the teacher's voice akin to a lullaby, inducing a profound slumber. Furthermore, the lesson consisted of rudimentary content, primarily aimed at ordinary ninjas devoid of connections. Given his current prowess, he could hold his own against Jounin. What was the point of listening to such trivialities? Thus, it wasn't long before Yunting succumbed to sleep, his rhythmic breathing filling the air beside Kushina. Observing this, she pretended to study her textbook while secretly glancing at the slumbering Yunting. With his jet black hair and striking features, he was undeniably handsome, rivaling the most stunning of readers present. How could I, allow myself to gawk at Yunting while he sleeps? She chided herself. Luckily, they were in the same class. Had she been assigned elsewhere, especially with classmates who treated her poorly, she would have been at a loss for how to cope. Before long, the class came to an end. Just as Kushina finished organizing her books, a girl with long black hair entered the classroom. After scanning the room, she walked directly to Kushina's side. Kushina regarded the girl, who stood a head taller than her, with curiosity. "Do we know each other?" The black-haired girl smiled, pointing at Yunting beside Kushina. "I have come in search of Yunting. However, since he is still asleep, may I trouble you to deliver this lunch to him once he awakens? This fellow forgot to take his meal when he left this morning." As she spoke, she handed a neatly packed lunchbox to Kushina. After receiving the box, Kushina looked at the girl and replied softly, "Sister, I will give it to Yunting when he wakes up. By the way, what is your name?" The dark-haired girl paused for a moment in surprise, then turned to Kushina and said, "Me? I am Uchiha Mikoto, part of the same clan as Yunting. I suppose he is my cousin. By the way, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here?" Kushina nodded gently in response. "Yes, I just arrived at the school yesterday. My name is Uzumaki Kushina." Mikoto smiled warmly at Kushina and said, "Well then, Kushina, I shall take my leave. I am 3 years your senior, so feel free to come and visit me whenever you have the time." Kushina replied with a smile, "All right, Mikoto sister, you seem like a very gentle older sister." However, she couldn't shake off the feeling that Mikoto was observing her in a peculiar manner. Perhaps it was just an illusion? After all, is this truly the haughty and indifferent clan that Tsunade-sensei spoke of? Yunting and Mikoto appeared completely normal to her. Surely Tsunade-sensei is not deceiving me. As Mikoto left Yunting's classroom and returned to her own seat, she began to ponder. This is rather suspicious. It's the first time since school began that someone has shared a desk with Yunting without being rejected. Moreover, she is such an adorable girl. I must have a serious talk with Annie when I return. Something is definitely amiss between them. Now Annie need not worry about her son being oblivious. I mean, at this age of youthful innocence, who doesn't yearn for a little romance? If Yunting were aware of his cousin's thoughts at this moment, he would likely be rendered speechless by her imagination. How fanciful. He merely sought to trigger a few more choices to reap some benefits. While the children in the Naruto world may be precocious, it does not mean they are physically mature. He certainly has not reached the point of having feelings for an 8-year-old. What Kushina did not realize was that every action of hers was being recorded and would soon be delivered to the Hokage's office within the Hokage building. Had Yunting been awake, he would have undoubtedly noticed the ANBU member lurking in the shadows nearby. However, he had anticipated this. After all, who would stroll through Konoha? The future best candidate for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Without any protection? Heaven knows where an enemy spy might be hiding. Despite Konoha's status as one of the 5 great ninja villages, spies still exist. After all, there are no facial recognition systems or means to ascertain one's true identity. I am a spy from another nation, infiltrating Konoha. I simply claim to be here for business and to issue missions. What can you do about it? The security system in the ninja world certainly leaves much to be desired. Speaking of which, does the ninja world even have a security system? After the lunch break, it was time for the afternoon combat class. Upon hearing the bell, Kushina groggily sat up, her face still marked with the imprints from her sleep. She reached out and poked Yunting's shoulder. Yunting, it's time for class. Yunting struggled to sit up and looked around. Almost everyone had already left the classroom. How strange. He hadn't even stayed up late. He felt incredibly sleepy and his stomach was growling with hunger. Beep, host need not worry. This is a normal phenomenon associated with the fusion physique. Please do not panic. Upon hearing the system's response, Yunting shrugged it off. It's merely a bit of drowsiness and heightened hunger. As long as it doesn't interfere with his daily fishing time, he was fine. He had previously thought that the fusion of Kushina's physique would be instantaneous, but it seemed there were lingering effects. Kushina, observing Yunting's dazed state, waved her hand in front of his eyes. Yunting, are you all right? You seem off today. Yunting shook his head and, waving his hand dismissively, replied, I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well last night. Let us head out. The classroom is empty now. When everyone had gathered, Inoue addressed the group. Today, we will be practicing combat. When your name is called, step forward. Remember, safety first. Do not strike with excessive force. All right, Uchiha Yunting and Namikaze Minato. You two are up first. Reluctantly, Uchiha Yunting walked to the open space. Why am I the first? Wow, Minato is so handsome. Do you think I have a chance to pursue him? Not you. Just forget it. Sigh. Honestly, I think Yunting is even more handsome. If only he were a bit kinder. In comparison, Minato is much friendlier. Yeah, I really like Minato. He is so gentle. Huh. Wait, aren't you a guy? Kushina frowned slightly at the surrounding chatter. What nonsense. How can Yunting not measure up to that blonde kid? Yunting is also quite gentle. Thank you very much. In the open area, Yunting and Minato prepared themselves, and Inoue announced the start of the match. Almost as soon as Inoue's words fell, Namikaze Minato swiftly formed hand signs. Wind release. Gale arrow. Simultaneously, Yunting completed his own hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous, searing fireball collided with the wind chakra-infused arrow, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Yunting sensed Minato circling behind him and couldn't help but smirk. No wonder he is destined to become the 4th Hokage. His awareness is impressive, but he is still too weak. How tedious. I still have to put on this act. The 2 ENBU members in the trees are quite bothersome. Thus, with Yunting's exceptional acting skills, the 2 ended their match in a draw. Of course, to make it convincing, he even utilized his Sharingan. However, it was merely the display of a single tomo, as he intended to present only that to the outside world. Being a genius is fine, but one must not be overly so. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. If he were to reveal his 3-tomo Sharingan, that scoundrel Danzo would likely rush to the 3rd Hokage's office to demand covert measures against him. What a bunch of ignorant fools. They've made it so that I don't dare to use my 3-tomo Sharingan recklessly. Meanwhile, an 8-year-old next door has an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Here I am, struggling to develop quietly, hoping to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan first, prioritizing survival capabilities. The struggle is real. Chapter 8. Conflict? Kill. After the 2 reached a stalemate, they exchanged a sign of reconciliation, and Yunting quietly returned to stand beside Kushina. Kushina looked at Yunting with delight. Yunting, you were amazing just now. Your hand sign speed is incredible. It takes me so long to perform mine. Before Yunting could respond, Namake's Minato, following Yunting, turned to Kushina and asked, "What about me? Is my hand sign speed not fast?" Kushina surveyed Minato from head to toe, then replied coolly, Your hand sign speed is quite fast, but you two are different." Aside from the duel between Minato and Uchiha Yunting, the other matches resembled mere children's scuffles. However, they were indeed all just children. It's rare to find someone of Yunting's age capable of using ninjutsu. When Kushina took her turn to spar, she landed a punch that left her opponent questioning their existence. There was no technique involved, it was all raw power. Once all the sparring had concluded, it was time for school to end. Kushina and Yunting exchanged farewells at the school gate and went their separate ways. Upon returning home, Yunting found his little sister, Kawaii, sprawled across his bed in an awkward position. The wingspan has nearly reached 3 meters. Is it not the spirit awakening pill? Why does it feel as though what I consumed was a hormone? Yunting nudged Xiao Kai's wings with his foot. Wake up, go back to your nest and sleep, lest you flatten my bed. Xiao Kai sensed the unusual sensation in her wings, groggily opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yunting, immediately shrank her form to perch on his shoulder, her eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. Master Ka? I can speak now, Ka? Yunting chuckled at this. Genuinely pleased, it seemed my efforts were not in vain. Moreover, from now on, do not refer to me as master. Then what should I call you, Ka? Xiao Kai tilted her head in inquiry. Just call me Big Boss. Master sounds rather strange. All right, Big Boss. Ka. Big Boss. I feel a bit bloated and sleepy, Ka. Upon hearing this, Yunting replied after a moment. It's likely due to not having fully absorbed the medicinal effects. There is no need for concern. Just return and absorb it gradually. With that, Yunting allowed Xiao Kai to return on her own. After all, it would be unreasonable to keep her on his bed until the medicinal effects were completely absorbed, wouldn't it? Thus, time flew by in the blink of an eye. And a month had passed. During this month, the rapport between Zhou Xianai and Yunting had deepened significantly. He was also able to engage in simple exchanges with Minato and some classmates. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Uchiha clan's elder, Uchiha Shana, Yunting sat alongside Uchiha Shana, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Observing his grandson, Uchiha Shana's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Indeed, he was his grandson. Uchiha Shana presented a long blade to Yunting. This is the long blade infused with chakra metal you requested, though due to your young age, it may feel rather lengthy for you. However, you can make use of it when you grow up, as such fine weapons are rare in the clan's treasury. Yunting accepted the long blade, gradually gripping the hilt and gently pulling it out a little, the blade reflecting a glimmer of cold light. It is indeed a fine weapon. Contemplating, Yunting proceeded to imbue it with fire and lightning chakra in succession. The chakra transmission is relatively smooth. It seems a considerable amount of chakra metal has been added. This is quite valuable. Uchiha Shana, witnessing Yunting's expression, felt a surge of happiness within. After all, his grandson differed greatly from his father in his younger days. This one was remarkably mature. He had few interests, but if this blade could bring joy to his grandson, it was worth every penny. Furthermore, considering his grandson's talents, what harm could there be in pairing him with a good blade? Uchiha Shana turned to Yunting and remarked, By the way, I've heard you've been getting rather close to a girl at school? Yunting, upon hearing this, slowly averted his gaze from the blade. What do you mean by that, grandfather? Feel free to speak plainly. Uchiha Shana cleared his throat and continued. I recently heard from that girl Makoto that you've developed a good relationship with a new girl in your class. If it seems appropriate, would you like me to play matchmaker? Of course, I understand you value your independence and tranquility, so I haven't sent anyone to keep an eye on you. Uchiha Yunting could not help but roll his eyes at his grandfather. Do you find what Makoto said to be credible? Besides, we are merely friends. Friends. Do you understand? Uchiha Shana, hearing this, though he had anticipated the answer, felt a twinge of disappointment. His grandson was exceptional in every way, gifted, diligent, possessing his own opinions from a young age, and caring towards the clan members. Yet for some reason, he remained oblivious to matters of the heart. Just a few days ago, he had thought his grandson had finally awakened to such feelings. What a false hope. Although, given his grandson's abilities, there was no need to worry about finding a partner. By the way, little Yunting, here is your allowance for the month. Go out, indulge a bit, and don't feel the need to save for your grandfather. Yunting silently accepted the 500,000 Rio his grandfather handed over, casually tossing it into his system space. He then retrieved 2 scrolls. Yunting directly handed the scrolls to Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Shana, holding the 2 scrolls, looked at Yunting, puzzled. What are these? Yunting replied coolly, The left scroll contains a lightning release technique I developed, called Chidori, which pairs quite well with our Uchiha clan Sharingan. As for the other one, it is still in the development phase, but it outlines the principles of cultivation. Its specific functions are roughly. Before Yunting could finish his sentence, an individual burst through the door, holding a plaque emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, upon which a large character was inscribed. Uchiha Shana did not reprimand the intruder for their rashness. He merely put away the scrolls and said calmly, "What is it? What has happened?" An unnamed Uchiha knelt on one knee. "Elder, our clan street has seen one of our members assaulted, and the troublemaker, intoxicated, continues to act unruly. The issue is, the identity of that individual makes it difficult to take action." Hearing this, Uchiha Shana felt an urge to reprimand the guards of the security department. They should apprehend those who deserve to be arrested and imprison those who need to be incarcerated. Is this the demeanor expected of an Uchiha? Hesitation in taking action? In Uchiha's eyes, there are no individuals who cannot be dealt with. Uchiha Shana rose to his feet and strode towards the door. His demeanor now serious and tinged with an ominous air, a far cry from the light-hearted conversation he had with Yunting. Uchiha Yunting stood up, following closely behind his grandfather. At this moment, within a shop adjacent to the Uchiha clan, chairs and tables lay overturned, the floor strewn with broken dishes and shattered plates. In front of the shop stood a defiant 6-year-old girl, glaring with reddened eyes at a Uchiha clansman, while a youth beside her looked on with a mocking expression. Why should this be? He struck my mother first. Why should they be spared? Just because my mother and I are not ninjas and have not awakened the Sharingan? The unnamed Uchiha was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The individual before him was a messenger sent from another country. Had it been Yunting or Fugaku in this situation, they might have felt compelled to pursue matters. However, the person standing there was merely a descendant of the Uchiha clan with exceedingly diluted bloodlines. Awakening the Sharingan was a challenge, and even extracting chakra was a struggle for some. Besides the almost non-existent Uchiha blood within her, she was fundamentally no different from an ordinary civilian. From a pragmatic standpoint, it was not worth offending foreign envoys over this mother and child. Furthermore, it could always be compensated by the clan later. Chapter 9. Conflict? Killing 2. The youth serving as the envoy looked at the little girl clad in shabby, patched clothing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Just a mere civilian. What does it matter if the once illustrious Uchiha clan has now become the foremost family in Konoha? What of striking your mother? Who would risk offending me for 2 civilians? Even if I struck you, it would be an honor for you. Naturally, bullying Uchiha civilians is not the same as bullying ordinary civilians. However, had the individual before him been dressed in finery and still an Uchiha, he would have thought twice. Just then, Uchiha Shana arrived on the scene. Observing the chaotic ground and the members of the Uchiha security team nearby, he exclaimed in anger, "Are the guards of the security department utterly useless? Why aren't you moving? Seize these individuals at once. Are you waiting for me to take action personally?" No sooner had he spoken than a team belonging to the hawkish faction of the Uchiha security team, having just arrived, sprang into action to apprehend the troublemakers. As the doves of peace were about to intervene, they were immediately intimidated into silence by a mere glance from Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Yunting swiftly appeared beside the young girl. His tone gentle as he reassured her, "Do not fear, little Ching. Your brother will take care of this for you, all right?" Upon hearing his words, the girl looked up to see Uchiha Yunting standing before her and leaped into his arms. "Brother Yunting, sob, they are bullying me. After their meal, they refused to pay. When my mother spoke up, one of them smashed a bowl over her head." The previously stoic girl, who had been holding back tears, now wept uncontrollably in Yunting's embrace. He gently lifted her and approached a modestly dressed woman seated nearby, giving her a slight nod. "I apologize for the offense, aunt." With that, he extended his right hand, enveloped in a green energy. Almost instantaneously upon contact, the injury on the woman's forehead healed completely. Feeling less dizzy, the woman, upon recognizing him, spoke apologetically. "I am sorry to trouble you again, Yunting. It is nothing, aunt. After all, we are family united by blood. It is only natural for us to support one another." Yunting replied softly. He then handed the weeping little Ching back to her mother. Subsequently, Yunting instantly appeared beside the troublemakers. He glanced at the elderly man by his side and inquired, "Grandfather, what are your intentions?" Uchiha Shana snorted disdainfully. "What to do? They have already dared to bully our kin. If we endure this, I shall no longer be known as Uchiha Shana." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yunting felt the same. Had the old man not taken action, he would have begun to suspect that the elder had been possessed. After Shana's words, his 3-tomo Sharingan manifested. Coldly observing the group opposite him, The self-proclaimed envoy, now under Shana's scrutinizing gaze, dared not breathe a word, his earlier arrogance evaporating. At that moment, a figure hurriedly stepped in front of Uchiha Shana. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shana could not help but smirk. "Ah, our clan's second elder arrives rather late, does he not? Not only do others dare to bully us, but your faction seeks to placate them, to compromise? I am beginning to doubt whether those ruffians even belong to the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't you agree, Uchiha Tianyu? Do not forget your own surname." Uchiha Tianyu, unperturbed, donned a placid expression. Although Shana had a notorious temper, he had indeed contributed significantly to the Uchiha clan. However, Shana's approach to handling matters had increasingly tarnished the perception of the Uchiha family among others. Tianyu cast a glance at the disheveled stalls nearby. His gaze fixed on Shana as he discreetly transmitted a message through special means. "Shana, grant me a favor. Let's confine these ruffians to prison. We cannot allow this matter to escalate further. Surely, you've noticed the crowd gathering around us?" Listening to Tianyu's words, a smile crept onto Shana's lips. Though it was not due to Tianyu's request. As Tianyu appeared to shield Shana, a flicker of relief and a faint smile crossed the envoy's face. Yet, while Tianyu conveyed his thoughts, Uchiha Yunting had already materialized beside the envoy, seizing him by the throat and forcefully slamming him to the ground, causing several cracks to form in the earth. Yunting positioned himself atop the envoy, one hand constricting his throat while the other slapped the envoy's pallid face. "Did you think you were saved just now?" The envoy, gazing up at the boy whose eyes burned with murderous intent, felt a chilling dread wash over him. I did not. I was wrong." Before the envoy could finish, Yunting tightened his grip, his voice icy as it reached the envoy's ears. "In your next life, be mindful. My sister is not someone you can afford to offend." With that, he exerted his strength, snapping the envoy's neck. Yunting regarded the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The envoy could never fathom why this boy's sister appeared so ordinary, akin to a commoner. He could never anticipate that Yunting would willingly embrace any Uchiha as his sibling, with the exception of Itachi and Obito, of course. Yet, they had yet to be born. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption, as they were indeed formidable assets. Should redemption prove impossible, well, the likes of Senju Tobarama, being so talented, would inevitably devise forbidden techniques akin to soul possession. In that case, Yunting would not need to show excessive mercy towards Senju Itachi and Senju Obito. After confirming the envoy was devoid of life, Yunting stood up, his demeanor cold as he walked towards the mother and daughter duo. "Grandfather, the rest is in your hands. I shall escort little Qing and her mother home." Uchiha Shana nodded with a smile, pleased with his grandson's actions. As for Uchiha Tianyu's earlier discontented gaze, who cared? After escorting little Qing and her mother home, just as Yunting was about to leave, he noticed them preparing to kneel before him. Observing this, he swiftly utilized his telekinetic abilities to support them. "Aunt, little Qing, there is no need for such gestures." Unable to kneel, the woman stood instead, embracing little Qing while tears streamed down her face as she looked at Yunting. "Yunting, I am at a loss for how to repay you. You have already been so kind to us, and now we have brought you trouble." Yunting responded warmly. "Aunt, we are all part of the same family. It is only natural for us to help one another. Moreover, you bear no blame in this. It is the fault of those ruffians. Do not dwell on it." With that, Yunting vanished from sight. The woman gently touched her now-healed forehead and the 2,000 ryo that lay on the ground, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Only a child like Yunting would take the time to protect their kind. Otherwise, as someone from the Uchiha clan, how many would acknowledge her people as part of the Uchiha lineage? Not to mention the Sharingan, they could not even sense chakra. In the eyes of some Uchiha, they would likely prefer her kind to perish. Alas, she hoped that if little Qing had the talent, she could follow Yunting and perhaps assist him with even the smallest of tasks. Many shared the same sentiments as her. After all, one should not underestimate Yunting's standing among the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan, right? Chapter 10, Spirit of the Trees? At this moment, within the Hokage building, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully swung open. The sound of the wooden door colliding with the wall echoed sharply in the otherwise quiet office. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed no discernible expression, simply sitting calmly in his chair. "Danzo, I recall having mentioned previously to be gentle when entering." Danzo, seemingly oblivious to Hiruzen's words, coldly remarked, "Hiruzen, those Uchiha scoundrels have grown increasingly audacious. They have even dared to strike down envoys sent from other nations. It is utterly outrageous. Are you really going to act as if nothing has transpired?" Based on his years of experience, Hiruzen had already anticipated what Danzo would say next. With his limited cunning, All he sought was to further complicate matters for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the other major shinobi villages had not been particularly stable recently. At that time, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly constitute a formidable force. Moreover, if action were to be taken, who would dare to initiate it? Could it possibly be you, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a languid drag from his cigarette, casting a meaningful glance at Danzo. Danzo, it's prudent for you to keep a low profile for the time being. Now is not the moment to provoke the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, I caution you, do not engage in any clandestine schemes against me. I shall not be your scapegoat. Tread carefully. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to revoke your position as Hokage's advisor. Remember, I am the Hokage. It was I whom Tobirama-sensei designated to inherit this title, not you, Danzo. Be sensible. Now is not the time to exacerbate tensions with the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. Yet he chose not to confront Sarutobi directly. Instead, he strode towards the exit. Sarutobi, you are far too lenient. You will undoubtedly regret this decision. With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Danzo's departure, his brow furrowing slightly. Was it truly wise to provoke the Uchiha? The situation was already precarious, teetering on the brink of a second shinobi world war. It was incomprehensible that Danzo would instigate internal strife amidst such volatility. Konoha was beset by troubles both internal and external, with the 5 great nations looming ominously and the Uchiha clan alongside Danzo, both of whom were eyeing his position with avarice. It was a headache. Being Hokage was no easy task. How much simpler it was during Hashirama's reign, when no one dared to challenge Konoha. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's conference room, Uchiha Tenyu regarded Uchiha Shursui, seated across from him, and remarked slowly, Shursui, your grandson exhibits quite the bloodlust, does he not? Uchiha Shursui's lips curled into a slight smirk. Oh, you dare call it bloodlust when he stands up for his kin? Should he simply cower like you pacifists? Uchiha Tenyu nearly sprang to his feet in indignation. Is that truly what you think? There are far superior solutions available. Are there not? We could detain them first and devise a plan later. Uchiha Shursui slammed his palm on the table, scoffing at Uchiha Tenyu. Devise a plan. I can already envision Sarutobi issuing a command, and you'll release them without a second thought. A better solution? Ridiculous. Perhaps you should change your surname from Uchiha to Turtle, considering how patient you are. As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Genka, who sat nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Turtle Tenyu? What a splendid name. However, before Genka could elaborate further, he felt a sharp pain at his waist. Turning around, he found Mayu casting him a disapproving glare. It's one thing for your father to jest, but what business do you have joining in? Can you even hold your own? Just laughing when the second elder looks ready to explode? Though he, too, wished to laugh, and was certain he was not alone in that sentiment. Who among them besides Genka dared to chuckle so freely? Although the second elder was somewhat diplomatic in his approach, his standing within the Uchiha clan was only second to the clan leader, on equal footing with Uchiha Shursui. A troublesome individual indeed. Ultimately, the meeting concluded hastily under the clan leader's mediation, with Uchiha Shursui symbolically offering to compensate for his grandson's actions, allowing the matter to pass. Of course, Uchiha Shursui had no intention of paying. His grandson had done nothing wrong. It was merely a formality. What could they do if he refused? Did they intend to strip him of his position as elder? As for the instigator of this debacle, he was no doubt enjoying a fine meal at home. And as for concerns regarding his safety? Absurd. Did they truly believe Uchiha Shursui to be a paper tiger? This was simply the nature of the Uchiha clan. Sometimes, excessive patience was even more peculiar and likely to attract scrutiny. Meanwhile, the other clans of Konoha remained indifferent, merely watching the spectacle unfold. At this juncture, within the Senju ancestral home in Konoha, an elderly man with dark red hair sat at a table, sipping tea while perusing a report. This child, truly, he is indeed Shursui's grandson. His intentions were commendable, though his methods left much to be desired. Moreover, he was well aware of Nanao's little schemes. That child had undoubtedly developed feelings for the Uchiha boy. Should he seek an opportunity to meet this young lad? Perhaps it would be wiser to observe for a while longer. After all, approaching too hastily could provoke Uchiha Shursui, who was notoriously obstinate and quick to anger. In the early hours, Yunting entered the fishing space punctually. The fishing space had expanded considerably since his arrival, now encompassing a radius of 100 meters. Though it was still not vast. In the center of the clearing stood several trees and a frail tea plant struggling to survive. He had done his utmost. It was simply a matter of lacking the requisite talent. Although he could cheat through the system, resources were limited. Quality steel must be spent on the blade's edge. After all, Yunting settled at the edge of the clearing, commencing his fishing with a strong conviction that today would yield something extraordinary. Simultaneously, in another realm, a large bird with jet-black plumage pursued a small green-haired creature. "Oh my, little green, you're not tasty at all. Can you please stop chasing me? I'm suffering here. I toil daily to care for the spirit plants, and now you want to eat me too? Woe is me." Nevertheless, despite the complaints, the small creature showed no signs of slowing down. After all, if it lagged behind, it would surely be in peril. Chapter 11. The cultivation of a young girl. Feeding tasks? Before long, the fishing hook began to tremble. Upon reeling it in, Yunting examined the information presented. Spirit of grass and wood, from a certain fantastical realm. A being nurtured between heaven and earth, closely aligned with nature, adept at cultivation, possessing low combat prowess, and ranking among the lowest tiers of the food chain. Holding the luminous orb, Yunting watched as it gradually dispersed, revealing a diminutive green creature, tightly curled in on itself. Is this the spirit of grass and wood? If so, does it imply that the rewards I've previously acquired, such as fruit trees, were indeed salvaged? The little creature, sensing no immediate threat, cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Then, it spotted a black-haired youth gazing at it with an expression akin to that of a treasure hunter. Though it couldn't quite comprehend why, it felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from this individual. Did you save me?" Yunting, acknowledging the little creature's inquiry, nodded gently. "Yes, I suppose you could say that. Then why would you save a creature like me? I possess neither nourishment nor combat ability. Surely, I am not worth your attention?" At this moment, the little being had already begun to regard him as a great benefactor. After all, as a being at the bottom of the food chain, everyone appeared formidable in comparison. Did they not? Yunting regarded the anxious little creature and spoke in a soothing tone. "What is your name?" "In response to your question, I am called Little Green, and I am exceedingly grateful for your life-saving kindness." Yunting waved his hand dismissively, encouraging it not to worry. He then continued, "Speaking of which, Little Green, you must be quite skilled in cultivation, correct?" "Indeed, what's it to you?" Little Green replied, rather blankly. "Is it not common knowledge that a spirit of grass and wood excels in cultivation? Thus, many individuals of lower cultivation levels capture beings like me to nurture spirit plants. However, the individual before me does not seem to belong to that category, does he? Moreover, the ability to inconspicuously transport oneself to this place would suggest a disdain for someone as insignificant as I, who can merely cultivate rudimentary spirit plants. Yet, Yunting is not akin to a mere parasite residing in the belly of a small creature, unaware of its thoughts. Gently cradling the little one in his palms, Yunting settled cross-legged on the ground and provided a concise overview of the situation. As for his calm demeanor, it stems from two reasons. First, the system has revealed that this little creature is, in fact, exceedingly weak, which explains its position at the base of the food chain. Second, it appears that any being drawn into this realm possesses an intrinsic fondness for him. Thirdly, within this space, the little one cannot depart without his consent. After his brief introduction, the little creature began to comprehend its current circumstances, its eyes brightening as it gazed at Yunting. Thus, in this space, I need not worry about my safety and can freely cultivate spirit plants? How delightful. Yunting smiled faintly, pleased with the little one's enthusiasm. Although he could currently only nurture low-level spirit plants, they were certainly sufficient for his needs at this moment. Now, he need not fret about the plants perishing under his care. Furthermore, having a few small greens around alleviated the staleness of the space. Contemplating this, Yunting bid farewell to the little green and exited the fishing space, remembering he was a student who needed to attend school. Before he knew it, a month had quietly passed. The fishing space was now a vibrant green, teeming with life. The once modest area was now brimming with vitality. Although the little creature had thoughtfully preserved its own fishing spot, it expressed satisfaction with its current tasks, merely overseeing the spirit plants, harvesting them when ripe, and even enjoying the fruits of its labor without concern for its safety. It was indeed a content little being, proving to be quite beneficial to Yunting, as they were mutually advantageous. After all, he had no time to tend to these plants, and even if he did, he doubted he could sustain them. After briefly stocking the system space with some fruit, he exchanged pleasantries with the little green before departing the fishing space. In the course of the month, the level of his bloodline limit had risen by 1 tier. Moving forward, he would not solely focus on the enhancement of the bloodline limit's level. As for transforming the Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan and elevating the bloodline limit to level 5, that would rely on the task concerning Kushina. With that thought, a task panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Task: feed Kushina continuously for 1 month, without interruption. Reward: 1-tier enhancement card X1. Current progress, 230. Effect, increases any skill level by 1. Based on his observations over the past 2 days, it appeared that simply providing food to Kushina sufficed, with no stringent requirements regarding its quality or quantity. However, this peculiar system seemed to have some issues. Whether it be in the selection of rewards or the quantity of tasks, Kushina appeared to surpass others by a significant margin. Could it be that the system enjoys nurturing games? Yet, from his perspective, this arrangement seemed rather agreeable. Kushina was not unappealing, after all, as she could be considered the mother of the protagonist in the original narrative. Although it might seem somewhat unfair to Minato, who truly cares. After all, he had traversed into another realm. At this point, Minato and Kushina merely shared a platonic relationship. Perhaps this would yield a favorable outcome for Minato as well. Who knows? It might grant him additional time to live. For now, he decided to let things unfold naturally. If they shared mutual feelings, being together would pose no issue. If not, there was no need to force it. He was certainly not inclined to hang from a single tree. Nevertheless, the tasks issued by the system felt eerily reminiscent of the nurturing games from his previous life. Yunting sauntered into the kitchen, retrieving a portion of fruit from the system space. After washing and slicing them, he arranged them neatly in a lunchbox. Once he had stored the lunchbox, he placed some fruit on the table. Currently, the fishing space offered 4 types of fruit that were ready for consumption. Of course, this was merely the present situation. In due time, it was likely that more would become available. The 4 edible varieties were fragrant apples, whose translucent fruits emanated a faint aroma and had a whitening effect with prolonged consumption; frosted grapes, which could invigorate one's spirit and enhance mental acuity over time; green spirit fruits, entirely green in hue, which could modestly elevate physical fitness and sensory perception; and drunken immortal pears, a unique plant from a low martial world, with a single bite equating to a jug of strong liquor, primarily used as raw material for crafting high-quality alcoholic beverages. Admittedly, these fruits were not of exceptionally high quality. However, they still offered numerous benefits for an ordinary person. They were certainly far inferior to the legendary fruits and enlightenment teas found in cultivation worlds. Yet, he was not in a cultivation world. In the world of Naruto, even if one were a peak Kage-level ninja, possessing immense power, their lifespan would still be merely a century. Was Hashirama formidable? Were the cells of Hashirama not impressive? Yet, death awaited all. Severe injuries could also jeopardize one's longevity. Although there existed the rebirth ninjutsu, which could exchange life, it had been many years since anyone had successfully awakened the Rinnegan, with only Madara achieving it. Even Sasuke had only managed to activate a single Rinnegan through the power of the Sage of Six Paths Chapter 12, Tsunade, a bountiful target. After swiftly finishing breakfast, Yunting slung his ninja bag over his shoulder and made his way to school. As he departed, he couldn't help but cast a glance at his parents' room. Sigh, they certainly made quite the racket last night without a care in the world. It was fortunate that Uchiha Shana did not reside in the same courtyard as himself and his parents. Otherwise, they would not have been so brazen. Perhaps they were preoccupied with plans for a second child? As usual, Yunting arrived punctually, and upon entering the classroom, he spotted a red-haired girl waving at him. Her vibrant crimson locks accentuated her fair complexion, embodying the essence of youth. Yunting strolled over and took a seat beside Kushina. No sooner had he settled in than Kushina eagerly slid a lunchbox from her ninja bag towards him. "You must try this, Yunting. It's from a dessert shop in the village that has an excellent reputation. Would you like to sample it?" Yunting smiled and nodded, taking a piece to savor while discreetly sliding his prepared lunchbox in front of Kushina. As she gazed at the lunchbox, a faint smile graced her face, and she tilted her head curiously at Yunting, asking, "What's this?" While munching on her treat, Yunting replied, "Oh, it's just some fruit." Upon hearing this, Kushina didn't dwell on it, and happily opened the lunchbox, plucking a fruit resembling a grape to pop into her mouth. The fruit felt cool to the touch, and as her teeth broke through the skin, a refreshing sensation flooded her senses, bringing forth a delightful comfort. Kushina, seated at her desk, relished the fruit, completely oblivious to the fact that the teacher had already entered the classroom. "Ahem, Kushina, if you enjoy fruit, you may eat it during break time," the teacher announced from the podium, drawing the attention of the class. At these words, Kushina blushed and quickly tucked the lunchbox away amidst the curious gazes of her classmates. Alas, Yunting did not offer a gentle reminder, and as I pondered this, I caught sight of him brazenly indulging in the morsels he held. What is this? Is this directed at me? Nonetheless, on a different note, should I broach that matter with Yunting in advance? After all, sigh, perhaps I shall wait a bit longer. What if Yunting learns of it and distances himself from me? Although I cannot keep it from him indefinitely. I shall strive to conceal it for as long as possible. The school day at the Ninja Academy concluded rather early, and soon. Uchiha and Yunting strolled side by side towards the school gates. Uchiha occasionally cast furtive glances at Yunting, as if yearning to share something significant. However, just as they neared the exit, she finally uttered, "Yunting, do you have time tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Yunting instinctively replied, "Yes, why?" Uchiha's cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she continued, "Well, tomorrow is the weekend, right? Would you like to go out and have some fun in the evening?" At that moment, a chilling voice resonated within my mind. Ding. Choice triggered. 1. Accept Uchiha's invitation. Reward. An additional ability upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. 2. Decline Uchiha's invitation. Reward. Inherit a portion of Uchiha's physical prowess. 3. Pretend not to hear. Reward. A slight increase in chakra. So this is how it is. It appears I am presented with 3 options, yet in truth, there is but one viable choice, is there not? Yunting gazed at Uchiha and said slowly, "Alright, just come to the Uchiha clan tomorrow when you're ready. If you don't know the way, you can ask someone from the Uchiha clan. After all, my grandfather is quite well known in the clan." No sooner had he spoken than the reward for completing the task was automatically deposited into the system space. Uchiha, upon hearing this, nodded her head with delight. In the distance, Tsunade arrived to pick up Uchiha, observing her endearing demeanor and involuntarily twitching her lips. Although Uchiha's temperament at home was not particularly volatile, her current display seemed a bit excessive. As they exited the school, just as Yunting intended to bid Uchiha farewell, a figure towering above him by 2 heads appeared before him. The newcomer sported a mane of light yellow hair, with a faint scent of alcohol wafting from her. Yunting regarded the imposing figure coldly and inquired, "What do you want?" Tsunade, sensing the chill in his tone, was already certain of her conclusions. This insufferable brat was nothing like the boastful Uchiha she had heard about. As she began to speak, the unmistakable Uchiha essence emanated from him. Tsunade looked at Yunting, acknowledging his handsome features, but lamented the fact that he was Uchiha. "I say, is this how you address your elders in the village?" At that moment, the system issued another task. Truly, this lamb is as predictable as ever. Ding. Congratulations, host has encountered Tsunade, triggering options. 1. Pinch your nose and say, "Could you step back a bit?" Your Senju scent is overwhelming. Reward. Synchronize with Tsunade's medical skills continuously. 2. Coldly turn away and ignore Tsunade. Reward. Inherit a portion of Tsunade's physique. Yunting contemplated the options and inquired, "How much of Hashirama's physique has Tsunade inherited?" Ding. If Hashirama's physique is considered 100, Tsunade's at most reaches 1. Upon hearing this, Yunting felt no surprise. After all, how much could one expect from a woman who had adapted her ultimate technique to mimic Hashirama's passive abilities? In truth, her medical ninjutsu was her most remarkable trait. Yet, Tsunade's role had always been that of a healer, and a rather powerful one at that. With an indifferent gaze, Uchiha Yunting looked at Tsunade, pinched his nose, and slowly stated, "My apologies, but could you please step back? Your Senju scent is overpowering." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face began to twitch, her fingers clenching tightly. "You little brat, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. TCH, how tiresome." With that, Yunting merely exchanged a brief farewell with Uchiha before departing. As for Tsunade, she initially contemplated teaching this Uchiha brat a lesson. But the sudden appearance of Mokuyu deterred her. After all, this was the school gate, and it would be inappropriate to act excessively. Meanwhile, Shoju stood silently beside Uchiha and Tsunade after school, fully aware that his elder sister was quite irate. At this moment, he would not foolishly provoke Tsunade. Chapter 13, Dual Divine Might. Medical Synchronization. As Tsunade watched the receding figure of Uchiha Yunting, her teeth ground in frustration. That detestable Uchiha brat. He was even more annoying than the Uchiha boys from her own class. He even dared to disdain the Senju scent on her. Did he truly believe his Uchiha essence was any more pleasant? She had yet to complain, yet he was the first to take offense. Meanwhile, Uchiha stood in place, puzzled as she reflected on the earlier encounter. Yunting was always so amiable. Why did he act so differently in front of Tsunade? Upon returning to the Senju ancestral home, Uchiha cautiously retrieved the half-empty fruit box and offered it to Tsunade. "Here, Tsunade sis, have some fruit. Please don't be angry. Yunting might be in a bad mood. Can you let it go this time?" Uchiha implored, playfully tugging at Tsunade's arm. Tsunade sat at the table, propping her chin with one hand, her expression darkening. After casually biting into a green fruit, Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. This fruit enhanced her physical prowess and perception slightly. Although the effect was minimal, her exceptional sensitivity allowed her to notice the enhancement. At that moment, Tsunade forgot her irritation toward that brat. After popping another grape into her mouth and savoring the changes in her body, she turned to Jio Xianai and asked, "Where did you buy this fruit?" Jio Xianai beamed at Tsunade. "Yunting gave it to me." "Pretty delicious, right, Tsunade sis?" Before Jio Xianai could continue, Tsunade quickly interrupted. All right, I understand. That brat is actually quite nice." It was evident to her that the boy treated her and Jio Xianai with starkly different attitudes. He was jovial and chatty with Jio Xianai, yet cold and dismissive towards her, exclaiming, "Your senju scent is overwhelming." Thus, she was convinced that she simply did not get along with the Uchiha clan. However, the fruit was indeed intriguing. She wondered where he had procured it. Given its effects, she should have been aware of it. Jio Xianai, on the other hand, likely remained oblivious to the fruit's true potential. But that was understandable. Jio Xianai was still young and wouldn't he have noticed such subtleties. Just as Tsunade had consumed a third of the fruit and was reaching for more, Jio Xianai swiftly snatched it away. "Tsunade sis, you've had your share. The rest is for Mito and Shoju." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, that's all right. Shoju doesn't tea like fruit, so just give me his portion." Meanwhile, Shoju cast a somewhat resentful glance at his older sister. "I don't like it. You're the one who declared it." Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, knowing well he couldn't win a confrontation. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha clan's domain, Uchiha Yunting sat cross-legged upon his soft bed, contemplating the system before him, diligently selecting the additional ocular technique he wished to awaken. "Amaterasu seems a bit lackluster. I'd rather not choose it. Tsukuyami, I'll consider. But no. Tsukuyami's cooldown is too long. I don't want that either." With the earthly branch of the additive soil, there appears to be a slight inadequacy. However, once I elevate my chakra control to a higher level, the transformation of fire-style chakra should be achievable with mere effort. The 8,000 spears technique is rather commendable. And then there's the shinjutsu. My goodness, a dual shinjutsu. It seems there's no need for further contemplation, right? For self-preservation, I have the means. For inflicting damage, I possess the capability. This is truly an unparalleled ninjutsu. In the anime, even the director dared not allow Obito to achieve dual shinjutsu. After all, would the protagonist truly strike a head-on confrontation with a dual shinjutsu Obito? Of course, it would be dual shinjutsu, huh? Next, I shall synchronize with Tsunade's exceptional medical prowess. As my head gradually begins to throb, synchronization has commenced. Thus, 10 minutes later, Uchiha Yunting shook his somewhat throbbing head, only to see the system panel displaying the words Medical Arts LV6. This could be considered my first skill surpassing level 5, right? Furthermore, Tsunade will undoubtedly progress as well. Her advancement equates to my own, does it not? It's quite delightful to reap the benefits without exertion. Yet, should I perhaps experiment with a slug? On second thought, I shall leave that for another time, as the slimy texture is rather off-putting. On the following morning, Kushina rose early. After a brief wash-up, she eagerly grasped the gift she had purchased the night before and set off towards the Uchiha clan's territory. However, unbeknownst to Kushina, Mito had been attentively observing her from a distance. Watching Kushina as she ventured further away, Mito couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Has little Kushina perhaps been too proactive? Is she skipping meals? Nevertheless, she is heading toward the Uchiha clan. Should I send someone to follow her? Meanwhile, Kushina harbored no concerns, bouncing along cheerfully towards the Uchiha clan. This was her first invitation for Yunting to come out, and she certainly could not be late. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, Kushina noticed several individuals already engaged in their daily tasks. Unsurprisingly, her vibrant crimson hair attracted a great deal of attention. It was quite impossible to blend in with a sea of black-haired individuals when one possessed such striking red locks. Kushina had grown accustomed to the attention. Initially, she was rather self-conscious about the color of her hair. Yet, under Yunting's gentle guidance, she learned to embrace it. After all, as long as Yunting, Sister Tsunade, and Grandma Mito appreciated her, that was sufficient. As for those who did not fancy her, their opinions mattered little. Standing on the street, Kushina glanced around and soon spotted a little girl. She approached her slowly and spoke gently. "Excuse me, little sister, may I ask you something?" The little girl looked up at the older girl with the red hair and nodded. "Of course, big sister. What do you want to ask?" With a smile, Kushina inquired. "Do you happen to know where Yunting lives?" The girl regarded Kushina with a hint of caution and asked, "Are you looking for Brother Yunting for something?" In response, Kushina waved the gift box in her hand, explaining, "Actually, I am friends with Yunting. We made plans to go out together. I mean no harm. Oh, I see. Just follow this road straight ahead, and when you reach the end, turn left. That's where Brother Yunting lives. The girl then, without waiting for Kushina's thanks, picked up some fruit from her family's stand and offered it to her. Kushina quickly shook her head. Oh, little sister, you don't need to do that. Just pointing me in the right direction is more than enough. The girl, undeterred, insisted, it's nothing, big sister. These aren't too expensive. And since you're a friend of Brother Yunting, that makes you my friend too. Besides, Brother Yunting has helped us a lot. So it's only right that I give some fruit to his friend. Touched, Kushina smiled and patted the girl's hair. Thank you so much. With that, she followed the direction the girl had indicated. Even when she encountered members of her security team along the way, they were accommodating upon learning she was there to see Yunting, guiding her warmly. Chapter 14, Shopping 1. Kushina could clearly sense that Yunting had quite a favorable reputation among the Uchiha clan members. Although the Uchiha she encountered seemed somewhat aloof, they were surprisingly amiable. While encountering one or two might have been coincidental, it was unlikely that so many were merely pretending to be cordial. Before long, Kushina arrived at a grand entrance. Just as she was about to knock on the door, it swung open, revealing a man and a woman. Oh, what a cute little girl. Which family do you belong to? Are you lost? Uchiha Miyu bent down and gently pinched Kushina's fair cheek. Momentarily taken aback, Kushina allowed Miyu to pinch her cheek before responding. Hello, sister and uncle, I'm here to find someone. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Hearing Kushina's words, Miyu stood up and laughed, glancing at Uchiha Genka beside her. Uncle? Sister? This little one certainly knows how to speak. Meanwhile, Uchiha Genka could only look on in silence at his wife, pondering, do I really look that old? Miyu, noticing Kushina's nervous demeanor, reached out to ruffle her crimson hair. Based on what you just said, little sister, who are you looking for? I'll take you to them. Kushina replied, sister, does Yunting live nearby? Miyu smiled. Yunting lives right inside. You can go find him yourself. Sister and uncle have to head to work now. Kushina nodded politely. Okay, thank you, sister. Excuse me, uncle. She remembered to greet Uchiha Genka before stepping inside. Genka thought to himself, you probably should have skipped that. For some reason, Miyu felt that this little girl seemed to align perfectly with her aesthetic. She found herself wanting to embrace her. Uchiha Genka sighed softly, observing his wife. That little girl was undoubtedly a member of the Uzumaki clan, with her vibrant red hair, abundant vitality, and light blue eyes. The Uzumaki clan had nearly been annihilated, and it was likely that this was the last surviving scion, brought back to Konoha. He could easily deduce that she was destined to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. To be honest, he had initially considered sending Kushina away. Given her identity and the potential dangers she might face in the future, he was not keen on her forming a close bond with his son. As for the reason, he was well aware of the amicable relationship his son shared with the girl before him. Was it really necessary to overthink? She had come to their home, which was indeed a rarity in recent years. However, it was likely just a friendship, right? One could hope. After they departed, Kushina gently pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. This house could rival the Senju clan's ancestral home. After exploring for a bit, Kushina found Yunting practicing his swordsmanship in the backyard. Upon noticing her arrival, Yunting placed the wooden sword back on its rack and led Kushina into the hall. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I thought I'd have to wait a while. He exclaimed. I just thought I wouldn't want to keep you waiting, so I came early, Kushina replied. By the way, Yunting, your sister seems so gentle, while your father feels a bit cold. Upon hearing this, Yunting looked at Kushina with a hint of surprise. Sister? I don't have a sister. I'm the only younger generation in my family. Kushina paused for a moment after his words, uncertainly asking, then, was the older sister I encountered just now your mother? Yunting chuckled as he placed a plate of freshly washed grapes in front of Kushina. What else could it be? You silly girl. How could you mistake that? After hearing this, Kushina silently popped a grape into her mouth and awkwardly replied, it's just that. Your mother looks so young. Yunting smiled at Kushina, munching on some fruit, and inquired, are you planning to stroll around the streets under the Uchiha clan's jurisdiction, or do you intend to venture elsewhere? At this, a look of surprise crossed Kushina's face. The streets governed by your Uchiha clan? Wait, Yunting, is your Uchiha clan really that wealthy? Yunting replied nonchalantly, after all, our Uchiha clan is one of the two founding families of Konoha. It's quite normal for us to have a larger territory, isn't it? Currently, the Nine Tails disturbance has yet to begin, and the Uchiha clan hasn't been forced to the outskirts of the village. As one of the clans that initially established the village alongside the Senju clan, we were allotted a considerable amount of land. Regrettably, it seems that the position of Hokage has fallen to a monkey. What I find even more perplexing is why Hashirama decided to integrate the Senju clan's ninjas into the common populace of Konoha. If, years later, the descendants of the Senju clan don't even know their own identity, how does that differ from annihilation? Perhaps this illustrates a divergence in ideology? Had I been the one to establish Konoha, I would have prioritized consolidating power within my grasp, even if I were disinclined to engage in trivial matters. That wouldn't prevent me from allowing those close to me to wield such power. Just look at how the two founding families of Konoha have been reduced to their current state. The members of the Senju clan were taken for wood-release experiments. And in the end, perhaps only Tsunade remains as their sole survivor. Moreover, Tsunade seems utterly unconcerned about aging by the time it reaches her. The Senju clan might as well be extinct. As for the Uchiha clan, the situation is dire, woefully tragic. Uchiha Shursui possesses formidable strength, but is naively unfortunate. Uchiha Itachi, burdened by immense pressure, ultimately succumbed to a mental breakdown, annihilating the Uchiha clan for the sake of some illusory peace in Konoha. It is imperative to note that apart from the powerful ninjas, a significant portion of the Uchiha clan comprises commoners. What threat could they possibly pose? Uchiha Fugaku, a genius, possesses an odd way of thinking. Shursui and his son, both prodigies, were sent to the Umbu instead of being nurtured at home, all to ease tensions between the Uchiha and the village. Had they nurtured two pairs of Mangekyo that remained loyal to the clan, who would dare to threaten the Uchiha? Truly, they squandered a winning hand. Furthermore, they arranged for Itachi to become a spy. How clear-sighted of them. Of course, I almost forgot about that wretched Uchiha Obito. He completely lost his mind after his beloved was killed. Rin's death led him to inexplicably harbor resentment towards his teacher, culminating in the planning of the Night of the Nine Tails. Subsequently, he assisted Itachi in decimating the Uchiha clan down to a single survivor. I remember feeling utterly bewildered when I first learned of this. It's absurd. There are hardly any rational individuals among them. An illogical clan leader bore an equally peculiar son, compounded by the deranged Obito and the brainwashed Shursui. With this quartet, it would be a challenge not to face extinction. Chapter 15. Meeting Mito. Yunting gazed at Kushina, who was stuffing her mouth to the brim with grapes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Simultaneously, the system issued a selection task. 1. Spend the entire day playing at home with Kushina. Reward: a small amount of Sharingan chakra. 2. Take Kushina to explore the streets of Konoha. Reward: a portion of Kushina's physique. 3. Take Kushina on a tour of the Uchiha clan. Reward: a sip of a low-grade spiritual spring. Upon reviewing the options, Yunting swiftly made his decision. Was there even a need to choose? Naturally, he would take Kushina on a tour of the Uchiha clan. This way, he could allow her to truly experience what it means to be part of the Uchiha. Listening to outsiders is never as convincing as personal experience, is it? The claims that the Uchiha clan is cold-hearted and devoid of compassion, swiftly resorting to violence, left him at a loss for words. Such exaggeration is unwarranted. Once Kushina had devoured most of the fruit, she gently patted her little belly and turned to Yunting. Yunting, where shall we go to play today? Uchiha Yunting, with a subtle smile, replied, Aren't you the one who asked me out? Don't you have any plans? Hearing this, Kushina awkwardly scratched her wine-red hair. It's just that I never like going out much because of my hair, you know? So aside from a few places, I'm not really aware of any fun spots. Yunting, observing Kushina's fair profile, suggested, How about I take you around our Uchiha clan? Despite being one family, our enterprises and land area are quite extensive. It should be enough for a day of exploration. Kushina nodded in agreement, eager to learn more about Yunting's family. And so, Yunting led Kushina on a tour of the Uchiha clan. Except for certain restricted areas that forbade outsiders, there was nowhere Yunting could not take her. Under Yunting's guidance, Kushina began to realize that the members of the Uchiha clan seemed quite different from what she had heard at the Ninja Academy. While it's true that the Uchiha appeared somewhat aloof, they were certainly not as exaggerated as the Academy had portrayed. Moreover, with Yunting leading the way, the Uchiha clan members were mindful of maintaining face. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood outside the Uchiha clan's territory, her expression displeased as she was stopped by a member of the Uchiha clan's guard. TCH, if it weren't for Nanai, I wouldn't bother coming to this wretched place. She fumed. Cursed the Uchiha. However, it does seem strange that the Senju clan is allowed to enter freely. Although Konoha was established through the collaboration of the Uchiha and Senju clans, to put it plainly, aside from the genuine desire for peace from the two clans, the most crucial factor was the mediation of their leaders, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Perhaps before their deaths or disappearances, Hashirama and Madara could suppress the tensions among their clans. However, once they were gone, it was a miracle if the two clans didn't turn against each other. The two prominent ninja clans, historically embroiled in conflict since the Warring States period or even earlier, would not easily forget their grievances. After the news of Hashirama and Madara's deaths spread, the Senju clan feared the Uchiha clan would attempt a coup, prompting them to take certain measures, including suppressing the Uchiha clan. As for the Uchiha clan, they had previously agreed that the second Hokage must be from the Uchiha clan, but what was the outcome? The second Hokage turned out to be Senju Tobirama, and the Uchiha clan couldn't even secure the position of third Hokage. Who wouldn't be furious in such a situation? Thus, a day swiftly came to a close. Yunting looked at Kushina, who had sprawled across the sofa, her eyes glazed over, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Kushina, do you trust me this much? Your sense of caution is rather lacking. However, after a whole day's exploration, it was indeed quite exhausting. Yunting slowly approached Kushina's side, gently bending down to observe her slightly chubby, yet exquisite face up close, the rhythmic sound of her breathing echoing in his ears. He tenderly lifted Kushina, her flowing red hair cascading naturally, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, yet she showed no signs of waking. With a hint of helplessness, Yunting shook his head before summoning Shao Kai, and remarkably, without needing to pierce his fingertip. What era are we in? Still resorting to such archaic methods of blood summoning? He lightly leaped onto Shao Kai's back and instructed her to soar into the sky. Gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, he remained silent, his obsidian pupils reflecting none of the thoughts swirling in his young mind. Just as they neared the Senju clan's territory, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Option 1. Directly throw Kushina down. Reward: a C-rank fire attribute ninjutsu. Option 2. Steal a kiss from Kushina. Reward: a random family ninjutsu from the Uzumaki clan. Option 3. Land directly in the Senju ancestral grounds while holding Kushina. Reward: a 10% enhancement to fire release ninjutsu. Yunting glanced at the options on the panel, cursing the system internally before commanding Shao Kai to make an emergency landing at the Senju ancestral home. Option 1. Is that even humane? Option 2. Too risque. Just as they touched down, Yunting sensed several cold gazes surrounding them. Umbu perhaps? However, since the master hadn't issued any orders, they dared not act recklessly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He figured he had likely been detected long before. Contemplating, Yunting couldn't help but glance towards the main house, feeling the immense chakra emanating from that individual. Gentle yet violent. Mito and the Nine Tails. Truly a monster. Nonetheless, Yunting felt no apprehension at this moment. After all, if danger truly arose, he could simply retreat into the fishing space. Moreover, Mito had no reason to turn hostile towards him. But speaking of which, did Kushina drool while asleep? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Before the system could finish, he promptly silenced it. How bothersome. Yunting gently shook Kushina, attempting to rouse her, yet she showed no inclination to awaken. Just as he was about to exert more effort, a gentle voice emanated from the house. Thank you for bringing Kushina back. If convenient, would you like to come in for a moment? Upon hearing this, Yunting paused briefly before carrying Kushina inside. As he stepped in, he was greeted by a woman with dark red hair, smiling warmly at him. Unquestionably, she was the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama's wife. Simultaneously, she was the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito. Guided by Mito, Yunting carefully placed Kushina on a bed, tucking her in before approaching Mito, slightly bowing in respect. Lady Mito, my apologies for the intrusion. Mito smiled and shook her head. If anyone should be thanking, it should be me. Thank you for returning Kushina. She has few friends in the village, and she values your friendship greatly. Chapter 16, Conversation. Before Yunting could respond, Tsunade, who had been trailing closely behind him, burst through the door, instinctively asking, Grandma, is Kushina back? Upon seeing Yunting, her expression darkened immediately. What are you still doing in my house? Tsunade hadn't forgotten how this brat had spoken about her before. She held a grudge, especially since he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Seeing this, Mito spoke in a slightly stern tone. Tsunade, sit down, that is quite rude. Then, turning to Uchiha Yunting, she added apologetically, I'm sorry, Tsunade can be a bit uncouth. Uchiha Yunting, without sparing Tsunade a glance, replied coolly, it's nothing. So, Lady Mito, do you have any matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. As Yunting attempted to rise, Mito's gentle voice stopped him. You are Uchiha Yunting, correct? May I call you Yunting from now on? If you don't mind, could we have a chat? Yunting nodded subtly upon hearing this, dismissing his immediate desire to leave. He suddenly felt that it would be better to complete a task before departing. It wasn't his lack of resolve, the rewards were simply too enticing. Option 1. Sit down and converse with Uzumaki Mito, following your heart. Reward: Blessing of the Phoenix. Blessing of the Phoenix. A boon from the legendary Phoenix, enhancing the fire attributes of the blessed and imparting some of the Phoenix's abilities. Option 2. Depart immediately. Reward: Blessing of the Ice God. Blessing of the Ice God. A blessing from ancient ice beings, enhancing the ice attributes of the blessed and granting some of their abilities. Uzumaki Mito observed the young man before her, often feeling as if she were gazing at Uchiha Madara. Tell me, Yunting, what do you think of the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yunting met Mito's gaze, his dark eyes fixed on her. Lady Mito, why ask a question you already know the answer to? You are far more aware of the village and Uchiha clan situation than I am, are you not? In recent years, how have our Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his companions treated the Uchiha? Surely you are not oblivious? Mito found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. After all, in recent years, Tobirama's disciples had indeed been suppressing the Uchiha clan to some extent. She could empathize with the Uchiha's dissatisfaction while also understanding the concerns of Sarutobi and his associates. The Uchiha's power was formidable, allowing it to grow unchecked could spell disaster. If a figure like Uchiha Madara were to arise again, Uchiha Yunting, observing Mito's expression, was not surprised. One was a foe from the Warring States period, and the other was the third Hokage, acknowledged by her husband. If he were in her shoes, he too would not choose the Uchiha. Yunting's icy gaze bore into Mito. If Lady Mito, your only intention is to pose such trivial inquiries, it is unnecessary. After all, the common folk cannot perceive the intricacies of our relationship. Can we not see it ourselves? Tsunade, witnessing Yunting's cold demeanor, could not suppress a scoff. Isn't that because your Uchiha clan is too proud? Without hesitation, Uchiha Yunting retorted, oh, that is certainly far more admirable than the hypocritical Senju clan. Tsunade, incensed, pointed a finger at Yunting, but before she could speak, a bolt of electricity shot toward her finger. She retracted her hand hastily. Apologies, but I'm unaccustomed to outsiders pointing at me. Tsunade looked at the young boy before her, her chest heaving with anger. Fine, I won't point at you. But do enlighten me. How are we of the Senju clan hypocritical? You must realize that the current development of Konoha is closely tied to our clan. Yunting, unfazed, merely glanced at a young man who had just entered, silently assessing him. Naruto? No way. He doesn't seem that grand, and that silver hair is rather off-putting. Wait, could this guy be a descendant of Senju Tobirama? The silver-haired youth stepped before the whirlpool, offering a slight bow before taking a seat beside Tsunade. Both of them gazing at the young man before them. With a narrowed gaze, the silver-haired youth discreetly glanced at the clan emblem on Yunting's attire, then spoke with a faint smile. Pray tell, dear brother, how exactly are we of the Senju clan perceived as hypocritical? Might you articulate your thoughts more clearly? After all, spreading baseless rumors is hardly a commendable act, nor does it align with the principles of your Uchiha clan, does it? Uchiha Yunting regarded the squinting youth before him with little concern. After sipping his tea, he addressed the two in front of him. Are you familiar with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Yunting, exasperated. Isn't that obvious? They are my grandfather and the ancestor of your Uchiha clan. Therefore, when Konoha was initially established, it was a collaborative effort between the Senju and Uchiha clans, correct? If my information is accurate, Hashirama pledged that the first Hokage would be from the Senju, while the second Hokage would be from the Uchiha. Yet, this raises a curious point. The second Hokage is none other than Senju Tobirama, and the third Hokage isn't even from either clan. While I personally hold little interest in the position of Hokage, the fact remains that your Senju clan has failed to uphold its promises. What I speak is but the truth, is it not, Lord Mito? Yunting glanced at the whirlpool beside him. Mito offered a slight nod, tacitly agreeing with Yunting's assertions. Indeed, there had been such an agreement between Hashirama and Madara. However, you are undoubtedly aware that Madara ultimately defected, even launching an attack on Konoha. His assault instilled considerable fear within the village, and even if your Uchiha clan were to ascend to the Hokage position, the villagers would hardly accept it. Nonetheless, this indeed reflects our failure to honor our commitments. Yet even so, it remains exceedingly challenging for your Uchiha clan to attain the position of Hokage, and I trust you understand the reasons behind it. Uchiha Yunting rolled his eyes at these words. Is it merely a matter of lacking popular support? Ultimately, isn't it due to your own relative weakness? The only periods of relative peace in the original narrative were when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara founded Konoha, and the era following the Fourth Great Ninja War. when Naruto and Sasuke held sway over the village. Why were these two periods marked by tranquility in the ninja world? Such a mystery. Perhaps it was due to the acceptance of the Senju clan's ideals of love and inclusion, along with Naruto's exaggerated charisma? Undoubtedly. The ephemeral peace in the ninja world depended on overwhelming strength and absolute dominance over one's adversaries. Chapter 17, Departure. The silver-haired youth observed the Uchiha boy before him, his mouth slightly agape. Even so, it was Madara who defected first, was it not? The fact that no action was taken against your clan at that time was already a significant concession. You are overly ambitious in your desire for the Hokage title. Furthermore, with your intellect, do you truly believe you would comprehend the responsibilities that come with it? Uchiha Yunting smiled in response. Whether I grasp those responsibilities remains to be seen, but I certainly possess a surname. Unlike certain individuals who cannot even maintain their own, I predict that in several decades, the Senju name will have faded into obscurity. While the argument continued, Mito sensed a significant increase in the number of individuals surrounding the Senju ancestral home. Today promises to be rather lively. Meanwhile, Yunting was the second to detect the presence of Uchiha Shursui outside, followed closely by the white-haired Senju and Tsunade, who also felt the shift. As for Nanami, she remained blissfully asleep. Mito reassured the slightly anxious Tsunade and Tens, then turned toward the entrance. Since you're here, why not come in and join us? Just as he finished speaking, an elderly man with a somewhat weary visage entered. His skin was parched, and his hair grayed, betraying his advanced age, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Uchiha Yunting regarded his grandfather with a puzzled expression. Grandfather, what brings you here? Uchiha Shursui scoffed. You brat. I'll deal with you later. His gaze shifted to the white-haired Senju beside him. Interesting. Is that the wretched Tobarama's descendant? Feeling the weight of Uchiha Shursui's scrutiny, Tens felt as though the pressure had intensified. Of course, this was still in the absence of Shursui activating his Sharingan. Anyone who survived the Warring States period was far from ordinary. The Senju clan, known for promoting ideals of love and acceptance, were also no strangers to violence. Virtuous individuals did not last long in that era. Uchiha Shursui had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Mito, as their relationship had yet to reach the level of casual conversation. To put it simply, Uchiha Shursui was a rather obstinate individual. For him to sit down and converse with a former adversary was a task more daunting than slaying him. Uchiha Yunting followed closely behind Shursui as he began to leave the Senju ancestral home. TCH, what a temperamental old man. The Senju clan isn't likely to turn on their own so easily. Mito observed the departing figures of Uchiha Shursui and Yunting, feeling a twinge of headache. This child truly resembles you, Shursui. Moreover, I suspect Yunting has already awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Quite formidable indeed. However, if he were to continue under Uchiha Shursui's tutelage, would he? At that moment, Uchiha Yunting had just exited the Senju ancestral home, noting with interest the significant increase in umbus stationed around the vicinity, more than tripling in number. He could also sense an unusual chakra emanating from one of them, a distinct sharpness. It was impossible for Sarutobi Hizashi to be present, nor could any smaller clans produce such a figure. Thus, it could only be Kakashi's father, Hataki Sakomo, a powerful individual shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, given his currently exposed talents and capabilities, he should not attract such attention. This must have been orchestrated by his grandfather. Truly, a man who survived from the Warring States era exudes an undeniable presence. However, it was also possible that Madara's prior assault on Konoha had drawn too much attention. As Uchiha Shursui and Yunting approached the Uchiha clan's territory, Shursui cast a sidelong glance at his grandson. I say, you little rascal. You aren't developing feelings for that whirlpool girl, are you? Uchiha Yunting shook his head dismissively. Of course not. You're overthinking it, grandfather. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui gave his grandson a knowing look, but did not press further, leading Yunting directly toward home. As for that whirlpool girl, she was indeed quite delightful. But regrettably, she was likely a precious gem within Konoha, being perhaps the last of her lineage. Bang! With a resounding noise echoing in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a headache coming on as he regarded the 3 individuals before him. Waving his hand to dismiss the concealed umbu, he turned to his 3 old comrades. What troubles you 3? You appear rather incensed. Danzo, fixing his gaze on Sarutobi Hizashi, wasted no time and declared, Hizashi, you have seen it as well. That Uchiha brat and that Uzumaki Kushina are no longer merely acquaintances, are they? Mito Minyin then spoke up. Indeed, Hiruzen. Allowing a member of the Uchiha clan to maintain such close relations with the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is ultimately untenable. The purpose of the three's visit to Sarutobi Hiruzen was patently clear: to exert pressure. In recent years, they had not ceased their antagonism towards the Uchiha clan. While Mito Minyan and Kurenai Akihime may not have been as overt as Danzo, they frequently engaged in subtle machinations. It could be asserted that, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, none among the four harbored any goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha were to manipulate the Nine Tails with their Sharingan, the repercussions would be catastrophic. After a brief exchange with the others, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed after the departing trio, a frown etched upon his brow. He did not wish for these two to grow so close. Yet what recourse did he have? Even Lord Mito tacitly accepted such behavior. Surely, he was aware of the dangers posed by the Uchiha clan's proximity to the future Jinchuriki? If only Uchiha Yunting's grandfather were not Uchiha Shana, and if only Lord Mito. Alas, the situation was indeed dire, leaving him caught in a web of indecision. However, if Kushina and Yunting harbored mutual feelings, who could say what the future might hold? The issue lay in the fact that while he himself had not directly participated in actions against the Uchiha, his old friends were another matter entirely. Perhaps it was due to the Uchiha's previous arrogance. These individuals had certainly stirred up trouble in recent years. Only recently, as tensions in the ninja world escalated, had they begun to temper their actions under his threat. Chapter 18. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Achieving Shadow Level. After Uchiha Yunting returned home trailing behind his grandfather, he immediately retreated to his room to examine the newly acquired system reward. The Blessing of the Phoenix endows the user with certain traits or abilities of the Phoenix. Should the host suffer grave injuries or perish, they may undergo a rebirth after a month, with a cooldown period of 1 year. Uchiha Yunting regarded the effects of the Phoenix's blessing with satisfaction. While he understood that the various blessings offered by the system were likely similar in efficacy, the life-preserving capability of the Phoenix's blessing was undeniably formidable. In his estimation, with the system at his disposal, it was only a matter of time before he grew stronger. What truly mattered was longevity. This was the reason he had long desired to awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan swiftly. This was not the world of his previous life, and caution was never unwarranted. In the world of ninjas, even if one possessed the strength of a shadow, they remained but immortal. Thus, the ability to preserve one's life was of utmost importance. With the protection of the Phoenix's blessing, he no longer needed to worry excessively about ambushes. Perhaps, in the future, he could afford to be less cautious. However, prudence was still advisable until he activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and his daily task of feeding Kushina had concluded. Today marked the pivotal moment for him to activate the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Yunting observed the card in his hand and proceeded to utilize it on his bloodline limit. The card slowly dissipated, and the level of his bloodline limit displayed on the system panel reached LV5. He felt a warm current enveloping his eyes, a sensation of comfort. And there was no sign of bleeding. This was likely due to the significant influence of the Uzumaki clan's physiology he had appropriated from Nanai. The cells of Hashirama could restore the ocular power consumed by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and as a distant relative, the Uzumaki clan could similarly assist the Uchiha in replenishing the ocular power expended by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, albeit perhaps not to the same extent as Hashirama's cells. However, it was probable that Orochimaru had yet to commence his experiments with Hashirama's cells. As for Uchiha Madara, he had likely completed the transplantation of Hashirama's cells and inscribed Hashirama's visage upon his chest. The Rinnegan had probably already been awakened. It remained uncertain whether it was currently in Nagato's possession. As Uchiha Yunting sensed the warm current gradually dissipating, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his three-tomo Sharingan had transformed into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the crimson pupils adorned with intricate patterns reflecting the extraordinary nature of his eyes. Genshu, Koryu, Susanoo. The abilities are quite impressive, and there is also the additional awakened power of Kamui. Uchiha Yunting gradually rose to his feet, channeling chakra into his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, causing a pitch-black skeletal frame to materialize around him. He could also perceive that Susanoo seemed to demand a greater quantity of chakra than ocular power. Nonetheless, it would still consume some ocular power from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. As for the ocular techniques, they would require even more ocular power. Should he forcefully employ the complete form of Susanoo at this juncture, it seemed feasible, albeit likely unsustainable for long. Furthermore, considering his youthful physique, the consumption of ocular power would be considerable. Nonetheless, one could not deny the prowess of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The strength felt quite remarkable. Subsequently, Uchiha Yunting deactivated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, his eyes reverting to black. As it stood, merely activating the Kaleidoscope Sharingan did not expend ocular power. However, It did require significantly more chakra than activating the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The dynamic vision, replication ability, and illusion casting capabilities of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had all seen considerable enhancement. Uchiha Yunting approached a mirror, gazing at his reflection. With sharp brows and starry eyes, his slightly disheveled medium-length hair, a high-nose bridge, and deep-set eyes, surely he had now attained the qualifications to contend with the 5 great ninja villages? By his estimation, his grandfather must also possess shadow-level strength, at the very least. He was among the elite of elite jonin. If he were to confront his grandfather directly, it was likely that Uchiha Shana would find it challenging to best him. However, this was predicated on a head-on confrontation. After all, who among the sensible would choose to engage in a direct clash with someone capable of unleashing a giant mech? An ordinary Uchiha clansman, even with the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, would likely reserve its use for critical moments. After all, the ocular power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was limited. Once expended, one could truly go blind. Sasuke had rendered his eyes useless in 3 days. Surely, that was no jest. Yet, awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan at the age of nearly 9 was, by any measure, rather ostentatious. It was prudent to proceed with caution. Even Itachi and Shursui had awakened their kaleidoscope Sharingan at an older age than his. However, comparisons were futile. How could one apply conventional reasoning to someone with a cheat? Nevertheless, today was a momentous occasion. He ought to indulge in a celebratory feast. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the Senju clan, Kushina was staring at a thick tome filled with the precious foundational knowledge of sealing arts belonging to the Uzumaki clan, her face contorted in frustration. Ugh, this is so difficult, and I have to memorize it all. Yet, after a brief moment of internal lament, Kushina resolutely focused on understanding and committing the contents of the book to memory. After all, she was acutely aware that mastering these skills was imperative. Becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was no trivial feat, especially for the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts. Furthermore, Kushina did not wish to find herself in a position where, due to insufficient abilities, she might inadvertently harm Tsunade or Yunting after becoming the Jinchuriki. If she were unable to control the Nine Tails, she could hardly imagine how her relationships with Yunting and the others would unfold. Thus, she had no choice but to bury herself in diligent study. Observing Kushina's determination, Mito Minya nodded in satisfaction. As of now, Kushina's cultivation progress has far exceeded her own expectations. Speaking of this, one cannot help but mention that child from the Uchiha clan. Little Kushina seems quite smitten. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. However, it appears that the boy harbors some affection for Kushina as well. The sensitivity of their identities complicates matters. While she could persuade her side, it is uncertain whether Uchiha Shursui, that stubborn mule, would agree. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter with Orochimaru, the heavenly curse seal. In the bustling streets of Konoha, a pair of young individuals, a boy and a girl, are seated at a table, enjoying their meal and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Oh, Yunting, you have no idea how arduous my life has been recently. I have an enormous tome to memorize, and it's driving me to distraction, the red-haired girl complained, glancing at the black-haired boy as she savored her grilled meat. Just be grateful. How many people wish to learn but have no one to teach them? The two engaged in conversation were none other than Kushina and Yunting. Their rapport has been blossoming splendidly lately. It has become quite commonplace for them to share meals after school. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kushina shrank her head down like a quail. Yunting, noticing her demeanor, chuckled. What is the matter? Are you hiding something and afraid of being caught? Kushina pouted in response. How could that be? I just spotted Tsunade. If she discovers me here, I can only imagine the teasing that would ensue. Kushina certainly wished to avoid Tsunade's playful banter, especially since Tsunade had a penchant for being rather indiscreet. If Tsunade were to find her dining with Yunting, she would undoubtedly bombard her with questions upon returning home. In an instant, Tsunade's figure vanished from sight. Just as Kushina was about to search for her, she suddenly felt a hand pat her shoulder. Turning around, she caught Tsunade's mischievous grin, her baby fat cheeks displaying a somewhat awkward smile. Well, Kushina, what a coincidence. Are you here on a secret date? Kushina's face flushed slightly, and after cautiously glancing at Yunting, she replied, not at all. We're merely having a meal, Tsunade, don't overthink it. Tsunade, sensing Kushina's embarrassment, decided not to press further. After all, she understood that girls can be quite bashful. How contradictory. However, if someone from the Uchiha clan genuinely cares for you, they could indeed make for an excellent partner, Tsunade remarked, her tone light, yet insightful. Of course, this presupposes that the Uchiha truly values you. And with someone like Tsunade, It's a miracle if you don't end up in a brawl when you meet. Hey, Tsunade, are we dining here? A young man with silvery white hair approached Tsunade, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her adequately developed figure. At this time, Tsunade had not yet reached her later standards of development, though she was certainly not lacking. Tsunade, however, did not spare Jiraiya a pleasant glance, delivering a fist directly to his head. Tisich, you lecherous fool. Your eyes are always wandering, and yet you remain oblivious to your faults. I truly wonder how someone like you gained the approval of those frogs from Mayaboka Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, a youth radiating an aura of aloofness had quietly joined their midst. His pallid complexion, adorned with violet eyeshadow, and long, flowing black hair completed his enigmatic appearance. This trio, without a doubt, comprised the future legendary three ninjas, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in Yunting's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selection. Option 1. Greet Tsunade amicably. Reward. Enhanced super strength. Option 2. Greet Jiraiya amicably. Reward. The complete series of Ika written by Jiraiya. Option 3. Greet Orochimaru amicably. Reward. Enhanced heavenly curse seal. Uchiha Yunting gazed at Orochimaru before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, Rope Tree is still alive and has yet to grasp the true essence of life, has he? I never anticipated the system could conjure rewards from the future. Yet, it wasn't entirely surprising. After all, with such advantages, what could not be explained? Jiraiya's esteemed works? Perhaps I should pass on that. If I truly desire to see them, it would only be a matter of time. The enhanced super strength of the Senju clan? Quite commendable, yet Orochimaru's offering is exceptionally enticing. The Heavenly Curse Seal, if I recall correctly, was created by Orochimaru, inspired by the unique physique capable of autonomously absorbing natural chakra. Though the side effects are substantial, those who could not endure have long since perished. For those who manage to withstand it, utilizing the curse mark grants a significant boost in combat prowess. Ultimately, the Heavenly Curse Seal can be viewed as a lower-tier version of natural chakra, which amplifies the potency of ninjutsu. Thus, it is entirely logical that the Heavenly Curse Seal enhances one's strength, especially since it is touted as an enhanced version. I remember that Orochimaru successfully revived himself using the unique chakra imbued with his consciousness from the Heavenly Curse Seal. He is indeed regarded as possessing the foremost life-preserving ability among Hokage. I may not be able to defeat you, but you cannot kill me either. However, at present, Orochimaru remains engrossed in mastering various ninjutsu and has not yet transformed into the later, more infamous version of himself. From my perspective, it appears that Orochimaru's reward is the most alluring. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Kushina, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, Yunting slowly rose and approached Orochimaru. He gazed up at the towering figure, nearly 2 heads taller than himself, and extended his right hand. Greetings, I am Uchiha Yunting of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru regarded the youth before him with a glimmer of curiosity, but instinctively grasped the hand extended by the Uchiha boy. Hello, I am Orochimaru. Once Yunting confirmed that the reward had been received, he returned to his seat beside Kushina. As for the somewhat awkward Tsunade and Jiraiya, who cares? At least for now. Among the future legendary 3, the only one capturing my interest is Orochimaru. Tsunade's invaluable medical expertise has already been synchronized with mine. Jiraiya's mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu and Sage Chakra, aside from Sage Mode, holds little allure for me. Currently, aside from the unique physique of Rope Tree, the only places suitable for cultivating natural chakra seem to be the 3 great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. The Wetbone Forest is already ruled out, and the Dragon Cave is perilously treacherous. Those serpents are hardly benevolent. As for Mayaboka Mountain, I have no desire to engage with that ancient toad who has lived since the era of the Sage of 6 Paths. Thus, it can be concluded that Orochimaru's Heavenly Curse Seal is indeed quite commendable. In the original narrative, during the 4th Great Ninja War, did not Sasuke also lack the ability to use natural chakra, yet he had Rope Tree as his power source? Moreover, in the original story, Jiraiya needed considerable time to accumulate natural chakra, while the Sound Four could activate their curse marks almost instantaneously. If given the choice, I would undoubtedly select the latter. After all, when it comes to instant activation versus charging up, is there truly any debate? Chapter 20. The Legendary 3 of Konoha. Soon after, the group naturally settled together, preparing to enjoy their meal. Kushina and Yunting paid little mind to the situation, for a certain plump sheep had already declared that she would treat them. Thus, sharing a meal together was not an unacceptable proposition. Moreover, Kushina did not harbor any strong aversion towards Tsunade, as there were no significant disputes of interest between them. At worst, it was merely Tsunade's brusque manner that irked her, and Kushina found no inclination to indulge it. As for the grievances of their families, she did not hold them in high regard. What did the affairs of the previous generation have to do with their own? However, should her grandfather clash with the Senju clan, or even Konoha, she would not hesitate to side with her family. Nonetheless, while she believed she bore no prejudice against the Senju clan, she could not shake the urge to antagonize Tsunade whenever they met. "Hey, you little brat. What are you doing?" Tsunade retracted her right hand, which bore a clear red mark, after placing the perfectly grilled meat onto the plates of himself and Kushina. Uchiha Yunting cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade. Surely, at their age, there was no need to squabble over food like children, was there? "What? You brat. I'm treating this time, so what if I take a piece of meat?" Tsunade replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. "Oh, is that so?" Yunting's icy gaze met Tsunade's. "I can afford my own meal. If you want to eat, either grill it yourself or find another restaurant with open seats." Tsunade, upon hearing this, chose not to retort further, merely muttering internally about the stingy little brat before her. As for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they paid no heed to the subtle discord between the child and Tsunade. After all, both were aware of the long-standing tensions between the Senju and Uchiha clans. The animosity between the two clans was common knowledge among the denizens of Konoha. It was only after the Senju clan, following the council of Hashirama Senju, assimilated into Konoha that many of the conflicts began to wane. Orochimaru observed Uchiha Yunting while grilling meat. How intriguing. Had Yunting interacted with him merely to provoke Tsunade? Yet, he sensed that there was more to it than that. However, he could not fathom another reason. He was certain that prior to this day, he had never encountered this child from the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, how could a child from the Uchiha clan be permitted to approach one from the Uzumaki clan? After all, this child was destined to be the next. It seemed quite a bit had transpired during his absence on missions. Yunting discreetly scrutinized the three before him, then settled into a chair, quietly grilling meat. The future legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, were all disciples of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They were expected to become formidable ninjas, each likely achieving at least the rank of Kage. Currently, their abilities were likely at the level of elite jonin. And among elite jonin, they were certainly among the finest. If Jiraiya had already mastered Sage Mode, it would not be impossible for him to briefly enter the realm of Kage. However, such matters were of little concern to him. He did not intend to cultivate excessive ties with any of the three. After all, the third Hokage had tacitly allowed the likes of Nara Shikaku, Mido Kazumi, and Shimura Danzo to exert pressure on the Uchiha clan, thereby ensuring that they were on opposing sides. In his plans, it would be best to wait until he possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and attained Super Kage level strength. After that, he could directly overthrow Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and support a member of the Uchiha clan to assume the role. Alternatively, he could employ ocular techniques like Kotoame Tsukumi to control the third Hokage directly. Although he was somewhat reluctant to do so, feeling it would be a waste. Naturally, he would support anyone close to him who did not target members of the Uchiha clan for the position of Hokage, such as a certain blonde-haired individual. He recalled that in the original story, Fugaku seemed to have placed his hopes on Minato, who, unfortunately, met an untimely demise. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan could have had a real chance. After finishing their meal, Kushina and Yunting bid farewell to the three and departed. Orochimaru watched Yunting's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly, before turning to Tsunade. "Tsunade, how much do you know about this child from the Uchiha clan?" Tsunade, taken aback for a moment, replied nonchalantly. "You mean Yunting? I don't know much. He is probably nearly 9 years old, and he possesses exceptional talent even among the Uchiha. His grandfather is the clan's elder. His father is the captain of the guard, and his mother is also an elite jonin. That is about all I know. Why, Orochimaru, are you interested in this child? You don't have any prior acquaintance with him, do you?" Orochimaru took a casual bite of grilled meat and shook his head. "This is indeed my first time meeting him. While there is something peculiar about him, I have never seen him before. As you all know, I'm usually either on missions or at home researching ninjutsu. I hardly have the inclination to take an interest in a child." Tsunade and Jiraiya did not refute this, for Orochimaru spoke the truth. On a street in Konoha, Kushina walked alongside Yunting. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at him. "Say, Yunting, do you know the pale-skinned ninja next to my sister?" Yunting nodded. "Yes, he is one of the third Hokage's disciples, named Orochimaru, a genius from a common background. However, I've never met him before today." "Oh, I see," Kushina said, nodding her head. She then cast a furtive glance at Yunting, took a deep breath, and asked, "Yunting, can I ask you something?" Yunting turned his head slightly to meet her cerulean gaze. "Sure, what do you want to know?" Kushina felt the intensity of his gaze and shyly averted her eyes, her small hands anxiously gripping the hem of her skirt, her fingertips whitening from the pressure. "Well, do you know about the tailed beasts?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in Yunting's eyes, and he replied nonchalantly, "Tailed beasts? I've read about them in the clan's records. They are colossal creatures with immense chakra, each possessing the power to cause catastrophic destruction. There are 9 in total, categorized from 1 tail to 9 tails. The 1 tail resides in Sunagakure, while the 2 tails and 8 tails are elsewhere. The most powerful among them, the 9 tails, is sealed within the body of the first Hokage's wife, your grandmother." Kushina, observing Yunting's calm demeanor, felt a measure of relief and continued to probe, "And Yunting, what is your opinion on Jinchuriki?" Yunting smiled gently and said, "Jinchuriki, in my view, are quite unfortunate. It seems that, according to our Uchiha clan's records, the existence of Jinchuriki is neither long nor short. Tailed beasts are not easily controlled. Those with weak wills and insufficient strength can easily go berserk, which inevitably sets them apart from ordinary people. In my eyes, both Jinchuriki and tailed beasts are pitiable. Jinchuriki are often not accepted by others due to their connection to tailed beasts and may even suffer bullying. Meanwhile, tailed beasts are confined within their Jinchuriki, unable to emerge. This exacerbates the rift and conflict between them and humanity. Of course, this is merely my perspective. Many others believe that tailed beasts are inherently malevolent and violent, and that they should be sealed away." As Kushina listened to Yunting's words, her small head momentarily became perplexed. She had merely intended to inquire about Yunting's perspective on Jinchuriki to mentally prepare herself. However, Yunting's remarks seemed quite reasonable. Following his line of thought, it appeared that keeping tailed beasts sealed within Jinchuriki was rather tragic for the beasts. Nevertheless, it was comforting to note that Yunting did not seem to harbor any aversion towards Jinchuriki. After all, how could someone as gentle and kind as Yunting allow the identity of a person to dictate his feelings of rejection and disdain? It seemed she had been overthinking. Yet, she wondered if she could effectively suppress the 9 tails within Mito's body. What if she lost control and inadvertently harmed Yunting? Not only Yunting, but also Tsunade, Shinsuke, the elder members of the Senju clan, and the uncles and aunts of the Uchiha clan. What if, at that moment after a brief while, the two bid each other farewell and departed? Yunting then returned home to examine the enhanced version of the heavenly curse seal provided by Orochimaru. More accurately, it should be referred to as the Tianshin curse seal. Similar to the heavenly curse seal, the Tianshin curse seal is also divided into stages. Unlike the 2 phases of the original heavenly curse seal, the Tianshin curse seal consists of 3 stages. The cultivation method resembles that of the Baijutsu seal. Initially, it involves concentrating chakra to form a mark, and with continued practice, it becomes increasingly profound, ultimately merging into the self to create something akin to a chakra core. Goodness, is this the rhythm of forming a golden elixir? However, the differences are quite numerous. They are merely similar. Given that my chakra is already abundant, forming another chakra core would surely allow me to soar. Chakra is a unique energy extracted from the human body, merging both the physical and spiritual realms. How much energy can one's body store? Yet, possessing this core changes everything. As for the specific effects, that shall only be revealed upon completion of the cultivation. The first stage involves cultivating a white mark, which, when activated, enhances both physical fitness and chakra capacity. The second stage further enhances the first and allows for proficient usage. The third stage condenses the chakra core, causing the mark to disappear and enabling the free manipulation of the natural energy within the chakra core. Moreover, it seems that as I delve deeper into the cultivation of the Tianshin curse seal, my chakra will continuously incorporate my own will, akin to Orochimaru's in the original narrative. I could potentially utilize my will-infused chakra for alternative forms of resurrection. However, it is highly likely that I need to resort to that. Not to mention, within the current ninja world, there are scarcely a few who could match my strength. Even if I were to perish, I could seamlessly resurrect myself through the protection of the phoenix. Couldn't I? I could simply lie low in the fishing space or among the Uchiha clan until the cooldown ends, and then return to my adventures. Besides, with my dual Kamui, how could I be so easily slain? Don't be fooled by the original narrative where Sasuke, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was invincible and could only bully White Zetsu and the elderly. At that time, how old was Sasuke? The Sasuke during the Fourth Great Ninja War was merely 17. And he was even younger when he awakened the Mangekyo. Who could we expect him to defeat back then? The formidable Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, known as Killer Bee, who had already gained renown during the Third Great Ninja War, or the fearsome Fourth Raikage, known for his ruthless decisiveness. At that time, aside from his Mangekyo's ocular techniques and Susanoo, Sasuke's comprehensive strength was merely at the level of an elite jonin. This was largely due to Orochimaru's chakra being sealed by Itachi's Totsuka blade, affecting his overall capabilities. His entire arsenal of snake-style ninjutsu and the enhanced Heavenly Curse seal was practically rendered ineffective. No wonder he resorted to Susanoo or Amaterasu during battles. Perhaps Sasuke did not wish to rely solely on those techniques, but there was little choice. After all, without them, he seemed utterly helpless against those of the Kage level. But that was a matter for the future Sasuke to contend with. I need not worry. At present, I can slowly restore the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan by harnessing the inherited physique from Nana. Furthermore, the unique flames imbued with the properties of the Phoenix's fire, inherited from the Phoenix's protection, also seem to aid in rejuvenating the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, it is highly probable that I shan't lose my sight. Thank you, system. Although you Haven T granted me direct invincibility, I am still immensely satisfied. 2 years have swiftly passed. Now, I am 10 years old. How time flies. Within the Uchiha clan, in a secluded manner, a young boy wielding a wooden sword was striking at a wooden post. After a brief moment, the boy wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. This boy is none other than the 10-year-old Uchiha Yunting. His eyes are strikingly beautiful, radiating vitality. Over the course of 2 years, I can genuinely say that I have completely inherited Nana's physique. I even assimilated a portion of the somewhat inferior Hashirama cells from Tsunade. My bloodline limit has progressed to the 7th level, having ascended to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Most of my other abilities have also reached around level 5. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, Jinjutsu, Sensory Perception, and the Hand of Dominion have all achieved level 5. I can proficiently utilize the first 2 stages of the Tianshin Curse Seal. As for the final step of condensing the chakra core, it seems I won't be able to achieve that in the short term. War is on the horizon. The clan has already received the Hokage's summons. It is likely that the war will commence soon. This aligns with the information conveyed by Fengyu from the Land of Rain, timing-wise. Initially, I had merely intended to remain within the clan, striving to bolster our strength. Yet the system will not allow it. Mission: dominate the entire ninja world. Option 1. Accept and complete. Reward: a perfect sage body and a thread of the source of time and space. Option 2. Refuse. Reward: the host's bloodline limit will regress to a single Tomo Sharingan. What choice do I have? Heaven knows how much I endured to attain this Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no possibility of regression, hence I must conquer the ninja world. Furthermore, upon completion of the reward, not to mention the sage body, that mere thread of the source of time and space sounds extraordinary. Surely it cannot be something trivial? Time is sovereign, and space is revered. These are not mere words. Even if it is merely a thread, it is sufficient. After all, in the world of Naruto, even top-tier powerhouses live for only about a century. Even if I were granted the entirety of the source of time and space, it would be of no use to me, would it? I would not want to burst from the excess. That would be quite embarrassing for a traveler. Currently, the mission progress stands at a mere 3. However, this is somewhat expected, considering that in countries so minuscule they barely constitute half of Konoha, where a Chunin is considered top-tier combat strength. Having achieved this much is commendable. The 5 great nations are the true heavyweights in this scenario. At this moment, within the Senju ancestral home, Uzumaki Mido knelt at a wooden table, her somewhat aged visage displaying a pair of eyes devoid of excessive emotion, gazing at the crimson figure practicing sealing techniques in the open space. War is imminent. Nana still seems somewhat unqualified. I hope she can hold on a little longer. Aging indeed brings a sense of helplessness. Once Nana attains the power to subdue the 9 tails, he will finally be at ease to seek out Hashirama. Alas, the ninja world has yet to embrace enduring peace. However, one must trust that future generations will carve their own paths. Before my demise, ensuring the safety of the 9 tails is my foremost duty. Chapter 23, A Birthday Gift? At this moment, within the Senju ancestral home, a spirited young girl with crimson hair rushed into a room, addressing an elderly woman with dark red hair seated at a table. Grandma Mido, I have mastered the diamond lock technique. Now, may I have the item I requested? Mido, affectionately stroking Kushina's red locks and noticing the beads of sweat on her flushed face, chuckled, rest assured, it has long been prepared for you. Only that boy could inspire such dedication in your training. As she spoke, Mido handed a scroll to Kushina. This is the training scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. However, make sure to clarify with that boy not to disclose this to anyone. Furthermore, it is a forbidden technique, not easily mastered. As Kushina listened to Mito's counsel, she grinned at the scroll in her hands. Is this the ninjutsu Ayun mentioned wanting to practice? How fortuitous, as Ayun's birthday is just around the corner. Observing Kushina's excitement, Mito recognized that the girl was likely not heeding her words and decided to let her go after a few more remarks. Perhaps this is what they mean by a daughter grows up too quickly. Yet, that Uchiha boy has indeed treated Nana well. Otherwise, I would not have consented to allow her to pass on the Flying Thunder God technique, created by Tobarama, to Uchiha Yunting once she becomes proficient with the diamond chains. Of course, whether he can learn it is beyond my concern. Surely, it will not prove too challenging for Yunting. His innate talent is remarkable, and with the aid of the system, mastery is practically guaranteed. Additionally, the spatial time talent he acquired from Minato in recent years has significantly enhanced his application of the Flying Thunder God technique. It is inconceivable that he would struggle with such a technique. After all, this spatial ninjutsu, invented by our second Hokage to counter the Uchiha clan, is particularly suited for them, enhancing their already formidable dynamic vision. A few days later, early in the morning, Kushina arose and stood before a mirror, adjusting her appearance. On the table lay a meticulously wrapped box containing the training methods for the Flying Thunder God technique. Soon enough, Kushina was ready. The ninja world is not as filled with cosmetics as in my previous life. Or perhaps in the world of Naruto, nothing nourishes the skin quite like chakra. At merely 10 years old, her preparation consisted of tidying her hair, washing her face, and donning a lovely outfit. Just as Kushina was about to step outside, she spotted Tsunade, her hair a wild golden mane, emerging from her room. Good morning, Sister Tsunade. Tsunade rubbed her eyes and looked at Kushina. Oh, it's you, Kushina? Stay safe, and if anyone bullies you, remember to come find your sister. Kushina nodded in acknowledgement and departed, gift box in hand. As for Tsunade, she had no intention of following Kushina. After all, she couldn't freely enter the Uchiha territory like Kushina could. Moreover, it was highly unlikely that that boy would mistreat her. All she needed was to ensure that Kushina remained unharmed. As for the ensuing developments, she would respect Kushina's choices. After all, matters of romance are terribly burdensome. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Furthermore, war is likely to commence within half a month. Although the Ninja Academy students may not be deployed to the battlefield immediately, it won't be long before they select students for combat. In war, there will be casualties. The most likely to perish are the lower-ranked ninjas. If the lower-ranked fall, then the academy students, who have yet to graduate, will be sent to the front lines. But everyone knows how slim the survival chances are for those students, who can barely perform even the basic transformation techniques. Of course, if one has familial protection and comrades from their clan on the battlefield, that changes the equation entirely. Yet, even so, the probability of death remains alarmingly high. Tsunade sighed as she watched Kushina's retreating figure. If that guy were to die, Nana would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Her younger brother also constantly clamors to join the battlefield. I hope he can speak with his teacher and arrange for Shinjutsu to be placed in a relatively safe position. At that moment, within a restaurant belonging to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yunting sat in a room, idly resting his head on the table. Beside him, Mugen and Muyu quietly sat in companionship. Sigh, why must such a grand birthday celebration require so many guests? Though he understood that his father meant well. The majority of the invites were young elites from his grandfather's faction or the offspring of influential elders and powerful supporters within the clan. Is this an attempt to gather a following for himself early on? Though his current strength could easily rival that of his father, the old man remained oblivious. A mere display of his 3-tomo Sharingan and Jonin-level prowess left Uchiha Shana in stunned disbelief. If only he revealed that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Eternal Mangekyo, would they not rally to support him as the new clan leader? A 10-year-old clan leader? But this is not mere boastfulness. One should not underestimate the Uchiha clan's desire for a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. As Yunting pondered, the door creaked open gently. He looked up to see a familiar little face peeking in, and he couldn't help but smile. Upon spotting Yunting, Kushina dashed over. Ayun, cough cough. Here is your birthday gift. Receiving the gift, Yunting gestured for her to sit down, pouring a glass of water for her. You arrived quite early. What have you prepared for my birthday? He shook the gift box lightly as he spoke. After taking a sip of water, Kushina settled on the stool, her small feet swinging back and forth. This is the ninjutsu you wanted to learn before. I must tell you, it took a lot of coaxing to get Grandma Mito to give it to me. She warned, you mustn't share it, or Grandma Mito will be upset. Yunting nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I will keep it to myself. He was pleasantly surprised that Kushina had truly brought back this forbidden technique created by Senju Tobarama. A warm feeling spread through him, and he promptly stored it away in his system space. Besides Kushina, he had also invited Minato. However, apart from the two of them, everyone else belonged to the Uchiha clan. Notable figures such as the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and his cousin Mikoto, along with Mugen and Muyu, were all present. Essentially, this gathering was less a birthday celebration and more an exchange among the vibrant youth of the next generation. Regrettably, it offered little utility to him. As soon as the kaleidoscope Sharingan was revealed, even those who were once hesitant felt compelled to acknowledge their rightful place under the leadership of their clan. The Uchiha clan, while not as obsessively fixated on bloodlines as the Hyuga clan, still held great reverence for their lineage. The status of an Uchiha Jonin with a 2-tomo Sharingan was vastly different from that of one possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan. This disparity explains why the clan's prodigies and those of high standing often expressed disdain for their ordinary kin, who lacked even the ability to sense chakra. Such is the tragic pride. Uchiha Madara had indeed elevated the Uchiha clan's pride to its zenith. The legendary sage of the shinobi world was not merely a title. It was a reality forged through undeniable prowess. In a family that boasts such illustrious capabilities, pride might seem justified. However, if that pride leads to disdain for the ordinary members of one's own clan, then such pride is, in my view, better left unacknowledged. It was a staggering revelation when I heard Madara's words. Who would be angry at a child? Even a being as formidable as Madara would not presume to look down upon the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan simply because of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, would he? Soon, members of the Uchiha clan began to arrive in succession. Before long, the room was filled with over 20 young Uchiha boys and girls. Kushina observed her surroundings, filled with Uchiha youths clad in garments emblazoned with the clan's crest, and felt a twinge of discomfort. Thankfully, Ayun and Sister Mikoto were seated beside her. Watergate, on the other hand, sat somewhat awkwardly next to Yunting. Although Watergate did not harbor much resistance towards the Uchiha clan, being surrounded by so many members still made him feel a bit uneasy. Once everyone had gathered, Uchiha Yunting slowly rose and addressed the assembly with a smile. Everyone. We are all part of the same family. Your elders likely share a close relationship with my grandfather, so we are indeed one family. I warmly welcome you all to celebrate my birthday with me. Without further ado, let us eat and drink to our heart's content. With that, Uchiha Yunting's eyes suddenly transformed, becoming blood red with 3 black tomos swirling within. Yet, in the next moment, he retracted his 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, he was not particularly familiar with these individuals, and their strength was rather lacking. Among those present, only a select few possessed the strength of a special Jonin. Demonstrating his 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 10 was merely to showcase his potential, even if they were the foundation for the future. It was crucial to establish their awareness early on, lest he face opposition down the line. As expected, the emergence of the 3-tomo Sharingan visibly altered the demeanor of those gathered. Initially, they may have come out of respect for their elders, but now, the significance of a 10-year-old possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan resonated with them. They understood this to be a clear indication of a powerful future ally. It was important to note that at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto only possessed 2-tomo. Yet, even so, they stood out among their peers. The emergence of Yunting's 3-tomo Sharingan was nothing short of astonishing. The Uchiha girls present gazed at Yunting with a fervent admiration. He was not only handsome but also possessed formidable talent, and his grandfather held a significant position within the clan. To align themselves with such a promising young man was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. As for Kushina, she thought to herself that she would have already whisked Ayun away if not for the number of people present. How could they have cast those lecherous glances at him? If Ayun were to be spirited away, she would be devastated. But no, she had her own advantages. After all, she had arrived first. Chapter 24, The Prelude to Conflict. Thus, after a simple meal, the attendees began to depart one by one. Mushi and Muyu had been dispatched to return the gifts home and report back to their elder, ensuring he was at ease, for she had not forgotten the true purpose of this birthday celebration. Alas, what a shame it was for a birthday to unfold in such a manner. Yet, she felt little resentment about it. Just as they stepped outside, Watergate clutched his stomach and called out to Yunting, "Hey Yunting, I'm heading out now. I'm not feeling well, so I'll catch you later." Yunting smiled and nodded in acknowledgement as Watergate departed. As soon as he was gone, Kushina gently nudged Yunting with her elbow. "Say, Ayun, you didn't tell Watergate that most of today's dishes were made with those special ingredients, did you?" Yunting scratched his head as he walked. "Oh, I forgot. You know how many people were here today, and Watergate arrived late, so I didn't have the chance to inform him. Besides, I usually just bring him some fruits. He probably didn't even recognize it. Well, that's not too serious. It's just a bit of discomfort, and he'll be fine soon, he added. Kushina, upon hearing this, did not press further, as her relationship with Watergate was merely that of close friends. So, Ayun, why did so many people come to your birthday today? There were even several beautiful girls, she inquired, glancing at Yunting. After all, last time, it seemed that Yunting's parents and grandfather had been too busy to invite anyone but Watergate, Sister Makoto, and herself. Oh, that's because my grandfather thinks I'm old enough now. He wanted me to take this opportunity to find a suitable peer for a potential engagement. Yunting replied with a grin. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people here? Kushina's expression turned bewildered. Engagement? What about me? Isn't this about us? However, it seemed her parents had arranged a betrothal for her as well. Should she ask Granny Mito for assistance? Just then, a finger lightly tapped her forehead, and she looked up to see Yunting wearing a mischievous smile. All right, I was just teasing you. The reason so many people came to celebrate my birthday is primarily that they are the descendants of my grandfather's faction. While the occasion is framed as a birthday celebration, it's really just a way to solidify connections. Kushina sighed in relief. Oh, that's a relief. After all, aside from the few girls, the boys made up the majority. Over the past few years, Kushina had come to understand Yunting's character. It was unlikely that he would form close relationships with so many members of the Uchiha clan. Of course, that didn't mean he had a poor relationship with them. Rather, he seemed to approach these clan members with an attitude more akin to familial care. In truth, Yunting appeared to be less interested in the influential offspring of the Uchiha clan than in forging bonds with common children like Xiaoqing. Uchiha Yunting looked at the girl before him and smiled. Thank you. I really like the gift. The girl, having shed her earlier worries, beamed with joy. See, Ayun. You have no idea how much thought I put into this. Uchiha Yunting gently reached out to caress Kushina's hair, his tone laced with affection. Yes, I understand. Nana has worked hard for this gift. After all, the probability of the Uchiha clan being able to exchange for advanced ninjutsu from the higher-ups in Konoha is scarcely different from winning the lottery. However, it is only natural to target such opportunities. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is not particularly lacking in advanced ninjutsu, albeit most of it is of the fire and lightning nature. Yet, one cannot deny the allure of the flying thunder god technique, a forbidden art. After all, who wouldn't love the ability to teleport, right? By the way, Ayun, are you aware that a war seems imminent? Kushina spoke slowly. Oh, yes, I am aware. I've heard that the clan has already begun to gather personnel. It won't be long before they are dispatched to the battlefield. So, you, along with Makoto and the little blonde, are likely to go to the battlefield with Tsunade, right? Kushina gazed at Yunting with wide, innocent eyes. Well, it seems that your sister and the other ninjas will head to the battlefield first. After they have engaged for a while, we students from the Ninja Academy will be sent. Oh, I see. Students are also to be sent to the battlefield? Kushina's tone revealed a palpable sense of disappointment. Yunting chuckled and shook his head. Well, this is war. If there are no personnel at the front, students from the Ninja Academy will inevitably be drawn in. However, Nana, you likely won't have to go to the battlefield. Kushina pouted. Of course, I know that. Granny Mito has told me already. But war is so dangerous. Why must we instigate a war? I don't want Tsunade, Shoto, you, or Makoto to go to the battlefield. Yunting's right hand gently glided through Kushina's long red hair, savoring its delicate texture. We are still too young to influence the course of a war. Even the mighty first Hokage and our esteemed Uchiha ancestor could not bring an end to the conflict. Unequal distribution of interests and the fear of other nations surpassing one's own development are all catalysts for war. All we can do is strive to live well. Kushina felt Yunting's hand, but did not resist, for she understood that he too would likely be heading to the battlefield soon. Though she wished for him and those she cared about to avoid the conflict, she felt powerless to change fate. Perhaps her only recourse would be to remain in Konoha, praying for their safety. 2 weeks later, the future Konoha 3 ninjas were dispatched to the battlefield between Konoha and the Rain Village. The Uchiha clan and several other families' ninjas were allocated to the battlefield against the Mist Village. Kakashi Hitaki led the remaining ninjas at the border between the Sand Village and Konoha, each side remaining vigilant. Whether it was due to his own circumstances or the overly simplistic portrayals of war from his previous life's anime, the anticipated chaos of the battlefield was absent. There was no sign of Hanzo the Salamander leading the Rain Village in a sweeping assault against the Sand Village, Konoha, and the Land of Earth as had once been depicted. Moreover, the system had issued rather absurd mission options. Option 1, slaughter. The more ninjas from opposing factions you eliminate, the greater the rewards. Only kills of ninjas at least of Jinin rank will count. Option 2. Ensure the survival of as many members of the Uchiha clan as possible in this war. The greater the number that survives, the more substantial the rewards. Option 3. Find a way not to participate in this war. Consequence: decrease in prestige within the Uchiha clan. Was option 3 even a reasonable choice? And as for option 2, while the majority of the Uchiha clan's main forces were engaged against the Mist, many still mingled among Kakashi and the teams led by the legendary Three. After all, aside from the Sharingan, the Uchiha's fire release was also quite renowned. It was impossible to keep a constant watch over them, was it not? Thus, one could only choose option 1. The more enemies eliminated, the less of a threat to his clan. Interestingly, the method of determining whether one belonged to the same faction was quite amusing. Within Konoha, all members of the Uchiha clan were categorized as part of the same faction. Nana, Tsunade, Shoto, Mito, and some members of the Senju clan were also classified as allies. Naturally, Lord Hokage and Danzo Shimura were deemed adversaries. Even other great nations and the Rain Village had been classified as allies, suggesting they had favorable relations with those 5 individuals. How curious, even Kakashi, whom he had scarcely met, was deemed an ally. What could Danzo and the current Hokage say to that? Killing them would hardly be a loss. They were deserving of their fate. Chapter 25, The Battlefield, Carnage. And the Might of Fuyu. Days later, at the border between the Rain Village and Konoha, the Rain Village engaged Konoha in their first battle. Among the Rain Village ranks, a youth with short black hair and pale azure eyes stood lazily at the rear, stretching without a hint of urgency for the impending conflict. His somewhat handsome features seemed starkly out of place among the masked figures surrounding him. A masked ninja beside him could not help but scoff. "I say, Wind Boy, we're on the brink of battle here. Could you muster some sense of urgency?" Fuyu merely chuckled nonchalantly. "I'm at the back, after all. Besides, isn't Uncle Zakuzo here with us? You are the right-hand man of Hanzo the Salamander, after all. Those Konoha ninjas can't possibly harm me." The middle-aged ninja known as Zakuzo laughed heartily at this remark. "You certainly have a way with words, kid." Fuyu merely smiled, then turned his gaze to the Konoha ninjas, who were eyeing them warily. "Ah, boss, look at our ninjas. Almost 90% have been classified as allies. Over there, you probably have less than 50%, right? But it seems that aside from Old Lei and myself, the rest haven't even reached the battlefield yet. Oh, how unfortunate." It was time to deliver a little shock from the wind to the Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, there were few Uchiha ninjas on the opposing side. Otherwise, he would have to tread carefully in battle. As Fuyu pondered, both sides' ninjas began to clash, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu, as if it were of no consequence. What a brutish way to engage in combat. Tsunade and Orochimaru did not appear at the front lines. Only Jiraiya was charging ahead, looking beleaguered. However, this was reasonable. One was a medical ninja, and the other a combat commander. There was no need for them to be on the front lines. Upon seeing his comrades retreating under pressure, Fuyu slowly narrowed his azure eyes, speaking in a calm tone. "Uncle Zakuzo, it's time for us to begin. The fish are biting." Upon hearing this, Zakuzo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Damn it, I've been itching for this. Those Konoha ninjas have finally come." Then, both Zakuzo and Fuyu simultaneously bit their fingers, swiftly forming hand seals, and slammed their hands onto the ground. Instantly, dozens of massive salamanders were summoned. Among them, the largest, named Ibu, was the very one summoned by Hanzo the Salamander. After gently stroking Ibu's body, Fuyu coldly commanded, "Ibu, let us commence." No sooner had he spoken than Ibu led the charge, with the other salamanders concurrently unleashing toxic mist forward. The deep violet haze surged toward the battlefield like a tidal wave. Fuyu employed his chakra to enter a sensing mode, granting him a comprehensive view of the battlefield. Today, let the omniscient and omnipotent wind bring a small shock to the Konoha ninjas. In an instant, the advance of the purple toxic mist accelerated significantly. In the distance, Orochimaru, witnessing the sudden emergence of the toxic cloud, hurriedly utilized a special ninjutsu to signal the wind release team to collaborate in dispersing it. After all, knowing full well that Hanzo of the Salamander's summoned beast can unleash a vast quantity of toxic mist in a short span of time, how could one not be prepared for such an eventuality? Regrettably, however, the wind-based techniques employed by the Leaf Ninjas proved to have an utterly negligible effect on the poisonous fog, even inadvertently facilitating its expansion. Wind Feather found himself perplexed. Did the ninjas of Konoha not possess gas masks? Surely it could not be that only the Rain Village had mastered this technology? Perhaps this was merely the arrogance of a great nation? Of course, excluding their leader, he mused with a chuckle. In an instant, the toxic mist enveloped the foremost Leaf Ninjas. It surged forth like a living entity, rapidly engulfing the ranks of Konoha's shinobi. Under Wind Feather's command, the mist showed no inclination to disperse outward. A ninja from the Sarutobi clan, witnessing the encroaching fog, hastily formed hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. A colossal fireball launched towards the violet mist. However, as the fireball approached, it inexplicably vanished. Truly bizarre. Yet, before the ninja could voice his confusion, he found himself shrouded in the poison. The middle-aged ninja quickly held his breath and turned to flee, but Wind Feather was poised to demonstrate that escape was futile, and breath-holding was of no avail. A thin wisp of toxic gas, deftly controlled by Wind Feather, infiltrated the ninja's nostrils, burrowing into his body. What awaited him was nothing but death. The purple mist consumed the life of the ninja like a primordial beast. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a leaf ninja, face marred by shades of purple and blue, clashed with a rain village ninja clad in a gas mask. Gritting his teeth, the leaf ninja seized an opportunity to stab his short blade into the mask, creating a breach. If I'm to perish, you shan't fare any better. Yet, the rain village ninja merely discarded his mask and retaliated with a swift strike to the now paralyzed leaf ninja. Why? The leaf ninja gasped, blood of a dark purple hue spilling forth. The rain ninja offered no reply, turning instead to seek other opponents. It's not only you Leaf who can produce exceptional ninjas. The rain village has its share as well. Just then, a somewhat immature yet coarse voice pierced the air. Number 68. Do you know how much chakra I have left? Do I need to expend chakra to create a wind flow around your body? Humph, impolite little brat. Wind Feather, standing beside Zoku, remained vigilant against potential ambushes while observing the boy utilizing ninjutsu for long-distance communication, marveling at his audacity. We're in a battle, brother. Have some respect. It's one thing to give orders, but to curse someone with ninjutsu? If you must insult, at least do it discreetly. Don't hinder me. At that moment, Orochimaru, with a grave expression, issued orders to Jiraiya. If the wind techniques are ineffective, we must resort to large-scale fire techniques. It seems we underestimated our opponent. I initially thought only Hanzo of the Salamander warranted caution, but it appears otherwise. Jiraiya, prepare your frog oil fireball and direct it towards our front line. Do not let that toxic mist encroach further. Jiraiya, listening to Orochimaru's command, shook his head with a hint of bitterness. There are still many leaf ninjas on the front lines, but it's unavoidable. That purple mist must not spread any further. Chapter 26. Wind Feather, Heavenly Ice, Magnetic Dust. Within Wind Feather's perception, he sensed an immense accumulation of chakra coalescing in a single individual across the battlefield. Soon, he spotted the massive silhouette of a toad in the distance, a smile creeping onto his lips. Sure enough, it's Wanta and Jiraiya, isn't it? But it's only natural. The Leaf's response has been rather lackluster. Now that would be abnormal. Yet, the situation was dire. Within the toxic mist, numerous leaf ninjas remained, most likely beyond salvation. In the next moment, a massive fire technique swept across the front line. More precisely, it was the composite ninjutsu, frog oil fireball. Ah, indeed. Those with great power seldom adhere to reason. Fortunately, Wind Feather himself possessed commendable strength. The extensive fire attack eradicated the toxic mist entirely. Those ninjas who had been ensnared within its grasp were likely reduced to ash. The charred earth bore testament to the formidable potency of the recently unleashed jutsu. However, the casualties were solely leaf ninjas. Upon sensing the overwhelming chakra, Wind Feather had already communicated a retreat to his comrades from a distance. Thus, considering the current situation, his side could be deemed victorious. Yet, he had not anticipated Hanzo's in action. Logically, given Hanzo's nature, he ought to have been wreaking havoc amidst the toxic fog, wielding his scythe with abandon. Surely he wasn't merely honing his skills? Just then, the leaf forces began a swift retreat, creating a significant distance in the blink of an eye. Wind Feather, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Zokazu. I say, Uncle, what's up with Hanzo? Why isn't he pursuing the advantage? Just watching them flee? Zokuzu responded slowly. How our leader conducts himself is surely for a reason. We need only to execute his orders. But you did well today, lad. I suspect you'll receive commendation from the leader. Wind Feather rolled his eyes at this, dismissing the notion. Commendation is all well and good, but it offers no tangible benefits. I reckon Hanzo's coin pouch is cleaner than my own face. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had led the team away from their previous position, now resting briefly within a dense forest. Observing the narrowly escaped team, Orochimaru remarked, "This truly is an inauspicious start." Jiraiya, clad in soft armor, stood beside him, while Tsunade busied herself with researching an antidote for the salamander's toxic mist. As it stood, the available antidotes in the camp could merely delay the onset of the toxin, but not eradicate it outright. At this juncture, on the battlefield between Konoha and the Mist Village, ninjas continued to fall, crimson blood staining the earth. Yet, due to the prowess of the Uchiha clan, both sides found themselves evenly matched. Among them, a boy with light blue hair wielded a short blade, methodically eliminating leaf ninjas. However, a discerning observer would note that the boy seemed intentionally avoiding confrontations with Uchiha clan ninjas. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, who had the presence of mind to observe others? Just as the blue-haired youth dispatched another ninja and prepared to seek a new target, he suddenly turned and struck out. The clash of his kunai against an opponent's weapon produced a jarring sound, revealing that he had been surrounded by 3 Uchiha clan ninjas. They truly held him in high regard. It seemed he could not afford to focus solely on Chunin and below. He had perhaps become too conspicuous. But before he could ponder further, the 2 Uchiha ninjas swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, they unleashed a gigantic fireball from their mouths, while another ninja stealthily approached from the side, taking advantage of the fireball's cover. The boy responded with equal speed, forming his own hand seals. Ice release, ice mirror. Instantly, a circular mirror composed of countless ice blue diamonds manifested before him, effortlessly shielding him from the oncoming fire attack. In the fleeting moment, the mirror shattered completely, unleashing a multitude of diamond-shaped ice spikes that surged toward the 3 individuals. Seizing the opportunity, the youth deftly slipped away to seek his next target. As for the Uchiha clan members, they were free to pursue him if they so wished. He had no intention of engaging them. "Oh, isn't that Tiansu?" remarked a young man with silver-white hair, brandishing a bone sword and greeting Tiansu. Tiansu merely responded with a dismissive, boring, "Kagaya Juinza." The most gifted youth of the Kagaya clan possessed the unique bloodline limit known as the Corpse Bone Path. It seemed that, like the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, he was a descendant of Kagaya Otsutsuki, albeit significantly diluted over generations. Just look at that surname, Kagaya. It bears a striking resemblance to Kagaya Otsutsuki's name. The Corpse Bone Path was eerily similar to Kagaya's bone manipulation, yet appeared to be a significantly weakened variant. To claim there was no connection would be utterly implausible. Moreover, the side effects of their bloodline limit were rather severe, and their tempers were notoriously volatile. Upon witnessing Tiansu's indifferent demeanor, Juinza disregarded it, launching into battle against the Konoha ninja with his bone sword. It must be said, the bone armor adorning his body and the razor-sharp sword in his hand rendered him remarkably agile on the battlefield. Meanwhile, at another front, Kakashi Shikamaru surveyed the trio of magnet-release ninja across from him, feeling a wave of trepidation. When did magnet-release ninja become so commonplace? He felt confident in facing the 3rd Kazekage alone, yet the additional 2 magnet-release ninja posed a significant challenge, as no one on his side could effectively contend with them. Although the 2 magnet-release ninja were not as formidable as the 3rd Kazekage, their presence nonetheless attested to Sunagekyu's solid foundation. After all, these 2 could very well be groomed as the next generation of Kazekage, or at the very least, could become pillars of the village. Within Sunagekyu's territory, Rasha observed the young boy beside him, marveling at his extraordinary talent. It was nothing short of monstrous. Despite being in his 20s, the 12-year-old boy before him seemed only slightly inferior in strength, capable of matching him blow for blow. Sunagekure had indeed produced a prodigy. He couldn't help but wonder what level of power this magnet dust would attain in just a few years. Magnet dust, however, paid no mind to Rasha's scrutinizing gaze. Controlling the iron sand, he engaged in a fierce battle against the Konoha ninja. Occasionally, he would hurl accelerated iron blocks from a distance to whittle down the formidable white-haired figure before him. That figure was none other than Kakashi Shikamaru's father, the esteemed Kakashi, one of the greatest contributors to the Second Shinobi War. It must be noted that, at present, aside from the elderly couple who had yet to arrive, only the 3rd Kazekage could stand against him. Rasha and Yakura, at this moment, were merely elite jonin, and even among them, their prowess was subpar. However, their youth compared to other elite jonin was understandable, as they lacked the experience and strength of the older generation. Additionally, both possessed bloodline limits. Heaven knows how rare bloodline limit users were in Sunagekure. Unlike Konoha, which boasted 2 powerful bloodline limit clans, the Hyuga and Uchiha, Sunagekure had only 3 magnet release users and a single heat release user in Yakura. As for other bloodline limit wielders, alas, there were none. Indeed, within the vast expanse of the village, only 4 ninja possessed bloodline limits. This was fewer than the number of Uchiha who had awakened their Sharingan. Chapter 27, Reibu, Jinkan, and Nanai's concern. At this moment, Iwagakure and Kumogakure were embroiled in conflict. Within Kumogakure's territory, the future fourth Raikage, A, was walking alongside a young boy with short black hair after having just concluded a confrontation with Iwagakure. As long as Shoju remained alive and Orochimaru had not stealthily infiltrated Kumogakure to poison Ruby, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was not Killer Bee, but rather Ruby. Currently, A's father still held the position of Raikage. The future fourth Raikage, A, was a robust young man, his skin dark and muscular. His exceptional talent had seemingly allowed him to assume the role that Killer Bee held in the original story, forming a brotherhood with A. I say, Reibu, I just wanted to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been injured by that guy from Iwagakure. It chuckled. No problem. After all, we're brothers. Aren't we? Upon hearing this, a jovially slung an arm around Reibu's shoulder, laughing heartily indeed. Now let us go find my father. No, our Raikage. That Iwagakure ninja was no slouch either. He looked quite young. It seems that not only Kumogakure has produced talents, Iwagakure has some promising successors as well. Should we consider teaming up next time to take him down? Reibu's mouth twitched at the suggestion. Let us save that for another day. Teaming up to take down Jinkan? Could he honestly claim they were on the same side? Nevertheless, he resolved to find an opportunity to clarify things later. The combatants from Kumogakure were indeed fiercely robust, each appearing quite brawny. Furthermore, the Raikage held immense prestige within Kumogakure. The ninja allied with them comprised more than 90% of their ranks, while Iwagakure's allies likely reached 80% as well. This starkly illustrated the disparity of power between the Uchiha clan and Konoha and others. However, it was understandable. Konoha had once been overwhelmingly powerful. Hashirama and Madara could easily sweep through the ninja world. Thus, as the weaker faction, seeking solidarity for warmth seemed quite reasonable. Yet now, both of those titans had fallen. The third Hokage was hardly a match for the situation at hand. In total, 5 individuals were engaged: Magnet Dust from Sunagakure, Kinsu from Kirigakure, Reibu from Kumogakure, Fuyu from Amigakure, and Jinkan from Iwagakure. The unfolding events would be recorded in due time, so there was no need to rush. Simultaneously, Konoha's engagement in warfare against Amigakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure had indeed placed them in a defensive position. Kakashi Shikamaru's side was not at a significant disadvantage. Yet they had not gained any advantages either. The battle against Kirigakure felt evenly matched, while Konoha suffered a rather dismal defeat against Amigakure. The initial clash had failed to establish any momentum. Just a few days into the conflict, Orochimaru found himself compelled to seek assistance from Konoha. The enemy was far too insidious, deploying toxic gas with every engagement. Moreover, Jiraiya could not always seize the opportunity to counter the onslaught of poisonous mists. The other ninjas' fire techniques were largely ineffective against the vast expanse of toxic fog. Strangely, it seemed the enemy had positioned an insider within their ranks. As if a ninja with exceptional sensory abilities was simultaneously employing the Yamashiro clan's ancestral techniques to relay messages from afar. Who could withstand such an adversary? Furthermore, the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander had only occasionally engaged with Jiraiya, ruthlessly beating him to near death without unleashing his full power. The mountain pepper fish Hanzo undoubtedly stands as a formidable adversary, akin to the mightiest of the 5 great nations. Orochimaru currently wears an expression of exasperation. He anticipated that the mountain pepper fish would pose a challenge, yet he never envisioned it would be this troublesome. In the subsequent days, even though the Leaf Village shinobi donned hastily crafted masks, the surviving ninjas reported that something within the toxic mist had stealthily compromised their masks. The marks on the masks appeared to be inflicted by an exceptionally sharp object, reminiscent of wind release techniques. I'm listening. Uchiha Kuntai, seated in his abode, had yet to catch sight of Nanai, but her voice reached him first. Observing the slightly breathless Kushina, he gently pushed a cup of tea towards her and remarked with a calm demeanor, "Do not rush, speak slowly. You seem quite anxious." Kushina took a sip of water. Her tone tinged with urgency. I've heard the situation on the front lines is dire. It seems they are about to deploy students who haven't even graduated from the academy to the battlefield. She added, "You might soon find yourself involved, Uchiha Kuntai merely smiled softly and reached out to stroke Kushina's hair. All right, there's no need to fret. It's not you going to battle. So why the anxiety? Besides, rest assured, with that gift you gave me, if I cannot hold my own, escaping won't be an issue." Upon hearing this, Kushina gradually relaxed. "Oh, I see. I just learned from Grandma Mito about the heavy losses at the front and that they might need to gather more ninjas. I rushed over in a panic, but it seems Ayun remains quite confident. If Kuntai were aware of Kushina's thoughts, he might have found it amusing. After all, if he, possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, were unable to return alive, then what hope would others have? Nevertheless, it was understandable for Nanai to be concerned, as she was unaware of his true capabilities. One must admit, being cared for by another feels quite pleasant. However, if all goes as expected, it is highly probable that he would be dispatched to the battlefield in the Rain Village, especially since it seems that Fujetsu has been wreaking havoc. Furthermore, it appears that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans have been given particular attention. Our esteemed Hokage might be feeling a bit restless. Chapter 28. Fujetsu. Am I really fighting the boss? Days later, within the Uchiha clan, Kuntai meticulously inspected his ninja tools and food pills to ensure everything was in order. Although he felt it was somewhat unnecessary, he could not ignore Kushina's incessant worries. After completing his check, he turned to the red-haired girl seated beside him. Listen, Nanai. Everything is indeed packed. There's nothing more to check, he reassured her. Yet, Kushina remained unconvinced, replying, It's better to be prepared. The battlefield is no trifling matter. Besides, even though you have great talent, it's still about strength out there. I've heard from Grandma Mito that even elite jonin have suffered casualties, let alone you. A fresh graduate. Kuntai offered no rebuttal, merely nodding in agreement. It was amusing to recall how he had initially drawn closer to her due to a mission. As for the present, he could only smile knowingly about the future that awaited him. While lost in thought, Kushina stomped over to his side, exclaiming, Ayun, pay attention to me. This is rather dismissive of you. Don't you care about your own safety? Kuntai stood slowly, facing her directly. Kushina looked at him, her head tilted in confusion. Before she could ponder further, he raised his right hand, gently tucking a strand of her crimson hair behind her ear, then leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her smooth, pale forehead. Kushina felt warmth spread across her forehead, her cheeks instantly ablaze. Wait, who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just here to send Ayun off? Yet, despite the suddenness, she found herself not entirely averse to it. Kuntai, observing the dazed Kushina, picked up his ninja pack and smiled. Well then, Nanai, I'll be on my way. Await my return. With that, he vanished from the room. Once Kuntai had departed, the flush on Kushina's cheeks receded somewhat. Sitting on the sofa, her fair hand tenderly caressed the spot where Ayun had kissed her. You must return safely alongside Tsunade and the others, she resolved, and I will definitely have a word with Ayun about that kiss. I deserve some time to prepare for such surprises. However, now that Ayun was no longer in the village, it was imperative for her to visit Grandma Mito and study diligently. She vowed to ensure she could control the Nine Tails when the time came. After all, she did not wish to lose control and inadvertently harm Ayun. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konoha, upon his arrival, Kuntai noticed a sizable gathering at the gate. Among them were many lower-ranked ninjas, including students who hadn't yet graduated from the academy. Typically, ordinary ninjas graduated around the age of 12. Given Kuntai's current abilities, he could have applied for early graduation, yet he chose not to. After all, those trivial tasks of catching cats and teasing dogs would make even a transmigrator shake their head in disbelief. Kuntai surveyed the eager faces of the young shinobi before him, finding their excitement somewhat amusing. Indeed, they seemed genuinely exhilarated, perhaps indoctrinated by the will of fire. Did they not realize their own limitations? Their basic techniques should instill fear in them, especially considering they were to be sent to the battlefield against the Rain Village, where lower-ranked ninjas were destined to become mere cannon fodder. He knew well that Fujetsu had been on a killing spree these past few days. Before long, the reinforcements had assembled. Beside him stood 5 young members of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, it made sense for them to accompany him. However, one particular blonde boy stood out somewhat awkwardly. Speaking of which, it seemed that Minato had made a significant impression during this very time, earning Jiraiya's attention. Shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in jonin attire approached, counted the personnel, and instructed everyone to follow him. The 5 Uchiha youths beside Kuntai displayed commendable talent. 2 had already awakened their Sharingan, while the remaining 3 were close behind. Had it not been for the ongoing war, it was entirely feasible for them to unlock their Sharingan before graduation. Awakening a single Tomo by age 10 typically indicated a future as a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin with a 3 Tomo Sharingan. Entering the realm of Kaga-level strength was not out of the question, while possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan signified Kaga-level prowess. It did not imply that elite Jonin with 3 Tomo lacked the capacity for Kaga-level combat. This was a universal truth across the 5 great nations. Elite Jonin are elite Jonin, while Kaguya is Kaguya. Only one Kaguya can exist in a village. The ninja world does not operate on a hierarchy of Kaga level, Super Kaga level, or 6 paths level classifications. Within the Naruto universe, Kage symbolizes the pinnacle of combat prowess. The delineation of levels beyond Kage is rather vague. It seems that the denizens of the Naruto world prefer to express strength through divine metaphors, such as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, a title that embodies his unparalleled strength. Likewise, there is the demon of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. As for the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. Whether or not there is any embellishment in that title is uncertain. However, those who can bear such a name must possess considerable strength, don't you think? Otherwise, why would only Hanzo hold the title of demigod, while figures like Inoki and the third Raikage from other nations do not? After a long day of travel, as twilight approached, a group of ninjas finally arrived at the encampment stationed at the battlefield of the Rain Village near Konoha. Upon their arrival, they were promptly divided into various small teams to replace the fallen members. To their surprise, Minato and I found ourselves assigned to the same team. Minato, with his characteristic smile, was cheerfully greeting the other members of the squad. Naturally, neither the captain nor the members paid him any mind. After a grueling day, who had the energy for meaningful conversation? They would rather rest than engage with a bunch of inexperienced students who had barely graduated from the Ninja Academy. It was likely that their forehead protectors were even issued temporarily. Instead of wasting time with these novices, it would be wiser to catch up on much-needed rest. Chapter 29. The Unruly Yellow-Haired Senju. The newly arrived students of the Ninja Academy were fortunate enough to enjoy a night's rest before being thrust into the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, Yunting and Minato huddled together in a cramped tent, lying somewhat uncomfortably alongside a few others who had come with them. It was indeed a tight squeeze. But then again, this was a battlefield, so one must make do. Shortly thereafter, the tent was filled with the sound of steady breathing, revealing a lack of vigilance. After all, they were merely a bunch of children. After a full day of travel, it was evident they were exhausted. Observing that everyone else had succumbed to slumber, Yunting stealthily crawled out of the tent. He made no sound as he effortlessly ascended a tree large enough for two to embrace. Perched atop a branch, he gazed up at the dazzling stars scattered across the night sky. The view from home paled in comparison to what lay before him on the battlefield. As he nibbled on an apple fetched from the system's space, he marveled at the celestial display above. As for concerns about being discovered, he could only scoff. One should never underestimate the vigilance of the patrolling ninjas of Konoha. Besides, with his heightened sensory abilities, was there any reason to worry? Hey kid, you made it to the battlefield too? Don't hog all the goodies, share some with me. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him on the branch, casually settling down and gesturing for a share of his snack. How brazen. Who else could it be but Tsunade? Yunting noted the disarray on Tsunade's once pristine face, now marred with dirt, and her normally silky, pale yellow hair was anything but immaculate. Dark circles under her eyes suggested fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had been tirelessly researching the toxic mist for days on end due to the wind feather incident, all while tending to injured ninjas. Such an intense workload would have exhausted anyone else, but the formidable resilience of the Senju clan must be credited for her endurance. Seeing Tsunade in such a state rendered Yunting devoid of any playful remarks. He rummaged through his ninja pouch and, after a couple of moments, handed her 4 or 5 berry-sized fruits that could stave off hunger and alleviate fatigue. Had he not known that Tsunade would survive into the new era, he might have seriously doubted her chances of enduring the day. Tsunade accepted the fruit and immediately popped one into her mouth, seemingly unconcerned about its potential toxicity. After relishing a few more, she jumped down from the tree and headed straight for her tent. As she walked, she yawned and muttered, "Ugh, what an insufferable brat. For Nanai's sake, I suppose I'll graciously assist you this time. It's incredible how just a few fruits can fill me up." Meanwhile, Yunting watched Tsunade's retreating figure and murmured to himself, "Yellow-haired Senju, for Nanai's sake, I'll do my best to keep your brother safe." Not long after, the sun began to rise above the horizon. Yunting, seated atop the tree, leisurely munched on a rice ball. As for the others, they were likely chewing on hard, dry rations. Even the bento was a strategic resource, reserved for critical moments. The rice ball in Yunting's hand, freshly retrieved from the system space, still emitted a gentle warmth, setting him apart from the other Konoha ninjas who were left to nibble on their dry provisions. Just as he was halfway through his meal, Tsunade appeared, drawn by the enticing aroma. Having woken up feeling refreshed, Tsunade stretched, and, unwilling to chew on the unpalatable rations, had intended to ask the bothersome Uchiha brat for a few fruits to tide her over. Little did she know that upon her arrival, she would find the young boy blissfully devouring a rice ball. Though Yunting was determined to keep a straight face while eating, Tsunade interpreted his demeanor as one of delight. Without hesitation, The gluttonous Tsunade reached out her hand, unabashedly asking for a share. Yunting tossed her a rice ball and remarked casually, "All right, take it and go. Your odor is ruining my appetite." Tsunade, holding the rice ball, stuck her tongue out at him before leaping down from the tree. "I'll let this slide since you gave me a rice ball. You're nowhere near as adorable as my brother. Look how well he listens to me. And then there's you, showing me no respect whatsoever." Returning to her tent, she devoured the rice ball voraciously. Just as she was halfway through, someone lifted the tent flap and entered, cheerfully announcing, "Sis, I brought you some rations, and hot water too." Shoju, having just entered, caught sight of his sister munching on a rice ball. In that moment, they exchanged glances, both contemplating the same thought. Isn't it a bit unfair for the elder sister to indulge while the younger one brings provisions? Tsunade felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You brat, you only come to see me after several days, and the moment I enjoy something nice, you show up." Ultimately, Tsunade, caught between her brother and the rice ball, resolutely chose the latter. After all, her brother could survive a missed meal, but why should she deprive herself? Thus, with Shoju as her witness, Tsunade swiftly finished off the rice ball, then downed the hot water he had brought her. After ruffling his hair affectionately, she left. Shoju, watching his sister, sighed as he munched on his dry rations. No surprise there. She has always been like this. However, it wasn't long before Tsunade returned to Shoju's side, stuffing a rice ball into his mouth while she munched on a fruit. Meanwhile, Yunting's mood soured, as he had just been subjected to an unpleasant odor that Tsunade had unwittingly transferred to him. Having finished breakfast, Yunting joined Minato to assemble with their assigned team. The captain seemed quite capable, likely at the level of a special jonin. Special jonin are indeed a formidable force, each one representing the pinnacle of strength within the village. Chapter 30. The appearance of Hanzo of the Salamander. Early on, Yunting and Minato took their places in the assigned area, quietly listening to the instructions given by the ninja before them. Certainly, the elder's remarks merely reflect some survival techniques on the battlefield. Moreover, a brief introduction for newcomers could alleviate the risks of exposure due to carelessness. I inquired, "Hanzo, has the effectiveness of the salamander's toxic mist diminished significantly? It is likely that antidotes have been thoroughly researched by now, wouldn't you agree? After all, you are aware that the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju is quite the troublesome medical ninja. Furthermore, I pondered why you have refrained from engaging in combat these past few days." Within the encampment of Hanzo the Salamander, a languid youth, seemingly out of place amidst the battlefield's atmosphere, regarded a tall, middle-aged man and voiced his curiosity. He understood that Hanzo's assaults on other nations stemmed from the unique predicament of the Rain Village, which is rather impoverished. Hanzo's every action conveys both dissatisfaction towards the great nations and a sense of helplessness. Hanzo observed the youth before him and slightly shook his head, contemplating that if the adversaries could not even handle a challenge like him, they were hardly worth his personal involvement. The fact that, after all this time, they had yet to devise an effective countermeasure against the salamander's toxic mist indicated that, without Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Konoha's strength had dwindled considerably. However, it is undeniable that Konoha, lacking a powerhouse like Hashirama, possesses a foundational depth that far surpasses that of our Rain Village. It is essential to recognize that Konoha is not solely engaged in conflict with us. There remain numerous elite shinobi from Konoha in the Mist and Sand villages. Of course, Hanzo's reluctance to engage is also indicative of his intent to cultivate Fuyu. It is evident that the boy possesses exceptional talent, with the only drawback being a somewhat lethargic disposition. The war has merely commenced, and the true top-tier experts have yet to cross paths. Hanzo recognizes that with the current resources of the Rain Village, conquering Konoha is an unrealistic ambition. These minor skirmishes are better suited for nurturing this young talent. Moreover, it is said that the 5 great nations have produced numerous promising candidates at the level of Kage. Thankfully, we have one here as well. Otherwise, if the Rain Village relied solely on my capabilities to bear the banner, it would not be a sustainable strategy. How many more years can I maintain my peak? The decline in combat prowess that comes with age is an inevitable reality for every ninja. Thus, the battlefield is poised for a grand confrontation. As per usual, without prior encounters, a thick cloud of toxic mist surged towards the Konoha forces. However, unlike before, Konoha's contingent of over a dozen shinobi, spaced out by several meters, took formation at the front lines, each producing multiple scrolls. These scrolls contained a powerful sealing technique developed by the Uzumaki clan, notoriously challenging to master, yet now merely required the infusion of chakra. Although this might be utilized only a few times, Fuyu regarded the swiftly dissipating toxic fog with indifference. After all, if Konoha could not devise a solution after several days, surrender would be the more prudent choice. The ensuing battles promised to be far more engaging. While long-range toxin control is commendable, who does not yearn to wield a blade upon the battlefield? Naturally, those lacking the requisite strength are simply fodder, but I digress. Come, lad, allow me to show you the true essence of warfare. A voice, slightly raspy, resonated from beside him. The speaker brandished a massive scythe and donned the standard gas mask of the Rain Village. Fuyu, unconcerned, trailed behind Hanzo, his right hand casually resting on the hilt of his long sword. Then, as the two armies were on the verge of clash, the scene unfolded with brutal intensity. Devoid of any semblance of strategy, merely a clash of sheer power. Hanzo, wielding his scythe, dispatched an elite ninja with the same ease one would slice through vegetables. From a distance, Yunting observed as a Konoha Jonin was cleaved in half by Hanzo's massive weapon. His mastery of taijutsu, the body flicker technique, and his formidable strength were evident. Hanzo the Salamander was indeed an interesting figure. The man who deemed himself a demigod of the shinobi world was characterized by his mastery of poison, yet his raw power could not be overlooked. With such a robust physique, he certainly did not appear lacking in strength. On Konoha's side, Orochimaru could not permit Hanzo to wreak havoc unchallenged. He promptly directed his shinobi to engage in long-range attrition, with Jiraiya taking the lead while quietly transferring command to a Jonin from the Nara clan at his side. Meanwhile, Orochimaru discreetly sought out Tsunade, observing the battlefield from a short distance, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. After all, Jiraiya alone could not withstand Hanzo's onslaught. Fortunately, on the Rain Village's side, only Hanzo and his infamous aides, Zo and Yo, were notable, the rest were rather ordinary. Just as Jiraiya was sent flying by a strike from Hanzo, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to employ his hidden shadow snake hands technique from the flank, attempting to ensnare him. Alas, Hanzo evaded with his body flicker technique. In the next moment, Hanzo swiftly positioned his scythe before him to block a falling boulder. Although he successfully defended against it, he still stumbled back a few paces. Without a doubt, this was Tsunade's doing, for great strength yields remarkable results. Thus, much like in the original narrative, the three legendary ninjas found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against Hanzo, while a number of Konoha Jonin added to the fray. Konoha's elite forces undeniably surpassed those of the Rain Village. The Rain Village shinobi led by Zo and Yo clashed with Konoha's forces, yet many of Konoha's shinobi, in cooperation with Sarutobi Hiruzen's three disciples, engaged Hanzo in a relentless contest. In principle, the confrontation between the Rain Village and Konoha could ultimately reach a stalemate. However, this new variable, myself, was present. Fuyu moved with the agility of the wind, weaving skillfully through the chaotic battlefield. As a Chunin, he was capable of dispatching opponents with a single stroke. Almost instantaneously, Fuyu eliminated an adversary with a swift slice to the throat. As the future heir of the Rain Village, he understood the necessity of demonstrating his prowess. After all, in the Rain Village, strength is paramount. The moment the Mangekyo Sharingan emerged from Hanzo, his position as clan leader would be assured. It is essential to possess strength, otherwise, who would willingly submit to your authority? Above all, fulfilling the mission remains paramount. Observing the Konoha shinobi with hostile intentions on the battlefield, Fuyu swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, 1,000 feather kill. Countless pale blue feathers, infused with wind chakra and exuding an almost imperceptible razor-sharp aura, surged forth, accurately targeting the Konoha shinobi. Yet, it wasn't long before he found himself under scrutiny. However, this was understandable. Only a fool would allow a prodigious combatant to slaughter their way through the enemy ranks without intervention. While the lower-ranking shinobi may be expendable, they should not be treated as such. Fuyu lightly raised his hand, effortlessly slicing through the incoming shuriken. As he regarded his opponent, his eyes narrowed slightly. Across from him, his opponent similarly squinted, and Fuyu instantly recognized him. Wasn't this the grandson of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju? Senju Tenzo. That silver hair truly resembled his grandfather's. Regrettably, in the original story, he was merely a background character, receiving no screen time, ultimately fading into obscurity. Nevertheless, I must admit, his strength is quite commendable. The long knife in Fuyu's hand and the long sword in Tianza's grip emitted a jarring sound of metal colliding. In that fleeting moment, Tianza felt a considerable strain. The opponent before him was astonishingly swift, relentlessly adhering to him and offering no opportunity to form hand signs. Unlike his granduncle, who could simply clap his hands and summon whatever he desired, Tianza was at a disadvantage. The speed of Fuyu's blade intensified, further sharpened by the wind attribute chakra enveloping it. Ultimately, with Fuyu's final strike, Tianzi's long sword was cleaved in two, for those observant enough to notice. It was evident that nearly all of Fengyu's attacks had targeted a single spot, which was the reason for the severance of Tianzi's weapon. Although the Senju clan had been disbanded, its profound heritage remained intact. The sword wielded was far from ordinary, without the rapid, repeated strikes on the same location. It would have been quite challenging to break. As Fengyu's slash descended, a massive wound stretched from Tianzi's left shoulder to his right side, revealing glimpses of stark white bone. Blood quickly drenched his garments, causing his lips to twitch uncontrollably, while the hand clutching the broken sword trembled incessantly. Fengyu regarded the Senju Tianzi with a hint of mockery. "Ah, given that you are not from an opposing faction, I shall spare your life." Yet, he feigned raising his knife, adopting a posture as if to deliver a finishing blow. In that moment, Tianzi's right hand trembled as he grasped the corner of an explosive tag from his ninja pouch. His gaze steady upon the youth before him, who was notably larger. Truly a prodigy, he mused that if he could utilize ninjutsu, the outcome would not have been so dire. After all, he had extensively learned the forbidden techniques invented by his grandfather. Regrettably, he was perhaps unable to employ them in that moment. Meanwhile, Tsunade, sensing Tianzi's predicament, momentarily lost focus, only to be confronted by Hanzo of the Salamander. "Huh? You dare to distract yourself while battling me? Prepare to meet your demise." Hanzo's scythe glimmered ominously with chakra as it sliced towards Tsunade's neck. Fortunately, a sturdy earthen wall manifested around her, briefly obstructing Hanzo's assault. Tsunade was subsequently pulled to safety by Orochimaru, using his shadow snake hand technique. Having just utilized the earthen wall, Jiraiya swiftly bit his finger and summoned Bunta. Orochimaru similarly summoned Manda, although it required a living sacrifice each time. Manda's power was undeniably formidable. Back on Tianzi's front, as Fengyu prepared to strike, a colossal fireball hurtled towards him. Fengyu cleaved it in half. Just as Tianzi was whisked away by a blonde youth, Fengyu attempted to advance, only to be halted by his superior. Gazing at Yunting, who was marginally more dashing than himself, Fengyu couldn't help but smirk. "Finally, you've arrived. I was beginning to wonder if I would need to practice high kicks like Admiral Kazuru. It's exhausting to hold back." Yunting's expression, as he surveyed Fengyu's handiwork, betrayed a sense of unspoken significance. "Are you planning to incapacitate that fellow?" Regardless, it mattered little. Preserving a life was already a significant achievement. At that moment, Tsunade felt a wave of relief upon witnessing Tianzi's rescue. Simultaneously, the silhouettes of Yunting and Fengyu collided. Prestige emanates from strength, and battling formidable opponents is the most effective means to showcase one's prowess. After all, what could one demonstrate on the battlefield by merely dispatching a lowly genin or even a chunin? In the end, the two blades, one entwined with wind attribute chakra and the other with fire attribute chakra, clashed, sending both combatants staggering back several meters. They swiftly formed hand signs, completing their seals almost instantaneously. Wind release, 1,000 feather kill. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Countless feathers infused with wind chakra collided with searing flames, creating a commotion that drew the attention of numerous onlookers. The tumult raised clouds of dust, obscuring the vision of many, but for Fengyu and Yunting, it was as if there were no obstruction, as both possessed remarkable sensory abilities. With Yunting additionally endowed with the Sharingan. Within the swirling dust, the crisp sounds of clashing swords resonated, as if both sides shared an unspoken understanding. Reaching a stalemate before retreating. As Hanzo withdrew, he cast a lingering glance at the fierce confrontation he had just witnessed. The crimson tomo of the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan emblem on his back proclaimed his identity. The Uchiha clan, indeed, was a wellspring of talent. The young boy wielding a 3-tomo Sharingan had limitless potential ahead of him. Fengyu's prowess was commendable, and the old monkey would surely be restless. Knowing that upon returning to camp, the Uchiha youths who accompanied him would surround him, chattering excitedly with admiration. They appeared no different from ordinary children. Yet he understood that their impressions were indelibly marked by the battle they had just witnessed. The Uchiha clan's admiration for strength was hardly a secret. Upon returning to the camp after the fierce battle, Tsunade hurried into a simple medical tent to tend to the injured, including the grandson of Senju Tobarama. Perhaps this is what they mean by with great power comes great responsibility. Medical ninjas, indeed, treated Tsunade like a workhorse. However, it was to be expected that once news from the battlefield reached back home, someone would be losing sleep. Although she had no intention of annihilating Konoha, she certainly had not forgotten about Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 close companions. "Ouch, Tsunade, be gentle. You're killing me." Inside a medical tent, a girl with disheveled, light yellow hair was meticulously bandaging a wound on a silver-haired boy. Tsunade regarded Tianza and said flatly, just make do with it. The conditions here are what they are. This isn't Konoha Hospital. Besides, this will serve as a good lesson for you. Look at you, underestimating your opponent. You think your swordplay is sufficient? Tianza, hearing her words, could only scoff. How was I to know that kid from the Rain Village would be so monstrous? He's just like that Uchiha kid. After finishing the bandaging, Tsunade sighed. What was that kid's name again? I wonder who saved you today? Enduring the pain, Tianza struggled to sit upright. Indeed, I was saved by that Uchiha brat. If grandfather found out, I'd probably be in for a world of trouble. Ridiculous. The kid from the Rain Village and the Uchiha kid are both extraordinary. Tsunade observed Tianza's expression and replied coolly, oh please. Your granduncle would be thrilled that you survived. By the way, your injuries are quite severe. Would you like me to send you back to the village to recuperate? I wouldn't want you to become a burden on the battlefield. A bitter smile crept onto Tianza's lips. What choice do I have? Returning is the only option. Staying here would indeed complicate matters for you all. Plus, being back in the village might allow me to heal more swiftly. It was truly an inauspicious start. He had barely set foot on the battlefield before being forced to retreat for treatment. Nevertheless, considering his constitution, he estimated that he would recover in about 10 days or so. Regrettably, for the time being, it seems that Tsunade will have to bear the burden of concern. That boy, Shoju, has persistently yearned for the battlefield, had it not been for my insistence alongside Tsunade to confine him to the rear. One cannot say for certain that he wouldn't have met with an untimely demise at the hands of that young man from this morning. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to that Uchiha lad, for he has, at the very least, saved my life. Moreover, one can never tell, perhaps in the future, our families may unite in kinship. Although I do harbor a modicum of prejudice against the Uchiha clan, one cannot deny that little Kushina has fallen head over heels for that fellow. Truly, what a peculiar situation. I had thought that our abilities were somewhat evenly matched, and I had envisioned myself lending a hand during your perilous moments on the battlefield. Alas, it appears I was mistaken. At this moment, inside the tent, Minato was venting his frustrations to Yunting, who seemed to have skillfully concealed his prowess at the ninja academy. Each time they sparred, it was always a closely contested affair. Yet I genuinely believed that my abilities were comparable to Yunting's. With a warm smile, Yunting patted Minato on the shoulder, reassuring him that his talent was commendable, and with the guidance of a capable mentor, he would eventually catch up. Besides, I have my own advantages. What merit is there in comparing ourselves? Just then, Yunting caught sight of a young girl from the Uchiha clan, clutching her arm and exhibiting a pallid complexion, her gait somewhat unsteady as she passed by the tent. Had she been anyone else, I would likely have merely sighed and moved on. However, given her lineage, I felt compelled to lend a hand within my means. Consider it a practical application of Tsunade's medical skills. Gently tapping Minato's shoulder, I informed him, I have something to attend to. I shall be stepping out for a moment. With that, Yunting swiftly departed. Why haven't you sought assistance from a medical ninja for your injuries? Yunting inquired softly as he approached the Uchiha girl. Upon hearing his voice, the girl turned slowly in his direction. Oh, Yunting, is that you? I'm quite all right now. After all, there are only a few medical ninjas available, and this minor injury can be easily managed with a simple bandage once I return to camp. Compared to those with severed limbs, I consider myself fortunate. She replied cheerfully. And by the way, Yunting, you look exceptionally handsome today. In response, Yunting knelt down, saying, come now, I shall escort you back to the camp. Since you've called me brother, it's only natural for an elder brother to carry his sister back. No refusals. The girl hesitated, wishing to decline, but was quickly convinced by Yunting's words. She brushed off the dust from her clothes and gently climbed onto Yunting's back. Despite the dirtiness of her clothes, one cannot expect a common ninja to be pristine on the battlefield. Before long, Yunting had transported the girl to a tent. Just as he was about to reach for the entrance, he recalled something and turned to inquire. There shouldn't be anyone inside the tent, right? While I can sense that it's empty, it's still a girl's quarters, so it's better to ask. She shook her head lightly. It's all right, Yunting. My roommates won't be back for quite some time. Hearing this, Yunting lifted the flap and stepped inside. This tent is considerably more spacious than mine, he noted. Glancing around, his own quarters had been akin to a pigsty. Gently, he set her down on the bed and began to carefully lift the fabric of her clothing around her shoulder. As he conjured a sphere of water in his hand, he added reassuringly, this may sting a bit, so bear with it. The girl nodded, and in the next moment, she felt a soothing coolness at her wound as it was cleansed. Yunting then employed a healing technique, infusing it with a touch of the phoenix fire. Though only a small amount, the flame, imbued with vibrant life, would greatly assist in the healing process. He applied the same method to mend a small cut on her calf. Once healed, Yunting affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "You've been very good, remaining still throughout. In the future, if you find yourself injured, feel free to seek me out at the camp. And if you encounter other members of the Uchiha clan, they may also request my assistance." After leaving her with a few fruits to stave off hunger, he departed. Once Yunting had left, the girl gradually came to her senses. As she rushed out of the tent, she realized that Yunting had already vanished. "Oh no, Bing Shui, you absolute fool. How could you forget to say thank you? You didn't even tell him your name. What an idiot. A complete dolt. I'll just have to thank him the next time I see him." With that thought, Bing Shui returned to the tent and lay on the bed, gazing at the fruits in her hand, a smile breaking across her face for reasons she could not quite understand. "Yunting, did you really treat me like a child?" She mused. "We're supposed to be in the same grade." At that moment, another figure entered the tent. "Xiaoya, I brought back some alcohol from the medical ninjas. You can trust me with your injuries." Bing Shui smiled faintly at her visitor. "No thanks. I've already taken care of my wounds." "Really? Didn't we mention earlier that there were too many injured to attend to?" The newcomer queried. "By the way, where's the other member of our team? Didn't she bring you back?" Bing Shui shrugged nonchalantly. "She got called away for something. I returned on my own." "Seriously? How could she do that? And she belongs to a prestigious family, no less. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been injured in the first place. And she didn't even see you safely to your tent." Observing the girl who was advocating for her, Bing Shui gently reassured her, "It's all right, Qianhua. We're not from the same clan. Besides, had she not left, perhaps Yunting wouldn't have encountered me at all. Maybe this misfortune has turned into a blessing?" After Bing Shui showed Qianhua her healed wounds, Qianhua ceased her attempts to fuss over her. Once Bing Shui recounted the sequence of events, the tent was filled with Qianhua's exclamations of disbelief. "Wait, what? Xiaoya, your luck is unbelievable. I'm almost envious. Why wasn't it me who got hurt? You must understand, both my parents are ordinary people, and Yunting has been a tremendous help to them. Even my parents have said that once I graduate, if the opportunity arises, I should go and stay with Yunting." In the following days, neither Konoha nor Amigakure initiated any significant actions, resembling the calm before a storm. At night, raindrops fell incessantly from the sky, their patter echoing against the leaves. In the pitch darkness, only the sound of rain striking foliage was heard. Orochimaru, his expression somewhat grave, observed the exterior of the tent. It had been several days without conflict, and he feared that Amigakure might launch a surprise attack on them. However, his worries were unfounded. Amigakure had no intention of night raiding Konoha. Meanwhile, within Konoha, 5 or 6 young members of the Uchiha clan were huddled in a corner, enjoying the rations Yunting had provided. They sat in their makeshift tent, consuming their food and engaging in lighthearted conversation, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a camping trip among peers rather than a battlefield. While the additional rations consisted mainly of fruits and jerky, they were a welcome improvement over the usual hardtack. As dusk settled, the darkness enveloped the surroundings, making the singular golden hue amidst a sea of raven-black hair all the more conspicuous. "Yunting, why has there been no news from the Rain Village these past few days?" Qianhua inquired, her cheeks stuffed with fruit. "How would I know? I'm not a worm in their belly," Yunting replied nonchalantly. "Besides, their absence grants us a few days of peace, does it not? It is the elite jonin of Konoha who should be concerned, not us. Let us enjoy our meal. Indeed, let us eat well first," Qianhua nodded, her cheeks puffing out. In this pitch-black environment, she mused, it was unlikely anyone could see them. Through their conversation, she learned that the Uchiha girl she had aided a few days prior was named Uchiha Bingwe, daughter of 2 Chunin from the Uchiha clan. Unlike her parents, who had only awakened a single tomo in their Sharingan at such an age, Bingwe was a prodigious talent, having activated her eyes by the tender age of 10. Among the boys, 2 had also awakened their Sharingan, while Qianhua was the sole one with commoner parents. She had struck up an easy camaraderie with Qianhua upon their first meeting. It seemed her support had been instrumental in Qianhua's steady progress thus far. Although the help she provided felt trivial to her, it had indeed made a difference. Yet, she pondered whether it was right or wrong. Without her, Qianhua might still be living a mundane life with her parents in Konoha. Nevertheless, the girl was as carefree as Kushina, showing no concern at all. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes from afar observed the gathering of individuals. How enviable. Uchiha, perched atop a distant tree, a 15-year-old boy sat on a branch, clutching his forehead protector. The moonlight illuminated the bird-in-a-cage mark on his forehead protector. He allowed the rain to wash over him, his icy gaze betraying no emotion. Those despicable clan heads. Those loathsome Hyuga. If it weren't for them, his cold eyes fixated on the Uchiha gathering in the distance, a hint of envy flickering within. Unnoticed by himself, such a situation was rare in the Hyuga clan. Typically, the main family members did not share such camaraderie with the branch family. The main family often regarded the branch family as mere tools. Despite belonging to the same clan, a hierarchy of privilege was imposed. In the Hyuga, even if one possessed exceptional talent, being born into the branch family meant being viewed as inferior. Isn't the mark on my forehead akin to a leash for a dog? He mused bitterly. The only difference is that I can speak and possess greater strength. One day, I shall shatter the main family's control over the branches. Even if it costs me my life, I will make them pay. I have endured this fate, but I refuse to let my children be born into such a curse. Yet, he chided himself for thinking too far ahead. Surviving the imminent war was the first step before contemplating anything else. Chapter 32, An Unintentional Gift. Hyuga Shin gazed at the scene in the distance, shaking his head in quiet resignation, preparing to retreat to his tent for some rest. Unexpectedly, a fruit came hurtling toward his chest from an unknown source. Startled, he caught the airborne object, his eyes unconsciously shifting to white, the veins around them becoming pronounced. At least it wasn't he with malicious intent. Truly, a formidable junior. 2 days later, Tenz returned to Konoha for recuperation. In a hospital bed, he lay expressionless, while a crimson figure stood beside him, clutching a basket of fruit. Kushina looked at the boy on the bed, concern lacing her voice. Tenz, how did you sustain such injuries? A faint smile crept onto Tenz's lips. Ah, it's war after all. Who comes out unscathed in battle? What about Tsunade and Shinosuke? She continued. They're fine, better off than I am. Tsunade, being a medical ninja, mostly stays in the medical tents, where safety is assured. As for Shinosuke, I ensured he was stationed at the rear before the conflict began, so he escaped with minimal injuries. Upon hearing this, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushing slightly. And what of Yunting on the battlefield? He is not hurt, is he? Tenz observed Kushina's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but reflect on how his little sister had grown, her concerns for others surpassing her own. Don't worry. He is doing just fine, not a scratch on him. After exchanging pleasantries, Kushina settled quietly on a nearby bench, picking up a tedious-seeming scroll to peruse. Though she was reluctant to delve into such scrolls, she found herself influenced by a Yun, her desire for strength surpassing that of her original narrative. After all, strength was a currency in the ninja world, and a significant part of her motivation stemmed from a Yun's remarkable prowess. What if I don't strive hard enough and end up being looked down upon by a Yun's grandfather and parents? She thought, resolutely refusing to be a bystander at a Yun's wedding. Absolutely not. Tenz watched his non-biological sister with a shake of his head. If little Kushina was putting in such effort, he could not afford to lag behind. As the grandson of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, he naturally inherited his grandfather's prodigious talent. Coupled with his ability to master ninjutsu with relative ease, he found himself ahead of his peers, yet not as diligent in training. The blade of wind feather shattered a fragment of his pride, revealing to him the reality of the ninja world, where prodigies were as common as raindrops. In a nation like the Land of Rain, one could find a figure like Hanzo the Salamander, whose power rivaled that of his grandfather, and geniuses capable of easily besting him. Alongside the Uchiha clan, true talent was indeed in abundance. Wind Feather could never have imagined that the strike he had held back would mold a being far more formidable than Senju Tobarama himself. Meanwhile, within the tents of the Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander conversed with a young boy. I understand your concern for those little ones at home. I'll grant you a reprieve. After all, Konoha is currently facing multiple fronts and is unlikely to launch a swift attack against us. The boy nodded and promptly exited the tent. Hanzo gazed after Wind Feather, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. Could he truly entrust the future of the Rain Village to this young man? Sighing, he resolved to teach him gradually. The quality of ninjas in the Rain Village had been disheartening, compelling him to consider offensive strategies against the other 5 great nations. His intent was merely to ensure that the Rain Village would no longer be a casualty of conflict between the 3 great ninja villages. Yet now, with Wind Feather, the future appeared bright. Surpassing him seemed a matter of time. Of course, the battle had commenced, and seeking compensation did not seem unreasonable. After all, those unshod fear not the one in shoes. The old monkey now finds himself besieged on all fronts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I trust you do not wish to engage in a full-scale war with my Rain country, which would surely leave you severely weakened. Naturally, one can extract as much advantage as possible. As long as one does not perish, one should seize every opportunity relentlessly. In the past, I had no choice, but now, there is no need to continue down the path of uncertain success. as long as that wind boy becomes a formidable ninja akin to Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. The Hidden Rain Village can undoubtedly rise to become the 6th great ninja village, on par with the 5 great nations. Given the limited number of exceptional ninjas in the Rain Village, it would be more prudent to cultivate a high-end combatant akin to Uchiha Madara. In due time, under the protection of that boy, the Rain Village will flourish, and the other ninja villages will naturally hesitate to wage war. At this moment, Fenyu is swiftly making his way towards the Hidden Rain Village. A pale blue wind flows across his skin. Fenyu has, in fact, taken in numerous children within the Rain Village. Among them are the future pillars, Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. After all, taking in these children is hardly taxing for me. A significant part of my motivation stems from their pitiable circumstances. Soon, he arrives at a large courtyard, a property he has acquired, and in the Rain Village. No fool would dare to provoke him. There are far too many orphans in the Rain Village. In the original narrative, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko are but a minuscule representation of the countless orphans struggling to survive. Many have endured far harsher fates. After all, the trio was fortunate to discover the methods of chakra cultivation, while the majority of orphans in the Rain Village might not even last a few days. Who can realistically expect a small child to survive alone for an extended period? It is no exaggeration to say that in their early days, Konan and Nagato relied heavily on Yahiko to navigate the perilous world filled with orphans. Stealing food from robust adults is no simple feat. If caught, one might not escape with their life. And even if one manages to procure food, what about the next time? No one can ensure they won't be caught every time. And a starving individual is capable of desperate acts. Chapter 33. Plans and schemes against the 5 great countries. Even though the courtyard is spacious, it feels somewhat cramped when accommodating nearly 300 orphans. Nevertheless, these children I have taken and generously reserve the largest room for me and diligently clean it each day. Their thoughtfulness is both heartwarming and heartbreaking. While I am indeed a stand-in for the leader, I possess my own consciousness. Moreover, considering the leader's survival abilities, I doubt I could be of much use. Setting aside the question of whether I could defeat the leader, even if I did, I would have to contend with a reborn leader, restored to peak strength. Not to mention, the leader's ability to escape and survive is unparalleled. With the Flying Thunder God technique and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's divine powers, coupled with the extraordinary high-level abilities of myself and a few others who can resurrect him post-mortem, I am left wondering when my moment of sacrifice will arrive. However, to speak frankly, the trio possesses considerable talent. If Konan and Yahiko train diligently, reaching the level of a Kage will be well within their grasp. As for Nagato, should he unleash his full potential and summon the outer path, I doubt I could withstand it. Interestingly, when I first encountered the trio, they were strangers to one another, or rather, they had yet to form any bonds. At the time, Nagato had already awakened the Rinnegan, and there had been no conflict between Konoha and the Rain Village. Thus, it cannot be attributed to me that Nagato became a wanderer prematurely. Yet, it seems that from the very beginning, Nagato was merely a pawn of Uchiha Madara, aiding in the cultivation of the Rinnegan, the formation of the Akatsuki, and the capture of tailed beasts. Madara's shadow looms large over all. It is indeed tragic. In truth, both Konan and Nagato initially exhibited rather weak personalities, and their transformation began only after Yahiko's death. The weak are unworthy of discussing peace. Aside from Konan and the others, there are several promising talents among the orphans. These are the very foundation of my future. Do you understand how impoverished the Rain Village is? Exceptional talents are exceedingly rare. According to Yunting's plan, it would be optimal for Minato to assume the role of Hokage. Given their current relationship, even if Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, Konoha would still effectively be under my dominion. It is unavoidable. The little son naturally harbors goodwill towards anyone, provided they do not commit egregious acts. Thus, their favor will largely remain intact. Of course, if that proves ineffective, I will have no choice but to resort to armed usurpation. Ultimately, the mission must be completed. Attaining the sage body and a fragment of temporal essence is imperative. After all, failure to accomplish this will result in the loss of my eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At this moment, Yunting reclines within his tent, perusing the information relayed to him by the 5 from the magnetic dust. Konoha, it seems, cannot hold out for much longer. The situation in the Rain Village, while not a complete defeat, is undeniably dire. As for the Mist Village, things are rather ordinary. There have been casualties, yet not to the extent of the Rain Village. The Sand Village, too, finds itself at a disadvantage in combat. Konoha is unlikely to endure for many more days. Furthermore, The battle between the Rock and Cloud villages has significantly depleted the ranks of ninjas not aligned with the Lightning and Earth factions. What remains is to swiftly conclude this war and gradually encroach upon the powers within the ninja world. Although the 5 great nations are renowned for their strength, numerous smaller nations exist within the ninja realm. While they may lack power, their numbers are not insignificant. Subduing each one individually is a tedious endeavor. A few days later, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes grimly at the information in his hands. Well, you kill so many of my Konoha ninjas and still seek compensation? How audacious! The scoundrel from the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander. At this moment, Hiruzen's few comrades are gathered together, their faces reflecting a somewhat sinister demeanor. However, this is hardly surprising, as their animosity toward the Uchiha clan has naturally aligned them with a hostile faction. Fenyu has indeed taken many lives. Sarutobi, Mito, the Nara and Shimura clans have all suffered considerable losses. Although Shimura Danzo may not place much importance on his clan, the significant deaths within his ranks have severely diminished his influence among the Hokage's upper echelons. He had initially intended to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to allocate some funds after the war to establish a faction known as Root. However, it now appears that might be quite challenging. The group then convenes to discuss strategies. Ultimately, they resolve that Konoha will compensate the Hidden Rain Village for their losses in this conflict and provide additional reparations, but with the stipulation that this agreement must remain confidential. Naturally, the Rain Village is more than willing to accept additional resources, thus they agree. The reason for their compromise is clear. If reconciliation is not reached soon, their clans will face utter annihilation. They all suspect that someone within their families has offended a ninja from the Rain Village, although casualties are an inevitable aspect of war. However, when one gazes upon the members of the Uchiha clan, they find that, at most, they have sustained only serious injuries. In stark contrast, the fates of the 4 other families reveal a grim reality. Some have perished, while others are grievously wounded. Heaven knows how deeply several hearts must ache. It is uncertain how many years of development will be required for them to regain their former stature. With the conclusion of Chapter 34, a reward is bestowed upon Shana, granting him the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mere days later, Konoha publicly announces its withdrawal from the war. On the surface, it appears as though Konoha's retreat is a simple matter. However, in the shadows, both Amigakure and Sunigakure have reaped considerable benefits from Konoha's decision. As for Kirigakure, due to the majority of Uchiha clan members engaged in battle being stationed there, they have not suffered significant disadvantages and harbor no intentions of undermining Konoha. Moreover, it must be noted that one does not simply take advantage of others recklessly. As the saying goes, a steady stream is preferable to a flood. Engaging in reckless exploitation is best avoided. Most importantly, they reside within Konoha itself. The slow pace of Konoha's development does have its repercussions for them. Additionally, Sunigakure and Amigakure are in dire straits, desperately needing some initial capital. Kirigakure, evidently, fares significantly better economically than the other two. Following the cessation of hostilities between Konoha, Sunigakure, and Amigakure, Iwagakure and Kumogakure also coincidentally halted their conflicts. After all, they are not fools. If everyone else has ceased fighting, would it not be foolish for them to continue, like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellowboard waits in ambush? Thus, life in Yunting returned to its usual rhythm. It is noteworthy that the Uchiha clan, this time, has suffered virtually no casualties, even the newly graduated genin among them. However, in the immediate aftermath, few paid this any mind. After all, in the wake of war, each clan is preoccupied with addressing the damages incurred and strategizing on how to swiftly restore their own strength. Who has the time to observe the circumstances of other families? The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, rejoiced at the return of all its members unscathed. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, glancing at the casualty list of Konoha's ninja with a furrowed brow, drawing on his cigarette. Out of nearly 100 of the Sarutobi clan who had entered the battlefield, only a paltry 10 had returned. This implies that the Sarutobi clan will likely need to adopt a low profile for a considerable period ahead. The substantial loss of high-tier combatants suggests that the Sarutobi clan may have to relinquish some of its family enterprises, for selling them off is far preferable to losing them altogether. Furthermore, the clan requires abundant resources to cultivate fresh blood. At this moment, Yunting reclines within the fishing space, which has expanded significantly. The area now boasts numerous spots to rest, with a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. Moreover, it has become home to several plant spirits akin to Little Green. Given the increased area, Little Green can no longer manage it alone. Naturally, These newly emerged little beings were not caught by Yunting. They could be considered offspring of Little Green, albeit not directly. Little Green's kind possesses a rather unique trait. Under conditions of safety and ample sustenance, it seems capable of nurturing new life within plant bodies through some method. Yunting does not mind this in the least, for these little creatures are renowned for their industriousness, tending to watering and fruit picking. And what is the cost? Merely feeding their modest appetites and providing them shelter. Any capitalist would surely marvel at such exceptional specimens. At this moment, Yunting is also examining the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. Although one might say these rewards are for him, they appear more as an offering to the system itself, as this item is intended for system upgrades. Nevertheless, he remains the ultimate beneficiary. The reward has granted the system an additional segment, resembling a secondary or auxiliary system. Its simple function allows him to acquire 1/10 of the strength possessed by every member of his bound clan from this point forward, encompassing any ninjutsu, chakra, and even ocular prowess they possess. Yunting ponders thoughtfully, contemplating the future of the Uchiha clan. He had initially intended to bolster the clan's strength, and now, with the emergence of this system, his motivation to do so has only intensified. After all, who wouldn't relish the prospect of growing stronger while reclining in comfort? The orchard has also expanded, now hosting numerous animals intended for consumption. Previously, due to limited yield and Little Green's sole management, their provisions were scant. What little they had was either consumed or gifted away. However, the situation is markedly different now. The yield has increased significantly, likely sufficient to meet the clan's consumption needs. Even relying solely on the chakra provided by the clan is immensely formidable. Regarding ocular prowess, while not as abundant as chakra, there is still a considerable amount. Yunting suspects that had he not activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan early on, the current ocular power from the clan alone would be enough to elevate his Sharingan to the Mangekyo form. Furthermore, even after clan members pass away, the strength acquired will only diminish to 1% of their pre-death capabilities, rather than vanishing entirely. He is now living a life where he can grow stronger with ease. However, moving forward, he must present that item to the old man. With it, the elder may very well awaken his own Mangekyo Sharingan, albeit at an advanced age. Nevertheless, bringing a smile to his face is worthwhile. Uchiha Shana is a man of few obsessions. The Senju, the Uchiha, and the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Senju, naturally, are driven by hatred, while the Uchiha wish to see their clan flourish. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, it is a coveted prize desired by any Uchiha. "Oh, my good grandson, what brings you here?" An elderly man with white hair, yet robust in appearance, inquires. Yunting chuckles. "I have come to see you, naturally with a purpose." Noticing the old man's cheerful demeanor today, he continues, "It seems you are in good spirits." Uchiha Shana responds slowly, "Indeed. You must know that our Uchiha clan has suffered no casualties this time. Were it not for the evidence before me, I might have suspected I was ensnared in an illusion. Moreover, do you know how many lives the third Hokage has lost in his family? And some others who are at odds with us Uchiha?" As Shana grows more animated, Yunting swiftly interjects, for he likely already knows the matters the elder speaks of and has no desire to hear him ramble on. Instead, he directly presents a box to Uchiha Shana. "What is this?" Uchiha Shana inquires, puzzled. Yunting smiles gently. "This may assist you in awakening your Mangekyo Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana's eyes widen in astonishment. "Wait, what did my grandson just say? The Mangekyo Sharingan?" His hands begin to tremble slightly as he slowly opens the box, revealing a dark fruit, roughly the size of an adult's fist, within his sight. Uchiha Shana inhales the faint scent of the fruit, feeling invigorated. However, moments later, he suppresses his fervor, closes the box, and pushes it back toward Yunting. "Perhaps this item could indeed aid me in obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although it sounds somewhat mystical, I can sense the fruit's extraordinary nature. Had I been younger, I would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity, but now," he sighs, "at my age, consuming this would be wasteful. I shall abstain from consuming it, for it would be a waste if it were bestowed upon me. Rather, you should partake of it. The future belongs to you all. I shall not squander resources." Yunting observed the elder's head being forcibly turned away and could not help but stifle a laugh. Yet, he held back, pondering, is it that grandfather does not desire the ultimate power of our Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan? That is the very eye awakened by our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Although this fruit is indeed quite precious, it can be acquired every few years. With a sigh, he thought, since grandfather refuses it, and I have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, it seems my father would surely accept it. Untihi? Wait a moment. Uchiha Shana turned toward his grandson, uncertainly inquiring, You have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Yunting smiled faintly, and then his eyes transformed into the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, old man, if you do not want it, I shall give it to your son. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana awkwardly chuckled. Well, grandson, I shall shamelessly accept your kind offer. Rest assured, when I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, whatever you desire shall be granted, though I suspect you will have little need for anything. At that time, I shall not pressure you to seize the position of clan leader. Yunting's eyes sparkled with joy at this. Really? Uchiha Shana gazed at the youth, who was nearly taller than himself, and smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, I know you have little interest in managing the clan. However, with your remarkable talent, you must ensure to bear several gifted great-grandchildren. Yunting scratched his head. Well, grandfather, perhaps you should eat this fruit first. As for having children, just encourage your son to put in more effort. I have plenty of time. Shana, upon hearing this, decided against urging his grandson further. Instead, he opened the box and, sitting cross-legged, swiftly consumed the fruit in a few bites. Almost immediately, Uchiha Shana felt an abundance of warmth coursing through his body, but more importantly, he sensed a remarkable clarity of mind, as if his control and perception of chakra had significantly enhanced. For someone like Uchiha Shana, who had lingered at the 3-tomo level for countless years, such a fruit could easily elevate him to the realm of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In truth, the old man was merely a step away from that advancement. It was surprising that at his age, he had not yet awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps it was due to his talent, which, while decent, was certainly not top tier. Then again, perhaps it was simply that his mental fortitude was exceptionally strong. After all, one would not survive the Warring States period with a weak mindset, would they? In his past life, he had heard a saying, in the ninja world, the Uchiha with a fragile heart. As for the notion of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan for love, well, that seemed rather absurd. It likely referred to another version of the Uchiha in love. Wasn't he a Obito who, after Kakashi's Raikiri, leaped from the 2-tomo to the Mangekyo Sharingan? Although Rin's death had indeed shaken him, leading him to be swayed by Madara's machinations. As he mused, Uchiha Shana slowly opened his eyes. Yunting, observing the patterns within his grandfather's eyes, could not suppress a smile. So what ocular technique has the old man awakened? How does it feel? Uchiha Shana picked up a small copper mirror to gaze at his reflection, and soon, his joyous laughter echoed, reminiscent of a child in his youth. Little Yunting, my left eye technique is the most potent fire release technique recorded in our family's tomes, Amaterasu. The technique of my right eye reduces chakra consumption when performing jutsu, known as Koryu. Uchiha Yunting chuckled helplessly. Well, grandfather, it appears you and I have awakened similar techniques. Mine are known as Jinsu and Koryu. Since you have already awakened, I shall take my leave now. After all, you likely have little time to spare for me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Yunting, you may depart. I shall familiarize myself with this new vision. I must say, this eye is indeed quite impressive. Seeing this, Yunting decided not to linger any longer and made his exit. At that moment, Uchiha Shana, engrossed in the copper mirror, bore little resemblance to the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan. Truly, he retained the heart of a child. Yet, it was only natural, as he pursued something for nearly his entire life. I wonder, when Madara awakened the Rinnegan, did he experience something akin to my grandfather's joy? Later, Yunting distributed the fruits collected by Xiao Lu and his companions to his father, ensuring they would be shared, for judging by the elder's condition. He could hardly be relied upon to do so himself. However, his father would manage just fine. Yunting had already intended to allocate some to his own faction, thus providing benefits to his kin. After all, even if he planned to eventually distribute them to every Uchiha clan member, it did not negate the fact that he could offer early advantages to those within his own faction. After all, even among relatives, there are distinctions. When it comes to distant relatives and one's parents, whom would one assist? Naturally, most would choose to support their parents. As a human, one is bound to have self-serving inclinations. If one were truly to treat everyone equally, who would choose to follow you? Chapter 35, Visitors from the Land of Rain. And so, Yunting's life resumed its routine. However, it was different now, for he had effectively graduated. No longer did he need to attend school, and he found himself disinterested in missions typically assigned to the lower ranks. Thus, he was left to remain at home. Occasionally, he would visit the security department to familiarize himself with the environment, as it was highly probable that he would serve there in the future. Aside from fishing daily, it seemed he had little else to occupy his time. As for Nana, well, she continued her studies at school, much to his amusement. Recently, the old man had been quite busy, seemingly covertly rallying numerous individuals. After all, upon witnessing Uchiha Shana's Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan members instinctively knew which side to align with. Moreover, Uchiha Shana's prestige and strength within the clan were undeniable. Otherwise, he would not have secured the position of the clan elder, would he? Today, visitors from Konoha were expected, although Konoha likely harbored no goodwill towards them. As the visitors were from the Hidden Rain village, they were presumably there to negotiate some agreement or another. It was a matter of mutual caution, otherwise, it would be improbable for them to sit together and converse amicably. The delegation from the Hidden Rain village was led by Zetsu, a trusted aide of Hanzo the Salamander. Fuka had naturally accompanied them, along with Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko, who were brought along for two reasons. 1. The leader wished to meet a few individuals, or perhaps see Nagato's Rinnegan, and 2. He wanted to expose them to the outside world, as they would soon become his right-hand companions. It was unwise for children to remain cooped up in one place for too long. As for the potential dangers they might face while delving into Konoha, there was no cause for concern. Konoha is likely yearning to finalize that so-called truce treaty. It is noteworthy that even though the Raikage's emissaries may harbor ulterior motives, after the unfortunate demise of one of their own, Konoha still offered Hinata Hizashi, the younger brother of the future clan leader of the Hyuga clan, as an apology to the Cloud Village. Moreover, with the formidable presence of Hanzo the Salamander and their esteemed leader shielding them, Konoha's standing cannot possibly be inferior to that of the Cloud Village. Before long, a contingent from the Rain Village appeared at the gates of Konoha, where the Hokage had arranged for the reception by the shinobi of Konoha. Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko, the trio of young ones, gazed at the grand entrance of Konoha with considerable intrigue. After all, the Rain Village pales in comparison to Konoha. The meticulously organized streets, the distant Hokage Rock, and the bustling vendors calling out from either side of the road captured their attention. Fengyu glanced at Suitsong, who was engaged in negotiations, and waved to the trio before a rather languid voice reached the ears of Suitsong and the Konoha ninja he was conversing with. "I'm just taking my companions for a stroll around Konoha. Surely, you have no objections?" With these words, Fengyu fixed his light azure eyes on the ninja before him, who emanated a chakra presence at least at the level of a special jonin. The Konoha shinobi, observing the youth before them, held no thoughts of underestimating him. Well, if it's merely a leisurely outing, that is acceptable. However, access to the territories and confidential areas of Konoha is strictly prohibited. After a brief explanation, the Konoha ninja resumed his discussion with Suitsong, not further engaging with Fengyu. This did not imply a lack of vigilance, as Fengyu could distinctly sense someone trailing him after he departed, most likely an operative from Konoha Zumbu. Nevertheless, he had no intention of causing any disruption, so they could follow if they wished. He was curious to see if they would dare accompany him to the Uchiha clan's territory. As Fengyu led the three youngsters through the bustling streets of Konoha, indulging in various treats, they gradually made their way toward the Uchiha clan. Soon enough, at a crossroads, Fengyu found himself unexpectedly encountering a group of 4 individuals. Among them were one with dark red hair, another with bright red hair, one with pale blonde hair, and the true heir of Konoha with black hair. Upon meeting, Uzumaki Mito's gaze fell upon Nagato, his eyes sharp with perception. However, Nagato's striking red hair was also hard to miss. As for Tsunade, she immediately recognized Fengyu. With a fierce glare directed at him, her fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones barely audible. Tsunade regarded Fengyu and remarked coolly, "You've got some nerve. After killing so many Konoha shinobi, you dare to show your face here?" Fengyu, unfazed by Tsunade's barely concealed animosity, replied, "Oh? Does this imply you intend to make a move against us? Is this how Konoha welcomes its emissaries? Clearly, Konoha is not genuinely seeking peace." You, Tsunade, momentarily at a loss for words, was interrupted by Uzumaki Mito's calming voice. "Tsunade, please temper your anger." Uzumaki Mito then turned to Fengyu and said, "Greetings. We of Konoha welcome your presence. May I pose a question?" Fengyu smiled and replied, "If your question pertains to whether this child beside me belongs to the Uzumaki clan, I can assure you he does." "What? The legendary wife of the first Hokage wouldn't be contemplating abducting one of our Rain Village children, would she?" Uzumaki Mito waved her hand dismissively. "Where this child wishes to go is his own choice. I would never force him. However, as you may know, our Uzumaki clan is dwindling in numbers. Might I have a private conversation with this child?" Fengyu turned to Nagato, inquiring, "What do you think, Nagato?" Nagato observed Fengyu, then glanced at the elderly gentleman, sensing a warm aura emanating from him, and nodded. "Fengyu, I would be willing to converse with this esteemed elder." As Fengyu watched Mito lead Nagato aside for their discussion, Tsunade observed Fengyu's nonchalant demeanor and slowly remarked, Aren't you worried that the child might be taken to Konoha? Fengyu did not even cast a glance at Tsunade, his gaze fixed on Nagato. Regardless of the circumstances, Nagato would never ally himself with Konoha. After all, even if Nagato were inclined to join Konoha, would they dare accept him? His parents had been slain by Konoha shinobi, after all. Tsunade, upon hearing this, turned her attention to Nagato's red hair, momentarily at a loss for words. If this were indeed the case, it would certainly complicate matters. Then, Fengyu turned to Kushina, standing beside Tsunade, and asked, "What do you think, little one? Would you like to return to the Rain Village with me? We have someone of your clan here, a child around the same age as you." Before Kushina could respond, Tsunade interjected, blocking her path. "I'll tell you right now, don't even think about it." Kushina glanced at Nagato, and then gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, but my important people are in Konoha. I cannot leave." Fengyu smiled lightly, and said, "What if I were to bring Uchiha Yunting to the Rain Village?" Before Kushina could reply, Tsunade looked at Fengyu in surprise. "Kid, if you know the name of that individual from the Uchiha clan, you should also understand that he won't be easily swayed to your side. After all, the Uchiha's roots lie in Konoha." Fengyu slowly withdrew his gaze, his light azure eyes reflecting Tsunade's expression. "Oh, is that so? The Uchiha clan seems to have been treated unfairly in Konoha for quite some time, hasn't it? Since Konoha is at odds with them, wouldn't expelling the Uchiha from the village align with both of our interests?" Tsunade rolled her eyes at this suggestion. "Do I look like a fool to you? Expelling the Uchiha from the village? Setting aside whether we even have the capability to do so, even if we did, why would we drive such powerful assets into enemy territory?" Meanwhile, the conversation between Nagato and Uzumaki Mito unfolded in a gentler tone. Uzumaki Mito gently stroked Nagato's hair. "Child, do your parents have the Uzumaki surname?" Nagato shook his head. "No, neither I nor my parents bear any surname." Uzumaki Mito sighed softly. "That is understandable. After all, carrying the Uzumaki name brings inherent dangers. Your parents did well. Now, would you like to live with me?" Nagato shook his head gently. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder. I am under Fengyu's care, and I do not wish to leave his side. Moreover, my parents were killed by intruding Konoha shinobi. I will not join Konoha." Uzumaki Mito sighed in response. "Very well. In that case, upon my return home, I shall give you a copy of our clan's sealing techniques. Of course, you need not refuse. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, you are entitled to learn. Additionally, one must possess strength to protect those they care for." As for Mito's concerns about the Rain Village potentially growing stronger due to this knowledge, there was no need for excessive worry. Mastery of sealing techniques requires significant talent, and many of these techniques were tailored to the Uzumaki clan's unique physiology, such as the adamantine sealing chains. Thus, even if outsiders were to learn a few, they would only scratch the surface. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the remaining Uzumaki heirs could very well be limited to Kushina and the young Nagato before her. As for Kushina, with the Uchiha child present and the protection of Tsunade and Tens, she felt a measure of assurance. However, the same could not be said for Nagato. What is the issue with providing him some self-defense items? After the conversation between the two concluded, Nagato returned to stand behind Kazuhaya. Meanwhile, Konan and Yahiko surrounded Nagato with concern. "How are you, Nagato? You aren't planning to leave, are you?" Nagato, observing the genuine worry in their eyes, felt a warmth in his heart. "Rest assured, I will return to Amigakure. That is my home, as long as you don't despise me." Hearing this, Yahiko laughed heartily, patting Nagato on the shoulder. "How could we ever disdain you? We promised that when we grow up, we would assist Brother Kazuhaya together." Konan nodded in agreement from the side. Mito watched the interaction among the group, feeling considerably reassured about Nagato. He certainly had many who cared for him. As for that young lad, he truly grows stronger with each generation. Alas, he is not from Konoha. However, such matters are for the younger ones to worry about in the future. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Mito waved at Tsunade and the others, proceeding toward his destination. Kazuhaya observed the departing figures with a knowing smile. Nearby, Konan, munching on a candied hawthorn skewer, turned to Kazuhaya and asked, "Brother Kazuhaya, where are we headed?" Kazuhaya replied with a smile, "We are going to meet a friend of mine, who will help treat your hidden injuries. After all, we are already here." Konan tilted her head in confusion. "Hidden injuries? Do I have any?" Kazuhaya chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Of course. After enduring so many beatings, how could you not?" When he first encountered Konan and Yahiko, they had been surrounded by a group of adults who were mercilessly beating them. The two had clearly been caught stealing food. Unlike Konan and Yahiko, who had been wandering since a very young age, Nagato had not sustained as many hidden injuries. The reality is rather harsh. This world is not like the anime. Konan and Yahiko, at such a tender age, could only resort to stealing food. But once discovered, how could two small children possibly outrun the robust adults? Moreover, they fought with deadly intent. Not long after, Kushina and her companions arrived near the Uchiha clan's territory. Blushing slightly, Kushina glanced at Uzumaki Mito and asked, Mito Granny, is it too early for us? Mito chuckled, patting Kushina's head, not at all. Besides, it seems that the elderly in any world are always eager to engage in such matters. Upon reaching the Uchiha clan's entrance, Mito explained their situation and was promptly granted entry. Normally, aside from Kushina, the others would likely not have been allowed in. However, Uchiha Shana, the elder, had given the word. Chapter 36, Engagement? Mito led Tsunade, Shoju, and Kushina down the streets of the Uchiha clan. Aside from Kushina, it was the first time for Tsunade, Shoju, and even Mito to walk these streets. While Kushina was somewhat familiar with some members of the Uchiha clan, Tsunade and the others were not. In fact, there were those who regarded Tsunade and her companions with a hint of animosity. This was simply an inescapable reality. After all, the Senju and Uchiha clans had been archrivals for generations. Even when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama co-founded Konoha, the relationship between the two clans had only slightly improved. And that had merely been the result of the strength of Madara and Hashirama suppressing their animosity. Once they both perished, the facade of peace crumbled away. While it did not lead to outright conflict, verbal provocations and mutual disdain persisted. Tsunade, of course, was self-aware. It was already quite fortunate for the Senju clan to be allowed within the Uchiha clan's territory. Expecting a warm welcome from the Uchiha was simply wishful thinking. Tsunade poked Kushina gently in the back, saying, I must say, little Kushina, it seems you are quite well received among the Uchiha. Kushina smiled back, responding, well, Sister Tsunade, everyone has been quite nice to me. Perhaps it is because of Yunting? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, so, do you know why that rascal enjoys such high regard among the Uchiha? Surely it cannot be simply because he is the grandson of the Uchiha clan's elder? Upon hearing this, Kushina quickly retorted, of course not. It is because Yunting treats everyone in the Uchiha clan with kindness, which is why they respect him. They do not look down on him due to his young age. Moreover, Sister Tsunade, you'd best refrain from speaking ill of Yunting in the Uchiha clan. After all, he has a good rapport with nearly everyone on the street, as they have all benefited from his kindness. Soon after, Mito and her companions arrived at the residence of Uchiha Yunting. Kushina gently knocked on the door, which was slowly opened by two young men. Upon seeing Kushina, they gestured for her to enter. Miss Kushina has arrived. The young master is currently training. Moreover, Elder Shana is already inside waiting for you. The two were well aware of the purpose of their visit, as Uchiha Shana had already briefed them. However, Uchiha Yunting was completely unaware of the matter. After all, according to Uchiha Shana's intentions, it was meant to be an unexpected surprise to arrange the engagement first. Had Yunting known in advance, he would undoubtedly have opposed it. After all, who begins dating at the age of 18? In Uchiha Shana's view, it was merely an excuse. By the age of 18, one could already have children. If one were to wait until 18 to begin courting, when would he ever hold his great-grandchildren? Furthermore, it seemed that the Uzumaki girl had an interest in his grandson, and it was likely that his grandson felt the same. Perhaps they were simply too young to express it openly. Since they were hesitant, he might as well give them a little push. The two young men leading the way were, of course, Mugen and Muyu. While they understood the reason for Tsunade and her companion's visit, it did not prevent them from maintaining a cold demeanor toward the others. They only displayed warmth toward Kushina, the potential future wife of their young master, while remaining impassive toward the rest, leading them with blank expressions. I say, old man, what do you want from me? Uchiha Yunting, dressed in loose black clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem and barefoot, entered the room. Having just finished training, beads of sweat glistened on his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon entering, Uchiha Yunting pointed at his grandfather, saying, old man, what do you want? He then noticed the presence of Senju clan members, and added, oh, why are there Senju clan members here? Uchiha Shana chuckled. I simply have something to discuss with you. Hearing this, Uchiha Yunting smirked. Oh, you have something to discuss? It seems like you have been plotting for quite some time. Haven't you? Speak, what is it? With that, Uchiha Yunting moved to take a seat, showing no signs of discomfort in the presence of Tsunade and the others. Uchiha Shana glanced between Uzumaki Kushina and his grandson. Though I wish for my grandson to wed someone from our clan, it is unfortunate that this young man has always been rather indifferent towards the young ladies of our kin. Aside from the girl from the Uzumaki clan, it appears that Yunting shows little interest in other girls. Even his interactions with the Uchiha maidens seem more akin to a brother's care for his younger sister. After a conversation, Uchiha Yunting glanced at the several individuals at the table and said nonchalantly, "So, you are here today to arrange a betrothal for the two of us?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana nodded. What else could it be? Do you expect this rascal to find someone on his own? Who knows when that would happen? I must inform you. This matter is no longer up to you. Uchiha Yunting looked at his grandfather, rubbing his forehead. Are my parents aware of this? Uchiha Shana chuckled. Indeed, and Miyu is quite fond of that little girl from the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, Kushina lowered her head even further. Ever since Yunting entered the room, she hasn't dared to raise her gaze to meet his. Oh dear, how could she have been so impulsive as to agree to Granny Mito's request back then? Yunting, observing Kushina resembling an ostrich, couldn't help but chuckle. So, my father, that rascal of a son, has consented as well? Uchiha Shana clenched his fist upon hearing this. Initially, he was not entirely agreeable, but who could defy the wishes of a father? Uchiha Yunting slowly approached Kushina. Come with me for a moment. There are some matters we must discuss privately. At his words, Kushina, her heart in turmoil, stood up. With her delicate hands clasped behind her back, she kept her head bowed, carefully trailing behind Yunting. Soon, they entered the adjacent room. Sitting opposite Yunting, Kushina felt the anticipation that usually accompanied their meetings had vanished. Yet, she mustered the courage to lift her gaze and timidly asked, You're not angry, are you? Yunting smiled as he gently ruffled Kushina's hair. Not at all, though it was a bit unexpected. You are wonderful. And I genuinely hope to share my life with you in the future, albeit a few years sooner than I had anticipated. Kushina's head hung low, her cheeks flushed, a few crimson strands of hair cascading over her fair face. Ayun, I just want to be with you forever. I've thought about it since the first time I met you. Thus, she asked, so, Ayun, would you agree to our betrothal? Seeing Kushina's nervousness as she spoke, a subtle smile crept onto Yunting's lips. Had he just received a confession? And without any preparation? He noted her anxious demeanor. After speaking, Kushina, like a child who had erred, lowered her head, her eyes tightly shut. At that moment, time felt interminably long for her. Of course, Yunting's gentle voice reached Kushina's ears. Slowly, she opened her eyes, peeking at Yunting. Really? He chuckled. Absolutely. However, if you are unwilling, I shall have to seek another maiden from our clan for the betrothal. Kushina hastily replied, I'm willing. You've already promised me, so you can't go back on your word. Yunting, observing Kushina's beaming yet foolishly joyful expression, reached out to stroke her soft, flowing hair. She is mine to nurture and cherish. Furthermore, Kushina truly is the best candidate available at present. By the way, Ayun, what kind of dowry do you desire? I want to prepare in advance. Hearing this, Yunting rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Kushina. No need for anything. Your presence is more than sufficient. Kushina promptly shook her head. No, I must provide something. I cannot always rely on your possessions. I have saved up 2 million already. If that is not enough, I can save more. Moreover, Granny Mito has agreed that I can pass on the sealing techniques I've learned to you. Yunting playfully pinched Kushina's slightly chubby cheek. Very well. Just bring your little treasure trove when the time comes. Nothing else is required. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yunting couldn't help but curse inwardly. That Mito is truly a cunning old fox. It seems this little fool has been easily persuaded into a betrothal. Otherwise, with Kushina's intellect, she would never have arrived at such a conclusion. However, he felt indifferent about it. He could simply wait for Kushina to grow up. As for Mito's intentions, he couldn't be bothered to speculate. After all, she was merely an elderly, frail woman nearing the end of her days. From her perspective, it likely seemed reasonable since Kushina already harbored feelings for him, thus facilitating the resolution of tensions between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Indeed, as Yunting had surmised, he was like a dazzling new star rising within the Uchiha clan, prompting Mito to see echoes of the legendary Uchiha Madara in him. Although Tsunade and Tens were also brilliant, they ultimately fell short. With his limited time left, perhaps having Kushina as a mediator would yield unexpected benefits. Shortly after, the two re-entered the room, with Kushina trailing behind Yunting like a cheerful little shadow. Tsunade, witnessing this, couldn't help but facepalm. Maintain some decorum. Do you have to be so obvious? Meanwhile, both Mito and Uchiha Shana exchanged smiles, one relieved to finally have a granddaughter-in-law, while the other rejoiced for Kushina and the potential thawing of relations between their clans. After all, with the first union established, how far could the second and third be? Just as they finished discussing the matter, Mugen gently knocked and entered. Young master, a ninja from the Rain Village, is outside, accompanied by 3 children, seeking an audience. He claims to be your friend, though I cannot ascertain the truth. Yunting glanced at Mugen. Rain Village? Is he someone of my age, with light green eyes? Mugen nodded. Indeed, Yunting replied coolly, then let him in. As for the rest of you, my apologies for the lack of hospitality from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yunting addressed Tsunade and the others with a frosty tone. Mito paid little mind, merely nodding before turning to Kushina. All right, Nana. It's time for you to return with Granny. Don't delay him any longer. Upon hearing this, Kushina glanced at Yunting before softly saying, Understood, Granny Mito. After Mito led Kushina and the others out, they encountered Kazuhaya and his group. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, Mito discreetly halted her. Kazuhaya gazed at Mito and the others who had walked away, marveling, what a small world. However, he dismissed it, focusing instead on healing the hidden injuries of the 3 children before seeking out his boss for startup funds. Minutes later, Kazuhaya sat beside Yunting with the 3 children. He regarded Yunting, his light green eyes slowly shifting. I need your assistance in healing these children's hidden injuries. According to our agreement, this should be feasible, yes? Yunting looked at Kazuhaya, then turned his attention to the little ones. Naturally. However, these children must possess considerable talent, else you wouldn't have sought my help. Kazuhaya nodded. Absolutely. Otherwise, why would I bother you? Yunting's dark eyes scrutinized the trio, especially focusing on Nagato's Rinnegan. Truly, the eyes are of a shared lineage. Yet, it is evident that Nagato presently cannot even harness the most fundamental of abilities, let alone any other powers. A vessel for nurturing the Rinnegan. How intriguing. The orange-haired individual beside him must be the future Deva Path. And that little girl next to him is none other than Conan. Subsequently, Uchiha Yunting conjured a flame in his hand, which then split into 3 separate flames, each gracefully drifting towards the 3 individuals and merging with their beings. Chapter 37. Healing. The relationship between the Uchiha and Amigakure? As the flames fused into their bodies, the trio instantly felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping them. The warm currents flowed within, imparting an exquisite feeling of comfort. This was the flame inherited from the immortal phoenix, capable of unleashing terrifyingly high temperatures that could obliterate the earth, yet also possessing the warmth to heal wounds. The vitality contained within this flame is indeed unmatched when it comes to healing. However, the concept of hidden injuries is not one that many in the shinobi world pay heed to. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan barely reached 30 years. Nowadays, while life is not as brutal as it once was, the situation remains far from optimistic. In such an environment, the notion of hidden injuries pales in comparison to the mere desire to survive. In this era, devoid of surveillance cameras, the death of an ordinary person does not incite any significant commotion. It is a harsh reality, but it is the truth. The distinction between ninjas and ordinary folk is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Uchiha Yunting placed his hands on Yahiko and Nagato, confirming their complete healing before resting his hand on Conan's shoulder. Likewise, the hidden injuries that plagued Conan had vanished. Once healed, while it may not guarantee that they will surpass their counterparts in the original narrative, they would certainly not fall short. Moreover, there are countless factors that influence strength. One wonders if Fuyu can affect any change in Amigakure. Had Yahiko not perished, it is likely that Nagato and Conan would not have followed the same path as in the original tale. Both Nagato and Conan are gentle souls, perhaps even a tad timid. Yahiko, however, harbors truly grand aspirations, albeit somewhat idealistic. Regardless, my interest in these individuals is rather minimal. If I had to pinpoint a curiosity, it would simply be my desire to glimpse the Rinnegan in advance, as I too shall possess it in the future. Yet, to be frank, it truly pales in comparison to the allure of the Sharingan. Once Conan and the others sensed their bodies becoming noticeably lighter, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Yunting. Thank you very much. Yunting merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Tsunade and her companions had returned to the Senju ancestral home. Upon their arrival, Tsunade and Mito retreated to a private chamber. Tsunade, seated upon a chair, gazed at her grandmother with a hint of concern. Grandmother, what are your thoughts on Amigakure seeking out that individual? Uzumaki Mito took a sip of tea, responding nonchalantly, what can I say? The youth of today are indeed vastly different from those of the Warring States period. Nonetheless, at least this time, the objective has been achieved, has it not? As for the possible connection between Amigakure and that young man, it might merely be a transaction between them, not something we should concern ourselves with. Our priority must be the imminent task of sealing the Nine Tails. In as little as 6 months and as long as 2 years, the transfer of the Nine Tails to Kushina must occur. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly. Is it truly so soon? It shouldn't be happening this quickly. Although aware that Kushina would become the host for the Nine Tails, she had not anticipated it to occur so rapidly. A trace of sorrow flickered in Tsunade's eyes. After all, Transferring the nine tails signifies death. The moment the beast departs, her grandmother will inevitably not survive. Furthermore, Kushina will be bound to the nine tails for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, in a restaurant within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yunting conversed with Fuyu, while three little ones nearby indulged in their meal. As to why they appeared nearly the same age yet were referred to as little ones, that was of no concern. Anyone shorter than oneself is simply deemed a little one. Uchiha Yunting turned to Fuyu, sipping his drink, and remarked, "You must be aware of Amigakura's current predicament, correct?" Fuyu smiled. Indeed, the national strength is depleted, making it incredibly arduous for the residents to lead even an ordinary life. After all, Amigakura's location is exceedingly precarious. Nestled between the land of wind, the land of earth, and the land of fire, making it difficult to find peace. This current action serves as a deterrent to the various nations. The pent-up anger must eventually find an outlet. Although Konoha has offered us compensation, it is likely nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Yunting's dialogue with the two was quite candid, showing no concern for the presence of the three little ones. "So, what do you intend to do next?" Fuyu chuckled. "Life is tough for us in Amigakure. But what about the smaller nations surrounding Amigakure? They may not be sandwiched between the three great nations like us, yet their strength is considerably lacking. I plan to incorporate them into the Land of Rain. If all goes well, after subjugating the small nations near the Land of Rain, its territory will expand significantly. The land of birds, the land of grass, the land of rivers. Merely conquering these few nations will render the territory of the Land of Rain comparable to that of the largest landmass in the Land of Water. Furthermore, at that point, we would nearly monopolize all trade routes among the three great nations. The Land of Rain would become an exceptional transit hub, perhaps even transforming the five great nations into six. Moreover, Amigakure could easily collaborate with your Uchiha clan. At the very least, facilitating trade would be quite convenient. We lack elite ninjas, while you Uchiha could take on more missions, correct? Besides, I've heard that Konoha has been suppressing your Uchiha clan, leading to a severe scarcity of missions. If you remain cooped up in the security department, can the strength of your Uchiha clan maintain its level in the coming years? This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Uchiha Yunting chuckled. Yes, that sounds quite idealistic. But do you believe that nations such as the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind will allow you to achieve your desires? They certainly recognize the substantial drawbacks of losing these territories. Fuyu took a sip of tea. The old man at my home is not yet so feeble that he cannot swing a sickle. Moreover, with you and your Uchiha clan backing us, we are poised for mutual success. Furthermore, if you find it untenable in Konoha, wouldn't it be splendid to come directly to the Land of Rain? In my opinion, your Uchiha clan is naturally suited for mercenary work, allowing you to earn while honing your combat skills. Besides, the reputation of your Uchiha clan is quite advantageous. Sometimes, merely donning clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem is enough to intimidate a multitude. The Uchiha clan has indeed become a symbol of strength, thanks in no small part to your audacious ancestor. Chapter 38. The Little Ones. Is this something we should be hearing? Meanwhile, the three little ones, who had been joyfully enjoying their meal, now dared not even breathe loudly. Is it appropriate for us to overhear such matters? Am I deaf? And you think I cannot hear you? Discussing such significant issues in front of a few children seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Could you not arrange for us to be in another room? Uchiha Yunting sighed softly at their words, reflecting on how Uchiha Madara had indeed thrust the Uchiha clan to its zenith. However, you do present a valid point. I am confident that I can firmly establish control over the Uchiha clan in a short span of time. Now, the next steps lie in your hands. Upon your return, seize the nearby small nations, while I take the time to rectify the Uchiha clan. I shall send a portion of our clan members to reside with you thereafter. Upon hearing this, Fuyu slowly extended his right hand, saying, "Then let us wish for a prosperous collaboration in the future, boss." Uchiha Yunting mirrored the gesture, shaking his hand in agreement. "Indeed, may our cooperation flourish. I only hope you do not falter." After the meal, Fuyu departed with the three young ones. Once they had left, a figure emerged behind Yunting. Without turning, Yunting calmly asked, "So, what do you think, grandfather?" Uchiha Shana casually seated himself, pouring a glass of wine before responding with a grin. "Geniuses. All four of them are geniuses. Especially the one you conversed with. A pity he falls slightly short of my grandson. The youth of today are indeed formidable. If that lad truly manages to subjugate the nearby small nation, the feasibility is quite substantial. The Uchiha clan can certainly make its mark. It seems we need to expedite the progress of our clan's rectification. Currently, numerous neutral parties are willing to join us. Aside from a few stubborn old-timers, it shouldn't pose a problem. Once the Mangekyo Sharingan is revealed, it will be all but certain that the clan leader will step aside. It's unfortunate that you stubbornly refuse to accept the position of clan leader. You are, after all, the most suitable candidate. Meanwhile, after distancing themselves from the Uchiha clan, Conan finally dared to speak to Fengyu. Brother Fengyu, are we truly preparing to collaborate with the Uchiha clan? With his gaze fixed ahead and a slight smile gracing his lips, Fengyu replied, naturally. Our Rain Village's foundation is still rather weak. Relying solely on myself and Hanzo would be exhausting. Strong ninjas cannot be cultivated overnight. The Uchiha clan's strength is widely recognized throughout the ninja world. Partnering with them is certainly advantageous. The Rain Village requires a formidable ally, and the Uchiha clan needs a fallback. Why not forge a mutually beneficial relationship? Conan responded mildly. Oh, I see. At this moment, Yahiko gazed at Fengyu with bright eyes, exclaiming, Brother Fengyu, once I become powerful, I will surely assist you. Fengyu chuckled. Good, I shall await that day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, during which numerous events transpired. The Uchiha clan underwent a leadership change, with Uchiha Shana taking charge. The clan had essentially united as one. Many gazed upon Uchiha Shana with admiration, their eyes sparkling with envy, particularly towards his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yunting realized he had underestimated the significance of the Mangekyo in the hearts of the Uchiha clan members, especially since, following Uchiha Madara's era, no one had manifested a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's yearning for it had intensified. The most significant changes were observed in the Land of Rain, where its borders had expanded considerably. Although several major nations had opposed this, who could challenge Hanzo the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world? If they disagreed, he would simply unleash his toxic mist. Of course, the Land of Rain did not overstep its bounds. It had also reached agreements with the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, engaging in transactions involving their unique resources. After all, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. As for the Land of Fire, they seemed to disregard Sarutobi Hiruzen altogether. After all, what could he do? Could he truly mobilize an army against them? Besides, if trouble arose, the Uchiha clan and the boss would certainly intervene. The team heading to the Land of Rain was led by Fenyu's father. During these 2 months, he had also bestowed upon his father a similar fruit, awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. His mother could not be left out either. Although, perhaps due to insufficient accumulation, she was unable to awaken her Mangekyo Sharingan. But if one was not enough, 2 would suffice. They had managed to manifest 1 Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Miyu was not part of this expedition. She remained to guard the Uchiha's home. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander surveyed the ninja world map, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. After all, conquering these nations was one matter, but holding on to them was another. He could not always be present, could he? He hoped the Uchiha clan could prove to be reliable. At this moment in Konoha, within the Hokage building, a man bearing a cross-shaped scar on his chin was engaged in conversation with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, have you noticed that the Uchiha clan is on the brink of rebellion? Not only have they replaced their clan leader, but they've also nearly depleted half of their elite combat forces. We cannot allow this to continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a cigarette with a furrowed brow, replied. I am well aware of what you speak, but Konoha cannot afford internal strife at this juncture. Moreover, if we are to take action against the Uchiha clan, who shall lead? You or I? Or perhaps you can find some foolish clan willing to join you. Recently, the Uchiha clan had indeed been quite active. However, he found himself powerless to act. The Great War had just concluded, and each clan was preoccupied with recuperation. Among his dwindling clan members, who had the leisure to engage in such games. Not to mention, he feared the Uchiha might retaliate and obliterate the Sarutobi clan. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not harbor great fear of the Uchiha. His 3 disciples were still alive, and the Hokage lineage boasted numerous ninja families. In the original narrative, Konoha's White Fang, Hataki Sakumo, had yet to perish. There was also Tsunade of the Senju clan. Though she seemed integrated into Konoha, Tsunade undoubtedly had the means to rally these individuals. Additionally, there was Senju Tenz, who possessed talent rivaling that of his own master. Although he had faced setbacks on the battlefield, he had managed to survive, and his growth could not be overlooked. Furthermore, Lady Mito had yet to conduct the Nine-Tails transfer ceremony, and being the wife of the 1st Hokage and a steadfast suppressor of the Nine-Tails was no trivial matter. If worst came to worst, and communication with the Uchiha clan proved challenging, there was that child brought back by Uzumaki Mito, named Uzumaki Kushina. If they could not defeat them, surely they could foster good relations, right? Solutions abound, far more than difficulties. Chapter 39, Journey to the Land of Rain. Son, why not let your father go instead? Wouldn't it be better for us mother and son to stay in the village? At that moment, within the Uchiha compound, a fair-skinned, youthful woman, appearing to be in her 20s, was holding Yunting, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yunting replied calmly, "It's all right, Mom. After all, this transaction is one I must attend in person, as it is with that fellow from the land of rain. For the first time, I must be present. Besides, I have already awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan, and there are few who can match me." Mayu pondered this for a moment and found it reasonable. After all, she too had awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan, so she understood that her son's words were not without basis. Nevertheless, what parent could refrain from worrying when their child set out on a journey? Although, perhaps, she had already become unable to best her financially struggling son. At the gates of Konoha, nearly 100 fully armed ninjas gathered. As for maintaining a low profile, that was out of the question. Among this contingent, the least experienced were seasoned chunin. Regarding the younger members of the household or the students who have yet to graduate from the ninja academy, they were not included this time. After all, matters concerning the land of rain have yet to be properly arranged. Even if family members are to be dispatched for training in the future, it will only be after the situation there stabilizes. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood before the Uchiha clan, none other than Uchiha Genka. It was unavoidable, with his father having just assumed the position of clan leader. It was imperative for him as a son to set an example. Moreover, he had personally requested to lead this expedition to the land of rain. Being a pure-blooded Uchiha confined to the security department was driving him to the brink of madness. He had grown thoroughly weary of the bothersome villagers of Konoha. One could only imagine the torment of having to handle mundane affairs daily with the prowess of an elite jonin and the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. After confirming the attendance of all 116 Uchiha members, he coldly commanded, "Let us depart." Subsequently, Uchiha Genka led the substantial contingent of Uchiha, marching forth with great momentum. He had noticed that many of his clan members exhibited a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. It seemed that a considerable number of them, like himself, had grown tired of the security department's duties. As for concerns about ambushes along the way, such thoughts were preposterous. Did they truly believe that this band of over 100 elite Uchiha would be mere fodder for lower-ranking ninjas? Furthermore, ever since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had felt an invincible aura surrounding him. Given the strength of his companions, they reached the land of rain in less than half a day. At this moment, Uchiha Genka stood side by side with Uchiha Yunting at the entrance of Amigate Cure, while behind them, the Uchiha clan members stood in meticulous formation. The individuals awaiting their arrival were none other than the left and right arms of Hanzo of the Salamander, Zakazu, and Yuzukazu. Upon observing the formidable lineup behind Uchiha Genka, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on their brows. If they were unaware of the reason behind this assembly, they might have mistaken it for a military incursion against the land of rain. Truly, the Uchiha clan lived up to its reputation. Known as the Shura of the ninja world, it was the very clan from which Uchiha Madara hailed. The expressions of Zakazu and Yuzukazu did not escape Uchiha Genka's keen observation, and he was quite pleased with their demeanor, as well as the faintly awed gazes of passers-by. Looking at life back in Konoha, what was it? Day in and day out, they toiled diligently, yet were still criticized for their work ethic. Fine. If they deemed his attitude lacking, he would no longer endure such grievances. He would seek solace elsewhere, where he could escape the unpleasantness. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Yunting, his father's thoughts were far removed from his own. He calmly approached Zakazu and Yuzukazu, stating coldly, "Where's Fu? Just take me to him. As for our people, please arrange a place for them to rest." Zakazu smiled in response, "Very well, just follow me. Rest assured, we will not neglect your clansmen here in Amigate Cure." With that, he signaled Yuzukazu to escort the Uchiha to their pre-arranged accommodations, while he guided Uchiha Yunting and Uchiha Genka to meet Fu and Hanzo. Before long, Zakazu led the two into a room that was only slightly larger than a standard dwelling in Amigate Cure. Uchiha Yunting chose to disregard Zakazu's somewhat awkward expression, quietly lamenting the modest means of Amigate Cure. While lost in thought, Uchiha Genka had already stepped inside, with Uchiha Yunting leisurely following his father's lead. After all, when it came to negotiations, it was better for his father to take the reins, as he was still too youthful and lacked the necessary gravitas. Upon entering, Uchiha Yunting beheld Fu seated alongside a middle-aged man with a prominent scar across his face. To be honest, this was his first time seeing Hanzo of the Salamander without his mask. He was not particularly handsome, yet exuded a unique charisma. Truly, he was a formidable individual who dared to challenge the 5 great nations. Uchiha Genka naturally took a seat opposite Hanzo, extending his hand in greeting. "Greetings. I am Uchiha Genka of the Uchiha clan. Your village is indeed quite impressive. I've heard that the borders of the Land of Rain have expanded significantly. Hanzo, unreserved, shook his hand. That is precisely because we require the support of the Uchiha clan. He chuckled. Since I am your senior, may I call you little brother? Uchiha Genka replied coolly. That is quite acceptable. Truth be told, being referred to as little brother felt like an honor for a junior. Thus began a courteous exchange between the two, filled with brotherly terms and pleasantries. Before long, they had effectively delineated their respective tasks and resolved their mutual interests. Uchiha Yunting paid little attention to the proceedings. After all, Fu was one of their own. In the future, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose, he would undoubtedly succeed Hanzo as the leader of Amigakure. This meant that Amigakure would essentially be under their domain. With both sides being allies, what more was there to discuss? The disparity in distribution mattered little to him. With a firm agreement in place, Hanzo smiled, envisioning a prosperous future for Amigakure. Without further ado, let us wish for a fruitful collaboration, little brother Genka. Uchiha Genka responded with a calm demeanor. I entrust you, Hanzo, to ensure that your people are accommodating towards us. As you are aware, our Uchiha clan tends to struggle with communication. Therefore, he relied on Hanzo's people to navigate the intricacies of trade and negotiations. Chapter 40. The Uchiha and Amigakure. Thus, nearly a month passed. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Amigakure had grown increasingly harmonious. Following the substantial deployment of high-tier combatants from the Uchiha clan to Amigakure and its occupied territories, the security across various regions had markedly improved. Despite the Uchiha's contingent being around a mere 100 individuals, each member was capable of exerting overwhelming pressure on the local populace. Once they awakened their Sharingan, they could contend with multiple ninjas of equal strength. Powerful ninjas were typically concentrated within the 5 great ninja villages, and organizations of rogue ninjas, like the Akatsuki, were non-existent at this time. As long as they did not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, formidable ninjas were rarely classified as rogue. For a clan like the Uchiha, which stood as a pillar of strength among the 5 great villages, safeguarding a small locality was a task well within their capabilities. At this moment, within Amigakure, a pair of Uchiha clansmen entered a local eatery. Having just concluded their work, they made their way to their usual dining establishment. As they settled at a table, a boy dressed in tattered clothing approached them. Hey, Ayazawa and Yeyu, what would you like to eat? The two smiled. The usual, please. Here is the payment. Consider the extra as a tip. And mind you, don't refuse it. If you don't eat, your sister still needs to eat. The boy's eyes flickered with gratitude, and he hurried off to prepare their meal. The two Uchiha paid little mind to the exchange. After all, being a ninja was fraught with peril, but the rewards were equally substantial. A small tip was but a trivial gesture. Compared to the rewards of today's escort mission, it is merely a trifle. At this moment, atop a towering structure in the Land of Rain, a middle-aged figure stands, gazing down upon the now vibrant Hidden Rain village. This person is none other than Hanzo of the Salamander, the current leader of the Hidden Rain village. Ah, Hanzo, even you have moments of reflection? A somewhat languid voice resonates in Hanzo's ear. He remains silent, simply absorbing the sight of Hidden Rain village. After a brief pause, Hanzo finally speaks. Indeed, my initial wish was to see Hidden Rain village flourish, and now, that wish has been realized. It is all thanks to you, Wind Boy. Hearing this, Fujetsu's lazy demeanor transforms into one of seriousness. This is the result of everyone's efforts, not solely my own. By the way, Hanzo, what are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan? Hanzo pauses for a moment before responding slowly. The Uchiha clan, you say? Presently, they appear to be excellent allies. They possess formidable strength, conduct their affairs with diligence, and are quite dependable. There's no trace of the arrogance rumored about them. If anything, they seem a tad aloof. Fujetsu narrows his eyes slightly. Oh, is that how you perceive the Uchiha, Hanzo? I assumed you still looked down on the ninja of the 5 great nations as you did before. Hanzo places his large hand atop Fujetsu's head. You rascal. My disdain for the ninja of the 5 great nations stemmed from their actions that dragged the Land of Rain into turmoil for their own interests. Now, with the assistance of the Uchiha clan, our situation is indeed improving. I am no ingrate. Wind Boy, let us discuss this another time. Fujetsu rolls his eyes. I must say, Hanzo, do you know how irritating it is when someone leaves their thoughts unfinished? Standing slowly, Hanzo vanishes in an instant. Huh. What I do is not subject to your judgment, you little brat. A voice echoes from a distance. Fujetsu shakes his head in resignation. Since the arrival of the Uchiha, Hanzo has indeed changed significantly. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly for the others. At least my own affairs are already settled. All right, I shall return now. Be careful here. I do not wish to hear news of your demise in the near future. It would sadden my mother. Uchiha Jinka responds, am I so easily dealt with? I am your father, after all. And remember to assist your old man. He can be quite stubborn. With so many of us away, our clan's defenses will be noticeably weakened. Although it is unlikely that Konoha will take action against our Uchiha clan anytime soon. As Uchiha Jinka mentioned, Konoha indeed seems reluctant to engage the Uchiha clan at present, even with nearly half of their elite members absent from the village. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes at the data collected by the Umbu with a frown. Under Hanzo's leadership, the Land of Rain has already incorporated neighboring small nations into its territory. To his astonishment, the Uchiha clan has dispatched nearly half of their elite members to assist Hidden Rain Village. Most significantly, Sunagakure and Iwagakure have not intervened at all. Currently, the routes among the three great nations have been effectively obstructed by Hidden Rain Village, which will undoubtedly impact Konoha's development. Hanzo truly possesses remarkable skill in allying with the Uchiha clan, annexing surrounding territories, and persuading both Suna and Iwa to remain silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels overwhelmed. With significant casualties within his clan, Konoha faces both internal and external crises. He sometimes wishes he had the strength of the first Hokage during his reign. Under Hashirama's leadership, other villages would not have been so emboldened as they are now. Furthermore, he had repeatedly warned those three fools not to underestimate the Uchiha clan. Yet none heeded his advice. They believed they were no longer afraid of the Uchiha, leading to their reckless behavior. And now, with Uchiha Shana becoming the clan leader, those same individuals are in a state of panic. But what can he do now? They created the mess, yet expect him to clean it up. The issue is that he is equally powerless. Those three fools. However, the Uchiha clan should not directly join Hidden Rain Village, or else Konoha's strength would diminish significantly. Chapter 41. Return, Chaos, in Konoha. As dawn breaks, the sun rises slowly above the horizon, casting gentle rays upon the land of the ninja. At this moment, a figure approaches the gates of Konoha from a distance. Shortly after, a boy clad in attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem appears at the registration area of the gate. The boy, with a somewhat cold gaze, surveys the two Chunin before stating, Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yunting. The two Chunin quickly record his information and promptly grant him passage. Thus, Uchiha Yunting makes his way unhindered back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Sigh, I was wondering if some foolish or dim-witted individual would attempt to provoke me, perhaps to earn some coins. As Yunting gently pushes open the door of his home, he is instantly enveloped in his mother's embrace. My dear son, you have finally returned. I missed you terribly. How was everything over there? Gently pushing his mother away, Yunting replies, the dealings in Hidden Rain Village have been relatively smooth. Besides, with father there, it is unlikely that any issues will arise. By the way, mother, has anything significant occurred in the village recently? Uchiha Mayu ponders for a moment before responding. Well, nothing major has happened lately. After all, we just finished a battle not long ago. However, the head of the Nara clan did send a secret letter to your grandfather. As for the specifics, he hasn't shared many details with me. Oh, and there is also something regarding you. With a hint of mischief on her face, Uchiha Mayu gazes at her son. Uchiha Yunting blinks in surprise. Me? Something about me? Mayu's lips curl into a playful smile. Of course. My little Yunting is quite popular. You have no idea how often your little fiancé comes by. Sigh, when are you going to marry that girl, Nina? You have no idea how much she cherishes you. Yunting looks at his mother in exasperation. I say, mother, if you like girls so much, why not have another child yourself? Why impose on someone else? Uchiha Mayu shakes her head firmly. No, I do not wish to bear another. You have no idea how painful it was to give birth to you. She playfully pokes her son's forehead as she speaks. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice interjects from the side. Ah, Yunting has returned. How was your month in the Land of Rain? Uchiha Yunting smiles at the newcomer. It was fine, though it rained incessantly for most of the time. As of now, our Uchiha clan and the ninjas of Hidden Rain Village are getting along quite well. Uchiha Shana nods slightly at this. Oh, as long as everything went smoothly. Ah, Yunting, please come in for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yunting nodded, briefly informing his mother before trailing behind Uchiha Shana to a secluded room. After pouring himself a cup of water, Uchiha Yunting inquired nonchalantly, what is it? Has grandfather summoned me for something important? Uchiha Shana smiled slightly before responding. Indeed, there are some matters at hand. After your departure, the head of the Nara clan sent me a letter, the implications of which are quite clear. They wish to establish amicable relations with our Uchiha clan. Yet, they are affiliated with the Hokage faction. I have been quite troubled about how to respond to the Nara clan. The Nara clan has always been closely allied with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Uchiha Yunting pondered, lightly drumming his fingers against the table, causing gentle ripples in the tea within his cup. The Nara clan, you say? A family renowned for their exceptional intellect in the original narrative. It seems the Hokage faction is not as unified as one might assume. Could it be that they have discerned the unusual circumstances surrounding our Uchiha clan? If that is the case, it is rather unsettling. However, in the face of absolute power, all else is futile. The Nara clan has extended goodwill. Thus it would be unnecessary for us to place them in an awkward position, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana nodded in tentative agreement, as he shared the same sentiment. Since his grandson deemed it feasible, there seemed no harm in giving it a try, just as his grandson had previously advised. The Uchiha clan might have to concede that they are perhaps not the best at strategizing. The Uchiha clan's defeat in the decisive battle against the Senju was not solely due to Hashirama's overwhelming strength compared to Madara's. It was also because the Senju clan had numerous allied families, forming a coalition led by the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, found themselves in a situation where they were pitted against multiple clans. Even if the Uchiha regarded those smaller clans' ninjas as insignificant, one cannot deny that even the smallest of ants can have an impact when united. Ayun, there's something I wish to discuss with you, Kushina said, her tone tinged with anxiety. What is it? Yunting asked, looking at her. With a hint of trepidation, Kushina replied, Do you think I'm inadequate, Ayun? Yunting's expression shifted slightly, taking on a more serious demeanor. Oh, has someone said something to you? At that, Kushina quickly shook her head. No, not at all. It's just that since I've been around the Uchiha clan lately, it seems everyone regards you differently, and there are so many beautiful older sisters. I'm just a little foolish, and soon I will become the host for the Nine Tails. And you, Ayun, are already the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. You won't find me repulsive, will you? Uchiha Yunting gazed at the girl before him, her head bowed and far removed from her former, lively self. Had she changed so much in just a month since his departure? Gently, he stroked Kushina's hair, offering solace to her fragile spirit. Uchiha Yunting then cupped her face in his hands, compelling her to meet his gaze. Kushina, listen closely. I, Uchiha Yunting, swear by the name of these eyes that you are my fiancée. Therefore, I shall never find you unworthy. Do you understand? Staring into his crimson, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kushina was momentarily enchanted by its beauty. As Yunting's words sank in, she instinctively nodded, her eyes captivated by his remarkably stunning gaze. Chapter 42. The increasingly agitated Nine Tails. The ceremony approaches. Coming back to her senses, Kushina noticed how curious and different Ayun Sharingan was compared to others in the Uchiha clan. Ayun, is there something wrong with your eyes? They look different from the other Uchiha's eyes. Should I ask Tsunade to check if you're alright? Yunting merely smiled faintly, placing a hand on Kushina's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing upon the cliff where Hokage Rock stood. Yunting settled himself at the edge of the steep cliff and beckoned Kushina to join him. She obediently sat beside him and said, Ayun, is that the ninjutsu I gave you? Uchiha Yunting nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed the flying thunder god technique you bestowed upon me. And as for my eyes, they are not afflicted by illness. They are simply the result of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which evolves from the three-tomo Sharingan. Each Uchiha possesses a unique Mangekyo Sharingan, each with various forms. Yet, without exception, they each harbor two unique ocular techniques. It was this very eye that earned our ancestor the title of the Shura of the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Kushina touched the back of her head and remarked, Oh, I see. I thought you were unwell. Uchiha Yunting playfully tapped her forehead. You do try not to overreact next time. In the blink of an eye, Yunting had turned 12. Tomorrow marked the day when Kushina would become the host of the Nine Tails, coinciding with the day of Uzumaki Mido's passing. He had contemplated whether to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan in the name of the Uchiha, or to expose himself entirely to spare Kushina from becoming the Nine Tails host. However, it was ultimately Kushina's choice, and he could only respect her decision. At that moment, Kushina clung to Yunting's arm, her eyes filled with apprehension and anxiety about the future. Meanwhile, within the Senju ancestral home, Tsunade, Shozo, Tens, and Uzumaki Mido were present. Inside Uzumaki Mido's body, a red fox with 9 tails was bound by golden chains. Yet, even in this predicament, the 9 tails glared fiercely with its crimson slit pupils at the dark-haired woman before it. This was the one who had imprisoned it for countless years. Now, this very individual intended to seal it within yet another child. Uzumaki Mido regarded the colossal-tailed beast with an air of calm, devoid of fear, as if she were observing a mindless creature. Yet, the 9 tails was no mere beast. It could easily perceive the significance behind Mito's gaze. Roaring in frustration, the Ninetales could not tolerate such a look. It had been confined within her for so long, yet she appeared almost liberated. The Ninetales harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity's hypocrisy. They preached love and peace, yet when it was under control and battled Hashirama Senju, the aftermath was met with mere words of, "You are too dangerous. You must be sealed." After being ensnared by a simple wood technique, it found this assertion of its overwhelming power absurd. The Ninetales slowly closed its eyes, opting not to gaze upon Uzumaki Mito any longer. After all, it was powerless against her. Ignorance was bliss, and as for the little girl chosen to be the next host of the Ninetales, unable to contend with the vortex of the Watergate, can one truly falter before a mere young girl? It is uncertain, perhaps in the end, one may yet find a way to extricate oneself. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a young man and woman nestled together, exuding an undeniable aura of beauty and talent. I pondered, must we truly allow him to venture forth alone? After all, there may be lurking dangers in this endeavor. The young man gazed intently towards the direction of the Leaf Village. Fear not, that lad is not as fragile as we might presume. Besides, we are here to keep watch over him. His current skirmishes are far too frivolous. It would serve him well to gain more experience. At this moment, Uchiha Yunting was accompanying Kushina on a leisurely outing, for she appeared to be quite tense. After a time of wandering, Uchiha Yunting escorted Kushina back to her abode. Following this, he strolled towards a less frequented alleyway. Yet, just as Yunting entered, a shadowy figure stealthily trailed him. The moment this figure stepped into the alley, they felt a kunai pressed against their throat. Yunting swiftly pinned the individual, who was of similar height to him, to the ground. "What do you think you're doing following me and Kushina?" The shadowy figure managed to muster a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else. After a brief exchange, Yunting gradually released the person. Although it may sound absurd, he recognized the potential truth in the situation. Discovered at last. He had initially thought it would take longer for him to be apprehended. After bringing the lad back to his home and arranging for his accommodation, Yunting finally returned to his own dwelling. Trouble looms on the horizon. Curse it, what is my future self entangled in? Given the current course of events, the future should not unfold in this manner. I hope I am merely overthinking. Otherwise, tomorrow's ceremony for Kushina to inherit the Ninetales may not proceed smoothly. Within the house Yunting had arranged, a boy resembling him sat before a mirror, his own pair of Tomo-riddled Sharingan reflecting back at him, resting his chin on one hand. He gazed contemplatively out the window, mumbling to himself, "Grandfather is truly formidable." Chapter 43, Grandson, Uchiha Yunii. Suddenly, the boy heard footsteps outside the door, causing him to tense up momentarily. However, a gentle voice soon followed, allowing him to exhale in relief. "May I come in to speak with you?" The boy hurriedly stood and opened the door, respectfully inviting a lad not much older than himself inside. "Grandfather, do you require my assistance?" Uchiha Yunting cast a casual glance at the materials and style of the boy's clothing, nodding slightly. "I have a few inquiries to make." While it is true that he had scarcely watched a handful of episodes of Naruto in his previous life before being brought here, he was certain of one thing. In the original narrative, that Otsutsuki had utilized some means to return to the time of young Naruto, with the intent to seize the chakra of the Ninetales within him. Now, this boy, who claims to be his grandson, likely arrived in concert with that Otsutsuki. Thus, the reasoning becomes clear. If Kushina were to become the host of the Ninetales, Naruto would no longer be able to fulfill that role. Hence, the target has shifted from Naruto to Kushina. Uchiha Yunting regarded the boy and slowly inquired, "What is your name?" The boy looked at his surprisingly youthful grandfather, unable to suppress a thought that his grandfather appeared remarkably young. "Grandfather, my name is Uchiha Yunii. This name was given to me by you and grandmother in the future." Uchiha Yunting could not help but smile at the mention of the boy's name. "Yunii, indeed a splendid name. Did you come alone, or?" Uchiha Yunii pondered for a moment, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. "I came with a rather peculiar-looking individual. At the time, my parents were restrained, and grandfather and grandmother were far away in the Leaf Village. However, grandfather, that person undoubtedly has their sights set on grandmother." Uchiha Yunting chuckled softly, easing his worries. For now, Yunii has yet to become the host of the Ninetales. As for the ceremony, it must proceed as planned. That is Yunii's choice. Hearing this, Yunii's expression faltered as he struggled to find the right words. It seemed that Uchiha Yunting had discerned the turmoil within Yunii's heart and spoke gently. "Yunii wishes to become the second host of the Ninetales, yet I sense her trepidation towards that path. Nevertheless, I can also perceive her desire to assist me, even in the smallest of matters. Thus, This may be one of the reasons behind her decision to embrace the role of the Nine-Tails host. As for my lack of opposition, it stems from my unwavering belief in Yunting. She will not let me down. I am certain she will maintain her composure. As Uchiha Yunting spoke, he instinctively glanced at Uchiha Yunting. If you truly are my future grandson, then according to the current trajectory, has your grandmother successfully mastered the Nine-Tails? Uchiha Yunting nodded in affirmation. Indeed, grandmother has become the perfect host for the Nine-Tails. Even at this moment, Yunting couldn't help but marvel at his grandfather's trust in his grandmother. Never mind. Subsequently, Yunting answered several questions regarding the future, through which Uchiha Yunting gleaned that the future remained largely unchanged from the original narrative. From Yunting's perspective, the 5 great nations collectively governed the ninja world. However, in reality, the entire ninja world could be said to be under the dominion of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan had not perished in the annals of history. It appears that the future Yunting had not disclosed his relationship with Kazuhana and the others to anyone else, or perhaps he simply chose not to inform Yunting, considering the boy was still young and had little need for such knowledge. Suddenly, Uchiha Yunting seemed to recall something and spoke up. By the way, grandfather, I remember that those who extract tailed beasts often meet their demise, right? Yet, Watergate's grandmother did not perish after extracting the tailed beast. Uchiha Yunting's brow furrowed slightly at this remark. Logically speaking, a Jinchuriki could not survive after the extraction of a tailed beast unless they were resealed or another tailed beast was sealed within them. Surely, the 9 tails could not have been prematurely divided into yin and yang. Tailed beasts are not so easily separated, aside from the 8 tails, which is relatively easier. The yin-yang 9 tails were divided only at the cost of Minato's life. Uchiha Yunting glanced at Yunting before speaking in a gentle tone. Very well. It is best to retire early. Tomorrow marks the day of Yunting sealing the 9 tails, and I shall be present for that event. Moreover, preparations must be made to counter any potential contingencies. Meanwhile, perched upon a distant tree was a girl appearing to be in her 20s, with striking crimson hair. Her right hand pressed against the trunk, her delicate fingers embedded deeply within the bark. She murmured softly, "Oh dear, 9 tails, did you hear that? Ayun has already begun to trust me so deeply. It is truly moving." The 9 tails residing within Kushina scoffed disdainfully. This foolish woman. Yet, there is no doubt that this fellow is indeed a monster. However, there is certainly no shortage of words between these two. After all, I am well aware of every detail of their future. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yunting, to be precise, the future Uchiha Yunting, was gently standing in the room of the Senju clan where Kushina resided. His tender gaze fell upon the anxious maiden before him, who was struggling to find slumber. With a mere wave of his fingers, the restless little Kushina, who had been tossing and turning, soon succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The sound of her steady breathing echoed distinctly within the stillness of the room, and a faint smile graced the delicate features of young Kushina. "Ah, Yunting, you are the best." After gently tucking her in, Uchiha Yunting exited Kushina's chamber. "Good night, Nanai." Not long after, the future Kushina and Uchiha Yunting, upon encountering their younger selves, convened at their predetermined meeting place. As soon as they met, Kushina leaped into Yunting's arms, her fair visage nuzzling against his neck, her slender legs entwined around his waist, her entire form half-hanging from him. Uchiha Yunting chuckled as he stroked Kushina's long hair, his other arm encircling her waist. "You are already a grandmother, and if others were to see us, they would surely mock you." Unfazed by his words, Kushina retorted, "I do not care. Besides, you promised to cherish me as a child for all eternity." With that, she tilted her alabaster neck, her pale blue eyes sparkling with mirth as they gazed at him. Uchiha Yunting sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Yes, my Nanai will forever remain a carefree child, regardless of age." Meanwhile, the 9 tails within Kushina rolled its eyes in exasperation. "Damn, am I merely a prop in your daily cosplay? Displaying affection for decades on end, isn't it tiresome? If you're going to flaunt your love, why must I remain here forever?" At that moment, the 9 tails wore a look of profound grievance, utterly devoid of its former majesty as the leader of the tailed beasts. Chapter 44. Otsutsuki Urashiki. A storm approaches. Yunting's dominance. Uchiha Yunting sat upon his bed, gazing at the moon above, feeling a twinge of headache. An outsider from beyond. Otsutsuki Urashiki. It seemed that due to his own influence, there might be more than just this singular entity. Yet, dealing with merely Otsutsuki Urashiki was already more than sufficient for him. This individual, referred to as the shame of the Otsutsuki clan in the original work, despite his lackluster performance, possessed abilities that were nothing short of monstrous. His spatial capabilities, Yomi's path, allowed for rapid and free traversal through dimensions. Time reversal enabled him to rewind his own temporal state. Healing injuries and discerning an opponent's movements were merely the tip of the iceberg. Although the anime depicted a limitation of only a few seconds for time reversal, it did not detract from the fact that his abilities were indeed overpowered. He wielded the Otsutsuki artifacts that could return one to the past. The Thousand Paper Cranes technique, the Heavenly Gaze Meteor, could extract chakra with a fishing hook and store techniques for counterattacks. The Golden Byakugan was a testament to his formidable prowess. However, ultimately, he was bested by a combination of the weak and the ill. His performance was rather lackluster. With 3 forms of the Rinnegan and space-time ocular techniques, he truly embodied a character with high potential, yet low execution. Tomorrow, it was likely that this individual would make his appearance. One could only wonder if Yomi's path would allow for free access to the Kimui dimension. If so, that would spell trouble. Alas, confronting a member of the Otsutsuki clan was still somewhat beyond his capabilities. How could he have overlooked the existence of that artifact? His own presence had significantly altered the future, making the premature arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki rather understandable. Thus, a night passed. In the distance, the sun began to rise above the horizon. Uchiha Yunting, having spent a sleepless night, stepped out of his room, soon spotting Uchiha Yunai, who also appeared to be far from well-rested. "Good morning, grandfather." Although Yunting found it somewhat peculiar to be called grandfather by a child at his youthful age, he nodded in acknowledgement. Saying good morning, Uchiha Yunai, gathering his courage, asked, "Grandfather, may I visit the place where grandmother inherited the 9 tails?" Uchiha Yunting regarded Uchiha Yunai with a cool demeanor, requesting a compelling reason for his attendance. "Frankly, your chakra levels are rather low at the moment, and you have yet to awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? If you cannot even ensure your own safety, bringing you along would only hinder our efforts." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yunai lowered his head, pleading, "Grandfather, you must return safely with grandmother." Uchiha Yunting, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded, assuring, "Yes, I will." Just then, a ripple in space appeared not far from Konoha. Subsequently, a pale-skinned man with white eyes, a red fishing hook slung over his shoulder, and a fishing basket at his waist, emerged from within. As soon as the man appeared, his gaze fixed upon Konoha. "Haha, it must be that way. This is the source of the immense energy within that woman of Konoha. A blow from the past shall return to you," the man murmured to himself before retreating back into the space from which he came, the rift vanishing as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, 5 figures materialized. Indeed, they were Yunting's shadow clones, Fengyu, Xinyan, Leibu, Tianbing, and Xijin. The 5 had hastily arrived at the outskirts of Konoha. "Sigh, I wonder if we can prevail?" Xijin remarked nonchalantly. Leibu chuckled, "Who knows? We won't find out unless we try, right? Besides, we can't just stand by and watch our leader in peril. If he falls, we all go down with him. Moreover, we might not be at a disadvantage." Tianbing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Furthermore, do you think our future leader would commit such a blunder?" He likely anticipated this, but given the stakes involved, he couldn't afford to gamble. At that moment, in a hidden cave within Konoha, Uchiha Yunting allowed Kushina to pull him along as they sat upon a stone together. Beside them sat a grim-faced Tsunade, Tens, and Shizuru. The imperiled Uzumaki Mido bore an expression devoid of fear, as if the impending death were to befall others rather than herself. Shortly thereafter, a Konoha ninja cautiously approached, bowing slightly before Mido. "Lady Mido, the sealing ceremony is prepared. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Mido slowly rose, casting a glance at Kushina and the others before deliberately making her way to the center, where countless sealing symbols were engraved. Just as everyone's gaze turned toward Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Yunting stood up, blocking their view. Looking at Kushina, Uchiha Yunting spoke in a gentle yet icy tone. "Kushina, do you truly wish to become the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails? If you are unwilling, Konoha can find another candidate. The selection of a Jinchuriki is not restricted to the Uzumaki clan." As he spoke, Uchiha Yunting's eyes gradually transformed into the shape of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A terrifying aura and a torrent of chakra surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. Those who had intended to speak were rendered speechless, frozen in place. This overwhelming chakra was, perhaps, even more fearsome than that of the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, Kushina's eyes glowed a fiery red as she gazed at Uchiha Yunting. Her delicate hands had released their grip on Ayun's arm, and with a strained smile, she looked at Yunting. "All right, Ayun, I'm doing this willingly now. When I return, I will be just fine." After saying this, she intended to walk towards Grandma Mido, but suddenly felt a warm hand clasping her own. A familiar, gentle voice reached her ears. Let me accompany you. The Sharingan has a restraining effect on tailed beasts. The Konoha shinobi, still reeling from the earlier events, dared not even breathe, much less attempt to obstruct Yunting. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Yunting's silhouette and was struck by an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Uchiha Madara, perhaps even more terrifying. Yunting, feeling the small hand in his palm, let out a sigh. He wondered if he could truly contend with that individual now. Chapter 45, Otsutsuki Urashiki, a future spectacle for Yunting. In the distance, a handsome man observed the unfolding scene with a hint of interest. Indeed, they are still too naive. But then again, trials and tribulations are beneficial. The future is far more complex than you imagine. The world is not as simple as you think. Beside him stood a woman with vibrant red hair. Kushina, holding Ayune's hand, spoke softly. I say, little Yunting, do we truly need to intervene? Is confronting the Otsutsuki not a bit too ambitious for us? Yunting shook his head with a smile. This is something I must face, as must he. Besides, if true danger arises, we can certainly take action, can we not? Kushina, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and reluctantly conceded. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment, little Yunting. Yet, I still feel it is a bit too much. Ayun always bore the weight of every matter, and at this moment, he was still just a child. Soon, the ritual within the cave commenced. The surface of Mito Uzumaki began to be enveloped by the blood-red chakra of the Nine Tails. This crimson chakra coalesced into the shape of a fox's head, howling at the surrounding shinobi. Witnessing this, Yunting activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and in the blink of an eye, his consciousness materialized before the tightly bound Nine Tails within Mito. As he gazed at the restrained beast, a smile crept onto his lips. This would certainly save him considerable effort. Almost instantaneously, as Yunting fixed his gaze on the Nine Tails, its eyes morphed into the shape of the Sharingan, indicating it had fallen under his control. With the Nine Tails no longer causing chaos, the ritual proceeded without a hitch. Before long, the tailed beast was successfully transferred from Mito Uzumaki to Kushina Uzumaki. Remarkably, Mito's physical state showed no signs of change, devoid of any indication of lost vitality. However, Mito lay there with her eyes tightly shut, appearing as though she were lifeless. The future Yunting regarded Mito's condition with a blank expression, his gaze shifting back to the newly endowed Kushina. For Nana's sake, I shall spare your life. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Your trials are about to begin. I remember how exasperating it was for me. Just then, a white figure holding a red fishing rod appeared not far from the cave. Otsutsuki Urashiki sensed the emanating chakra of the Nine Tails from the cave, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Kushina tilted her head towards a corner. Ayun, I have a strange feeling about that spot. Yunting chuckled softly. Nana, your instincts are spot on. That's the intruder who crossed over. Let us quietly observe from the side. They won't notice us. Kushina, upon hearing this, mimicked a gesture of covering her mouth, indicating her understanding. At that moment, Yunting had already spotted Urashiki's figure through the small kaleidoscope in the sky. He sighed lightly. Alas, trouble has indeed arrived. In an instant, countless fishing hooks appeared from all directions. Caught off guard, several Konoha shinobi found themselves ensnared by the hooks. The few who managed to react quickly resorted to kunai, ninja blades, or jutsu to defend themselves. But alas, these were effortlessly pierced by the hooks. After all, these fishing rods and hooks were akin to the chakra of the truth-seeking balls, crafted from yin-yang release. Ordinary weapons and jutsu were practically powerless to resist. Observing this, Urashiki exerted force with his wrist, yanking the deeply embedded hooks out of the shinobi. The moment the hooks were withdrawn, the Konoha ninjas felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Their chakra had been nearly completely siphoned away. Just as Urashiki was reveling in his bounty, he suddenly sensed two presences vanishing from the vicinity. After stowing away the chakra he had just harvested into his fishing basket, he paid no heed to the still-dazed Konoha shinobi. His white eyes transformed into the crimson Rinnegan, and simultaneously, a space-time rift appeared beside him. This was one of Urashiki's abilities, Hozuki no Kyukai. He could traverse dimensions freely. While not as versatile as Kagaya with her ability to switch between multiple realms, it was still quite impressive. When activated, it was significantly faster than Kagaya's technique. At that moment, Yunting was sprinting rapidly with Kushina in his arms towards a specific location. However, in the next instant, a red fishing hook shot towards him at breakneck speed. Just as the hook was about to make contact with Yunting's back, it abruptly veered off course as if struck by an unseen force. Urashiki, retracting the hook, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, a smirk forming on his lips. Interesting. But that is all it is. Almost immediately, a spatial rift appeared beside him, and in the next moment, Urashiki reappeared next to Yunting, a relaxed smile on his face. Hey, kid, hand over the girl you're carrying, and I might just let you off the hook. Otherwise, before Urashiki could finish his sentence, Yunting executed a flying thunder god technique, teleporting a short distance away. Urashiki, seeing this, no longer held back. He flung out the fishing hook, which multiplied into countless identical red hooks. Tenku Suobo Kuzan. The attack, aided by Hozuki no Kyukai, was sent straight towards Yunting. At the same time, Urashiki kept an eye out for any special kunai that had recently exhibited spatial fluctuations. If his guess was correct, that kid must have utilized the kunai hidden in the ground to achieve his displacement. An interesting lowly creature, but that is all there is to it. Since you refuse to hand over the girl sealed with the 9 tails, I shall take you down first. In an instant, countless fishing hooks, supported by Hozuki no Kyukai, surrounded the space around Yunting. Die, kid. In that moment, dust and debris swirled around Yunting's location. Yet, remarkably, Yunting appeared unscathed, charging through the haze while cradling Kushina. Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively touched her own face and Ayun's. Just moments before they were nearly struck, those attacks had simply passed through them. After several failed attempts, Urashiki grew impatient. You lowly ants, how dare you waste my time? However, interestingly, he suddenly sensed a trace of Otsutsuki chakra emanating from the individual before him. However, as the progeny of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the matriarch of the ninja world, it is only natural for there to be a hint of Otsutsuki's essence. In the next moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki's crimson Rinnegan morphed into a cerulean hue. Subsequently, Otsutsuki Urashiki brandished his fishing hook, albeit this time wielding a solitary hook. Yet, this single hook, akin to one equipped with a tracking device, clung resolutely no matter how it was cast away, as Kushina observed the relentless figure pursuing her from behind. A flicker of hesitation danced in her eyes before a glimmer of determination surfaced. Ayun, please set me down. It appears he is searching for me. Once you release me, make haste and flee. Before Kushina could finish her plea, Yunting swiftly delivered a light slap to her rear. Do not utter such nonsense. We shall be fine. Moreover, I shall never abandon you. At that very moment, several ninjutsu barriers materialized behind Yunting. Magnetic release iron sand barrier, earth release earth formation barrier, ice shield, Shinbing mirror, and wind release wind wall. These 4 barriers barely managed to obstruct the crimson hook, allowing Yunting to gradually come to a halt. He gazed at Kushina and said, My apologies, Kushina. Please remain inside for a while. Before Kushina could respond, Yunting activated the ocular technique of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kawaii. In an instant, a spatial vortex emerged, and Kushina's figure swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 46. 9 Tails. I do not wish to transform into a little fox. Kushina, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, found herself transported into the Kamui space by Yunting. Were it not for the fact that the fishing space could not accommodate anyone other than himself, it would undoubtedly have been the optimal refuge. Creatures drawn into this realm could move freely within. Gently patting her slightly bruised posterior, Kushina cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Where on earth am I? Nevertheless, since Ayun has brought me here, it must be relatively safe, right? To her dismay, the surroundings were utterly barren. Resigned, Kushina settled on the ground, doodling circles in the dirt. I am so weak, and I have caused Ayun more trouble. However, Granny Mito had mentioned that the 9 Tails was the mightiest of tailed beasts. If she could successfully subjugate it, she would undoubtedly be able to assist Ayun. Yet, she had not even had the chance to gaze at Granny Mito a few more times before being thrust into this predicament. After extracting the tailed beast, Granny Mito, Kushina found herself at a loss for what to do and opted to sit cross-legged, immersing her consciousness within her body. Soon, her petite figure found itself in a unique space. There, a colossal red fox lay, its limbs and tails bound. The immense creature stared blankly ahead, its large pupils bearing the shape of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kushina recalled the knowledge imparted by Granny Mito. Right. Now is my chance to stealthily siphon some of the 9 Tails chakra while it remains unaware. With that thought in mind, Kushina summoned her courage and cautiously approached the enormous fox. Gazing at the imposing, fierce visage of the fox, she silently encouraged herself. Kushina, you can do this. If you are truly frightened, you can always retreat. She then circled around the 9 Tails rear and clumsily attempted to draw on the creature's chakra. As her blue chakra made contact with the 9 Tails' crimson energy, it ensnared her like a parasite, gradually enveloping her. Summoning every ounce of strength, Kushina tugged at the chakra emanating from one of the 9 Tails' tails, fervently pulling it outward. Before long, she found herself panting, seated on the ground. Through her relentless efforts, she had managed to extract approximately 1/10,000th of the Nine-Tails chakra, which she could now utilize freely. Just as Kushina prepared to experiment with her newly acquired chakra, a furious roar reverberated through the space. "Damn you, Vortex Mito!" cursed Uchiha Brat. The Nine-Tails attempted to lift its head and unleash a series of roars, but its entire body was pinned down, bound by numerous chains. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails realized that some of its chakra had been siphoned away. While this was inconsequential to its vast reserves, it absolutely could not tolerate anyone stealing its chakra. Consequently, Kushina was discovered by the Nine-Tails. The creature's eyes, crimson and slitted, fixed their gaze upon her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, after a moment of stillness from the Nine-Tails, Kushina dared to observe the restrained beast from a distance. The Nine-Tails, upon seeing the small girl before it, felt a wave of discomfort wash over it. Just as it had successfully rid itself of Vortex Mito, now another small nuisance had appeared. Moreover, this little one had audaciously pilfered its chakra while it was incapacitated. What a humiliation! The Nine-Tails turned its head away, choosing not to regard the distant Kushina. After all, it was unable to move, so it preferred not to see this minor inconvenience. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails felt an immense pressure weighing down upon it, rendering it immobile. It was caught off guard, pondering its current predicament. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen Hashirama or Madara employ it. It does not resemble a sealing technique either. At that moment, the chakra chains binding the Nine-Tails began to fracture, yet it remained pinned to the ground. Then, under the watchful eyes of both Kushina and the Nine-Tails, the chakra energy began to be slowly extracted from the great beast. Countless crimson chakra strands were peeled away from the Nine-Tails form, subsequently surging into Kushina's body. In an instant, Kushina felt a warm sensation envelop her, followed by a swelling feeling within her. Outside, Yunting's eyes appeared to penetrate the Kimui space as he observed Kushina's seated figure. He squinted slightly. Has she reached her limits? No matter. I shall seal it away and allow her to absorb it gradually as her body matures. While I could force it all at once, it would pose significant risks to her health. As Kushina watched, the remaining vast reservoir of Nine-Tails chakra gradually coalesced into 8 red chakra orbs. Just moments ago, Kushina had absorbed approximately 1/9 of the Nine-Tails total chakra. As she grew older and her body fully developed, these Nine-Tails chakra reserves would automatically overflow, becoming hers to command and utilize. Meanwhile, the once mighty Nine-Tails had now transformed into a diminutive fox no larger than half a meter. The Nine-Tails, sensing that only a mere sliver of its chakra remained, approached Kushina with palpable fury. What have you done to me? Perhaps it was due to the near depletion of its chakra, but the Nine-Tails' voice bore a hint of childishness. The tiny fox, slightly taller than Kushina's knee, was undeniably adorable. While Kushina remained oblivious to the situation at hand, it seemed that it posed no threat to her. As she reached out to gently pat the Nine-Tails' head, she simultaneously controlled the vast chakra within her. Even though it was merely 1/9 of the total, Kushina felt that this fraction could be described as immense. The Nine-Tails bared its teeth, glaring at the vortex girl before it, appearing both fierce and endearing. At that moment, the future Uchiha Yunting observed the blissful interaction between little Kushina and the Nine-Tails, a smile unconsciously gracing his features. Be sure to get along with Kushina, Kyubi. In order to prevent you from causing harm to Kushina, your power has been severed. However, one must not be too ruthless in their actions. I shall leave you a sliver of hope. Outside the Kimui space, Otsutsuki Urashiki gazed at the 6 individuals before him and could not help but chuckle. Is this your reliance, boy? Considering the faint trace of Otsutsuki aura emanating from you, if you hand over the girl you just encountered, I may let you off the hook. But think wisely, my patience is limited. Uchiha Yunting cast a cold glance at Otsutsuki Urashiki and replied, I will not comply. No sooner had he spoken than a figure enveloped in lightning chakra surged from the side. Yet, with a speed akin to instantaneous movement, it barely grazed the edge of Urashiki. Yunting contemplated the blue Rinnegan in Urashiki's eyes. Time reversal, perhaps? Chapter 47. Fierce Battle. The Arrival of the Unfamiliar Otsutsuki. You are truly pitifully slow, you mongrel. Urashiki taunted as he swung his fishing rod, sending Reibu flying. Subsequently, a fishing line formed from red chakra rapidly extended. And in an instant, the hook embedded itself within Reibu's body. Just as Urashiki intended to extract the chakra within, attacks of wind blades, ice dragons, and rock bullets swiftly surged toward him. Urashiki maintained an air of nonchalance, yet in an instant, he unleashed and amplified the jutsu he had absorbed from the Konoha ninjas. A wall of swirling water, composed of rapid currents, shielded him in place. However, as he reeled in the hook, he found the lightning chakra on it to be woefully inadequate. How curious, I clearly had it hooked. He soon discovered intricate black markings where the hook had latched onto Reibu. Is this the sealing technique I will encounter in the future? Quite the intriguing little brat. Meanwhile, a squad of Konoha ninjas stood at a distance, observing. After all, it was impossible for Konoha to remain passive while under attack. Yet, it was evident they had no intention of intervening, merely spectating as Uchiha Yunting and the others faced off against Urashiki. Urashiki, holding his fishing rod, glanced disdainfully at the Konoha ninjas and sneered. I detest being regarded like some sort of monkey. Just as he raised his arm to strike, he was unexpectedly kicked away, tumbling across the ground multiple times before coming to a halt. Unbeknownst to him, the flying thunder technique had been insidiously left on his hook. However, just as Urashiki attempted to rise, his foot suddenly slipped, and the ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire. Before he could ponder further, the swamp instantaneously froze, encasing him in icy blue frost. Ice release, ice sealing. Subsequently, a multitude of sand and iron encircled Urashiki's form. Magnet release, sand iron sealing. The magnetic dust, utilizing magnet release, further bolstered the strength of the sealing technique. As for the others, alas, sealing techniques are not included in their skills. Except for the protagonist, of course. At this juncture, Uchiha Yunting had activated the second phase of the Heavenly Transformation Seal, significantly enhancing his abilities, with a substantial influx of natural chakra coursing through him. His once jet-black hair had transformed into a brilliant white, emanating an overwhelming aura of chakra. Uchiha Ryu, Shienju Shinwei Flame Dragon Slash. Shienju is one of the abilities of the protagonist's Mangekyo Sharingan, enhancing his jutsu's potency while diminishing that of his opponent. A magnificent fire dragon surged forth towards Urashiki. Yet, just as the attack was about to land, Urashiki effortlessly dispelled the rather rudimentary sealing technique and utilized the yellow springs of Hirazaka to distance himself from the blast radius. Almost the instant he vacated his prior position, a bottomless pit emerged in the ground where he had stood, and the flames continued to scorch the earth. Urashiki felt a chill run down his spine at the sight, his expression twisting into one of grimace. You lot. Just as Urashiki was about to employ his ocular techniques, he suddenly felt his body seize up. Simultaneously, an invisible wind blade sliced through his Rinnegan. Feng Yu, concealed in the shadows, regarded the ensnared Urashiki with a sense of relief. Do you enjoy my paralyzing toxin and wind blades? Urashiki collapsed to the ground, clutching his eyes, seething. You wretches have dared to slash my eyes. You shall pay for this. As he clutched his damaged eye, intent on consuming it, a long blade covered in dark chakra pierced through Urashiki's heart. The protagonist Susanoo was of a deep black hue, if memory serves me right. Simultaneously, his abdomen was impaled by an ice spear while his brother was skewered by emerging rock spikes from below. Huh. You didn't think I would wait for you to consume your own eye to transform, did you? Besides, it's already damaged. Yunting regarded the fallen Urashiki with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I told myself that if I could defeat a group of frail individuals, I should be able to hold my own. Afterward, Yunting and his companions also exhaled in relief. After all, it was their first encounter with the Otsutsuki clan. It felt rather simple, albeit with a tinge of underhandedness on their part. Yet, their adversaries were equally cunning. They possessed both time and space ocular techniques. The next consideration was how to deal with these Konoha ninjas. It was truly vexing. You've traveled a great distance to your doom and brought me such troublesome matters. I truly thank you. With that, his black pupils turned crimson, and a swirling vortex of space materialized before him. Then, little Kushina was released from within. As soon as Kushina emerged, she rushed toward Yunting. Hey Yun, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? What about that bad guy? And why is there such a massive pit nearby? Kushina pointed at the enormous crater created by Yunting's fusion of ocular techniques, Shienju, Shinwei, sword arts, and the natural chakra amplification. Uchiha Yunting smiled. Ah, that's a long story. Wait for me. Suddenly, several flashes of sword light sliced through the air, instantly cleaving Feng Yu, Matsuin, Reibu, Xuanyan, and Tianbing in half. In a heartbeat, they were severed at the waist. Yunting, holding Kushina, crouched down, shielding her in his embrace while narrowly escaping being bisected himself. At that moment, the flames of the immortal phoenix began to burn at the site of his wound, slowly healing his injuries. Yunting had sensed the impending danger and had activated Shinwei, entering a phasing state alongside Kushina. However, he still felt a twinge of pain when the sword made contact. Had it not been for his desperate activation of Xianju, Koryu, and Susanoo at the critical moment, being severed at the waist would have been a foregone conclusion. Upon sensing the warmth of his palm, Kushina lowered her head and saw Yunting drenched in blood. She gazed at him, distraught. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me dragging you down." Immediately, Kushina broke free from Yunting's embrace, her body enveloped in Nine-Tails chakra, her eyes transforming into slitted pupils. As for Crimson Fox tails emerged behind her. Kushina warily observed the unfamiliar Otsutsuki before her, whose visage starkly contrasted with that of the recently encountered Otsutsuki, despite the dissimilarity in appearance. The blood seeping from her heart and the several gashes in her abdomen bore witness to her peril. The unfamiliar Otsutsuki regarded the two survivors with a gaze devoid of emotion, fixating on Yunting and Kushina with an indifferent stare. How intriguing it is that, relying on the almost negligible bloodline of the Otsutsuki within you, you managed to slay Urashiki. Although this fellow is certainly audacious in his own right. Yunting noticed the silver-white rinnegan at the center of this Otsutsuki's eyes, which was suspended above a silver long sword. Additionally, a silver sword mark adorned his forehead. It was careless of me. This is a character not mentioned in the original narrative, possessing an absurd level of strength. Observing the red-haired maiden standing protectively before the youth, the unfamiliar Otsutsuki merely raised a hand and casually executed a sword strike. A tiresome adversary indeed. How pitiful are the weak. They are, after all, Urashiki, just like you. Feeble bodies and diminished wills, relying solely on ocular techniques. In that instant, he comprehended all that had transpired. To be slain by such individuals. Truly a disgrace to the Otsutsuki legacy. His strike effortlessly cleaved through the chakra of Kushina's 9 tails. Blood began to trickle from her palms. And just as her hands were on the brink of being severed, she felt as if an invisible hand was pulling her backward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yunting, enduring immense pain, shielded Kushina with his own body. The Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Genshin, Koryu, Susanoo. In an instant, a colossal Susanoo enveloped Yunting. Simultaneously, the ability of Kamui activated, and the strike collided with the distortion of space created by Kamui. Regrettably, the seemingly inconspicuous sword energy easily sliced through the warped space, cleaving the immense Susanoo as if it were mere tofu. At that moment, a pitch-black arrow, aflame with black fire, collided with the strike, while 3 great Susanoos stood resolutely before Yunting, defending against the onslaught. Countless fire-release techniques surged toward the deadly blow, a veritable blossoming of flames. Great Fireball Technique, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Great Fire Extinguishment, Dragon Flame Bomb. It was only through the combined efforts of the Uchiha clan that they managed to mitigate the attack. Yet, even Yunting's own Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could scarcely withstand the devastating strike. How could it be so easily dismissed without consequence? The 3 towering Susanoos shielding him were none other than his parents and grandfather. At this moment, blood streamed from their eyes as they exerted their full power, deploying ocular techniques and maximizing their Susanoo, all of which drained their immense ocular strength. After blocking the strike, Uchiha Shana had already been cleaved in 2 starting from his right shoulder. Crimson blood slowly soaked the ground, while beside him, the black flames continued to burn. Uchiha Genka and Uchiha Miyu panted heavily, yet they had not reached the point of losing limbs. The elder of the Uchiha clan fell to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. How utterly failed his life had been. He had failed to protect his parents, brothers, and even his wife. Yet, as Uchiha Shana's vision faded, he beheld the fleeting figures of Genka, Miyu, and Yunting, momentarily safe. Perhaps he had managed to accomplish something meaningful before his demise. Gradually, the light in Uchiha Shana's eyes dimmed. His once vibrant Mangekyo Sharingan appeared to have lost something vital, becoming dull. He felt grateful to have protected little Genka and little Yunting. This stubborn elder of the Uchiha clan, known for his hawkish disposition, ultimately departed with a smile. Meanwhile, within the internal realm of Kushina, the 9 tails could no longer concern itself with the chakra being siphoned away. Instead, it urgently roared at Kushina, "Child, while there are fools behind you, hurry and flee. Otherwise, it will be too late. Do remember, I am immortal, but that is only relevant to the native inhabitants of the shinobi world, the Otsutsuki clan. While perhaps unknown to many in the shinobi world, I am aware of their legacy. The old man's mother was indeed an Otsutsuki, and this fellow before me is truly terrifying. Far beyond the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, in a mysterious realm." Uchiha Yunting gazed at the fallen figure of Uchiha Shana, observing the faint smile of relief upon his face. His eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. His fingers clenched tightly. turning pale from exertion. Kushina watched Yunting's expression, her eyes filled with concern. She extended her arms, embracing him. Unbeknownst to Yunting, blood had begun to seep from his palm. Is it not resolved yet, system? When will I be able to unravel the remnants of that entity left within me? I need urgent assistance. If this continues, the old man truly will lose his life. Otsutsuki Kosuke, you shall await your reckoning in the future. Calm down, host. I assure you, the resolution is imminent. At that point, a mere shell manipulated by a fragment of a powerful consciousness will pose no challenge, the system responded. Yunting was on the verge of cursing. I know that the insignificant being below poses no threat. But why did it have to act at this moment? Otherwise, with just Kushina, we could have managed. Now look, we can't even escape. The Nine Tails, witnessing Kushina's stubborn refusal to leave, succumbed to despair. Let it be. I am weary. At this juncture, Yunting, too, wore a pallid expression as he observed the scene. Ever since acquiring the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never felt such a sense of helplessness. Although the unfamiliar Otsutsuki found the behavior of these individuals perplexing, he showed no mercy with the sword in his hand. In nearly an instant, the Uchiha clan lay prostrate. The unfamiliar Otsutsuki then approached the severely injured Uchiha Yunting. Although Urashiki was a fool, blood must be repaid with blood, boy. As he spoke, he swung his sword down, only for his blade to be grasped by Yunting's future self. Bloodstains were clearly visible on his palm, yet they were not born from the blade. Before the unfamiliar Otsutsuki could utter a word, he was directly eradicated by Yunting, as if he had never existed. Merely a shell controlled by a fragment of consciousness. How audacious you have been for so long. Yunting's crimson eyes widened, and he beheld the souls of the Uchiha clan members lingering nearby, not yet dissipated. With a gentle motion of his fingers, countless souls instantaneously returned to their rightful places. The physical forms of the Uchiha clan began to heal rapidly. Under the dominion of divine power, all could be governed. Time, space, life, and soul. At that moment, it felt as though time had stopped. The surroundings appeared to be frozen in place. After a brief moment, the recently deceased individuals found their injuries and bloodstains vanished, and their tattered garments restored to their former state. Following this, Yunting waved his finger, and a unique force field expanded rapidly outward from him. He soon sensed a trace of the Otsutsuki's aura seeping from underground. One technique. Perhaps it is best saved as a sharpening stone for myself? And Otsutsuki Kagaya. What a troublesome woman. The land ravaged by the battle was restored to its original condition, and the memories of those who witnessed the conflict in Konoha were completely erased. In this realm, it appeared as though only Yunting possessed the liberty to move freely. At this moment, both young Yunting and young Kushina stood in a daze, surveying their surroundings. The enemy had vanished in an instant, and it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. In the distant sky, a small bird seemed suspended in midair. The injuries that plagued young Yunting had been healed. Slowly, he rose and positioned himself protectively in front of young Kushina, his gaze warily scrutinizing the man before him. Are you my future self? The man nodded slightly, responding calmly, yes. However, certain circumstances delayed my arrival. Young Yunting glanced around at the clan members, inquiring, they are all unharmed, right? Yunting smiled softly. They are fine. I merely erased some of their memories. Fixating on his future self, young Yunting inquired, and that Otsutsuki from earlier? The future, Yunting's future self replied with a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting. That Otsutsuki is named Otsutsuki Kenjutsu. Within the Otsutsuki clan, he holds a position of considerable strength and status. Just know that his power surpasses that of Ishiki and Kenshiki. Of course, whether you comprehend this is irrelevant, for once I depart, I will erase both of your memories as well. This is necessary for your safety. Undoubtedly. He, or rather I, this butterfly, has altered many events. The Otsutsuki clan is far more complex than you might imagine. After briefly outlining some circumstances to his past self, Yunting refrained from saying more. After all, knowing too much in the present is not necessarily beneficial. He did not wish to leave too many traces in the past, allowing Otsutsuki Kosuke to locate his coordinates. Observing that his future self had no intention of elaborating, young Yunting could only suppress his curiosity. Surely, there must be a valid reason for this reticence. After all, he couldn't be foolish enough to endanger himself, could he? Fortunately, his future self had arrived alongside Urashiki, otherwise. Yet, young Yunting had no inkling that his future self had not come through that artifact at all. Certain Otsutsuki with unique abilities or formidable strength could return to the past, provided they possessed something akin to coordinates. Otherwise, they would have to navigate the vast currents of time and space, which comes with the peril of being lost or exiled. Thus, Most individuals would refrain from attempting such feats. At that moment, Kushina, gazing at young Yunting, slowly extended her finger and poked his face. She attempted to push him away with all her might, but found herself unable to budge him. This person before her was most likely the future version of herself. Wasn't he? Realizing that her intangibility and flying thunder god technique were ineffective, she thought, is it truly this outrageous in the future? Just as Kushina was about to pinch young Yunting's cheek, a red figure interposed itself before him. Don't do that. Ayun doesn't like it. Kushina looked at her past self and chuckled. Oh, but what can you do about it? Besides, I'm the future you. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to show affection to my former husband? Don't you think so past me? Young Kushina found herself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to feel happy or not. On one hand, it was delightful to see that her future self was indeed with Ayun. On the other, what if her future self were to act inappropriately towards her current Ayun? Wah, you already have him, and yet you wish to take him from me? Young Kushina positioned herself protectively in front of Ayun, locking eyes with her future self. If you truly intend to harm Ayun, then... She cast a pointed glance at Yunting, standing nearby. Upon seeing this, Kushina's expression shifted into one of playful disdain. She then placed a hand on her shoulder. Oh dear, I accidentally used a sealing technique on you. You wouldn't be angry, would you? If I give young Yunting a kiss, you won't mind, right? If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. With that, she exaggeratedly shifted closer to young Yunting. Humph, you little girl. Thinking of making a move on my husband? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Ayun belongs to me. Little Ayun belongs to me too. Should I take him home with me? Just as young Kushina felt tears welling up, the older Kushina suddenly hugged her head and crouched down. Yunting observed her with a weary expression, remarking, aren't you too old for this? Bullying a child, and even bullying yourself. He casually dispelled the sealing technique on Kushina. Glancing at young Kushina, then at the older Kushina who was crouched down holding her head, he said, all right, it's time for us to leave. If you have anything to say to my past self, make sure to say it soon, though it will ultimately be erased. However, surely you have much to convey to my past self, right? Likewise, I do too. With that, Yunting took young Kushina and departed, leaving young Yunting and the older Kushina behind. At that moment, Yunting had brought young Kushina to the head of the first Hokage's stone statue, where they sat together. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair, intertwining the strands of black and red. Young Kushina gazed at Ayun, her heart a mix of excitement and worry. Was it truly safe for Yunting to be alone with her future self? As if sensing Kushina's anxiety, Yunting gently stroked her head, speaking in a soothing tone. Don't worry, Kushina has it under control. I merely intended to scare you a little. Looking at the young girl before him, Yunting's mind replayed decades of memories shared with Kushina. He then earnestly declared, in my eyes, Kushina, you are wonderful. So please, do not harbor any doubts. I remember you as a lively girl, somewhat carefree. You need not fear revealing your clumsiness or carefree nature, for no one is perfect. Even I have my shortcomings. He continued, future Kushina has aided me immensely. I am truly grateful to be with her. Extending a finger towards Kushina, he added, so, may I request you not to lose me? Upon hearing this, Kushina smiled and linked her pinky with Yunting's. I won't let Ayun belong to anyone else. In stark contrast to this gentle scene, the older Kushina was forcibly embracing Yunting, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked up at him. Ayun, although young Kushina may not be skilled at anything, I still hope you can be understanding. I can't bear the thought of returning to find Ayun has become someone else's. She lamented, that would break me. Even if my past self was a terrible cook and seemed a bit foolish and not very bright, people can change. Just kidding. Yunting regarded the boisterous Kushina before him, pondering that perhaps this was indeed her true nature. Maybe she had just been more reserved in his presence before. Rest assured, at least for now, I have no other intentions. Besides, Kushina is not as lacking as you imagine. He continued, I am grateful for our future together. So, you can be completely at ease. Upon hearing this, Kushina slowly exhaled. Oh, that's a relief. What if I return to find Ayun has become someone else's? There were quite a few troublesome vixens in the village. Even though Ayun would erase memories before leaving, it's better to be safe than sorry. How could Ayun be a wager? Moreover, I can't afford to gamble. Chapter 50 Yunai. Grandma, you are making me look like a clown. After a brief moment, the four individuals who had just conversed gathered once more. Yunting extended his right hand, and the divine authority was instantly activated. Subsequently, two of them collapsed to the ground. Their memories linked to the Otsutsuki Kagaya's possession vanishing entirely. As for the others, naturally, all their memories were erased as well. Kushina observed little Kushina half-draped over little Yunting. a look of evident satisfaction gracing her face. Not bad. This little girl has potential. However, if upon returning, I find that my husband has been replaced, then this little one is in serious trouble. Just wait until I have Ayun bring me back for a proper scolding. Casting a glance at Konoha, Kushina took Ayun's hand and said, "Let us head back, little things." Yunting chuckled oddly and, with a tone tinged with affection, replied, "All right." His eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and a spatial rift materialized before the three of them. As for why there were three individuals, it was simply because Yunting had just summoned Yunai from afar. After all, Yunai had forgotten that if she forgot again, how would she return? Suddenly seized by her grandfather, Yunai found herself witnessing her grandparents being affectionate with one another. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, for grandmother's reprimands could be quite painful. Thus, enveloped in a milky white halo, the three of them returned to their future. Not long after Yunai and the others departed, Yunting slowly opened his eyes. He stared blankly at a small puddle, examining the transformed Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and its awakened abilities. Huangquan Beusaka, time reversal, and time freezing. Wasn't this the power of Otsutsuki Urashiki? Why was this happening? He had never heard of anyone acquiring the powers of an Otsutsuki by defeating one. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that after Otsutsuki's demise, where had the body gone? Could it be that he had consumed it and awakened the Rinnegan? What Yunting was oblivious to was that after erasing the memories linked to Urashiki, his future self had not allowed Urashiki's body to dissipate directly. Instead, it had been infused into his own being. The essence of Otsutsuki had facilitated Yunting's awakening of the Rinnegan, a feat that was effortlessly achieved. This was far more advantageous than the sage's body. Then there was the matter of why the little girl was currently asleep on him. A droplet of crystalline saliva even escaped her lips. Gently cradling her, Yunting made his way toward Konoha, his silhouette weaved between the towering trees. The gentle breeze tousling the strands of hair on his forehead, while his warm, obsidian eyes gazed fondly at the girl in his arms. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "I feel as though I've forgotten quite a bit. But never mind, I should focus on the matters at hand." The early arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki has undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for me. Unbeknownst to Yunting, his future self had concealed the past few events from him. For Otsutsuki to locate this period would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Few possessed such capabilities, and would such individuals even bother pursuing a mere child? It must be said that the Otsutsuki clan was indeed arrogant, though they possessed the capital to be so. As Yunting examined Kushina's body, he was taken aback. A fox under half a meter in size lay limply on the ground. Within the spiritual realm, 8 massive red chakra orbs floated quietly. A flicker of confusion crossed Yunting's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. Although he was uncertain who had caused this, it was undoubtedly harmless to Yunai. That was all that mattered. After gently placing Kushina back in the cave where she was sealed, the others gradually began to awaken. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido surprisingly sat up slowly. The villagers of Konoha gazed at Kushina, whose chest rose and fell gently, accompanied by her tranquil breathing, and were left speechless. Wait, where's the sealed-tailed beast? Is she truly sleeping so soundly? Just then, Uzumaki Mido turned to the crowd and spoke. "Everyone, the Nine Tails is no longer within me. It has been sealed inside Kushina." He added, "You all should go rest. As for why I am unscathed, I'm not entirely sure for now." Hearing this, most of the villagers had nothing to say and simply turned to leave. How strange. Had they forgotten that he had just used the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to intimidate them? After a period of sealing the Nine Tails, at a training ground of the Senju clan, a red-haired girl was surrounded by countless golden chakra chains, with 4 tails formed from 9 tails chakra sprouting from behind her. This was the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing technique, the adamantine sealing chains. "Yay, I finally learned it," Kushina exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Now I can go find Yunting to play." Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido, who had been observing Kushina with the Byakugan, couldn't help but admire her talent, thinking that if they nurtured Yunai, the Uzumaki clan would have a promising future. In the training ground nearby, Senju Tens was struggling with the flying thunder god technique created by his grandfather. "Damn, why is this so difficult? I've been training for 4 days. And this is my progress? Who knows how long it will take to master it? Truly worthy of being my grandfather's technique." During these days, Yunting had been holed up at home, experimenting with the newly acquired Rinnegan techniques. It seemed his Rinnegan had 2 forms. As for whether there was a third golden Rinnegan form, he was unsure, considering he had never consumed his own eyes. Moreover, regarding the Nine Tails sealing incident, it wasn't just Kushina and Yunting who benefited. The talents of those who had stood before him had increased considerably. His parents and grandfather's Mangekyo Sharingan had nearly reached their ultimate form. They were perhaps just one opportunity away from attaining the eternal state. Of course, Yunting was unaware that before his future self departed, he had slipped a vial of something to Orochimaru. That was a fragment of Otsutsuki Urashiki's cellular tissue. The future indeed held great promise. Huangquan by Osaka seemed somewhat redundant, as his Kamui and Flying Thunder God had similar effects. Nevertheless, considering it was conjured from thin air, he saw no reason to refuse. Time reversal would allow him to observe opponents more effectively. He could only reverse the surrounding events, not his own condition. Such was the case in the original work. Of course, enhancements might come later. Time freezing felt reminiscent of sealing techniques. In summary, it could be said that he had reaped substantial rewards. Chapter 51. How fascinating. On a distant planet, far from the ninja world, a pale-skinned Otsutsuki hovered above, observing the god tree that was on the verge of bearing chakra fruits. Below, people were desperately resisting, though their efforts proved utterly futile. This Otsutsuki, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, collected the newly sprouted chakra fruits and cast a cold glance at the lifeless planet beneath him. He then departed indifferently. His mission was nearing completion. Damn it. All because of these fruits, he was forced to come out and work. However, it was intriguing that the fragment of consciousness he had left within Urashiki had been obliterated, leaving him uncertain of his own location. Yet, hadn't Otsutsuki Urashiki gone to investigate the whereabouts of the missing Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki? It had been a long time since he had contacted the higher-ups. After all, suspicions arose regarding the fate of the two individuals, either betrayal or demise, with the latter being a rather unlikely scenario. After all, the Otsutsuki clan stands as the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, even if some among them appear to rely solely on the enhancement of their fruit's power. There is no denying that very few can pose a genuine threat to the Otsutsuki. Moreover, it seems that Momoshiki and Kinshiki are rather close to the domains governed by Ishiki and Kagaya. Should something befall Urashiki, one must wonder about the fates of Kinshiki and Momoshiki. Nevertheless, it is best to return and contemplate these matters later. Their well-being is of little concern to me. The true enigma lies in the entity capable of erasing even a fragment of my consciousness, rendering me completely oblivious. Who, besides Kagaya and Ishiki, could it be? The Otsutsuki Kenjishi, lost in thought, decided to dismiss the matter for the moment. With a swift arc of his sword, a rift materialized, and he stepped through it, prioritizing the completion of his tasks before retreating to meditate upon the insights gleaned from this excursion. Meanwhile, Yunting sat in his chamber, observing the recently acquired Rinnegan. It was quite satisfactory overall, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the eyes were somewhat unsightly. Suddenly, his gaze transformed into the crimson form of the Rinnegan, followed by the activation of the Shoten technique. A spatial conduit opened, leading him into the vastness of outer space. Yunting's form traversed this void with ease. Am I still a mere human, he pondered, though he no longer required the sage body bestowed by the system. As one of the reasons for desiring it was to unlock the Rinnegan. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Yet, one should not refuse what is freely offered, especially with that sliver of temporal essence at stake. The very notion of temporal essence sounded so exalted. What fate awaited the world with Urashiki's demise? Would he be able to contend with Momoshiki, Kinshiki, or the elusive Ishiki in the future? In the next heartbeat, Yunting found himself back in his room. Before he could catch his breath, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Ayun, are you in there?" "I'm coming in," Yunting replied blandly. "The door's unlocked. Feel free to enter." No sooner had he spoken than a red figure materialized beside him. Kushina skillfully settled across from Yunting, effortlessly pouring herself a glass of water. Glancing at the remnants of dust on her attire, Yunting chuckled. "I recall there being no one at home besides myself today. How did you manage to get in, Nana?" At his words, Kushina's hand, poised to drink, paused midair. "Oh, this you ask? Hee. After knocking for quite some time and receiving no response from you, I simply climbed in." Yunting ambled over to a cabinet, seemingly searching for something. "Tell me, Nana, aren't you concerned that I might not be at home?" Kushina took a sip of water and replied, "Well, when I arrived, I ran into Auntie. She told me you were here." As soon as she finished, Yunting tossed an object towards her. Instinctively, she caught it and inquired, "Yun, what is this?" With a smile, Yunting responded, "It's the key to my home. Do you want it? If not, return it." Kushina immediately tucked it into her pocket, exclaiming, "Of course I want it. By the way, Yun, shall we visit that newly opened dessert shop today? I've heard wonderful things about it." Yunting nodded. "Sure, just let me change my clothes first." Kushina swiftly turned away, her back to him. "Don't worry, Yun, I won't peek." Just as Yunting was about to respond, He playfully lifted her like a large cat and gently tossed her outside, shutting the door behind her. No, Nana, you can't stay inside. Kushina pouted, her small face displaying discontent. You're clearly not trusting me, Ayun. Kushina, harbor no ill intentions. At that moment, her consciousness entered her body, and she began to pet the nine tails. Isn't that right, Kyubi? The nine tails, feeling the humiliation of being petted, begrudgingly replied, yes. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Squatting outside the door, Kushina blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Wait a minute, didn't I just learn the Kagura Shinkai? Although still not very proficient, it should suffice. Just as she intended to sense the situation inside, Ayun's face suddenly appeared before her. Startled, she exclaimed, Ayun, what are you doing? You scared me. He poked her forehead with a slender finger. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already accusing me? Kushina retorted defiantly. I didn't do that at all. Besides, it hasn't even happened yet. Shortly after, they found themselves on a bustling street in Konoha. Kushina led Yunting into a shop, and after ordering various items, they sat down to chat while awaiting their desserts. Ayun, Kushina smiled. My classmates say the treats here are absolutely delicious. Plus, they're limited edition. I've heard these pastries are quite expensive, though it seems the ingredients used are also quite lavish. She added, this time, it's my treat. After all, you treated me to so many delicious things when I visited you. Yunting chuckled, nodding in agreement. Both he and Kushina had no shortage of funds, so the question of who would pay was trivial. After all, a meal wouldn't cost much. However, he mused, when would this silly girl realize that the so-called precious ingredients were merely the fruits she often consumed? Although, to be fair, those fruits did indeed come from the land of rain. As the petite cakes were served, Kushina eagerly picked one up, offering a small piece to Yunting. Ayun, tell me how it tastes. After taking a slow bite and savoring it, Yunting nodded in approval. It's quite delicious. Satisfied, Kushina began to enjoy her slice, remarking, yes, it is indeed tasty, but it doesn't seem as extraordinary as my classmates claimed. The flavor feels so familiar. How strange. Perhaps it's just an illusion. When Kushina finished her dessert and prepared to settle the bill, she discovered that Yunting had already taken care of it. With a huff, she approached him. Didn't we agree that I would pay? Yunting shrugged. It's already settled. Next time, I'll definitely let you pay. Just then, Kushina's eyes lit up as she spotted something outside the window. Ayun, look. Isn't that the little blonde boy? Who is that girl next to him? Yunting turned slowly to see Minato strolling alongside a red-haired girl. Narrowing his eyes, he allowed a smile to creep onto his face. Indeed, destiny is quite peculiar. Besides you and Mito, when did another member of the Uzumaki clan appear in Konoha? Could it be that Karui's mother has returned to the village? Observing Yunting's reaction, Kushina pouted slightly. Ayun, do you think she's pretty? Yunting, noticing her slight jealousy, gently ruffled her hair. Are you feeling envious? It's just a girl with hair the same color as yours. I merely glanced a little longer. Once upon a time, Kushina. Did you know when another member of the Uzumaki clan appeared in Konoha? Upon hearing this, Kushina tilted her head in curiosity. The Uzumaki clan. She then scrutinized the girl standing beside Minato. I don't know, she replied. I haven't heard Granny Mito mention anything about it. Yunting leaned closer, whispering in Kushina's ear, shall we follow them and see? Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes. With that, the two quietly trailed behind them, maintaining a discreet distance. Hello. My name is Minato Namikaze. What is your name? Minato greeted the red-haired girl assigned by the Hokage to explore Konoha. The girl glanced around, clearly feeling shy about the unfamiliar surroundings. I am Uzumaki Phosphor, a ninja from Konoha who was brought here from the land of grass. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression softened into a warm smile. Oh, I see. Welcome to Konoha. Will you be living here from now on? Phosphor timidly nodded. Yes, besides, I have nowhere else to go. My parents are no longer around, and if it weren't for the Konoha ninjas. Just then, the two eavesdroppers unexpectedly appeared before them. Don't push me, Nai. Sorry, I slipped. The two exchanged awkward glances, both aware that eavesdropping was hardly an honorable act. After all, who would have thought that Kushina would suddenly lose her footing and push her? Yunting waved at the two, saying, long time no see, Minato. Minato smiled upon recognizing the newcomer. Oh, it's you, Yunting. What brings you here? His gaze shifted between Yunting and Kushina. Yunting glanced at Kushina hiding behind her and casually replied, we were just out shopping and happened to see you, so we thought we'd come over to say hello. By the way, who is this beside you? Yunting quickly redirected the conversation. Minato looked at Phosphor beside him and explained, this is the girl brought back from the land of grass. The Hokage asked me to show her around. While Yunting and Minato exchanged words, Phosphor's gaze was fixated on Yunting, or more precisely, on Kushina behind him. Phosphor could sense that the red-haired girl before her belonged to her clan, one of her few remaining relatives. Unbeknownst to Phosphor, her nails were digging into her flesh, and her eyes began to mist over with tears. In the next moment, Phosphor rushed toward Kushina with hurried steps. Kushina, surprised, looked at Phosphor as she embraced her. Woo-woo. Phosphor clung to Kushina, tears streaming down her face. The fabric of her sleeve gradually slipped, revealing a patch of pale skin marred by bite marks. Embraced by Phosphor, Kushina felt an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation. In close proximity, through her special vision, she could distinctly sense Phosphor's excitement, joy, and a hint of anxiety and fear. Kushina allowed Phosphor to hold her, gently stroking her hair. It's all right. Everything will be fine. We are family, and we will live happily together from now on. Kushina spoke soothingly to the girl, who was nearly her age. She understood Phosphor's feelings all too well. This sensation was undoubtedly far more intense than her own arrival in Konoha. After all, even after the massacre of her clan, she had been heartbroken, yet soon found solace with Mito and met Ayun. However, Phosphor evidently did not share such good fortune. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all creatures thrive. After the fall of the Uzumaki clan, everyone sought to seize a share. The children of the Uzumaki clan, stripped of their powerful family's protection, faced a grim reality. Surviving was already a feat, let alone thriving. The harshness of reality was undeniable. How could they possibly navigate this ninja world unscathed? Yunting glanced at Phosphor, then at Minato, a smile creeping onto his face. How intriguing. It's quite fascinating. Isn't this just like Naruto? Moreover, according to Minato's earlier remarks, wouldn't the existence of these individuals also play a role in his relationship with Kushina? Chapter 53. The Rain Country's Ascent to the Sixth Great Nation? Yunting observed Phosphor, and then the smiling Minato beside her. Wait. Isn't it true that this Naruto must be Minato's son? With Nine Eye gone, another member of the Uzumaki clan has appeared. However, it matters little. If Naruto is indeed the reincarnation of that individual's chakra, it saves me the trouble of searching for him. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hokage, the leaders of the 5 great nations were frowning over a letter in their hands, the content of which pertained to the Rain Country's application to become the 6th great nation. It is worth noting that while there are numerous small nations outside the 5 great ones, the entire ninja world is undoubtedly led by these 5. The 5 great nations view the Rain Country's ascension with unequivocal disapproval, and soon enough, they arranged a meeting to discuss this matter face to face. As for Yunting, he naturally did not attend. After all, do you think the 3rd Hokage would bring the Uchiha clan along to such a meeting? That old man brought along his 2 trusted companions, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Originally, Sarutobi intended to bring Orochimaru, but even he, as his teacher, was curious about what his pupil was up to. Ever since the last sealing ritual to transfer the 9 tails, his student had been cooped up at home, leaving Sarutobi no choice but to bring Jiraiya along. Although Jiraiya may not be as clever as Orochimaru, his strength was undeniably formidable. As for Kakashi, he was undoubtedly one of Konoha's top-tier combatants. Upon arriving at the designated location in the Land of Water, Sarutobi was led into a room by a middle-aged man. Both Sarutobi and Kakashi, along with Jiraiya, maintained a vigilant demeanor. After all, they were in the presence of influential figures from the 5 great nations, and no caution was excessive. Meanwhile, the other 4 nations and representatives from the Rain Country awaited Konoha's arrival in a large room. From the Hidden Cloud Village came the 3rd Raikage, accompanied by his son and the Lightning Corps. It must be said, this father-son duo bore a striking resemblance. From the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki was flanked by a burly middle-aged man named Tuchi and a handsome young man named Genkai. It was hard to fathom how such a small stature as Inoki could produce such a large son and a granddaughter with such long legs. An intriguing little old man indeed. In the realm of mist, a rather unfamiliar 3rd Mizukage from the original work stands, accompanied by Ten Ice and the childlike figure of Koki Yagura, who is destined to become the 4th Mizukage and host of the 3 Tails. Meanwhile, in the Land of Sand, the 3rd Kazekage leads the charge, flanked by Rasha and Magi Dust. As for the Rain Village, it is naturally led by Hanzo, with Right Zong and Wind Feather following closely behind. Intriguingly, it appears that aside from Konoha, the other major nations have brought along their younger generations to this conference, likely to broaden their horizons. After all, a considerable number of youths have attended. This could be seen as yet another means of showcasing the depth of their respective villages, wouldn't it? In recent years, a prodigious talent has emerged among the younger generation of Konoha, albeit from the Uchiha clan. As Hanzo observed that everyone had gathered, he gradually rose from his chair. Well, now that we are all present, It is time to deliberate on the matter of our Rain country becoming the sixth great nation. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi, who had just taken his seat, slightly furrowed his brow. As far as we know, Hanzo, while the territory of your Rain country has indeed expanded, it has yet to reach a level where it can contend with the five great nations, has it? Furthermore, the foundational strength of your Rain village seems rather insufficient, does it not? After all, regardless of one's personal prowess, one must eventually face the inevitability of aging, no? Perhaps we should reconsider this matter for the time being? The undertone of Sarutobi Hizashi's words clearly indicated his disapproval. However, at that moment, Anoki, seated across from him, took a puff of smoke and calmly interjected, I must disagree with your assessment, old monkey. In my view, both in terms of strength and territorial expanse, the Rain country has indeed surpassed any nation outside of the five greats. Thus, granting it the status of the sixth great nation may not be entirely unfounded. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi locked eyes with Anoki. The old coot across from him was undoubtedly benefiting from the Rain country's rise. Moreover, with the recent territorial expansion, the borders of the Rain country were nearly touching those of the Fire country. To add to the intrigue, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Rain country had been improving significantly. Not to mention that the Rain country was not merely adjacent to the Fire country. Its expanded territory was also closely connected to the Wind and Earth countries. Anoki's lack of opposition was one thing, but his agreement was rather perplexing. The third Kazekage observed the tense exchange between the two and chuckled softly. Gentlemen, let us not allow our tempers to flare. I would argue that the Rain country becoming the sixth great nation is not without merit. As the disciple of the brother of the god of Shinobi, it seems rather unreasonable to fear such a minor nation, does it not? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at the third Kazekage before falling silent. It was evident that these two were working together in support of the Rain country. Even a fool could surmise that their relationship was anything but simple. And as for a minor nation, perhaps Hanzo should be tested against the likes of the salamander. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hizashi resigned himself to the notion of accepting the Rain country's application for recognition as the sixth great nation, with the other four major nations in agreement. What point was there in his continued resistance? Very well, if you all wish to play this game without me, so be it. The ninja world is indeed becoming increasingly chaotic, Tobarama-sensei. Perhaps it is time to consider Danzo's suggestion. Konoha might truly be in need of some transformation. For instance, researching the unique bloodline limit of the first Hokage would be a worthy endeavor. Of course, it must be acknowledged that Hashirama's wood release was elevated to an extraordinary level, far beyond what was typical. Hashirama's wood release could summon colossal constructs, wreaking havoc upon the world, while Yamato's wood release was limited to mere ecological enhancement, perhaps even constructing a modest three-bedroom apartment. The true strength did not lie in the wood release itself, but rather in Hashirama's immense chakra reserves and the amplification of his yang chakra. Similarly, the Sharingan's power derived from Indra's chakra and the ultimate In chakra augmentation was what distinguished it from its kin. While anyone can experience anger, the absence of innate talent in one's fury might render one akin to a powerless jester, barking aimlessly. If mere anger and emotional upheaval could bestow strength, the Uchiha clan would have long since dominated the world. Ultimately, the ninja realm remains a testament to the significance of talent. Chapter 54. The arrival of Ain's serpent. There are moments when one must confront the harshness of reality. For the Uchiha, it is the combination of talent and emotional fervor that births the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, with so many orphans in the Uchiha clan who have lost their parents to violence, do they not grieve upon hearing of their demise? Yet, what can sorrow truly accomplish? To awaken a Sharingan would be a remarkable feat in itself. Meanwhile, within Konoha, in a secluded cave enveloped by dense forest, no one would have anticipated the rapid emergence of a rudimentary laboratory. Here, Orochimaru was intently observing a test tube. Ever since acquiring it, he had been diligently researching the peculiar substance. To his astonishment, the cells of this unidentified organism exhibited the ability to autonomously absorb chakra from the surrounding air for self-sustenance and reproduction. Truly remarkable. Dressed in a white lab coat, Orochimaru's pallid visage was reflected in the glass of the vial. With a hint of resignation, he carefully stored it away. Judging by its degree of invasion, it seemed comparable, if not superior, to Hashirama's cells. Therefore, it was prudent to proceed with caution and initially study Hashirama's cells. Moreover, he had recently gleaned some inspiration from Jiraiya's sage mode. Orochimaru had plenty to occupy his time. If Yunting were present, he would surely comment on the fact that Orochimaru was indeed the serpent of Ain. undoubtedly the only ninja in the shinobi world to dabble in technology. As a primary antagonist who eventually found redemption, he stood as the sole figure in the new era who had not been diminished. In many respects, that was quite an impressive feat. The ninja world would not remain tranquil for long. In the shadows lurked Black Zetsu and Madara, along with the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, hiding in an undisclosed location until the new era, alongside Otsutsuki Ishiki, who would emerge to wreak havoc. As for the current ninja world, it was not just the Rain country. The other four major countries were gradually encroaching upon smaller nations as well. Perhaps soon, apart from the six great nations, no other countries would exist. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength, those smaller nations simply could not withstand the onslaught. With a mere illusion, they would swiftly become subservient. This left Orochimaru pondering. Why had no ninja taken action against these daimyo? The daimyo served as a principal economic source for every ninja village, and they were immensely wealthy. If one were to cast an illusion upon them, they would become utterly obedient, eliminating the need for struggle. At times, he found it curious why powerful ninjas chose to protect these daimyo rather than simply seize control of them. Doing so would alleviate concerns about their villages lacking economic resources. However, since no one had done so before, perhaps he should take the initiative. There would be no need for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even a standard 3-tomo Sharingan would suffice to subjugate these daimyo. As for their guards, that was a joke. They would need to be capable of detecting his space-time ninjutsu first. Besides, anyone who crossed his path would inevitably fall into an illusion. Even if he was not specialized in Jinjutsu, the Mangekyo Sharingan possessed an unparalleled strength. After spending several days together, White Phosphorus and Kushina had grown increasingly harmonious in their interactions. Being from families that had both faced extinction, there was an innate sense of warmth and mutual reliance that drew the two closer together. The bonds of kinship, etched into one's very blood, are irreplaceable by any other. White Phosphorus, do lend me your thoughts. What kind of gift should I present? At this moment, Kushina sat alongside White Phosphorus, her expression marred by distress as she poked at a small cake that she very much enjoyed. White Phosphorus, glancing at the similarly aged girl of their clan, smiled gently and remarked, "Sister Nana, do you have a fondness for Yunting?" Upon hearing this, Kushina's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. With her slender fingers, she gestured in front of her. "Well, I suppose there's a slight affection there. After all, we are already engaged. In summary, White Phosphorus, could you assist me in determining what gift would be most suitable?" White Phosphorus regarded Kushina thoughtfully and then inquired, "Does Nana know what Yunting usually enjoys?" At this, Kushina paused, pondering the question posed by White Phosphorus. What is a Yun like? However, given his status, anything he desires, provided it exists within the shinobi world, can be procured with ease. She considered the small cake again. "No, that's merely something I enjoy. Training? But I have nothing else to offer. I already gifted him the Flying Thunder God technique last time. Would it be excessive to bestow another ninjutsu scroll?" As her thoughts continued to swirl, Kushina awkwardly scratched her head and turned to White Phosphorus. "It seems that Yun lacks for nothing. I truly do not know what would be appropriate to gift him." After a brief moment of contemplation, White Phosphorus suggested, "What if you presented Yunting with a truly unique gift?" Kushina, momentarily bewildered by the notion of a one-of-a-kind gift, listened intently. White Phosphorus continued with a gentle smile. "For instance, you could personally weave a towel or create something uniquely special." "Oh, I see. That sounds rather delightful." Upon resolving the dilemma, White Phosphorus turned to Kushina and inquired, "By the way, Sister Nana, how did you come to know Yunting?" After taking a small bite of her cake, Kushina slipped into reminiscence. "How did we meet? It was when I had just arrived in Konoha. On my very first day heading to school, I was so excited that I accidentally bumped into Yunting. That was our first encounter. Unlike others, Yun made no flippant remarks about my red hair. He treated it as if my hair were merely black." She continued, "Later, I was mocked during a speech, and Yun intervened to help me rid myself of those insufferable individuals. From then on, we grew increasingly familiar, and here we are now." Chapter 55, another year older. The Konoha F4 approaches annihilation. Unbeknownst to all, yet another year has swiftly passed. The unification of the shinobi world is surely progressing at a rapid pace, isn't it? The developments are genuinely touching. Everything is unfolding according to plan. The Land of Rain has now become one of the most prosperous regions in the entire shinobi world. After all, the origins of those commodities are all rooted in the Land of Rain. Even the 5 great nations cannot resist partaking in the bounty. However, since it will all belong to us in the future, a few shares here and there matter little. As for the smaller nations, they have nearly all become our own. Some of those countries lack even a single elite jonin among their ranks. Controlling them is akin to having them firmly in one's grasp. In summary, Yunting's mood remains quite pleasant. His strength continues to grow with each passing moment. The Rinnegan has already been awakened. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Space-time ninjutsu. This provides an overwhelming sense of security, does it not? In the current shinobi world, aside from the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki and the underground recovering Ishiki Otsutsuki, no one poses a threat to him. Of course, there is also the beleaguered Madara Uchiha lurking in the shadows. As long as Madara remains alive, Ashura's chakra cannot commence its reincarnation. After all, Indra is his older brother. It appears that in the original storyline, Naruto is indeed younger than Sasuke. If possible, I hope that the appearances of Naruto and Sasuke do not deviate too much from the original narrative. After all, during the early stages, who could discern that Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of two powerful chakras? As for Sasuke, he may be a bit of a genius. Yet when compared to Itachi and Shursui in their youth, he still falls short. Regarding Naruto, due to the Nine Tails, controlling his chakra has proven to be a significant challenge. Being at the bottom of the class is somewhat expected. After all, being at the bottom of the class is not necessarily a bad thing. The bottom student in Konoha is hardly a typical underachiever, is he? However, recently, Danzo's machinations have begun to stir once more. It seems he has been rather idle of late. Contemplating this, Yunting allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Subsequently, his eyes transformed into the Crimson Rinnegan. In tandem, a spatial rift appeared beside him. Yunting slowly stepped into it. As for where the rift led, need one even ask? It was, of course, the residence of the Shimura clan, where Danzo resided. Even though the clan had dwindled significantly due to Yunting's previous actions during the Second Great Ninja War, they still numbered around 100, albeit scattered. Yunting felt a surge of joy at the thought of his forthcoming actions. Indeed, the ancient adage holds true. A person is most motivated when engaged in mischief. He felt fortunate that the narrative would soon become one of dogs biting dogs. The moment Yunting appeared, a multitude of Earth-release ninjutsu manifested, striking precisely at the ninjas of the Shimura clan, whether within the confines of their homes or outside. The cacophony of the Earth-release techniques went unnoticed by the outside world. After all, if the news reached the outside, Danzo would not be able to savor the surprise upon his return, would he? Following a barrage of attacks, only a handful, 2 or 3 individuals, remained unscathed from the ambush. Naturally, this excluded those whom Yunting had deliberately spared. The remaining 3 possessed the prowess of Jonin. Approaching Yunting, they surveyed the devastation around them, the crumbled structures and the desolation of their clan's territory. Their eyes turned crimson with rage. Uchiha Yunting, has our Shimura clan recently provoked your Uchiha clan in any way? Do you not fear that all the clans of Konoha will unite to annihilate you? Yunting regarded the trio with a slight smirk. What a jest. Setting aside whether the entirety of Konoha could overpower us, if you die today, who would know that it was I who orchestrated it? Upon finishing his words, he unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu upon the 3. The trio felt as though they were ensnared, rendered utterly immobile. Thus, these 3 ninjas met their glorious end, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, within the remnants of the shattered dwelling, a few gifted children of the Shimura clan, whom Yunting had intentionally spared, peered through the cracks in fear at the boy standing before them. Yet, in the next moment, the children fainted instantly, and their memories began to shift. Through the Rinnegan's realm of the 6 paths, the human path was invoked. Unlike the original narrative, which merely depicted the ability to extract souls and search memories, the human path also possesses the power to alter one's memories. The abilities of the Rinnegan's 6 paths do not solely hinge on the Deva path's might. Since all are manifestations of the Rinnegan, each has its own strengths, with each specializing in distinct domains. The Deva path commands attraction and repulsion. The Hungry Ghost path absorbs ninjutsu and chakra. The human path entails the extraction of an enemy's soul and the alteration of their memories. In the realms of the Lolita Beast path, one can summon a plethora of spiritual creatures. The Azura path boasts a terrifying offensive prowess, while the Hell path is defined by its powers of judgment and resurrection. Each path possesses its own distinct characteristics. Within the fabric of my altered memories, the figures glimpsed by several children subtly reference the shinobi of the Sarutobi clan. Furthermore, employing ninjutsu to probe these children's memories proves futile, for what lies within is not an illusion, but their genuine recollections, albeit modified. So, Shimura Danzo, what course of action will you undertake? Simultaneously, the same method of inquiry was applied to the Sarutobi clan, the Mito clan, and the Uchiha clan. Oh, though you few have not provoked me of late, let us consider this a settling of old scores. With your absence, I could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. Uchiha? The village of Konoha is destined for further tumult. How delightful it is to observe the unfolding drama. In light of near-total clan annihilation, will you still possess the audacity to target the Uchiha clan? As for the deceased, are there truly innocents among them? During the Uchiha clan's extermination in the original tale, no one pondered whether women, children, and the elderly were blameless. Must we wait until they reveal their blades to affirm their guilt? Moreover, in the world of shinobi, does one truly require a reason to kill? If I perceive you as a threat, I shall eliminate you. The strong are endowed with privileges. The world is devoid of reason. It is merely a cycle of the survival of the fittest. Where lies the distinction between right and wrong? Chapter 56. The anger of several. The absurdity of friendship. On that fateful evening, as a group returned joyously to their clans, they were momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, they could only identify a few children selected by the clouds. As night fell, the chill in the air was biting, piercing to the bone. Yet, they soon regained their composure, contemplating their next steps. In a single night, they appeared to have aged a decade, their former selves now but a memory. How absurd that the once great family now comprised only a handful of survivors and a few young children who barely escaped their fate. It is worth noting that while their clan may not rival the Hyuga or Uchiha in grandeur, they were still among the elite of Konoha. To obliterate an entire clan without a trace is no simple feat, especially when it is likely perpetrated by someone from within the village. Consequently, the following day, they discreetly summoned the head of the Yamashiro clan to investigate the memories of the surviving children, requesting utmost confidentiality. Simultaneously, they began covertly liquidating their family assets. For under the current circumstances, maintaining such extensive territory was untenable, despite their high standing in Konoha. After the Yamashiro clan leader conducted a series of discreet investigations into the memories of the surviving children, his expression defied mere description. Could it be that the Sarutobi clan members ambushed the Shimura clan? And that the Mito and Uchiha clans, seizing the absence of the Sarutobi's remaining powerful ninjas, launched an attack on them? To top it all off, the Mito and Uchiha clans inexplicably turned upon each other? My word, this situation transcends the realm of excitement. Had I not conducted numerous examinations myself, I might have questioned whether I had employed the correct ninjutsu. The most outrageous aspect was that all four had requested secrecy from me. Goodness, must this be so thrilling? Were it not for the concern over my clan's potential repercussions, I would seek out Nara and Akimichi for a hearty drink. Yet, in light of the current events, it seems prudent to abstain from alcohol, lest I speak too freely while intoxicated. As for the Uchiha, rest assured that Yunting has already instructed his grandfather to discreetly acquire the hastily sold assets of those clans. Whether the Uchiha clan can absorb them. Pray tell, do you doubt the peak Uchiha before their annihilation? One clan is eager to sell, while another is willing to buy. What a fortuitous arrangement for both parties. Within a few days, the once fragile bonds of camaraderie among the group disintegrated entirely. Upon meeting, they were on the verge of attacking one another, embodying the enmity that had taken root. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the Senju clan, Kushina clumsily wove a towel. Its fabric a striking black and red, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. While it may not have been perfectly round, Kushina paid no mind to the quickly healing pinpricks on her fingers after completing the final step. Being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails certainly has its advantages. My recovery ability has significantly improved. Yet at that moment, Kushina found herself somewhat embarrassed as she gazed at the peculiar towel. Was she truly going to gift such a distinctive towel to Eiyun? Would he perceive it as a mere token of indifference? This year, Yunting had not invited anyone for his birthday, and both her grandfather and mother were preoccupied with acquisition matters. Of course, Kushina understood, given the magnitude of the properties those individuals were selling. As for her father, who was he? An unfamiliar figure. As for Makoto, she meaningfully patted Kushina on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement before declaring her absence. Consequently, this birthday celebration was reduced to a mere gathering of Kushina and Yunting. Early that morning, Kushina visited a popular bakery to collect a cake. In essence, the bakery did not permit cake orders, especially for such a large cake, due to limited resources. However, with her persuasive charm, Kushina managed to circumvent this issue. After all, is there anything that money cannot resolve? If there is, it must be that the amount spent was insufficient. With delight, Kushina grasped the cake and headed towards the Uchiha clan's domain. At that moment, a dark-haired, white-eyed girl, accompanied by several similarly attired Hyuga clansmen, entered the bakery. As the Hyuga girl prepared to request a cake, she was informed that they were sold out. The staff pointed to Kushina, affirming the truth of the situation. If she desired a cake, she could return tomorrow or explore other shops. The Hyuga girl glanced at the large cake in Kushina's hands, momentarily perplexed. Wasn't it stated that only small cakes would be made? Had their principles been devoured by a dog? The Hyuga girl sprinted to Kushina's side and tugged at her sleeve. Sensing the commotion, Kushina turned, bewildered to see the Hyuga girl before her. Did they not know each other? The girl pointed at the cake, smiling as she inquired. Could you spare me a piece? I can pay. Kushina promptly shook her head. No, this is a gift for someone. Upon hearing this, the girl expressed her disappointment, saying, What a pity. Well, farewell then. With that, she turned and departed. As Kushina watched the girl leave, she exhaled in relief. How strange. Why would a stranger harbor ill will towards her? Could she have misinterpreted the situation? Regardless, it was best to proceed to Ayun. Yet, not long after, she found herself encircled by several black-haired, white-eyed youths from the Hyuga branch family. In the distance, a fair-faced Hinata girl watched with a playful glint in her eyes as she observed a red figure in the distance cradling a cake. Delivering a gift, are we? Allow me to assist you. Beside the girl stood a branch family jonin, who advised her gently, Miss, that girl holds quite an impressive status, should we not? The Hinata girl turned her gaze towards the branch family jonin, her tone icy. The branch family ought to concern itself only with its designated duties. Just because her status is high, does that render mine inferior? With that, her attention shifted back to Kushina. A gift, you say? Then allow me to assist you in destroying it. Chapter 57, The Wrath of Kushina. The Cloud Courtyard Platform. Kushina, sensing the malevolence emanating from several individuals, regarded them warily. What are you doing? Let me remind you, this is Konoha. Moreover, I maintain a favorable relationship with the Uchiha clan. If you wish to avoid being apprehended by the security department, I suggest before Kushina could finish, the group surged towards her, as if deaf to her warnings. It was a no-brainer. One's life and the prospect of imprisonment were starkly different matters. The lady they were following was indeed a spoiled heiress of the main family, who seemed to regard life with utter disregard. Yet, they were merely a few branch family members. Even if Kushina was holding a cake, they stood no chance against her. Kushina could easily send them flying with a single kick. Before long, the group was effortlessly subdued by Kushina. She glanced at the intact cake and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the gift for Iyun is safe. Meanwhile, the Hinata girl observed the fallen branch family members and remarked coolly, branch family members truly are a nuisance. Can you join in? The middle-aged branch family jonin, devoid of any visible dissatisfaction, merely replied, Understood, miss. Of course, whether he harbored any discontent was a matter only he could ascertain. The middle-aged jonin swiftly distanced himself from the spoiled heiress of the Hinata clan and approached Kushina, who was just about to jog towards the Uchiha territory. Due to his lack of malicious intent, Kushina remained oblivious to his presence. In the next moment, a shuriken pierced the cake box, embedding itself within the cake. Kushina stared at the hole in the cake box, her nine-tails chakra surging uncontrollably. Although she had complete control over the nine-tails chakra, the beast itself had no power over her. Nonetheless, Kushina was undoubtedly furious, furiously so. In a state imbued with the nine-tails chakra, her perception of malice heightened significantly. Kushina fixed her gaze on the source of the most intense malevolence, her eyes transforming into crimson slits. That direction pointed directly at the mischievous and vile heiress of the Hinata clan, who took pleasure in destroying what others cherished. Ultimately, such behavior would yield no favorable outcome. You, prepare to face your demise. 3 tails of red chakra materialized behind Kushina. In an instant, she vanished from her position, leaving behind a web of cracks on the ground. When Kushina appeared beside the unsuspecting Hinata heiress, she delivered a powerful slap, sending the branch family jonin flying. The jonin, having shielded her from the attack, collapsed to the ground, motionless, as several bones had indeed been broken. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a subtle smile graced the jonin's lips. As a ninja, to forego ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, and to take on the challenge with mere flesh, what could one say about that? You branch family jonin, how vile. At this moment, the previously composed Hinata heiress found herself in a state of panic. Gazing at Kushina, enveloped in a crimson aura, fear flickered in her eyes. The feral, crimson-slitted pupils exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. What a monster! Stay away. The Hinata heiress trembled uncontrollably in terror. Simultaneously, the onlookers in the street turned their attention towards Kushina, their faces riddled with fear and disdain. At that moment, Kushina could distinctly sense the incessant tide of negative emotions surrounding her. To outsiders, the Hinata heiress, who appeared paralyzed by fear, seemed the true victim. Whispers among the villagers of Konoha rippled through the air. Did you see that? That red-haired girl transformed into this monster. Is that true? How dangerous? Why hasn't anyone removed her yet? She's attacking people in broad daylight. Perhaps she should be imprisoned for life. I wouldn't want to encounter her again. Kushina's senses were undeniably heightened. The villagers' murmurs pierced her fragile heart like needles. Why? Did I do something wrong? Why? Without understanding anything. Am I the one being condemned? The Nine-Tails' aura flared more violently than before. After all, it was the most formidable of the nine-tailed beasts. Even though this chakra was no longer under its control, it still had the capacity to influence Kushina's emotions. Kushina felt her consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. So sleepy, just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a voice unexpectedly pierced through the fog in her mind. Hey, who made my nana? Who's usually so calm, angry? Upon hearing the teasing tone, Kushina's eyes regained some clarity. Subsequently, the red chakra surrounding her swiftly retracted into her body, and the three foxtails gradually dissipated. Her fierce crimson pupils transformed back into their original gentle blue hue. With her consciousness returning, Kushina, heedless of the multitude of onlookers, nestled into Ayun's embrace. Upon seeing Ayun, Kushina felt an unexpected wave of emotion wash over her. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to prepare a birthday gift for you. Ayun, noticing Kushina tightly clinging to him, gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Today, Nana has faced unfairness. How about you take a nap? When you wake up, everything will be all right. Ayun's soothing words provided Kushina with a profound sense of security. Then, a flicker of crimson light flashed in Ayun's eyes, and Kushina gradually succumbed to sleep. Holding the slumbering Kushina, Ayun tenderly brushed her slightly disheveled hair. Two shadow clones and a massive black raven appeared behind him. Then, Ayun's cold, cutting voice resonated through the street. Little Kai, take Kushina back first. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Kai soared into the air with Kushina towards the Uchiha territory. One of the shadow clones leapt onto Little Kai's back, while the other. Chapter 58, a demand for accountability after ensuring Kushina's safety. Ayun cast a frigid glare at the surrounding crowd. Since you enjoy watching the spectacle, I apologize for the inconvenience. Just as Ayun was about to take action to probe their memories and ascertain the events that transpired, an audacious figure dashed forth. Hey, I say, what are you Uchiha planning to do about that girl? I'll have you know, she hurt me. If your Uchiha clan handles this matter too leniently, we, the Hyuga clan, shall certainly not be pleased. The girl who had just been trembling in fear now stood before Yunting with an air of arrogance. Huh. Where did this audacity come from, Shark Arm? Is there such a gem within the Hyuga main family? Speaking of which, I was just preoccupied with worrying about Nanai and completely forgot about you. You claim that the Hyuga clan won't be satisfied? The question now is whether your clan can satisfy me. The Hyuga girl continued to lament her attack, fully embodying the role of a victim. Oblivious to the fact that Yunting's expression had grown increasingly dark, just as she was about to speak again, she was abruptly sent flying. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Yunting simply reflected on the gratifying sensation of the encounter. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. How convenient. Meanwhile, the Hyuga branch ninja guarding the girl lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear. It's over. Being arrogant within the clan is one thing, but to behave so brazenly outside? Completely lacking in awareness. This is the true heir of the Uchiha clan. And you? Although you hold a relatively high status within the main family, you're certainly not the only one there. In an instant, everyone present felt a suffocating pressure, followed by a profound sense of emptiness in their minds. Yunting, having grasped the situation through the people around him, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Despite my formidable strength, I have never been as brazen as this Hyuga gem. What nonsense regulations does the Hyuga clan impose? Can a Jonin encircle someone with the strength of a mere Jinin day after day? At that moment, a squad of Uchiha clan members arrived, a group of over 10 elite shinobi, most of whom had activated their 3-tomo Sharingan, the top-tier warriors of Konoha. As for the onlookers, they had been subjected to Yunting's erasure of recent memories. After all, Kushina's earlier demeanor was quite unfavorable. For Nanai's sake, I must put you through this inconvenience. Feeling dizzy is normal. Being dazed is also to be expected. As for the instigator, Yunting's gaze shifted to the Hyuga girl sprawled on the ground. She's doomed. Besides, apart from this troublemaker, the Hyuga clan might want to thank me. Yunting grasped the nearly unconscious Hyuga main family girl by the leg and dragged her toward the Hyuga compound. Let's go. We're off to have some fun with the Hyuga clan. No sooner had he spoken than the 10 Uchiha Jonin followed closely behind, eager for action. Looking for trouble? I relish it. The opportunity to visit the land of rain rotates among us, and these few have been dreadfully bored lately. When there's fun to be had, We must seize it. Thus, the group marched grandly toward the Hyuga clan's territory. Don't be deceived by the small number. If these are all elite Uchiha Jonin capable of taking on multiple opponents, then frankly, their strength could easily overpower all the clans in Konoha, no doubt. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's compound. The patrolling Hyuga branch ninjas watched the approaching Uchiha with furrowed brows. Wait a moment, are you guys serious? I recognize several powerful Uchiha Jonin among them, and given their demeanor, they don't seem to be here for a friendly visit. Furthermore, considering the relationship between our clans, the likelihood of a visit is minuscule. Hey, you go find the clan leader, I'll stall them here for a bit. A middle-aged ninja instructed a younger one beside him. Oh, understood. The young ninja, hearing this, expended every ounce of strength he had and dashed toward the clan leader's residence. Meanwhile, in that brief moment, Yunting and the Uchiha had reached the entrance of the Hyuga clan compound. May I ask what brings you esteemed members of the Uchiha clan to our Hyuga clan? Yunting cast a casual glance at the Hyuga branch ninja before him. Of course, there's a reason. Otherwise, who would have the time to come here? This one, do you recognize her? Yunting nodded toward the Hyuga main family lady he was holding. The ninja from the Wind clan glanced at the girl Yunting was holding, somewhat taken aback, then scrutinized her closely. This young lady is the granddaughter of our clan's elder. May I ask what grievance we have caused you? At this moment, even the dullest of the Hyuga branch ninjas understood. The Uchiha are here to seek retribution. This spoiled granddaughter who had been unruly within the clan was now finally facing the consequences. However, it's best to delay them. This situation is beyond my capability to handle. Better to wait for the clan leader to resolve this. After all, I typically handle the tough jobs. So it's best not to rush into something so serious. Before long, the current clan leader of the Hyuga and several elders arrived. One of the elder Hyuga men, upon seeing the figure Yunting was dragging, appeared particularly agitated. This was undoubtedly the grandfather of the unruly young lady, the third elder of the Hyuga clan. No wonder she had been so brazen before. The Hyuga third elder suppressed the urge to strike and fixed a sharp gaze on Uchiha Yunting. Do you know whom you are dragging? That is a member of my Hyuga clan's main family. You Uchiha, do you truly wish to wage war against us? Uchiha Yunting met the elder's gaze without flinching. The one I'm dragging is merely an unreasonable, spoiled member of your main family who has provoked me. Besides, old man, you're not so young yourself. You surely understand the meaning of war, don't you? Can I represent the Uchiha clan in declaring war on you? Can you? Have you enjoyed your status in the main family for so long that you've forgotten who you are? You. The Hyuga third elder was momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed could not represent the Hyuga clan in declaring war against the Uchiha. Yet, seeing his granddaughter now covered in dirt, her clothes tattered, and her face marred with cuts, with traces of blood on the ground, he couldn't fathom when his granddaughter had ever been treated this way. Chapter 59, Happy Birthday. Reluctantly, the Hyuga third elder turned his gaze toward the clan leader, hoping for assistance, as the clan leader should command respect even from the Uchiha. However, the current Uchiha clan was no longer comparable to the original story. The Hyuga clan, a pitiful and laughable family. Just as the Hyuga clan leader was about to speak, intending to demand the return of the girl and prepare to offer some compensation, Uchiha Yunting's dark eyes suddenly transformed. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The crimson Mangekyo Sharingan reflected in the eyes of all the Hyuga clan members present. An unintentional hint of dark chakra emanated, instilling dread in the hearts of all Hyuga clan members. Uchiha Yunting chuckled as he shook the trash in his hand. A cold voice resonated in the ears of all Hyuga clan members. I trust that the Hyuga clan leader will make the right choice, yes? After all, we merely seek an explanation. Of course, if your Hyuga clan truly wishes to go to war with us, we shan't refuse. However, to be frank, given your Hyuga clan's current strength, it would be quite a challenge. The head of the Hyuga clan gazed at the imposing youth before him and couldn't help but let out a sigh of exasperation. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, is it? What sort of explanation does your Uchiha clan desire? He cast a glance at the disheveled girl, who was being held by Yunting. Alas, I truly do not wish to rescue her. It is one thing to act recklessly in her own territory, but to stir up such trouble and expect us to clean up the mess is quite another. Yunting, observing the visibly distressed head of the Hyuga clan, remained unfazed. He simply extended 3 fingers, stating, my demands are not excessive. First, you must personally dispose of this girl I am holding. Second, I hear the Hyuga clan possesses a rather fine street. Third, I find myself in need of funds. Compensate me with a few billion, and we shall be even. The head of the Hyuga clan, upon hearing Yunting's audacious requests, was nearly driven to curse. Is this truly how bold the Uchiha clan has become? When did such a cunning individual emerge from your ranks? He turned to Shana. Are you certain this child is of your blood? The head of the Hyuga clan regarded the youth coolly. You must be aware that aside from the first request, we cannot acquiesce to the others. Apart from incapacitating this member of our clan who has caused you trouble, we might be able to offer you 10 shops. As for your other demands, do not entertain such notions. Should you disagree, we are prepared to go to war. While we may not match your clan's strength, we are not to be trifled with. In response, Yunting flung the girl he was holding towards them, declaring, Then let us begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the girl was rendered devoid of all chakra, blood spilling from her mouth, her once vibrant white eyes now hollow and lifeless. Her long black hair, now tainted with dust, lost its former luster. Ah, the Hyuga clan is indeed ruthless. I had half a mind to nitpick. But it seems I have inadvertently avenged Nai, Yunting mused, turning to lead the Uchiha clan away from the Hyuga territory. And do not forget your promise of those 10 shops, dear head of the Hyuga clan, he added with a wicked smile as he departed. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's abode, a red-haired girl slowly opened her eyes on a bed draped in soft fabric. Beside her stood a crow that bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary one, its keen gaze observing Kushina's every move. Where am I? Kushina pondered, savoring the warmth of her blankets, momentarily reluctant to leave such comfort. Wait, this isn't Ayun's room, is it? I remember losing control, and then Ayun appearing. Oh no, what if he saw me like that? What if Ayun no longer wants to play with me? He might fear being around me because of this incident, and soon he'll forget about me altogether. Marrying and having children with someone else. I mustn't let this happen. With a surge of frustration, Kushina struck the wall beside her, causing several cracks to form instantaneously. The commotion startled the nearby Shaokai, who had merely witnessed Kushina waking up in a daze, only to suddenly punch the wall. Xiaocai's crow-like head brimmed with confusion. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Is anyone there? Hearing the voice, Kushina quickly sprang from her bed, her delicate feet landing on the wooden floor. Her wine-red hair cascaded down her shoulders, exposing a slender portion of her fair neck. Hastily donning her shoes, she rushed to open the door. To her surprise, she found the owner of the cake shop standing there, holding a cake that was slightly smaller than the one she had ordered. Boss, what brings you here? Kushina inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. This, the owner explained, is a replacement for the cake I made today. I realized some ingredients were missing, so I baked a smaller one for you. I hope you don't mind. Kushina, upon hearing this, shook her head vigorously. I don't mind at all. Thank you so much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she took the cake and bid farewell to the shop owner. As she admired the cake in her hands, she couldn't help but exclaim, there are still so many good people in this world. Yet, the moment Kushina closed the door and turned to return, the cake shop owner vanished, blending into the nearby tree. Hey, how's my acting? A boy asked his identical shadow clone. Not impressive. Would the owner really travel all this way into Uchiha territory? It's utterly absurd, the other clone retorted. Don't worry about that, as long as someone believes it. That's all that matters, the first clone replied with a light smile. Meanwhile, not long after Yunting's departure, the white-eyed youth from the Hyuga clan quietly retreated to his room, which lay in a secluded corner of the clan's compound. Although it was somewhat isolated, at least he could enjoy the peace without interruption. Upon entering, the boy slowly revealed his forehead, which bore the unmistakable mark of the caged bird seal. His rough fingers gently brushed over the emblem as he muttered softly, Perhaps I should truly consider fulfilling that fellow's request. It might not be such a bad idea. If this continues, I shall inevitably become like my father. Power, absolute power. I do hope that one day I can be like that individual from the Uchiha clan. Yet, as a branch family member, he often found even his freedom compromised. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yunting feigned surprise as he shared the cake with Kushina. For a time, the ninja world seemed remarkably harmonious. Indeed, with the Konoha F4 temporarily subdued, the Uchiha clan found themselves enjoying a measure of tranquility. At that moment, across various nations, secret ceremonies to seal the tailed beasts were being conducted. In the land of wind, the landscape was barren, a sea of yellow sand devoid of any greenery. It was hard to believe that people could survive here. Fengfu, why would you even consider becoming the Jinchuriki of One Tail? Even if your physical condition is deteriorating, you need not resort to such measures. We are both geniuses, valuable resources for the village, and you certainly do not need this. Rasha implored the talented youth before him. The boy did not turn to face Rasha. His gaze remained fixed on the place where the one-tailed Jinchuriki was imprisoned in Sunagakure. Fengfu has suffered enough throughout his life. It is time for him to find peace. Besides, I would not act without confidence. But thank you for your concern, Rasha. Rasha sighed as he looked at the younger boy. You little rascal. Fine. Your sister Karuro has asked you to come back for dinner. You should be grateful for that. Without us taking you in, you wouldn't be enjoying such luxuries. Tianbing, Kagaya-kun said, tightening his grip around Tianbing's neck. Once you seal the three tails within you. Can we have another match? Tianbing, coldly pushing him away, replied with a hint of frost in his voice. We'll see. As Tianbing stepped into the ritual to seal the three tails, a markedly different expression appeared on Kagaya's face, one that deviated from his usual carefree demeanor. After all, the Kagaya clan seldom had friends, primarily due to their volatile emotions and combative nature. In fact, Tianbing could be considered one of his few normal friends, as the battle maniacs within his family were certainly not counted among them. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hidden cloud village, a youth with slightly darkened skin forcefully kicked open the door to the office of the Raikage. The third Raikage, A, glared at his impetuous son, veins bulging on his forehead as the lightning chakra within him surged violently. With enormous hands enveloped in lightning chakra, he swiftly and forcefully grasped the head of the fourth Raikage. You insolent brat, do you dare to barge into my office like that again? I swear I'll deliver a proper beating to you. The fourth Raikage, A, appeared oblivious to his father's admonition, desperately resisting the increasingly firm grip on his head. Father, why? Why must the lightning department send a Jinchuriki for the 8 tails? You know the village's stance on Jinchuriki. The third Raikage gradually released his son, his gravelly voice echoing. That was the choice of that lad from the lightning department. Moreover, it is a unanimous decision among the village's higher-ups. You have no authority to interfere, boy. In a fit of rage, the fourth Raikage smashed his fist down, obliterating the table. Father, do you not realize that this is unfair? Both to Barubi and the lightning department? The third Raikage fixed his gaze upon his son and replied coolly, this is the village's decision, and it is mine as well. And remember, I am the Raikage. You can discuss discipline with me once you inherit my position. With that, the fourth Raikage leaped through the window, heading straight for the lightning department, while the distant echoes of the third Raikage's irate voice followed him. Use the front door next time, you brat. In the hidden stone village, Jinkaku was inheriting the 4 tails. In the hidden rain village, Fuyu was to inherit the recently acquired 7 tails. The power of tailed beasts had become a source of trepidation for the various ninja villages. Father, why has old Purple's body suddenly deteriorated? The youth inquired. And honestly, I might be better suited than Jinkaku, wouldn't you agree? Silence, Huang-tu. Do you think I desire this? Came the retort. Yet we have no alternatives. Can you guarantee that you can control the 4 tails without it going berserk? Compared to the indifferent sacrifice, this is the best course of action. Besides, it is his own wish. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Hanzo asked the youth before him. The boy replied slowly, I feel great. My chakra has increased significantly. Naturally, each tailed beast is an immensely powerful entity, with their vast chakra being one of their defining traits. Is that surprising? After all, you have merged with the 7 tails. Hanzo remarked, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the unaffected Fuyu. It seems the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are quite effective. It truly succeeded. As for the 7 tails, of course, we borrowed it from the hidden mist village. During this period, the entire ninja world was undergoing rapid development. Albeit this was only the surface. Behind the scenes, each village was engaged in fierce competition. After all, the relationships between ninja villages could not be mended overnight. Yet, perhaps competition fosters progress, right? As long as the requirements were met for rewards, that was sufficient. Now, it was time for him to diligently prepare for the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Seal. Chapter 61, Enhancement of Strength. The 3rd stage of the Heavenly Seal. Time flew, and half a year had passed since several clones became Jinchuriki for the tailed beasts. During this time, he had secretly utilized his Manjikyu Sharingan to aid his clones in acclimating to the tailed beasts within them. Though they may not have achieved perfection as Jinchuriki yet, they were certainly close. In this half year, his swordsmanship had reached level 8, while both fire and lightning release had maxed out. Chakra control had ascended to level 9. And upon reaching the maximum level for the hand of the ruler, he had advanced to the authority of the ruler. His killing intent had also reached level 8. Now, his killing intent was no longer merely a tool to intimidate those of weaker will or power. It could be materialized, infused into attacks, or attached to his weapons to augment their potency. His Sharingan's self-awakening ability was distinct. It was neither the Ten Tails power nor Madara's Eye of the Moon. His Sharingan ability was known as the Court of Non-Existence, a power that allowed him to perfectly replicate anyone he had encountered, encompassing both their thoughts and abilities. In simple terms, it was akin to an enhanced version of the impure world reincarnation, but but without the need for body sacrifices or the biological material of the summoned individuals. As long as he had laid eyes on them, he could summon them forth. However, drawbacks existed. Should he summon Tobirama, there was a high likelihood that he would not heed his commands. Of course, he could control the bodies like in the impure world reincarnation, but it was impractical to exercise control over every summoned individual. Besides, for powerful figures like Hashirama, whether he could exert significant control over them remained uncertain, as he was not adept with wood release. One of the awakened abilities of his Rinnegan was time reversal, which had also been enhanced. At the very least, he could now revert his own state, albeit for only a few seconds. His sealing technique had barely reached level 4, a feat attributed to his studies under Nanai, representing the fruits of his labor, especially since he hadn't spent any system currency on it. Achieving level 4 was already commendable, considering Nanai was likely only at level 6. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were designated at level 9. As for today, he would focus on mastering the third stage of the Heavenly Seal, as he had already delayed for too long. Once Yunting had arranged everything, he entered the fishing space to enter seclusion. Whether it was his current chakra control or the enhancements brought on by the increasing strength of his clan, all indications pointed to the time being ripe. Furthermore, he had amassed sufficient system currency. If necessary, he could directly utilize the system's power. If successful, it would yield substantial wealth. Upon entering the fishing space, he was greeted by a wood sprite with a pair of translucent emerald wings, standing about a meter tall, who flitted beside him. "Master, what brings you here?" Yunting turned to the newcomer, feeling a refreshing aura emanating from them. "Ah, little green. I'm here to practice something. You can continue with your tasks. No need to concern yourself with me." Little green bowed slightly in acknowledgement, "Yes," and promptly flew away, discreetly instructing the other wood sprites to avoid Yunting's vicinity to prevent any disturbances. Watching little green's departing figure, a gentle smile graced Yunting's face. How the little one had grown, now with a whole brood of their own. It was as if he were witnessing his own child mature, even though he had not raised them directly, merely allowing them to roam freely within the fishing space. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, Yunting arrived at a relatively open area. He then settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the vast chakra within him, one that rivaled and perhaps even surpassed that of the tailed beasts, according to the method for cultivating the third stage of the Heavenly Seal. The chakra within the body, responding to one's own manipulation, gradually coalesced at the dantian, forming a swirling vortex of chakra. Subsequently, the Tianyan seal advanced directly to its second stage, resulting in a black mark on the surface of the body, reminiscent of Tsunade's Byakugo state. Albeit in a shade of white, the once ebony locks transformed into flowing snow-white strands. Within the space, the vast natural chakra surged wildly through the white mark on the body, flooding into oneself. Soon, the natural chakra began to move towards the dantian, akin to the chakra already present within. As the natural chakra joined, both streams began to spiral and blend together, forming a diminutive vortex. Thereafter, Yunting maintained the seal state. After an indeterminate period, Yunting abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that the natural chakra and his own had achieved a perfect equilibrium. He then exerted control to compress the harmonious chakra vortex. Upon sensing his body reaching its limits, he utilized system currency to complete the final step. In an instant, countless intricate and complex symbols manifested at his dantian, creating a space akin to a storage ring for objects. The maximally compressed chakra vortex was stored within, continuously absorbing both internal and external chakra. Alas, nearly half of his system currency had been expended. There was no other choice. How else could he have accomplished this final step? He had diligently learned from Nainai. However, it appeared that the results were quite promising. It felt as if he had obtained a version of a blue buff from the ninja world. Of course, it was likely that absorption of chakra would cease only when the newly created space within him was filled. After some time, Yunting slowly stood up, using his dominion to brush away the dust from his body, and gradually opened his eyes. He felt an extraordinary lightness in his body. The chakra within him remained formidable, yet it no longer erupted with overwhelming pressure unexpectedly. Now, his chakra resembled a fusion of natural chakra and his original chakra. Naturally, he could still choose to separate and utilize them as needed. Just as he concluded his training, Xiaolu approached with a platter of fruit. After glancing at Xiaolu, Yunting accepted the fruit and began to eat. "Xiaolu, how long did I train this time?" Xiaolu hovered at the same height as Yunting, and after considering, replied, "Let me think, master. You trained for a full 10 days. If I hadn't sensed your aura continuously strengthening without any sign of disorder, I might have suspected something was amiss." Yunting, still munching on the fruit, gently brushed his hands over Xiaolu's lush green hair, his touch tender. You've truly worked hard these past few days, Xiaolu. Xiaolu, relishing Yunting's affection, responded with unwavering conviction. It hasn't been hard at all. Ever since you saved me, my life has belonged to you. Serving you is my fortune. After exchanging a few simple words with Xiaolu, Yunting returned to his room. Chapter 62. The ordinary flower symbolizing one's cherished person. Upon stepping outside to gaze at the setting sun, Yunting couldn't help but smile slightly. Perfect timing for a meal. He looked at a flower blooming splendidly on the bedside, a smile gracing his face. This flower, composed of two subtly different shades of red, transitioned naturally between the hues. The petals bore faint black patterns and delicate white specks. The seeds of this flower had been an unintended catch during fishing. The flower held no extraordinary properties. Its sole significance lay in the fact that when it bloomed, it reflected the traits of the cultivator's beloved person. This flower was nameless, for it required no name. In this world, no two individuals are entirely alike. Hence the flowers they cultivate will never be identical. Even the same person will produce different flowers at various stages of life. Thus, it is essential to nurture each one with care, for every bloom is unique. Just as you and I are now. To Yunting, the vibrant gradient of red and the slightly muted crimson symbolized himself, Kushina, and the Uchiha clan. The dark patterns perhaps stemmed from his subtle unease in the ninja world, possibly representing the Uchiha's black hair. As for the faint white specks, in his view, they embodied love. Love is often imperceptible, yet exceptionally vivid. Although it may go unnoticed, it manifests in the small details of daily life. Hence, these delicate, subtle, yet striking white dots exist. Yunting gently directed a stream of water to the roots of the flower, causing it to sway slightly in a gentle breeze. Perhaps, this was its way of responding to him. Naturally, he had also given Nai seeds of this flower, though he was uncertain if they had sprouted. Meanwhile, as Yunting admired the flower he had cultivated, Kushina was carefully tending to a flower in her own room. This flower, predominantly a somber crimson, had bright red edges as embellishments. Its petals displayed intricate patterns of pale yellow, silver, and faint black interwoven together, along with delicate white dots. The base of the petals gleamed with pure white, and a subtle grayish-white hue adorned the flower. However, there was one truth that only Kushina knew. The grayish-white on this flower had faded significantly compared to before. For this flower was never immutable, just as we ourselves are not. At that moment, in different locations, both individuals gazed at their flowers and smiled. It was as if they could see reflections of each other in the blossoms they had nurtured. What's wrong? Looking at this flower, are you thinking of that boy? A sudden voice startled Kushina. Turning to see the speaker, her cheeks puffed slightly. Tianzai, you scared me. And you didn't even knock before entering. Senju Tianzai raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm innocent. I came to call you for dinner. But who knew you would be so engrossed in your flower, ignoring me? As for whether Tianzai believed in the existence of the special flowers Kushina spoke of, he initially had his doubts. However, he eventually came to believe, for he had seen that entirely silver-white flower of purity. After casting a glance at the flower Kushina had so meticulously cared for, Senju Tianzai turned away. All right, we can admire the flowers later. But it's rather impolite to keep the elders waiting for dinner. Oh, understood. Kushina quickly arranged her flower and followed closely behind Senju Tianzai, ready to dine. He led the way, reflecting on the appearance of Kushina's flower. What a greedy little girl. However, considering that flower holds a place for me, I want to make things difficult for her. Though, I doubt I could even if I tried. If I were to complicate matters of mutual affection, Kushina would surely be anxious. It's a pity Tsunade has no interest in such things. Otherwise, I would be curious to see what kind of flower she cultivates. As for his own parents and grandfather, he had certainly given them seeds as well. However, aside from his mother, who had an interest in gardening, the other two individuals might as well be disregarded. As for the flower his mother cultivated, he had indeed seen it before. It was a flower of unblemished red. Simple, yet strikingly beautiful. The following day, at dawn, Yunting had finished his meal and was early at his training ground, experimenting with the transformations that occurred after mastering the third stage of the Tianyan seal. Initially, in his base state, he noticed a significant increase in chakra recovery and a noticeable enhancement in his chakra reserves. The ninjutsu he employed also bore greater lethality. Once the Tianyan seal was activated, the augmentation to his abilities increased considerably. Upon entering the chakra sensing mode, combined with his already attained level 9 perception, the effects were markedly superior to before. In essence, his strength had escalated. As for Nanana, during this period, only 8 tails of chakra remained. Kushina's chakra had experienced exponential growth. As her body developed, The chakra increased rapidly, and this physical maturation allowed her to absorb even more chakra from the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails chakra, in turn, further propelled her bodily development, a perfect virtuous cycle. Regarding the Tianyan seal, Kushina had also begun her studies, albeit only mastering the first stage. Despite the fact that such knowledge could only be exchanged for those elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan who had made significant contributions, Yunting's submission of this technique allowed for a certain leniency. After all, who could contest this transfer? Any objections could be raised with his Susanoo. Once Yunting concluded his experimentation, he reclined lazily on a chair, gazing at the sky. He pondered the whereabouts of Black Zetsu, that dutiful son, hiding somewhere. It was widely known that Naruto's tale could be dubbed the Black Zetsu's maternal rescue. After a millennium of clandestine scheming to save his mother, one could hardly argue against his filial piety. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki's eventual defeat was somewhat disheartening, it must be admitted that Naruto's charm was quite effective. The Otsutsuki clan was not devoid of emotions. They were merely individuals wielding immense power. Moreover, having been sealed for so many years, a moment of hesitation is quite understandable. A sentiment that is human and thus forgivable. Chapter 63, Uchiha Madara. In a clandestine and somewhat dim underground chamber within the shinobi world, an elderly man, his face etched with numerous wrinkles, sat upon a stone chair. Before him stood a humanoid figure composed entirely of white tissue. Were Yunting present, he would undoubtedly recognize this pale entity, exuding a faint aura of death, as White Zetsu alongside Uchiha Madara. Listening to the recent intel gathered by White Zetsu, Madara exhibited no excessive expression. Indeed, Hashirama, I had warned you. Your indecisiveness was your undoing. Had you struck down the other great nations back then, we would not have encountered such turmoil. Without our protection, the shinobi world has engaged in 2 wars within just a few years. However, numerous talents have emerged from the various villages. It seems the Uchiha clan has also given rise to a prodigy. Uchiha Yunting, is it? The grandson of that boy Shana? I recall him well from the final confrontation between the Senju and Uchiha clans. He performed admirably. Unfortunately, at that time, the clan longed for the hard-won peace. No one was willing to follow me. But it matters not. It is of little consequence. Once I unlock the infinite Tsukuyami, everything will come to an end. A world devoid of suffering, bereft of lost kin, free from war, where children are not thrust into battle from a young age, shall emerge. At this thought, a glimmer of brilliance illuminated Madara's eyes, a stark contrast to his withering body. However, this pair of Sharingan was clearly not the same as the original. After awakening the Rinnegan, his body had nearly reached its limits. Had it not been for this, he would not have temporarily entrusted his Rinnegan to a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, this arrangement was also a preparation for his future resurrection. Utilizing a unique ability of the Rinnegan, an innate technique that could resurrect the deceased. The cost, naturally, was the life of the user of this ocular technique. Of course, if one's vitality were sufficiently robust, perhaps one could survive. However, their body would likely be left in ruins. After all, resurrecting others is no trivial feat upon his demise. He would require someone to act on his behalf within the shinobi realm, and this individual warranted careful consideration. Logically, Uchiha Yunting and Uchiha Shana would undoubtedly be the finest choices, especially the former, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a tender age. Yet, whether he could inherit Madara's will still needed to be tested. If so, Madara would prefer one who, after succumbing to despair, exhibited extreme emotions, as such individuals are often the easiest to manipulate. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yunting gazed at his grandfather, exasperated. Must I really lead the team? It's such a hassle. Why am I obligated to be the captain? I'm not in need of money. Uchiha Shana, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, replied. There's no choice, you know that. While the Uchiha clan has established connections with the Land of Rain, our family's defensive capabilities have diminished. These gaps can only be filled by those newly graduated or only a few years out of the academy. Currently, we lack high-end combat strength. As the young clan leader, shouldn't you lend a hand? Besides, you're unaware of how eager the younger members of the clan are for you to lead them. This could also serve to help you build a foundation. Reluctantly, Yunting nodded. As fellow youth, leading a group of kids isn't too daunting. I'll take it on. After finishing his breakfast, Uchiha Yunting proceeded to the security department for assembly. Upon entering, he navigated with ease to the gathering place of the Uchiha clan's 6th squad. Gently pushing the door open, he was met with 9 young members of the Uchiha clan, both male and female. Upon hearing the door creak, they turned to face the entrance, greeting Yunting with a slightly awkward demeanor. Greetings, young clan leader. Yunting regarded the 9 individuals and said, all right, from this point forward, we shall be colleagues. You may simply call me captain. Now let us introduce ourselves one by one. I am Uchiha Yunting, your captain henceforth. I specialize in lightning and fire techniques, with swordsmanship and taijutsu being my strengths, although my jinjutsu skills are somewhat lacking. I possess a modicum of reconnaissance ability. Generally speaking, as long as you do not cross my boundaries, I am quite amiable. I harbor no particular dislikes. As for my favorite food, it would have to be sweets. My aspiration is for our Uchiha clan, whether ninja or ordinary folk, to lead fulfilling lives. Just as Uchiha Yunting completed his introduction, Uchiha Makoto stood up, beaming at him. I am Uchiha Makoto, and I have already awakened my 2-tomo Sharingan. I excel in fire techniques, dabble in swordsmanship, and have some knowledge of jinjutsu. My favorite food is sansai dango, and I have an aversion to bitter and spicy dishes. I hope to foster friendly relations with everyone in the future. After speaking, she gestured towards Yunting. Just as Meichin finished her words, a boy from the Uchiha clan, who bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha, slowly stood up. His youthful face, still somewhat innocent, was filled with a hint of admiration as he gazed at Yunting. Captain, my name is Uchiha Reiku. I excel in lightning and fire release techniques. I have dabbled in taijutsu, but I lack interest in jinjutsu. I can only perform a few simple techniques through my activated 2-tomo Sharingan. I primarily focus on ninjutsu, using the Sharingan as an aid. I have a penchant for spicy food and detest sweets. My aspiration is to one day awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like you, Captain. Once Uchiha Reiku concluded his introduction, a somewhat timid yet nervous voice emerged. Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Shio. I currently possess a 2-tomo Sharingan. I only know a bit of fire release and some basic jinjutsu. My taijutsu skills are rather lacking. I am proficient in throwing shuriken and kunai and possess some medical ninjutsu knowledge. I enjoy drinking juice and have an aversion to bitter flavors. At present, I hope to learn enough to cure my mother's illness. The little girl spoke increasingly quickly towards the end of her speech. Take a breath, will you? There's no need to rush through it all. It seemed that the Uchiha clan was not entirely composed of warlike individuals after all. Chapter 64, The 10-Man Team. As Uchiha Shio nervously took her seat, another Uchiha boy with a stoic expression gradually stood up, articulating a few simple sentences with clarity. Uchiha Huan, 3-tomo Sharingan. Proficient in jinjutsu, with average skills in taijutsu and ninjutsu. I prefer tranquility and loathe trouble. I have no particular aspirations. Uchiha Yunting, observing the brevity of Huan's introduction, silently commended him. He certainly embodies the essence of the Uchiha clan. And Huan is only 15, the same age as Reiku and Meichin. To be capable of this at such a young age is indeed impressive. However, for me, the distinction between 2 and 3 tomo is negligible. Once you reach a certain height, you realize that some matters are hardly worth boasting about. Even though I acquired my Rinnegan through extraordinary means, one might question whether I can truly wield the abilities of the Sage of 6 Paths Uchiha Huin. 2-tomo Sharingan awakened, skilled in jinjutsu assistance, with other abilities being quite average. I enjoy calm environments and am not adept at combat. Such an Uchiha boy is indeed rare. I, Captain. My name is Uchiha Taiwe. I excel in our Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, and have also awakened a 2-tomo Sharingan. I haven't really studied jinjutsu. As for ninjutsu, I possess some knowledge of the clan's ancestral fire release techniques. I enjoy all foods except for sour and bitter items. I abhor war, yet I relish friendly sparring. Alright, I get it next. Uchiha Yunting interrupted Uchiha Taiwe, who seemed to be unable to finish his lengthy introduction, as he only needed a general overview of the basic information. There was no need to introduce all your relatives on the first meeting. He couldn't possibly remember them all. Greetings, Captain. I am Uchiha Yenwu, and I too have awakened a 2-tomo Sharingan. My only ninjutsu is fire release, but I excel at it. I can perform most of the fire release techniques passed down in our family, with the exception of those that are too chakra intensive. I have a passion for studying fire release techniques and a disdain for those who practice water release. My dream is to possess a Mangekyo Sharingan like the Captain and awaken my unique ocular techniques, thereby making Uchiha Yenwu's fire release techniques renowned throughout the ninja world. Oh, this child. It truly feels like one of them is destined to awaken Amaterasu if they ever obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's focus on fire release is certainly justified. After all, aside from their eyes, it is their most renowned trait. Captain, my name is Bingwe, and we've met on the battlefield. I also possess a 2-tomo Sharingan, but my foundational skills are rather weak. I have dabbled in both taijutsu and jinjutsu, but my abilities in both are limited. My chakra affinities are wind and fire. I can utilize some simple family fire release techniques and possess a bit of wind release reconnaissance ninjutsu. I enjoy sweet foods and have no particular dislikes. My aspiration is to become like you, Captain, someone who genuinely considers the well-being of the entire Uchiha clan. And I too, Captain. We've met before. My name is Uchiha Qianhua. Hee, it is truly an honor to be a member under your command. Like Bingwe, I have limited abilities, but we are eager to learn. Uchiha Yunting smiled and responded to their remarks before scanning the group. Among them, Uchiha Bingwe, Uchiha Shio, and Uchiha Qianhua came from families where neither parent was a ninja. Uchiha Huayin's parents had never awakened their eyes and were merely low-ranking ninjas. However, it was fortunate that they had awakened their two-tomo Sharingan at such a young age, indicating their innate talent. Although the clan does provide resources to those with greater potential, the familial conditions of these individuals meant that their foundational skills and strength could never compare to those of Huan or Reiku, who were nurtured by powerful parents. The others at least had one elder whose strength reached the Jonin level. It was indeed a considerable effort on the elder's part, gathering 9 young clan members, all of whom possessed at least a two-tomo Sharingan, to mentor. Yunting gazed at the 9 seated before him and slowly stated, "Let us go. Since today is our first meeting, let's enjoy a delightful meal together. It's on me." "Yay, the captain is so generous," Reiku and Yinwu exclaimed simultaneously. Uchiha Yunting merely smiled and proceeded to lead the way. Meanwhile, the 4 girls, Bingwe, Qianhua, Shio, and Meichin, followed closely behind Yunting at a leisurely pace, engaging in conversation and quickly becoming acquainted with one another. Reiku, Taiwe, and Yinwu, having known each other for quite some time, naturally walked closely together, their shoulders linked, as their parents were good friends and they had grown up together. As for Huan, he remained somewhat aloof, quietly following behind. Huan kept his distance, feeling that he could not yet mingle with the girls. The lively atmosphere around Taiwe was somewhat overwhelming for him, so he found comfort in walking alone. Before long, the group arrived at a private room. While waiting for their food, Uchiha Huan, unusually, turned to Yunting and spoke first. "Captain, may I see your Mangekyo Sharingan? I only wish to observe. I do not require you to use its powers, which would deplete your ocular strength. I am merely curious." Upon hearing Huan's request, the others turned their gazes towards Uchiha Yunting, for this was indeed a Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yunting nodded lightly. "Certainly." Then, his eyes gradually transformed to a blood-red hue. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. Shortly after, the black tomo vanished, merging into a resplendent pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Huan felt the immense ocular power emanating from the Mangekyo Sharingan and could not help but be astounded. "It is truly worthy of being the Mangekyo Sharingan," he mused. "Indeed. There must be a reason my grandfather insisted I follow this young clan leader." The other girls, upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, felt a surge of excitement yet remained composed. As for the 3 conspicuous boys, "Wow, Captain, your eyes are incredibly cool. Captain, I recall my grandfather mentioning that once the kaleidoscope Sharingan awakens, one can wield that technique known as, what was it called again? The one that forms a protective shield? Ah, the damn shield, right? Can't you show a bit of knowledge? It's called Susanoo, Iron Moon. It embodies the 3rd power residing within the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Did I forget? Is that a crime? Besides, Thunderfire, if I remember correctly, I was the one who enlightened you about it initially, wasn't I? Silence, you too. What a disgrace." Yinyu cast a glance at the pair. Yet, shortly after, Yinyu gazed longingly into the captain's eyes. "Oh, how I wish to possess it too. I envy you so much. You know, I dream of acquiring that technique renowned as the most formidable fire release in our clan's records. I'm not boasting. Iron Moon. Thunderfire, do you have any idea how extraordinary Amaterasu is? It is said to be an unquenchable black flame. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. I'm utterly envious." Slurp. Iron Moon and Thunderfire turned their heads away, avoiding the frenzied Yinyu. Truly, what a spectacle of embarrassment. We do not know this fool. Chapter 65, A Battle. Uchiha style. After a simple meal, the group had grown somewhat acquainted. Even those who were previously strangers had formed a basic understanding. No, I mean, Gray Sound. Those girls aside, why are you acting like this too? Thunderfire looked at the somewhat timid Gray Sound. Gray Sound, feeling the weight of their gazes, became slightly anxious. "I don't want to, alright. It's instinct, pure instinct. Besides, I'm truly not adept at combat. I originally intended to work in logistics. If it weren't for..." The last part of her sentence remained unspoken. If it weren't for the sake of repaying a debt. Uchiha Yinyu, hearing this, immediately wrapped an arm around Gray Sound's shoulder. Alright. Since we're all in the same team now, don't waste your talent. You should know, There are very few in our clan who have awakened the two-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. But fret not. I, the future strongest fire user of the Uchiha, will protect you. Huh? You? The strongest fire user? You might not even be able to defeat me. So stop boasting, Uchiha Thunderfire scoffed. Exactly. Uchiha Iron Moon joined in, echoing the sentiment. You two want to fight, or what? Uchiha Yenyu glared at his childhood friends, gritting his teeth. Oh, someone's gotten angry. But I want to reveal who, right, Iron Moon? Thunderfire smirked, draping an arm around Iron Moon's shoulder. Huh, isn't it obvious? Just look at Yenyu's face. It's as red as can be. Besides, I suspect this guy will crack his teeth in a moment. Iron Moon remarked with a mischievous smile, thinking to himself. Let him cry, Yenyu. Haha. X2, just as Yenyu felt embarrassed, a cold voice interjected. Captain, although you are the captain, would you allow me to battle you? Let me gauge the difference in our abilities and see what the person I will be following is like. After all, though it may be unpleasant to say, for us Uchiha, subduing our subordinates enhances their effectiveness, does it not? Uchiha Yunting looked at the speaker with a hint of astonishment. After all, he had anticipated that the most likely challengers today would be those three clowns. It seems that Huan's enthusiasm for combat is quite notable, though he appears a bit cold. Before Yunting could respond, Thunderfire and the others stepped between them. I almost forgot, before the meal, I was also quite eager to spar with the captain. Yes. Please ensure the captain battles with me first. Unbeknownst to them, one person's expression had grown increasingly frosty, with a pair of three-tomo Sharingan subtly visible. Uchiha Yunting regarded the group, exasperated. Fine, let's gather at Training Ground 6. I would also like to assess my subordinate strength. After all, if they're too weak, I shall be quite disappointed. Shortly thereafter, the 10 of them arrived at Training Ground 6 in high spirits. Uchiha Yunting surveyed the 9 standing opposite him and slowly declared, all right, all of you, join forces. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Wait, Captain, are you? Yenyu began to voice his concern that the captain might be underestimating himself, but Huan swiftly silenced him. Huan then instructed the group to form a small circle. Now, Thunderfire, Iron Moon, and Yenyu, you three will take the lead. She will stand at the back. Bingyue and Qianhua, protect Shi. If possible, you three can look for opportunities to release some ninjutsu to distract the captain. Mei Qin, Gray Sound, and I will create diversions and wait for our chance to act. Of course, I must remind you, do not employ Jinjutsu against the captain. Perhaps your little tricks might work on outsiders, but I assure you, they would be utterly ineffective against the captain, not to mention the risk of having the Jinjutsu rebound on you. Even those with a kaleidoscope Sharingan are not to be trifled with by us mere 2-tomo and 3-tomo users. Any objections? Huan's somewhat indifferent voice reached the ears of the others, who all nodded in agreement. After all, who wouldn't want to showcase their abilities before the new captain? While the group was discussing, a number of Uchiha clan members had gathered outside Training Ground 6. Oh, isn't that Thunderfire? What is he up to? Wow. Isn't that Yenyu? How strange that those few are so serious. Oh, they're going to challenge Yunting? Well, that is no issue. The crowd had no doubts about whether the group could defeat Yunting, for it was an impossibility. After all, he possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Although the Uchiha clan, which has not seen a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan in decades, may have exaggerated its prowess, one cannot deny the formidable abilities that the kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses. Nevertheless, the spectators were quite intrigued by this spectacle of a battle among prodigies. Moments later, the group had taken their positions, poised to confront Uchiha Yunting. Yunting smiled as he looked at them. Since you're ready, let us commence. With that, Yunting slowly drew a standard Uchiha short blade. Almost instantaneously, as Yunting unsheathed the blade, the 9 of them activated their Sharingan. 9 pairs of crimson eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Yunting. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In an instant, both Thunderfire and Yenyu launched their attacks simultaneously. The ferocious lightning and searing flames intertwined and surged toward Uchiha Yunting. The collision of these two volatile chakra natures intensified their chaotic energies. Yunting swiftly formed hand seals, as the violent lightning chakra enveloped his palm. With a flick of his fingers, the tumultuous lightning chakra condensed and surged forward. Lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. Upon impact, the Chidori Sharp Spear effortlessly shattered their combined assault, redirecting its diminished force toward the two. Just as it was about to strike them, Thunderfire suddenly kicked Yenyu aside with all his might. Apologies, Yenyu, but I need this spotlight. Yenyu quickly formed hand seals. Fusion technique, Thunderfire double assault. Indeed, it's much more comfortable using my own fusion technique. Yenyu, you've been a rival for so long. yet your lightning chakra fusion remains abysmal. Chapter 66. A battle, a crushing defeat, acceptance. After being kicked aside, Yin quickly rose and glared at Thunderfire. Thunderfire, you jerk. You don't even let me show off. It has been said that in the future, when employing fusion ninjutsu, one should not be so miserly with its application. However, it seems you are unable to do so, aren't you? Fool. Simpleton. Ultimately, Raikes managed to awkwardly deflect the leader's attack, albeit not through his own strength alone. Those last 2 gusts of wind, were they conjured by those 2 girls? Yet, the captain is quite the eccentric. What manner of person is he? Nevertheless, this ninjutsu is rather impressive. I wonder meanwhile, on the other side. During the initial clash of 3 ninjutsu, Uchiha Tetsujetsu maneuvered around from the side. Concurrently, another ninjutsu was directed towards him. Uchiha Ryu Ken Flame. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Tetsujetsu gazed at the captain before him, a subtle smile gracing his features. You are finished, captain. But in an instant, Uchiha Yunting swung the short blade in his hand towards the fire release ninjutsu conjured by the illusionist. Uchiha Ryu Flame Slash. A colossal flame slash instantaneously struck down all the flaming shurikens. At the same time, the short blade was instantly enveloped in lightning chakra, clashing fiercely with Tetsujetsu. Under the impact of their blades, Tetsujetsu's short blade was swiftly cleaved asunder by Yunting's weapon. Just as the attack was about to reach Tetsujetsu, the blade twisted, and with a swift kick, he sent Tetsujetsu flying. In the aftermath, Tetsujetsu lay on the ground, incapacitated. Raikes and Ingyu exchanged exasperated glances. Seriously, how pathetic is that? Can't even withstand a single kick? As for the now prostrate Tetsujetsu, lightning chakra from Uchiha Yunting coursed through his body. It was not fatal, but the temporary paralysis was quite effective. Tetsujetsu thought, damn it, you guys are something else. Why don't you try taking a hit? Let's see who is truly incapable. Uchiha Yunting, observing the fallen Tetsujetsu, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Haha, I lost control, but never mind. Let us see how the others perform. Ingyu approached the somewhat charred Raikes and nudged him. Raikes, you go up and hold them off. I'm preparing a big move. Raikes shot back with a roll of his eyes. I was going to suggest you do the same while I prepared a big move. Just saying hold them off doesn't mean it's possible, does it? Why not just surrender? After all, the captain is also an Uchiha. It wouldn't be shameful. Yunting regarded the group, the corners of his mouth curling up as he swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning Release. Lightning Beast Pursuit Fong. In an instant, a ferocious beast composed of raging lightning chakra materialized, emanating a terrifying aura as it charged towards the others in the back. Raikes, on the verge of tears, instinctively positioned himself in front of the oncoming lightning beast. What if it has wind release? This is urgent. I'll risk it. Sorry in advance, Ingyu. I hope this move doesn't outshine you. But just then, a sharp pain struck his waist, sending him flying. At that moment, Ingyu took Raikes' place, gathering a massive amount of fire chakra within himself. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Bite. Haha, that kick felt amazing, Raikes. Let me teach you how the Uchiha impress. Ingyu exclaimed, his posteriors still stinging from the earlier encounter. I've told you countless times, Fire Release is the strongest. Yet you insist on mastering both fire and lightning. In that split second, a surging fire chakra dragon entwined with the lightning beast, each collision producing explosive sounds of searing flames and crackling thunder. As the beast's might waned by 80%, it barreled towards Ingyu. Watching the lightning beast draw nearer, Inyu's expression soured considerably, for he had exhausted his chakra. Yet surely the captain would gauge the situation appropriately, wouldn't he? As the lightning beast closed in, Ingyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Then, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. Fool. You don't have to expend all your chakra to unleash a big move, do you? You truly are a simpleton, leaving no retreat. Raikes swiftly intervened, dispersing the approaching lightning beast before casting a bemused glance at Ingyu. TCH, as if it's any of your concern. Moments later, Yunting held his blade against the illusionist's throat. Do you concede? The illusionist regarded his remaining teammates, his atoms apple bobbing slightly, a flicker of reluctance and madness gleaming in his eyes. Illusion corridor. Yet, even without activating his Sharingan, Yunting's formidable Yin chakra and mental strength rendered the illusion utterly futile. The illusionist sighed softly, gazing into the captain's clear eyes. I concede, Captain. To be honest, I feel thoroughly restrained, alas. My illusions have not been deployed, nor have I had the opportunity to utilize them. The disparity in ocular prowess is simply too vast. While the 9 of them faced a crushing defeat, for the observing Uchiha clan members, it was nothing short of a spectacle of sheer peculiarity. Whose child is this? Possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age? Whose child is able to wield fusion ninjutsu of lightning and fire at such a young age? Whose child can execute such impressive fire release techniques at merely a decade and more? Whose team comprises solely of teenage prodigies, each possessing at least a pair of 2-tomo Sharingan? Undoubtedly, despite the less prominent performances of members like Hayuki, it was merely due to insufficient resources in the past that made them appear somewhat weaker. However, it was evident that moving forward, they would undoubtedly have ample resources available. After all, how could Uchiha Yunting's foundation in the future lack resources? Though for Yunting, the strength of these individuals may hold little significance. Nevertheless, it matters not. Nurturing a few of his own would be quite beneficial for managing the clan in the future. Moreover, as they grew stronger, it would only serve to bolster his own power. Subsequently, Yunting offered a few brief words before allowing them to return and rest, for it was likely that they had all exhausted themselves today. Of course, this excluded Tetsugetsu, who had lain idle throughout the entirety of the match. Aside from an initial Uchiha Ryuken flame, at last, the group began to disperse towards their respective homes. Dad, Mom, I'm back. You won't believe how impressive Yunting was today. None of us could even match him. Upon arriving home, Hayuki eagerly recounted her day's experiences to her parents, who listened patiently. Ugh, Mom, I'm so tired. I need to eat. Upon returning, Chika exclaimed, her body aching. Your precious daughter is on the verge of starvation. At that moment, Chika's mother promptly took the ninja pack from her daughter. All right, we've been waiting for you. Your father is overjoyed that you are now a member under the young clan leader. He bought plenty of good food today. Chika, upon hearing this, rushed towards the dining table without washing her hands. Oh, it's so delicious, Mom. You have no idea. Today, I was nearly overwhelmed by the captain. He is simply too formidable. However, just as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her head and turned to glare at her father. Old man, what are you doing? Just know you can count on your daughter to bring glory to our family. If you break anything, you'll regret it. And if you push me too far, you may not even be able to handle me. Chika said, puffing out her chest proudly as she gazed at her father. Huh. Even if I can't defeat you, I'm still your father. Besides, the young clan leader is quite amiable, but that's no excuse for your rudeness. With that mouth of yours, one day you'll offend someone and not even know how it happened. Chika pouted, retorting, I'm only acting this way because the captain is so nice. I am already aware of what you mentioned. However, I truly feel that the captain has become indifferent to this matter. Moreover, our captain is exceptionally kind, even gifting a bag of those reputed fruits that are beneficial to one's health. Once we finish our meal, I will let you all taste them. Upon hearing this, Mama Qianhua expressed her concern. Little Hua, might this not be a bit inappropriate? I've heard these are rather expensive. Accepting them directly may not be wise. Qianhua promptly reassured her mother with a glance of comfort. It's all right, Mama. The captain gave them to everyone. If I refuse, it would be quite disrespectful to him. Now, do temper your expressions, will you? Pride can lead to folly. Remember to follow the young clan leader diligently and heed his instructions. Less talk and more action will earn you favor, understand? Qianhua's father imparted some earnest advice to his daughter. Meanwhile, within the Reikage household, though they were also dining, the feast was decidedly more lavish. After all, within the Uchiha clan, only those ninjas of considerable strength could procure certain fruits, vegetables, or livestock produced within the fishing grounds at a relatively low price. Naturally, this low price only applied to these formidable ninjas, and there were still purchase limits imposed each day. Such commodities, when sold outside the clan, commanded a far higher price. To prevent clan members from covertly reselling, these restrictions were deemed essential. The Reikage family of 5 sat together, a rarity indeed. Grandparents, parents, all in good health. Both father and grandfather were elite jonin, while mother and grandmother were also of jonin rank. Although age may have diminished the grandparents' combat capabilities somewhat, their wealth of battle experience was invaluable. Grandfather Reikage, having formed a close bond with Uchiha Shana since childhood, smiled at his ravenous grandson. So, what do you think of the new captain I found for you? After swallowing a mouthful of beef, Reikage replied slowly, I'm not too shabby myself, you know, but the captain is indeed impressive. Technically, he is younger than I am. Perhaps I was a bit too proud in the past. Grandmother Reikage, while serving her grandson more meat, remarked, your grandfather and Yunting's grandfather were contemporaries, comrades, and very good friends. Yunting has practically grown up under our watch. You can feel at ease following him around. Furthermore, we are all family here. And your grandfather and I won't hide it from you. It seems that our Uchiha clan has indeed discovered a certain fruit. You know how beneficial the fruits we usually buy are for our health. Among them, There exists a fruit that can greatly aid a Uchiha's strength in unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Presently, Yunting, Xuanhua, Meiyu, and Shana have all attained the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the matters discussed today should remain confidential. This is information only accessible to elite jonin within the clan. Upon hearing this, Reikage's hand, which had been busy with his meal, came to a halt. So, does that mean the captain's family possesses such a fruit? Grandfather Reikage shook his head lightly. No. I doubt my old friend has any left at home now. However, it is said that this fruit bears only one every few years. So, Reikage, you understand, right? Focus on following the young clan leader. Do not concern yourself with anything else. As for your grandmother and me, we have aged, and the future belongs to you all. If the opportunity arises, I may shamelessly ask my old comrade for one. That fruit will then belong to you. Grandfather Reikage dared not say more. In his view, such a fruit should be exceedingly precious, and acquiring even one would be a tremendous feat. Do you know how much good wine I had to part with to get you in? Otherwise, would you have secured your place so easily? In the past, there were quite a few from the Dove faction who were at odds with Shana, and not all of them lacked talent. To be fair, Reikage, your potential is formidable, but there are always risks involved. Father, what about me? I want one too. I am your son, after all. Shouldn't it come to me first? You? Go aside. At your age, you should not be competing with your son for something. Grandfather Reikage shot a glance at his son. Meanwhile, Reikage's mother discreetly pinched her husband's side. Well, if there's only one, it won't be for you anyway. But it should go to our son, right? What are you up to, you big oaf? Reikage looked at his father with a mix of exasperation and amusement. In the face of family ties and interests, he could only chuckle and say, sorry, Dad. This one I truly cannot part with. Grandfather has said the future belongs to us, the younger generation. Reikage's father, feeling wronged, continued to eat in silence, feeling as though he had no voice. I want one too, but I know Reikage's talent indeed surpasses mine and my father's back in the day, especially since he is contemporaneous with that lad from the Xuanhua family. Hence, Reikage is the most suitable candidate. I can only grumble a bit, though I desire it too. It's the same if my son consumes it. Chapter 68, The Gratitude of She. The circumstances in Inu's home were not much different from those in the Reikage household. As for Tetsuki, stop, Grandpa. Enough with the hitting. I'm the only heir left in the family. Uchiha Tetsuki looked at his grandfather, fear evident on his face. You little rascal, you really brought me pride. Didn't you? You just unleashed one technique and then lay down, right? I'm about to be laughed to death by those two old geezers. An elder, strikingly similar to Tetsuki, wielded a wooden stick, his eyes glinting with dissatisfaction. Can you blame me? It's the captain who is simply too formidable. Tetsuki murmured softly. What did you say? Tetsuki's grandfather raised the stick in his hand. And nothing, Grandpa. The captain gifted me some fruits. Would you like to try them? The elder sighed slightly, looking at his grandson. Come, it's time to eat. After the meal, I'll teach you a technique. We can't have you embarrassing me when you go out. Yes, Grandpa. Tetsuki replied slowly. I'm not weak, you know. I just didn't dodge well the first time. In the home of Kuroin, his lower-ranking parents were also joyously celebrating his achievements. The situation with Michiko was similarly favorable. Meanwhile, in the home of Juan. So, how does it feel to know there are always greater talents out there? A middle-aged man gazed at the young boy before him. Juan nodded slightly. Yes, the captain is incredibly strong. I am in awe. Even without employing the Mangekyo Sharingan, and without even using the basic Sharingan, he still managed to dominate me completely. The man chuckled, giving Juan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. All right, since you're impressed, make sure to follow the young clan leader closely. Building a good relationship will benefit both you and me. Now that it's just the two of us left in the family, we must make sacrifices. Who knows, your son might just unlock it one day. On a different note, she carefully walked home, her heart pounding. She glanced nervously at the captain standing beside her. Captain, are you really coming to my house? It's quite shabby. She looked apprehensively at Uchiha Yunting. After all, she had finally joined the team of the clan leader's grandson. If she were to be kicked out, the hope she had so painstakingly nurtured would vanish, and her mother would surely not survive such a blow. Yunting gazed at the girl, whose eyes held a flicker of fear, and gently replied, Am I really that intimidating? The girl quickly shook her head. And no, the captain is very kind. Not long after, she brought Yunting to the exterior of a somewhat dilapidated house on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. Yunting gazed at the structure before him, his tone tinged with a hint of coldness. I recall that I provide a monthly sum to assist those Uchiha members in need. Do you receive it punctually each month? Upon hearing this, she nodded her head slightly. Yes, Captain, we have received it, and I am truly grateful to you. Without your support, my mother might have. Yunting observed Shi's expression and gently urged, "Let us proceed to meet your mother." "Oh, all right." As Yunting stepped inside, he was met with a damp, slightly musty odor reminiscent of decaying wood. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, for he considered himself no pampered heir who would be deterred by unpleasant scents. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, a faint voice emerged. "Is that you, little Shi?" Shi's eyes glistened slightly with emotion. "Yes, Mom, I have returned. And I brought my captain with me." He mentioned that he might be able to. Before she could finish, her mother struggled to sit up, the frail wooden bed creaking under her weight. The girl's mother occasionally coughed weakly, prompting her daughter to quickly pour her a glass of water. After taking a sip, she looked at the young man before her with a tone of concern. "Young clan leader, I hope my little Shi has not caused you any trouble. She has always been timid and not adept at communication, with few friends. I hope to trouble you less in the future." Yunting cast a sidelong glance at the timid Shi. "Not at all, ma'am. She is truly remarkable. I can sense her gentle nature. And I believe she will undoubtedly become an excellent team member. The reason for my visit today is to assess your health. Please do not worry excessively. Shi's talents are commendable and worth nurturing." Yunting endeavored to reassure Shi's mother, alleviating her burdens. "Then, I entrust this to you. How should I assist?" Yunting replied gently. "You merely need to extend your arm." Saying this, she quickly moved to her mother's side, gently rolling up her sleeve to reveal her pale forearm. Yunting placed 2 fingers delicately upon her pulse. Warm chakra flowed through her body like a gentle stream, probing for any anomalies within. Before long, he identified the source of her ailment. Subsequently, crimson flames resembling a phoenix manifested at his fingertips, transforming into fine tendrils that penetrated Shi's mother's body. She felt a wave of warmth enveloping her, and the persistent headache she had endured for so long dissipated into a comforting sensation. Moments later, Yunting withdrew the flames. "All is well now, Auntie. You should experience no further issues. Simply focus on resting. Nourishment will aid your recovery. I shall not intrude any longer," he added, winking at Shi. Just as Yunting was about to depart, Shi's mother struggled to rise from her bed, her frail body collapsing to the ground. "Young clan leader, I cannot express my gratitude enough." Before she could utter more, Yunting interjected, "It is quite all right, Auntie. She is a wonderful child, and you are a kind person. You both deserve a happy outcome." With a smile directed at them, she assisted her mother back to bed before hastily stepping outside to see off her captain. "Here, take this." "Huh, Captain, what is this?" she inquired curiously. Yunting nonchalantly replied, "Your future salary." With that, he tossed a neatly wrapped bundle, containing enough funds to sustain an average family of 3 in the shinobi world for a year, to Shi. "I can't accept this." But before she could refuse, Yunting vanished in an instant. Clutching the item her captain had given her, she peered through a small opening and discerned the wealth inside. At that moment, she disregarded everything else, kneeling on the ground and bursting into tears. Her mother's illness had been cured, and her captain had specifically stated this was an advance on her salary. She felt an overwhelming lightness, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Everything felt surreal, as if she were in a dream. Unbeknownst to her Sharingan had activated, the 3rd tomo quietly appearing. "Thank you." Lost for words, she curled into a ball, repeatedly murmuring, this day would undoubtedly become the most unforgettable night of her life. Chapter 69, Individual Arrangements. The following day, the group gathered early at the security department. After all, this was their first official day of work. They could not afford to be late, could they? Upon entering, Yunting noticed the gazes of his comrades fixed upon him. "Wait, am I late?" "No, I'm still 5 minutes early." "Are you all so eager?" Yunting observed the group, offering a gentle smile. "Oh, you all arrived quite early. Excited to start your duties?" The others exchanged awkward smiles, but refrained from replying. Lei Hua, glancing at his captain, wore an expression that seemed somewhat out of place among the Uchihas. "Captain, about those lightning techniques you used yesterday, could you teach me?" he inquired, sidling up to Yunting without any intention of hiding his request from the others. After all, among them, he was the only one proficient in lightning techniques. Yinwu was a novice at fire techniques, Taiwell lacked lightning chakra, and although Huan possessed some, he primarily specialized in genjutsu. Yunting assessed Lei Hua, gently pushing him back as he was too close. "I can, but let us wait until after today's work. This is our first official task. Let us not take it lightly." "Yes, Captain," Lei Hua replied, excitement evident in his voice. Having secured the promise, he thought it would be a twofold gain, learning ninjutsu while strengthening his bond with the captain. Of course, he would not take advantage without offering something in return. After all, while his grandfather's generation may have shared a camaraderie, he and the captain had yet to reach that level of closeness. Yinwu cast a disdainful glance at Lei Hua's shamelessness. "Shameless fellow. Indeed, those with thick skin have their advantages. All right, let us commence our patrols. We have 10 people, so we will divide into 2 groups of 5. Huan, you will lead the other team. Understood, Captain, Huan nodded. The group began to form their teams, with Huan leading Lei Hua, Huin, Mei Qin, and Qianhua Wei, while Tai Yue, Bin Yue, Shi, and Yinwu remained with Yunting. Be cautious. If anything arises, inform me immediately. Your safety comes first. Yes, Captain, Huan responded before departing with his team. Yunting turned to his group and said, shall we proceed? He stepped to the front of the formation. The 5 of them, donned in the security department's attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, patrolled the streets of Konoha. How dull, Captain, Yinwu complained, walking beside Yunting. Nothing is happening. Yunting gazed at Yinwu and remarked nonchalantly, doesn't this also indicate that our Uchiha clan has performed admirably in this endeavor? Yinwu nodded in agreement, acknowledging his captain's words. By the way, Captain, do you think there are areas in which I could improve? Or, is my specialization in fire release truly commendable? Yinwu inquired, looking at his slightly younger captain. Yunting surveyed the surroundings of the street and replied in a calm tone, the growth of strength requires accumulation. You are already among the elite of your peers within the clan, and there is little that necessitates improvement. Specializing in fire release is certainly advantageous, as the majority of our clan's ninjutsu scrolls pertain to it. This is your asset, just like Huan, who also excels in illusion techniques, isn't he? As for elemental weaknesses, do you not have comrades by your side? Furthermore, as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, do you truly believe your fire release would falter against your opponents? Upon hearing this, Yinwu could not help but raise his head, feeling somewhat reassured. It seemed he was not lacking after all. He had been overly self-critical just yesterday. Before Yinwu could pose another question, Bin Yue quickly interjected. What about me, Captain? Was my performance yesterday subpar? Upon finishing her sentence, she instinctively lowered her head, as if bracing herself for criticism. In the next moment, Yunting's gentle voice reached her ears. In yesterday's battle, your performance indeed fell short compared to Huan, Lei Hua, and the others. However, it is understandable, as they have elders guiding them at home. Nonetheless, it is evident that you possess considerable talent, having awakened your 2-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. Your fundamental skills in shuriken throwing are commendable. Yet your combat experience is still lacking, and your fighting techniques need refinement, though it is reasonable, given the absence of guidance. However, this is not insurmountable, with diligence. You can certainly make up for it in time. For illusion techniques, you may seek Huan's counsel. As for fire release, both Lei Hua and Yinwu are excellent instructors. In terms of physical techniques, Tai Yu excels. During your free time, you may consult them, or feel free to approach me privately. As for combat experience, that is something that requires time to cultivate. Captain, what about me? She timidly interjected from the side. Your situation is quite similar to Bin Yue's, Yunting replied. However, I believe you may not be suited to be a combat ninja. Have you considered becoming a medical ninja? You already possess a foundational knowledge of medical techniques. Do you not? In fact, being a medical ninja is quite commendable. With your 3-tomo Sharingan, you should be able to grasp medical ninjutsu rather swiftly. No sooner had Yunting finished speaking than Yinwu exclaimed in surprise. No way. I don't have that. But before Yinwu could voice his thoughts, Tai Yu swiftly covered his mouth. Quiet down, Yinwu. We are not within the clan. Yinwu glanced around at the villagers of Konoha, slowly nodding to indicate his understanding. Nevertheless, doubts lingered in his heart. This was somewhat atypical for a Uchiha girl teammate, was she not just yesterday? During this exchange, Tai Yu suppressed her eagerness to inquire and patiently waited for she to finish her questions. Yunting also cast a glance at Tai Yu, noting that she was indeed distinct from Yinwu and Lei Hua. Although she often appeared carefree and eager to spar, she could be quite perceptive at times. After a lengthy pause, Shi's voice finally emerged. Captain, do you think I have the talent to become a medical ninja? Furthermore, it seems our Uchiha clan lacks exceptional medical ninjas, does it not? Upon hearing this, Yunting gradually halted his steps and led the group to a small shop, ordering some beverages. How should I put it? With your 3-tomo Sharingan, you are more than capable of becoming a medical ninja. Moreover, your personality is indeed ill-suited for a combat ninja. However, a medical ninja is different. It does not require you to confront battles directly. I genuinely believe that with your gentle disposition, you may very well become an outstanding medical ninja. Of course, all of this hinges on your own desires. Should you choose to pursue the path of a medical ninja, I can certainly find you a commendable teacher, though not myself, of course. While my medical skills are quite high, proficiency does not necessarily equate to the ability to teach. Chapter 70. A visit to Tsunade, a promise. After addressing Shi's concerns, Tai Yu finally spoke up. seeking advice from the captain while also hoping to strengthen their bond. Yunting took a slow sip of his drink before gently outlining the areas in which Taiyu could improve. To be frank, Taiyu, being a ninja with formidable strength and guidance from her elders, had a solid foundation, with few significant flaws, aside from her strength growing only steadily and slowly. After all, there is a considerable difference between having an advantage and not. Your foundation is quite strong, Taiyu. However, you should be aware of a particular ninjutsu within our clan known as the Tianyan curse mark, correct? Upon hearing this, Taiyu paused in surprise before responding. Is that the technique that can only be cultivated by those who contribute to the clan to a certain extent? Yunting nodded. Indeed. This is a technique I plan for all of you to learn eventually. Once mastered, it will significantly enhance both the potency of your ninjutsu and your physical prowess. As for Bingyue, her fundamentals are quite lacking, so she may take her time. However, you, Lei Hua, Yin Huan, and Mei Qin are all ready to begin training. This technique is one I developed, and you will be able to learn it directly from me. But I must remind you, if you cannot reach the first stage within a year of starting your training, you will be removed from the team. Therefore, think carefully about your commitment to this training. However, do not entertain thoughts of evading this responsibility, as shortcuts will not be tolerated under my watch. Yunting's gentle tone instantly chilled the air for those present. Removed from the team? The others had thought that being selected to join meant they were secure in their positions. Yinyu took a sip of his drink, suppressing his racing heart before scratching his head and asking, Captain, is it difficult? At this moment, all eyes turned towards Yunting. Let me think for me. It's quite simple. For you all, as long as you don't slack off, it should also be manageable. So, there is no need to worry excessively. That is quite terrifying, echoed the others in unison. Before long, the workday came to an end, and everyone bid farewell, heading towards their respective homes. Huan and the others hurried home to inquire with their elders about the Tianyan curse mark, while she followed closely behind Yunting as they made their way to the Senju clan's ancestral home. She gazed at the familiar Senju clan emblem above the entrance and turned to her captain, asking, Captain, where are we going? Yunting smiled at she and replied, I'm finding you a good teacher. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her and strive to learn everything you can from her. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing Yunting and she, his expression shifted noticeably. A little brat from the Uchiha clan, is it? Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged ninja stood frozen, his gaze vacant. Without so much as a glance at the nameless Senju ninja, Uchiha Yunting simply brushed past him. Keep up. She, undeterred, followed closely behind her captain, though a tinge of nervousness fluttered within her. She reassured herself. Could her captain truly bring her harm? As the exploration deepened, a fair-skinned girl with crimson hair came into view, her garments subtly dampened by perspiration. Without a care for decorum, she sat on the ground, indulging in a cake. Strands of hair, matted by sweat, clung together, creating a rather unique impression. The red locks were even speckled with a hint of white cream. Kushina had just concluded her training and was relishing her cake. Suddenly, she felt as though the sun had been obscured. Curiously, she lifted her head and beheld Kurumi standing before her, a smile gracing her face. Startled, Kushina quickly stood, concealing the cake behind her. With her other hand, she tidied the stray hairs and dust from her attire. Oh no! How could she let Aki see her in such a state? Huh! Aki, what brings you here? Kushina exclaimed, only to catch sight of the girl following Kurumi and promptly altered her greeting. Kurumi replied slowly, I came to find Tsunade about something. Kushina nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Let me guide you to Sister Tsunade. She has been resting at home these days. With that, Kushina led Kurumi to Tsunade. Yet, Kushina couldn't shake the image of the dark-haired girl trailing behind Kurumi from her mind. Although she trusted Kurumi, she was all too aware of the number of unscrupulous women out there. Besides, she had just finished training and felt somewhat disheveled. Just as Kushina's thoughts wandered, she felt a firm grasp on the back of her collar. Kushina, are you all right? Did you walk too far? The voice belonged to Nanny, and Kushina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the remark. Haha, perhaps I didn't sleep well. Shizune observed the interaction between her captain and the red-haired girl. It was evident that the way the captain engaged with her was markedly different from the dynamics within their own team, though both interactions exuded warmth. There was an undeniable distinction. Moments later, Kushina successfully led the two to Tsunade, then discreetly exited the room, all the while feeling a tinge of curiosity. Oi, brat. What do you want? Tsunade addressed Kurumi with an air of nonchalance, her unruly hair a testament to her casual demeanor. Kurumi, glancing at Tsunade's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but worry if Tsunade was truly capable of mentoring Shizune during this phase. I hope you can do me a favor and consider it a debt of gratitude. Kurumi stated calmly. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, then shifted her gaze to the slightly anxious Shizun seated beside her. Is it because of this child? Kurumi affirmed. Yes. Tsunade, taken aback, asked, is she injured? Kurumi clarified her intent. I wish for you to take this child as your disciple, genuinely. In exchange, I owe you a favor. Tsunade looked at Shizun, then back at Kurumi. You, of the Uchiha clan, wish to study medical ninjutsu with me? Kurumi nodded. Indeed, not every Uchiha excels in combat. Her aptitude is remarkable, yet she truly struggles in battle. This child awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 14. Do I need to elaborate on her talent? Tsunade, however, did not rush to acquiesce. Aren't you concerned I might steal away your family's prodigy? Before Kurumi could respond, Shizun instinctively stood, her voice resolute. I won't be taken away by anyone. I will steadfastly follow my captain. After proclaiming this, her demeanor shifted abruptly, akin to an ostrich, as she lowered her head and obediently sat back down. Chapter 71, A Show of Strength. Well, looking at this, it seems hopeless. Tsunade, perceiving the girl's tone, realized that even if she intended to sway her, the chances of success were slim. She pondered the nature of Kurumi's interactions with her Uchiha kin. If it weren't for the little girl's evident shyness, one might think she was a product of Kurumi's training. Tsunade raised a finger, inquiring. You truly offer to assist me unconditionally? Kurumi nodded affirmatively. Yes, within reason. Anything I can do is fair game. Tsunade rolled her eyes, puffed as if. You think I can be easily deceived like Nanny? And what do you mean by within reason? How am I to know the extent of your principles? Observing Tsunade's skeptical expression, Kurumi cleared her throat and stated, as long as it does not endanger the Uchiha clan, it is acceptable. Tsunade, reassured by Kurumi's sincerity, decided to accept her request. All right, I agree. However, whether she can learn is beyond my concern. You'd better be prepared for that. Not every gifted ninja can master medical ninjutsu. If you are serious, have her come to the Konoha hospital tomorrow. But if this little girl fails to learn, don't blame me. After Tsunade's agreement, Kurumi stood to leave, with Shizun eagerly following suit. I believe Shizun can excel, Kurumi added, and if, by chance, she not only fails to learn medical ninjutsu, but also inherits your bad habits, don't expect me to owe you just one favor. You will owe me an explanation. With that, she departed with Shizun in tow. Tsunade watched Kurumi's retreating figure, casually lifting a bottle of sake and drinking deeply. Taking a Uchiha as a disciple, huh? Not entirely out of the question. Following the injuries sustained by the old man and those bothersome families, even though my teacher remains firmly in the Hokage position, his reign is far from as secure as it once was. Perhaps securing a favor from Uchiha Kurumi could prove advantageous in the future. Once Kurumi and Shizun stepped outside, they found Kushina seated on the wooden steps. What are you doing sitting here alone? Kurumi approached her gently, his tone warm. I hope this little one isn't sulking because of Shizun. Upon hearing this, Kushina hastily rose, their eyes briefly meeting before she quickly averted her gaze. I was just a bit tired after training, so I sat for a moment. I'm not unhappy at all. Kurumi smiled at her reaction. Oh, I see. Well then, let us be on our way. The sun is setting. With that, he took Shizun and departed. Phew. Thankfully, Kushina appeared to be fine. As Kushina watched the slowly retreating figures of Kurumi and Shizun, an inexplicable feeling washed over her. After an indeterminate time, a gentle hand patted Kushina's head, snapping her back to reality. She looked up to see Tsunade, puzzled. Sister Tsunade, what brings you out? Tsunade chuckled. What? Did you think I'd let you daydream indefinitely? Go ahead and chase after them if you wish. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Kushina's cheeks. Yet, she quickly turned to Tsunade and inquired, what was Aki doing bringing that girl here? Tsunade, observing Kushina, pinched her fair cheek playfully. What do you think? Kushina, in response, threw her arms around Tsunade and began to shake her. Sister Tsunade, just tell me. Tsunade, gently pushing Kushina away, replied, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Your little fiancé came to ask me to take that girl on as a disciple. A disciple? Kushina cast a puzzled glance at Tsunade, her small head tilting inquisitively. But Tsunade-sensei, why would a Uchiha choose to be a disciple of someone from the Senju clan? Tsunade, catching the hint of skepticism in Kushina's words, playfully poked her fair forehead. Don't underestimate me, all right? I'm not lacking in merit. Is it really so embarrassing to take me as your teacher? The following morning, within the rest area of the 6th squad of the Uchiha Police Department, 9 individuals were scattered about the room, engaging in conversation as they awaited the arrival of their captain. So, did you all train with the technique the captain assigned yesterday? Reiku inquired, glancing at Mikoto, Tetsuya, Inju, And Mugen, Inju, with a wry smile, replied, "Don't even mention it. That technique nearly drove me to madness. I spent the entire night with a headache and still can't grasp it." Mikoto observed the four, who were visibly distressed, and remarked, "I recall Yunting mentioning that this technique seems to be related to sealing techniques." Mugen, pondering her words, found merit in her observation. Indeed, the training method of that technique bore traces reminiscent of sealing arts. Although he was no expert in sealing techniques himself, he reasoned that one need not be a pig to have seen one run. Moreover, he was aware of the connection between the girl before him and the captain's mother, which rendered this knowledge unsurprising. Sighing, he lamented, "If only I hadn't been so arrogant last night, thinking I could master it." He contemplated whether he should inquire with his grandfather, as he surely must have encountered such techniques long ago. Just then, the sound of a door being pushed open snapped the group from their reverie, and the atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. "Captain, are we heading out to patrol now?" Mugen asked, looking towards Yunting. Yunting, noticing Shizuku huddled in the corner, shook his head. "No, first we'll take Shizuku to the Konoha hospital." "Huh, why?" Inju interjected. "I don't see anything wrong with Shizuku." Yunting explained, "You see, I took Shizuku yesterday to find a reliable medical ninja as a mentor. However, Konoha Hospital is not quite the same as our Uchiha clan. Given Shizuku's personality, we need to set a precedent." "Oh, Captain, I'm quite familiar with this," Reiku exclaimed, thumping his chest. "Once we step out, no one will dare trouble Shizuku." After a brief exchange, the group set off in a grand procession towards the hospital, resembling a flock of parents escorting their young ones to school, although it appeared more like a gaggle of children accompanying one little one to class. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. Chapter 72, The Uchiha's Protective Nature. Thus, Yunting led the group directly into the hospital. The 10 individuals, with their striking black hair and clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, unmistakably broadcasted their identities. Inju wore a stoic expression as he followed his captain, feeling a surge of satisfaction that he managed to conceal. After all, this was his first time striding boldly through a hospital, and it felt exhilarating. Upon entering the hospital, Yunting expanded his sensory range and quickly pinpointed Tsunade's location. Lecturing so early in the morning? Even better. The gathering of so many people is advantageous for my intentions. Tsunade was at the lectern, instructing a group of attentive youths below, with a significant portion taking diligent notes. However, less than a third of the attendees were commoners. This was hardly surprising. Although the number of ordinary citizens was vast, among 100, there might not even be one who could perceive chakra. Furthermore, it was even rarer to find those with strong chakra control skills suited to become excellent medical ninjas. Approaching the door to Tsunade's classroom, Yunting was about to knock when Inju abruptly kicked it open. Yunting's eyes widened in astonishment. "Seriously, buddy, are you here to assert dominance or to wreak havoc?" Nevertheless, since the door had already been kicked down, they entered. The sound of the door being kicked open interrupted Tsunade's lecture, drawing the attention of the students. "What the hell? Who dares to disturb my class?" Tsunade thought, turning her gaze to the entrance, only to witness her expression twitch in disbelief. "Wait, did I mistakenly agree to accept 9 disciples? Why bring so many? Are you here to cause chaos?" Tsunade's blonde hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, but her fists were clenched tightly, veins protruding from her hands. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Yunting. "You could have just sent one person. Why kick the door?" Bringing so many suggests an intention to attack the hospital. Ignoring the other students in the classroom, Yunting quietly pushed Shizuku forward. "This is Shizuku's first visit. We're here to make sure she's not bullied." Tsunade shot a disbelieving glance at Yunting. "Are you underestimating the value of being my disciple? Or do you not understand the current prestige of our Uchiha clan? Just because she wears Uchiha attire doesn't mean anyone would dare provoke her." Yunting surveyed the nearly 50 students present and coldly remarked, "My apologies for interrupting your class. However, today is our sister's first day here. We'd prefer she not be bullied, understood?" As he spoke, his eyes transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the students. Beside him, Inju Mugen and the others also activated their Sharingan, watching the seated students intently. The intimidating presence of 9 Crimson Sharingan was formidable indeed. Were it not for the concern that these children might not recognize their significance, he would have even revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan to them. Satisfied with the effect this had created, Yunting turned to Tsunade with a smile. "Surely, Lady Tsunade understands? After all, it's our sister's inaugural day of learning. And I trust that since you accepted the benefits and agreed to take our sister as a disciple, you will be responsible, yes?" Tsunade, casting a somewhat strained smile at Yunting, replied, "Of course, You need not worry. With me overseeing her, there will be no issues. Rest assured. Seeing this, Yunting gently nudged Shizuku towards Tsunade. All right, follow your teacher and learn well. If you make a mistake or encounter something you cannot resolve, simply seek her out. If it becomes unbearable, you can always return to the Uchiha. Tsunade regarded the students in the classroom, her mind having already mentally cursed Yunting's ancestors multiple times. Shortly thereafter, Yunting and his entourage exited Konoha Hospital, while Shizuku was settled under Tsunade's watchful eyes. As they stepped out of the hospital, Yunting kicked Inju lightly. We came to assert our presence, not to demolish the hospital. You seemed quite pleased with yourself. Meanwhile, Shizuku was attentively absorbing the knowledge Tsunade imparted. After class, under the envious gazes of her peers, Shizuku followed Tsunade into her office at the hospital. Tsunade slowly took her seat, observing the somewhat shy girl before her, who was staring down demurely. She couldn't help but muse, is this truly an Uchiha? Tsunade casually posed a few questions regarding the material she had just covered. Unexpectedly, the young girl responded with remarkable fluency, as if she were not encountering this knowledge for the first time. Subsequently, Tsunade gazed into Shizun's eyes and inquired, may I take a look at your Sharingan? Although your captain, Yunting, has already mentioned that you have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, I would like to verify it myself. Upon hearing this, Shizun contemplated for a moment before nodding, and then her crimson 3-tomo Sharingan manifested before Tsunade. After observing Shizun's Sharingan for a while, Tsunade instructed her to retract it. Looking at Shizun, she spoke slowly, since I have agreed to Yunting's arrangement, I will teach you diligently. However, I must confirm this in advance. Do you intend to remain merely a pure medical ninja, or do you aspire to become a medical ninja with considerable combat prowess? Shizun, intrigued, responded, is there a difference? Tsunade extended 2 fingers and explained, the first option is that of a purely medical ninja. These medical ninjas specialize in medical ninjutsu, but lack significant combat strength, thus requiring protection. Given your Uchiha clan's numbers, finding someone to safeguard you would be quite easy. Shizun pondered briefly and asked, then, what about the second option, sensei? Tsunade smiled and replied, the second option is akin to myself, a person who possesses both combat strength and medical ninjutsu. However, this requires exceptional talent and entails considerable hardship. Yet, based on your talent, there is a possibility that you could indeed follow in my footsteps. Nonetheless, Yunting has suggested that you may not be entirely suited for this path. Ultimately, the choice is yours, and regardless of your decision, I shall teach you earnestly. Chapter 73, Individual Training. After a moment of contemplation, Shizun took a deep breath and looked at Tsunade, declaring, Teacher, I choose the second option. I implore you. Tsunade, taken aback, replied, why? According to Yunting, your disposition seems best suited for the first option. After all, Yunting and his companions are all formidable. Shizun gradually lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Tsunade. I acknowledge that the first option may be easier. However, my captain and the team have treated me exceptionally well. Merely becoming a pure medical ninja feels insufficient to me. To be just a medical ninja is inadequate to repay my captain's kindness. Tsunade, upon hearing this, slowly rose, stretched her wrists, and said, very well, I respect your choice. But be prepared for hardship. Being a medical ninja is no easy feat, yes, Tsunade-sensei. Shizun replied with a hint of reverence. Meanwhile, near a waterfall close to Konoha, a young boy with yellow hair gazed in delight at a half-meter-tall toad he had summoned. Beside him stood a white-haired ninja in his 20s. The two were undoubtedly Minato and Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the young man assigned to him by the elder with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. After all, Minato was indeed one of the most talented individuals he had ever encountered. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru did not possess talent on par with Minato's. Jiraiya smiled at Minato and said, now that you have mastered the summoning technique, let us teach you some fusion ninjutsu that can be used in conjunction with your summoned beasts. As he spoke, Jiraiya bit his finger, formed hand seals, and summoned a 2-meter-tall toad. Art of the toad oil. As soon as the words left his mouth, the toad expelled a high-pressure jet of water composed of toad oil. Simultaneously, Jiraiya quickly formed more seals. Fire style, fireball technique. Fusion ninjutsu, toad oil fireball. Upon collision, the flames surged even more fiercely. The torrential flames clashed with the waterfall, causing a significant amount of steam to rise, and the water level of the river dropped slightly. This was, of course, a result of Jiraiya's restraint. If he had unleashed his full power, the riverbed would have undoubtedly been scorched. Minato, your wind chakra complements the toad's fire and water attributes quite well, Jiraiya remarked, settling down to watch Minato train. Minato's sensory talent was exceptional, and his reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. At this rate, he might be particularly suited for that ninjutsu, given his current accomplishments. Exchanging for that ninjutsu would not pose any issue. However, Jiraiya decided it was best to wait and focus on building a solid foundation first. After all, that technique was a forbidden jutsu, and it was wiser to establish a strong base before recklessly pursuing it. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory, a pale-faced man with black hair tied back simply wore a white lab coat. Orochimaru meticulously observed the cellular tissue within a test tube. From Orochimaru's perspective, the two types of cells in the petri dish were in conflict, but soon one side was completely consumed. Afterward, Orochimaru gently set down the glass vessel, sat on a nearby wooden chair, and delicately rubbed his eyes with his slender fingers. How fascinating, he mused. The two types of cells in the glass vessel consisted of the original Hokage Hashirama Senju's cells and a mysterious cell that he had acquired previously without knowing how. Those were Hashirama's cells. In other experimental setups, Hashirama cells exhibited remarkable invasive capabilities, yet when confronted with this mysterious cell, they behaved as if facing a natural enemy. But isn't this what makes it intriguing? Xin, has the experimental data been recorded? Orochimaru inquired, casting a serpent-like gaze at the boy standing beside him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. It has been recorded. The results remain consistent with previous findings. Under the same conditions, Hashirama cells still could not withstand for long. Orochimaru merely smiled at this. There's no rush. Success is not achieved overnight, is it? However, the Hyuga clan seems to be increasingly degenerating. It's one thing if you, Xin, do not cultivate your talents well, but to engage in such acts. Xin, expressionless, regarded Orochimaru with his white pupils, which showcased his Hyuga lineage. In the eyes of the main branch, the branch families would never rise to prominence, even if one possessed extraordinary talent. The best fate would be to serve as a bodyguard for a member of the main family. At this point, Orochimaru had not yet become as deranged as in the original narrative, and he regarded Xin with a hint of admiration. All right, you were seeking assistance with that tiresome curse from the Hyuga clan, weren't you? I believe we will eventually develop a method to break the caged bird seal. Nothing is without a solution. However, after all these years, the Hyuga clan's inability to find a relevant method indicates that the challenge is indeed considerable. Xin nodded indifferently. I understand, but isn't it all about human effort? And I believe Lord Orochimaru can accomplish it. Orochimaru smiled in response. Then let us hope for your words to ring true. After all, having a genius youth with Byakugan as my subordinate is a deal I am quite willing to make. Meanwhile, inside the Senju ancestral home, a red-haired girl sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes tightly shut. Her consciousness had already entered her own body. Upon entering, Kushina immediately noticed 7 crimson chakra orbs and 1 slightly dimmer chakra orb. Nestled near the chakra orbs was a fox with 9 tails, which could only watch helplessly at the massive chakra orbs floating around it. This is all my power. This was originally my own power. But now, must I merely spectate? Suddenly, the 9 tails seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head to glare menacingly at the girl who had appeared behind it. You little brat, what do you want? QB snarled as Kushina, undeterred, utilized the adamantine sealing chains to ensnare the beast, binding it tightly. She then reached out and affectionately patted the 9 tails fox head. I came to have a word with you. I've been feeling rather unsettled lately. Upon hearing this, the 9 tails chuckled disdainfully. Is it because of that human? Huh. It's typical of your kind to be so irrational. With my formidable power at your disposal, what could you possibly lack? Even if you sought out 10, 100, or 1,000, why would you bother with that brat from the Uchiha clan? Chapter 74, a date? At this, Kushina tightened her grip on the 9 tails. What are you thinking, you lecherous fox? Others are different from Ayun. Besides, your so-called power doesn't seem all that impressive to me. After all, a single glare from Ayun is enough to subdue you. Fuming, the 9 tails retorted, You little girl, what do you know? I was merely restrained. And if you find my strength lacking, why not release me? Kushina, crouching beside the fuming beast, smiled and replied, Not a chance. It's a free gift, and I intend to keep it. Consider this rent for your stay. The 9 tails, disregarding the consequences, spat back, Humph. A woman like you? That boy must be seeing things to have any interest in you. Do you really think a mere engagement guarantees your future? I foresee an Uchiha brat effortlessly stealing your heart away. Just wait and see what happens then. Have you ever considered why none of his kin would choose to marry you? Is it because your family was destroyed? Or is it that you're a Jinchuriki, prone to causing harm? Before the 9 tails could continue, it found itself abruptly sent flying. At that moment, Kushina's crimson hair billowed slightly in the wind. If you can't speak sensibly, then best remain silent. Do you believe I wouldn't take you down? Once the nine-tails struggled to rise, it boldly exclaimed, "Ha! Only a fool would fall for a violent woman like you. Oh, they say you are the mightiest among the tailed beasts. How is it that you can't withstand a mere girl's punch?" Thus, amidst their mutual jibes, Kushina delivered a thorough thrashing to the nine-tails. Feeling invigorated as she opened her eyes, she gradually stood up, a hint of unease flickering in her gaze. "Lin, what am I to do?" At that moment, Kushina was seated with another girl, who also bore striking red hair. Lin regarded Kushina thoughtfully and said, "I believe, dear Nai, you should place more faith in Yunting. Trust that he won't commit any indiscretions." Kushina, pouting, replied, "It's not that I don't trust Yun. It's just that you know how many in the village harbor ill intentions toward him, right? The last time Yun and I went out, you wouldn't believe how some vixens flirted with him right in front of me. It was utterly shameless." Lin scratched her head awkwardly. "Well, it is true that Yunting is rather handsome, and given his status, it would be odd if no one approached him." Lin then asked, "So, what do you plan to do, Nai?" Kushina was momentarily taken aback. I'm not sure. That's why I came to discuss it with you." Lin pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, you make a valid point. After all, there are many beautiful girls in the village. Have you considered asking Yunting out on a date?" Upon hearing this, Kushina's face flushed bright red as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind. "Is that really okay?" Lin gently draped her arm over Kushina's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "What is wrong with that? You're already engaged. By the way, Yunting is still your fiancé. What harm is there in inviting him for a meal? Besides, once you ask, he is likely to accept. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman, and a woman pursues a man. It's just that girls tend to have an easier time with boys. Nai. When the time comes, we'll." Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That makes sense. I'll go now?" Just as she was about to leave, Lin stopped her. "Nai, at least prepare a bit. Where are you going to meet? And you're not planning to wear this outfit on a date, are you?" Kushina felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. She glanced down at her somewhat unkempt attire, noticing a few sticky spots. "You're right, this definitely isn't suitable." The following morning, under Lin's watchful gaze, Kushina dressed neatly and set off for her rendezvous with Yunting. But was it really okay to dress like this? She wore an adorable animal hairpin atop her head, a white dress that just skimmed her knees, and her vibrant red hair was tied into a single ponytail, topped with a white sun hat. It felt a bit odd. Before long, Kushina spotted Yunting standing in the distance. With excitement bubbling within her, she dashed towards him. Yun, you didn't wait long, did you? I invited you out, yet here I am making you wait." Yunting smiled at the slightly taller Kushina, who he hadn't seen in a few days. "Not at all, I arrived early." However, he took the opportunity to admire Kushina's appearance. 12 years old, just entering junior high in my previous life. Yet, maturity seems to come early in this world. But for Kushina, it feels different. If it weren't for someone guiding him, he might have considered gifting her his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Kushina grasped the hem of her dress, her head bowed slightly. "So, Yun, how do I look?" Yunting chuckled. "You look splendid. Though it's quite different from your usual self, it suits you perfectly." What Kushina failed to notice, while keeping her head down, was that Yunting was also dressed differently today. He wore predominantly black attire, devoid of any Uchiha clan insignia. His black hair, unlike usual, was neatly arranged. Overall, he appeared more polished. After all, parading through the streets in clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha crest felt slightly out of place. If it were just him, it wouldn't matter. But today, he had Kushina with him. And how fortunate was Kushina? Upon meeting him, she brought along a significant gift. Task: spend a delightful day with Kushina. Accept: acquire the exclusive weapon of Susanoo, the Heavenly Lock. Refuse: acquire a fine chakra weapon, the Thunderfire Sword. Chapter 75, a date. An exclusive weapon. I wonder what effect it holds. But before he could ponder further, he felt a pair of soft little hands clasp his own, as Kushina eagerly pulled him forward. At that moment, Kushina felt her heart racing at the sensation of his hand in hers. Is it really this easy? What should we do next? All right. We should head to the place Lin mentioned. As Kushina prepared to stride forward with enthusiasm, Yunting's free hand gently encircled her waist. In an instant, Kushina felt a tingling sensation in her waist, her mind somewhat befuddled. No, could this be developing a bit too much? Yet, it's not entirely bad. However, before Kushina could continue her daydreaming, Yunting's voice resonated beside her. Walking absent-mindedly, she nearly collided with a wooden post that was less than 10 centimeters away from Kushina. At her age, one would think she'd be more cautious. As she spoke, Yunting pointed at the post. Kushina's face flushed a deep crimson upon hearing this. I might not have slept well last night. Meanwhile, Within Kushina's body, the nine tails covered its vertical pupils with its paws. I can't bear to look. I can't bear to look. Even I, a tailed beast, feel embarrassed. Oh, is that so? Should we find a place for you to take a good nap first? Upon hearing this, Kushina quickly shook her head. No need. In fact, I'm not that drowsy anymore. I just got a bit distracted earlier. Noting this, Yunting chose not to expose Kushina's obvious fib and allowed her to lead the way. As Yunting gazed at the red hair swaying gently in the breeze before him, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Soon after, Kushina had taken Yunting to a shop. After pushing him to sit down, she dashed off to select some food. Yun, just wait for me a moment. I'll definitely pay this time. And no eavesdropping, okay? Kushina added, making a gesture to indicate no listening in. Yunting, observing Kushina's ever-vibrant demeanor, merely covered his ears with his hands and replied, rest assured, I promise not to eavesdrop. At this, Kushina felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Oh, seeing you like this, Yun, I just want to ruffle your hair and pinch your cheeks. But, you probably wouldn't like that, would you? However, in the next moment, Kushina shook her head vigorously and headed toward the counter. As she approached, the salesgirl beside her smiled and said, Oh, isn't this little Kushina? Back for more cake? And you've brought a little boyfriend along? Kushina's cheeks turned slightly pink at the remark. No, that's just my friend. We're not yet, oh? Not yet what? Not sharing a bed yet. The salesgirl teased, looking at Kushina with a playful glint in her eye. Kushina instinctively glanced at Yunting, and upon seeing his indifference, turned back to the salesgirl. Could you keep your voice down? Why? Are you shy? And today? You look so lovely that I believe you were on a date. Deciding to change the subject, Kushina declared, we'll have 2 strawberry cakes. And 2 cups of juice. All right, just a moment, and I'll bring them over. But Kushina, you better put in some effort. I've never seen such a handsome boy before. Kushina, surprisingly, didn't blush, but merely nodded. Of course, I'll definitely put in the effort. After ordering the cakes, she sat down across from Yunting, quietly waiting for the desserts to arrive. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, someone revealed an unusual smile. Once seated, Kushina eagerly initiated a conversation with Yunting. Yun, I must tell you, the cakes here are absolutely delicious. This one is quite famous. You simply must try it. Yunting smiled softly in response. I believe you. Since you chose it, it must taste delightful. However, a moment later, Kushina's expression turned to one of shock as the cakes were served. Wait, where's the strawberry cake I ordered? What is this? She turned to the smiling staff member beside her. This isn't what I ordered, is it? The staff member glanced at the order list. No, this is indeed the couple's cake you ordered. Rest assured, we never make mistakes. With that, she walked away to assist other customers. What? How could this happen? I simply wanted to treat Yun to some cake. This makes me seem a bit too calculated. Stealing a glance at Yunting and noting his calm demeanor, she let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, a flutter of excitement lingered in her heart. Just then, she noticed Yunting was ready to dig into the cake. After taking a bite, he looked at Kushina and said, it tastes pretty good. Would you like to try some? Kushina, feeling relieved that Yunting wasn't upset, took a bite of the cake. As long as Yun isn't angry about this. Eating the cake made her feel wonderfully sweet all over. They were sharing the same piece of cake. After Yunting had consumed about a quarter of it, he pushed the remainder toward Kushina. Actually, seeing you enjoy it makes me quite happy. As for the couple's cake, come on, they were already engaged. What was the harm in sharing a couple's cake? It wasn't illegal, after all. But would Kushina get tired of such a sweet indulgence? Before long, Kushina polished off the remaining cake and downed her juice, patting her belly in satisfaction. This is the best cake I've ever had. Following this, Kushina led Yunting on a leisurely stroll around Konoha. They bought candied hawthorn, molded clay figures together, and even snapped a few photos of themselves. Before long, the sky had darkened, yet the streets remained vibrant and lively, though not quite as lively as in her past life. In the evening, Yunting and Kushina walked side by side, each holding small trinkets they had bought. Kushina felt that if only she could continue walking with Yun like this forever. However, beautiful moments are always fleeting. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that people learn to cherish them, isn't it? Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, intertwining Kushina's red hair with Yunting's dark locks, both of them wearing soft smiles. Everything felt as though it was meant to be. Chapter 76. I like Yun the most. Before long, the Senju ancestral home gradually came into view. Kushina's light blue eyes gazed at Yunting, revealing a hint of reluctance. It felt so different from her training sessions. Time truly sped by. With her fingers tightly clenched, Kushina approached Yunting. Staring into his dark eyes with unwavering resolve, she said, Yun, I like you the most. Yunting, gazing at the girl before him, slowly bent down to align his gaze with hers. I like you too, the most. Yet, in the next moment, Kushina quickly stretched her neck, and her lips met Yunting's. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Moments later, Kushina breathlessly pushed him away, her cheeks flushed. I'll head back now. Yun. With that, she dashed toward the Senju ancestral home. Upon witnessing Kushina enter the room, Yunting swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his own room. Once back, he gently touched the spot where Kushina had kissed him and couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth? Kushina is still the same Kushina. She is still just a child. And who forgets how to breathe just from a simple kiss? After Kushina returned to her room, she carefully placed the items she had purchased that day on her desk, then lay down on her bed, wrapping herself snugly in her blanket. No. Just thinking about it feels so embarrassing. Kushina, how could you suddenly act like this? And to make a fool of yourself in front of Yunin, no less. However, it seems quite pleasant actually. Yunin's warmth enveloped her, and being held felt rather comfortable. As she contemplated this, Kushina instinctively touched her lips. After a moment, she slowly got up from the bed and began to tidy up the things she had bought with Yunin. Among them was the clay figure they had shaped together. The figure in her hand resembled her closely, while the one she sculpted, well, best not to mention it, as it was with Yunin now. She had truly given it her all. Inside the collection were also photographs taken with Yunin, as well as the prize they won together in a compatibility contest. Lost in thought, a gentle smile crept onto Kushina's face, reminiscent of cherished memories. Once she had organized everything, she sat cross-legged on her bed and began to gather her chakra. She must not let Yunin drift too far away. Although Kushina was still young, she understood the importance of social standing in the ninja world, particularly in terms of suitable matches. Yunin was exceptionally talented, so she needed to strive even harder. Meanwhile, Yunin had just returned home and, using the Flying Thunder God technique, arrived in a secluded forest near the Uchiha clan. As for his purpose, it was to study his exclusive weapon. It was rather inconvenient to bring it out at home. However, it seemed he could utilize it without activating Susanoo. The weapon appeared to be embedded within his very eyes. As Yunin activated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, a wave of dark chakra and an overwhelming mental pressure radiated from him. Subsequently, a dark chain materialized around him, spiraling in circles. Yunin then commenced a series of experiments. After a considerable time, observing the chains that moved as if by his command, he gleaned a general understanding. Firstly, the chains seemed to extend infinitely, provided one had sufficient chakra. Secondly, they appeared to disrupt and imprison the opponent's chakra within their body, akin to the black rods used by Pain during the early parts of the Naruto series, though his version was likely stronger. Thirdly, the chain seemed capable of absorbing the opponent's chakra and converting it for his use. As for any additional effects, he had yet to ascertain them. Nonetheless, even this was formidable enough. What a splendid day it was. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the Rinnegan capable of red-blue transformation, unique space-time abilities, time reversal, and the realm of the afterlife. Basic 6 paths abilities of the Rinnegan, exclusive ocular techniques such as the non-existence domain, Kimui, Kotoemet Tsukumi, Susanoo, and his unique weapon, the Lock of Heaven, the Blessing of the Phoenix, complete mastery of the 3 phases of the Celestial Seal, and the power of Dominion. Proficiencies in swordsmanship, fire release, lightning release, and Jinjutsu. Considering all this, it seemed reasonable for him to claim invincibility in the ninja world, aside from the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki and the elusive Ishiki Otsutsuki. He felt confident he could contend with the others. As for Madara, his condition was likely quite poor despite the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. The scars from prolonged warfare during the Warring States period would not allow him an easy life. In such a state, even if Madara were to reclaim the Rinnegan from Nagato, he would likely still be no match for Yunin. However, he wouldn't dare claim to be bullying an elder, given that Madara was the legendary Azura of the ninja world. Giving his all was a sign of respect. Now, Obito was merely around 2 years old. A child of such tender age showed no discernible potential. Even Madara could not foresee what a 2-year-old might achieve in the future. In the anime, characters like Madara, Kagaya, and Obito seemed to serve the narrative, often falling victim to plot devices. Madara became a sage of 6 paths only to be betrayed by Kagaya. Obito, relying solely on his unwavering will, subdued the 10 tails, only to be turned by Naruto's words. Especially Kagaya, who was directly controlled by Naruto's reverse harem technique. These were all clear instances of narrative convenience. Now, however, reality loomed. No matter how cautious he was, it would not be excessive, particularly with the formidable Otsutsuki clan. One could hardly fathom the true number of their kin. He only knew they were a race of cosmic beings planting trees to bear fruit, subsequently consuming them. He had no knowledge of anything else. The Peach, Gold, and the deceased Yura clan. If only there were so few Otsutsuki. Yet the probability of encountering them was alarmingly slim. A group of beings with at least the strength of 6 paths, if not greater, prowling through the ninja world. Sigh, what a daunting challenge. Chapter 77. 4 years later. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Yunting was already 16 years old. As he gazed out at the falling snow from his window, he instinctively tightened his clothing. Although, with his current physique, he could bear the cold without any attire. The mission had finally reached its conclusion. And what a long-term task it had been. Yet, it was finally complete, wasn't it? This system was truly foolish. Even a nameless island in the sea fell within the mission's parameters. If they intended to target him, they could have just said so. Yunting adeptly entered the fishing space. In an instant, he found himself in an open area, then slowly sat cross-legged. He opened the system panel. Mission: unify the entire ninja world. Mission reward: Sage Body. A thread of the essence of time. Current mission completion: 100. Mission reward available for collection. Yunting immediately claimed his reward. A sudden warmth surged through his body. He clenched his fists, feeling the enhancements within him. Was this the Sage Body? His physical attributes had significantly improved, and even his chakra had increased. Compared to the Uzumaki lineage he inherited from Nanai, it was equally impressive. However, he lacked the reincarnation chakra of Ashura. Yet, that was to be expected. Why would he possess Ashura's chakra? The system merely mentioned the Sage Body, never hinting at Ashura's chakra. But in the next moment, he felt an excruciating pain in his eyes, blood trickling from the corners. His eyes were marred with countless fine blood vessels. Yunting quickly channeled chakra into his eyes, drawing from the special space he had created to store chakra, flooding it into his eyes as if it were limitless. Could his eyes withstand this? Was he merging with that thread of the essence of time? Was it truly this painful to fuse just a single thread? Yunting's hands gripped the fabric of his clothes tightly, veins bulging, and his dark hair became damp with sweat. After what felt like an eternity, Yunting finally released his clenched jaw, feeling a wave of relief. His clothes were now tattered, with remnants strewn across the ground. As he sensed that his chakra had almost been depleted, he stood unsteadily, feeling slightly lightheaded. At this moment, there still lingered mysterious silver patterns in Yunting's eyes. Although the chakra within him had nearly been depleted, his body felt remarkably light. This trace of temporal and spatial essence proved to be remarkably effective. Not only had his innate temporal abilities been significantly enhanced, but it seemed he had also acquired something intriguing. Suddenly, a pair of blue Rinnegan eyes manifested. Subsequently, an enhanced version of time reversal was activated. In Yunting's vision, the scenes around him began to flow backward, restoring his physical state to what it had been prior to merging with that trace of temporal essence. However, the abilities gained from that fusion and the enhanced temporal powers did not dissipate. Yet, the chakra within him had completely replenished. In the past, such a feat would have been impossible. Nevertheless, it could not be denied that his years of diligent task completion had borne fruit. Even though he had spent most of his time confined within the walls of his home, who has seen a leader personally laboring? Yunting adjusted the clothing that had been restored by the time reversal and returned to his room in the ninja world. Meanwhile, the energies of the other 5 great nations were also steadily intensifying, though not as conspicuously as Yunting's. He extended his hand to gently catch a snowflake. Remarkably, the delicate snowflake rested quietly in his palm, showing no inclination to melt. Just then, a small boy, about 2 years of age, ambled toward Yunting. Observing this, Yunting bent down slightly, a smile gracing his features as he looked at the little boy, then gently lifted him into his arms. The boy gazed back with his wide, beautiful eyes. Is there something you need, Yunza? Yunting inquired. The boy shook his head, his gaze still fixed on his brother. Brother, Mom and Dad said they had something to do, so they sent me to find you. Upon hearing this, Yunting affectionately patted Yunza's small head. I see. How about I take you out to play? Your sister Kushina has invited me to go out as well. Yunza's face lit up with excitement. Yes, yes. Sister Kushina said that next time we meet, she will take me to buy delicious food. After ensuring Yunza's clothing was in order, Yunting carried him out the door, leaving his 2 parents, who were more concerned with their own affairs than child-rearing, to their own devices. Since Yunza's unexpected birth 2 years ago, he had either been left in the care of a hired nanny or entrusted to Yunting. The couple was undeniably busy, and, truth be told, they simply did not wish to undertake the responsibilities of parenting again. Had it not been for his grandfather, Uchiha Shina, insisting on bringing him into the world, it was uncertain whether Yunza would have ever been born. Before long, Yunting arrived at the establishment he had arranged to meet with Nanao. Upon entering and discovering Nanao had yet to arrive, he ordered a glass of milk, seated himself, and began to feed little Yunza while awaiting her arrival. Not long after, a girl with striking red hair appeared at the entrance. Her crimson locks were simply tied back, and she donned a thick, unpretentious outfit, radiating a subtle yet potent vitality. As she approached, it became clear that this was none other than the grown-up Kushina. Though she was only 16, her height was just a head shorter than Yunting, standing at a commendable 175 meters, which was considerable among female ninjas. Kushina walked up to Yunza and playfully pinched his cheek. "Have you missed your sister?" Little Yunza tightened his grip on his brother's hand. "If Sister Kushina doesn't take my brother away, then I have." Kushina, upon hearing this, ordered drinks for both herself and Yunting. Taking a sip, she looked at Yunza with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Let me tell you, little Yunza, you must become a little man in the future. You can't rely on your brother all the time." Yunza tilted his head in confusion. "Little man?" "Yes. Once you become a little man, you'll be able to protect your brother." Upon hearing this, Yunza set down his milk and raised his small hand. "I want to become a little man and protect my brother." Kushina smiled at Yunting, who held the little one. "That's the spirit. But remember, your sister isn't a boy. She can still rely on your brother. Don't worry, I'll make sure to bring you a little toy to play with." Yunting, observing how easily little Yunza was being swayed, couldn't help but tap Kushina's forehead gently. "You, of all people, should know better than to tease him." Kushina quickly covered Yunting's mouth, then glanced at Yunza before leaning closer to whisper in his ear. "Am I? By the way, how did you end up bringing this little one out?" With a resigned shrug, Yunting replied, "What could I do? No one was available to look after him. So they handed him over to me." Kushina, slightly disheartened, cast a glance at Yunza in Yunting's arms. While she found him undeniably adorable, he was an unwelcome distraction from her shopping outing with Yunting. Over the past 4 years, thanks to Kushina's efforts and Yunting's occasional discreet assistance, she had become a formidable force, akin to a perfect Jinchuriki. At this moment, she had mastered all the chakra of the 9 tails, embodying a truly fearsome presence. After finishing her drink, Kushina approached Yunza again. "Grandma Mito has been missing you. Yunza, would you like to go spend some time with her? After all, she has bought you so many delicious treats." Yunza looked between Yunting and his sister with a pitiful expression. "Does Grandma Mito really miss me?" Kushina's eyes sparkled with determination. "Absolutely, little Yunza. I assure you on my honor." Seeing her conviction, Yunza nodded. "All right, I can go keep Grandma Mito company. But what about my brother?" Yunza's face showed a hint of distress. Kushina smiled reassuringly. "You can help me keep Grandma Mito company, and I will stay here with your brother, okay? Is that so? Then that's fine. But Sister Kushina, you must promise to protect my brother." Kushina gently ruffled Yunza's hair. "Of course I promise." With that, Kushina shot a glance at Yunting. Yunting placed his hand on Kushina's shoulder, and the three of them suddenly appeared in the open space of the Senju ancestral home. Beside them was Yunting's specially crafted flying thunder god Kanai. Although he no longer needed to rely on such an outdated method of teleportation, maintaining his strength was essential, and the mere act of teleportation was already impressive enough. Yunting's sudden appearance drew the attention of Tenz and Tsunade, who were conversing nearby. Tenz observed Yunting's arrival with an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally, he couldn't help but scoff. "So ostentatious. Is it really necessary to flaunt so much? Using the flying thunder god to travel? If my grandfather were to discover that his forbidden techniques were being utilized as mere tools for travel, especially by someone hailing from the Uchiha clan, he would surely lament the absurdity of it all. Over the past few years, I have tentatively integrated some of my granduncle's cells, yet I dare not wield the flying thunder god technique in such a frivolous manner. It is indeed a source of shame. Previously, I could not contend with that Uchiha brat. Now, I find myself unable to even best Kushina. At times, I question whether I am still a prodigy." Under Kushina's urging, Yunting gently handed Yunza over to Tsunade before directly leading Kushina away, unbeknownst to the others. At the moment Yunting passed Yunza to Tsunade, a silvery light penetrated Yunza's body. Kinza cast a sidelong glance at Yunza in Tsunade's arms, a slight grimace forming on his lips, a bothersome Uchiha brat. Yet, his gaze, unlike the faintly hostile one he had for the Uchiha years ago, held no such animosity now. Perhaps it was due to Yunza's youth, or perhaps it was a sign that he himself was gradually changing. Nonetheless, perhaps this transformation is not without merit. Following the alliance of the Uchiha and Senju clans, few dared to provoke Konoha in the shinobi world. However, the issue now lies in the fact that aside from a select few Uchihas who are on friendly terms with Yunting, the rest of the Uchiha clan members, despite appearing momentarily reconciled under the pressure of Yunting's strength and status, are merely feigning goodwill. The situation on the Senju side mirrors that of their adversaries. After all, the enmity that has been passed down through generations is not easily forgotten. Meanwhile, at the gates of Konoha, a blonde-haired youth, slightly out of breath, gazed longingly towards the village, his heart filled with a surge of nostalgia and yearning. It had been 3 years of traveling alongside his master, and today, he would finally return. Beside him, Jiraiya exhibited a similar sentiment for Konoha. Yet, in the next moment, as if sensing something, Jiraiya vanished in a flash. Reappearing at a nearby inn, Jiraiya ordered a serving of sake and grilled meat, then settled down to pour himself a drink. He gazed into the cup before him and couldn't help but smile. Youth truly is a splendid thing. How many years had it been since he had girls pursuing him? Yet, after so many years apart, he suspected Minato must be missing him as well. He wondered how Tsunade and Orochimaru had fared in recent years. At that moment, while Minato was still perplexed about where his master had vanished to, a melodious voice reached his ears. "Minato, over here." He turned towards the source of the voice and instantly performed the body flicker technique to appear beside a girl with similarly red hair. Minato beamed at her with a radiant smile. "It's been a while, Hanabi. How have you been these past years?" Hanabi shook her head in response. "I have been quite well in the village, but what of you, Minato? How has your journey with Lord Jiraiya treated you?" Chapter 78. Concerns for Konoha's future. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared more aged than he had a few years prior, with an increased amount of gray hair. Though he was considered long-lived compared to those from the Warring States period, times had changed. His family had dwindled to just a handful, and those remaining clamored daily for vengeance. Yet, something about this situation felt peculiar. Initially, he had been filled with rage, but upon reflection, he realized that the clans of Nara, Mito, and Shimura, like his own Sarutobi clan, had witnessed the shadows of their adversaries on the night of their annihilation. Yet, in the aftermath, nearly all members of those clans had been wiped out. He had discreetly dispatched Anbu to investigate, but the findings revealed that neither the rising Uchiha, the reclusive Hyuga, nor the Senju clan members, who blended in with Konoha's civilians, had taken action. It was as if the truth echoed the remnants' claims. The 4 clans had turned against one another that fateful night. In recent years, Hiruzen faced not only this enigma, but also the rapid advancements of the other 5 great nations outside of the Land of Fire. The development of the Land of Fire, however, was painfully sluggish, so slow that calling it a tortoise's pace would be an exaggeration. Hiruzen was oblivious to the fact that the Uchiha clan, excluding Yunting, possessed enough strength to contend with the entirety of Konoha. The ability of a single clan to withstand a village is indicative of the Uchiha's current prowess. At present, apart from Hiruzen and a few of his close allies, there were virtually no individuals in Konoha who opposed the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had been subtly influenced by Yunting to alter his perception of the Uchiha, albeit not excessively. He merely made the daimyo's stance toward the Uchiha clan slightly more favorable. As for those within the village who harbored animosity towards the Uchiha, they were easily dealt with. Had it not been for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, which did not impede his ability to claim rewards and fueled his curiosity regarding their eventual fates, he might have eradicated even these few remaining members. Currently, Hiruzen perceived the situation as a group of individuals huddled together, developing without involving Konoha. The sole faction within Konoha that maintained cooperation with the other 5 great nations was the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, Hiruzen could not fathom the Uchiha clan easing their grievances and collaborating with him. The very notion was ludicrous. The fact that the Uchiha had not seized the opportunity to eliminate the remaining members of his clan was already a display of their restraint. Collaboration? That was a mere fantasy. In the future, the possibility of improving relations through Kushina and the Uchiha clan might offer a glimmer of hope, but for now, such thoughts were purely whimsical. As for the next course of action, Hiruzen could only resort to desperate measures. As Konoha had reached a point where it had no choice but to seek assistance, he would convene a summit of the 5 Kage, rather, the 6 Kage, to explore the possibility of garnering their support. Of course, Yunting remained blissfully unaware of these machinations. He merely needed to supply goods, entrust them to that fellow Fengyu, and then await his payment. As for to whom he sold these goods, it mattered little, after all. Would one truly be concerned with the remnants of food that ants scavenge? These commodities held negligible value for him, and the Uchiha clan could scarcely deplete them. Disposing of them for a profit seemed a most agreeable arrangement. Currently, The fruits cultivated within the fishing spaces circulating in Konoha were either disseminated through the Uchiha clan or acquired at exorbitant prices from the black market. Over the years, many had attempted to cultivate the seeds to grow plants that could yield such fruits. However, the outcomes were dismal. Even in the rare event of producing fruit, it would be dry, tasteless, and utterly devoid of efficacy. Thus, this trade had essentially fallen under his monopoly. Through Fingyu's efforts and the advantageous geographical position of the Land of Rain, these products were sold to various nations. Yet, despite Yunting's current stock being sufficient for the Uchiha clan, it fell short of meeting the demands of the entire shinobi world. But why should he concern himself with such shortages? As long as he had enough for himself, that was all that mattered. After all, Yunting was not in dire financial straits. The mere earnings from selling these items for a single day could sustain a lifetime of sustenance. And now, in the original narrative, several renowned characters have already begun their education. First and foremost is the son of the esteemed Hatake Sakumo, Hatake Kakashi. At the tender age of 6, he has already garnered considerable acclaim within the Ninja Academy. Following closely is Uchiha Obito, one of the future antagonists, who, at this moment, exhibits no remarkable distinction from an ordinary Uchiha youth. Yet, there lies a subtle difference. For instance, his enthusiasm seems rather atypical for an Uchiha. Indeed, the transformation of a benevolent soul into darkness is the most formidable of all. Presently, Uchiha Shursui is merely an infant of 1 year. The Uchiha clan, while not entirely homogeneous, is notably united. Their rapport with the village has improved significantly, having dispelled the rumors that once circulated about them. Although the Uchiha clan may not be universally beloved within the village, they are at least respected. After all, the Uchiha enforcement does not differentiate between clans, for they regard their own lineage as paramount, showing no deference to others and remaining impervious to bribery. Over time, the simple-hearted villagers have come to appreciate the commendable efforts of the Uchiha clan's security division. As for those villagers who previously dared to stir trouble within the Uchiha clan, the clan no longer indulges them. Should they summon the audacity to confront the Uchiha now, the clan can only commend their bravery. If they manage to emerge unscathed, they may even raise a finger in defiance, and the Uchiha would harbor no grievances. Yet, in recent years, it is evident that not a single troublemaker has approached the Uchiha clan. Even trivial matters that once prompted villagers to seek the clan's assistance are now absent. The Uchiha clan today exudes an aura reminiscent of their formidable presence during the Warring States period. To be candid, only the most exceptional individuals survived from that era. A jonin possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan from the Warring States period could likely dispatch today's Uchiha jonin with ease. While this may sound exaggerated, it holds a kernel of truth. One might ponder why Hashirama and Madara became so renowned. The answer lies in their unparalleled strength and the fleeting peace they brought to the ninja world, albeit for a brief period. Chapter 79, The Clan's Grand Tournament, The Envious Uchiha. It is fair to assert that without the emergence of Hashirama and Madara, the Warring States period would have persisted. Despite the intensity of the Second Great Ninja War in preceding years, it pales in comparison to the relentless conflicts of the Warring States era, where skirmishes erupted every 3 days and major battles every 5. At 6 years of age, children were already deemed mature enough to be thrust into the battlefield. Thus, it is said that the remaining ninjas from the Warring States period could easily overpower their modern counterparts. Tomorrow marks a momentous occasion for the Uchiha clan. It is their annual event, and this year marks its 3rd iteration. As for the prizes, they are indeed lavish, including the selection of ninjutsu within the clan, special items beneficial for training, and the right to purchase rare fruits at a discounted price. One could assert that the Uchiha clan can procure nearly anything available in the ninja world for their young members under the age of 20. Notably, those possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan are prohibited from participating. The most alluring incentive for the Uchiha clan is the opportunity to secure a right to purchase the fruit that enhances a 3-tomo Sharingan to a Mangekyo Sharingan, should they rank among the top 5. Indeed, you heard correctly, the right to purchase the fruit. This fruit can only be acquired through substantial clan contribution points or through this singular opportunity. Of course, there exists another option. If one possesses the audacity, they might attempt to breach the Uchiha clan's vault, which contains invaluable treasures. Who knows what fortune may await? If a young Uchiha lacking a jonin among their elders secures the first place, the clan could sell the fruit to them at a reasonable price, allowing them to sign an IOU. After all, it is plausible that gifted individuals may lack the means to purchase such items, though this scenario has not yet materialized. Should one place in the top 5 without securing the first position, they can still sell their purchasing rights to others. Meanwhile, Within the Konoha hospital, a girl clad in a white hospital gown slowly approached the office of Tsunade. She gently knocked on the door. A voice called out, "Please, enter." The girl pushed the door open and stepped inside, performing a slight bow before Tsunade. "Teacher, I informed you a few days ago that I would be returning to my clan to participate in the tournament. I may be delayed for a few days." Tsunade, upon hearing this, regarded her disciple with a weary expression. "I was already aware. You may not realize that over the past few days, several other young members of your Uchiha clan have also come here to request leave." The girl chuckled softly. "After all, this is a special tournament that occurs only once a year for our Uchiha clan. Even those who may lack sufficient strength and are still quite young are eager to watch the competition." Tsunade nodded in understanding. She then stood up, looking at the girl who was now only slightly shorter than herself, and gently patted her shoulder. All right. I'll leave the hospital in the capable hands of my assistant. You focus on your tournament, but remember not to injure yourself. If anyone dares to bully you, though the Senju and Uchiha still harbor grievances, my name carries some weight." Uchiha Kazashi smiled and nodded. While she appreciated her teacher's kindness, she felt secure with her captain's protection. Few would dare to trouble her within the Uchiha clan. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Kazashi made her way to the hospital's changing room, slowly shedding her work attire. Once donned in her usual clothes, she set off towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, she clenched her fists and gazed towards the distance where the Uchiha clan resided, a smile gracing her face. Incredible strength, the Baika technique, and the first stage of the Heavenly Seal, 3-Tomo Sharingan. I hope to secure a place among the top 5. Kazashi had participated in the previous 2 tournaments as well. However, in the first tournament, the ultimate victor was Huan, with the fruit claimed by Huan's grandfather. In the second tournament, the winner was an experienced elite Uchiha Jonin, who, despite being just shy of 20, had already reached the elite Jonin level, showcasing remarkable talent. In prior years, her focus on studying medical ninjutsu had hindered her combat prowess. But now, as she prepares for her third tournament, she vows not to bring shame to her captain. Over the course of 4 years, the once timid girl had transformed into a figure of confidence. Meanwhile, another youth looked apprehensively at his grandfather, not because he feared any harm, but due to the overwhelming tenderness his grandfather bestowed upon him. The warmth was so profound that it sent shivers down his spine. He recalled the first time he inadvertently missed the top 5, resulting in a thorough scolding from his grandfather. Before the second tournament, his grandfather had shown the same gentle demeanor, and he finished in 6th place. Upon returning home, he received another reprimand. Now, every time the youth caught sight of his grandfather's affectionate gaze, a sense of trepidation washed over him. With a heavy heart, "I implore you, Taiwa and Leihua, could you perhaps show some leniency during the competition? I truly wish to avoid further beatings." "Xiaohua, do not be anxious. Even if you secure a place within the top 5, your parents lack the means to reward you. Relax, eat well, and rest well. Bingwe, make sure to give it your all tomorrow. Just do your best." At this moment, Huiying gazed at the unique chakra-formed mark in her hand, slowly casting her eyes towards the sky. "I hope to achieve a commendable rank." Meanwhile, within Tieyue's residence, he held a wooden sword, from which hung 3 stones tied with rope. Sweat streamed down the side of his face, and his torso, well defined with muscle, was drenched in perspiration, his pants thoroughly soaked. Puddles of sweat formed on the ground beneath him. At that moment, in Leihua's home, he lay on the ground of his yard, his eyes devoid of light. He felt no disdain for the dirt beneath him, merely wishing to remain there indefinitely. Yinyu, Taiwa, I beseech you. Spare me and grant me a chance to survive. My grandfather has taken on numerous missions. Giving away the house does not mean we cannot afford it. I truly cannot keep up with this competition." At the same time, in Uchiha Mikoto's household, Mikoto was engaged in training. Beside her, her mother looked on with concern for her daughter. "This simply will not do. Perhaps I can leverage my connections. I could plead with my elder sister to secretly procure a gem, perhaps." Chapter 80. The competition begins. On the following morning, within a section of the Uchiha clan, nearly all the clan members with free time had gathered. Aside from a few tasked with guarding and patrolling, virtually every Uchiha was present. After all, there were scant entertainment options available, and the prospect of witnessing the competition of prodigies naturally drew a multitude of spectators. Fortunately, the venue was sufficiently spacious, otherwise, it would have been quite cramped. Generally, outsiders were prohibited from entering, though some individuals with close ties to the Uchiha clan were permitted to observe. However, it is well known that the Uchiha seldom foster friendships with outsiders. Among the Uchiha clan, a 6-year-old child with black hair was accompanied by a silver-haired companion and one with purple face paint. Hurry up, Kakashi-rin. If we lag behind, we may miss the best seats. Kakashi's striking silver hair stood out amidst the Uchiha crowd, wearing a black mask. He looked at Obito with a hint of skepticism in his tone. I ask you, Obito, can you truly get us in? With your lackluster standing? Obito, upon hearing this, cast a surreptitious glance at Rin, who was distractedly looking around. Once assured she was not paying attention, he turned his gaze back to Kakashi with displeasure. Who do you think you're looking down on? Our Uchiha clan is nothing like the scheming outsiders. Under the leadership of Brother Yunting, we are destined to ascend to greatness. Brother Yunting has declared that any Uchiha member can bring along 2 to 3 friends to watch the competition. Kakashi, you're merely tagging along out of pity. Otherwise, with your cold demeanor, you wouldn't even be invited to our clan's events. Kakashi regarded the exuberant Obito and sighed. I am aware of this Uchiha Yunting. My father has mentioned him as a prodigy surpassing even himself. However, is it not an exaggeration to claim he will lead the Uchiha to supremacy? Obito met Kakashi's gaze with determination. Not at all. Brother Yunting will undoubtedly achieve this. It is a widely accepted belief among us Uchiha. Furthermore, I will certainly participate in the future competitions, and when I win, I shall join Brother Yunting's team. Rin, overhearing the exchange between Obito and Kakashi, queried with curiosity, Champion? Join a team? Obito leaned closer to Rin, whispering, You see, in our Uchiha clan's competitions, not only does a high rank yield greater resources, but there is also a little-known secret. The first place winner is granted the opportunity to choose whether to join Brother Yunting's team. Kakashi, upon hearing this, regarded Obito with icy disdain. I surmise you shall never have that chance, Obito. After all, with your current standing, claiming first place is simply unattainable. In a secluded area, Uchiha Yunting observed 2 Uchiha clansmen before him. One was of similar height to himself, while the other towered at an imposing 2 meters. The safety of the participating clansmen during this competition rests in your hands, Yunting stated, his tone calm. Understood, Captain, the 2 responded respectfully. One was Huan, while the other was Uchiha Lei Shun, champions of the first and second competitions, respectively. Meanwhile, in the stands, the seats were predominantly occupied by the elite of the Uchiha clan. A group of onlookers, their Sharingan eyes fixated, observed 2 elderly men engaged in casual conversation. Haha, Old Lei, your grandson truly stands out, as expected of the previous champion. His mastery of lightning-style ninjutsu is commendable. You have indeed produced a worthy successor. The elder known as Old Lei smiled at his companion. Indeed. But your Huan is quite impressive too. Unlike my boy, who barely meets the age requirement to compete. Thank goodness he emerged victorious. Otherwise, I would have been utterly humiliated. Despite his harsh words, the smile on his face contradicted his tone. The surrounding Uchiha elders could not help but roll their eyes at the banter. Hee. So this is how it is, huh? When my boy wins the championship, I shall do the same. In the viewing area, Taiwa, Yinyu, Leihua, Bingwe, and Cici sat together, quietly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Leihua turned to his companions beside him and spoke softly. I hope none of you are practicing any particularly sinister ninjutsu. I earnestly urge you to consider participating in the next competition. The pressure is becoming overwhelming. Yen Yu's gaze shifted to Leihua as he playfully draped an arm over his shoulder, grinning mischievously. Fear not, whether it is sinister or not. We shall discover in due time. Should I secure first place and draw that particular lot, I shall, out of camaraderie, implore your grandfather to go easy on you when he strikes. Leihua, brushing off Yen Yu's arm, retorted, Oh, I thank you. But if I were to win, wouldn't that mean your downfall? Yen Yu shot Leihua a dismissive glance. You, the one who consistently finishes just behind me? You shall remain in my shadow. Leihua glared at Yen Yu, gritting his teeth. The previous 2 times were merely due to my oversight. This time, I shall make sure you regret underestimating me. Yen Yu chuckled in response. Oh, is that so? I am eager to see how you plan to make me regret it. Or will you merely end up trailing behind me once more? The tension between the 2 intensified, their competitive spirits igniting. Meanwhile, Taiwa silently polished his ninja blade as Cici, Bingwe, Qianhua, and Mikoto engaged in light-hearted conversation. Queen sat quietly at a distance, patiently awaiting the competition's commencement. Once Yunting concluded his brief instructions, he swiftly appeared beside a young girl. The girl, noticing Yunting's arrival, waved excitedly while holding an item from a nearby chair. Over here, Ayun. Yunting smiled as he approached, effortlessly taking a seat beside the girl, who was none other than Kushina. Kushina handed a freshly purchased popcorn and soda to Yunting, then gazed around, exclaiming, Ayun. The number of people truly seems to increase year by year. Yunting, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "Indeed, the rewards are quite generous. However, I must wonder why the grandson of our second Hokage has come to witness a match organized by the Uchiha clan. Could it be an attempt to gather intelligence against us?" Uchiha Yunting's tone bore a hint of jest as he glanced at the silver-haired man seated behind him. The man, Senju Tianza, merely scoffed quietly, choosing not to engage in Yunting's banter. "I am here solely to ensure that Tsunade's apprentice remains unharmed. My interest in this competition is non-existent." Yunting, however, paid little heed to his words. After all, possessing absolute strength meant one need not concern themselves with trivial matters. At least within Konoha, he felt no need to worry extensively. Seated nearby were several individuals, including Shimoku, Hakuho, and Minato. Of course, clans like the Sarutobi and the Shimura were certainly not permitted entry, should any of their members still be present. Chapter 81. A relaxed battle, internal team conflict. As the battles commenced, the members of the Uchiha clan took to the arena in accordance with the competition roster. The conditions for victory were straightforward: either incapacitate the opponent or secure a surrender. However, in the early stages of the competition, encounters between the more formidable clan members were quite rare. After all, initiating the event with strong contenders would leave little to anticipate for the final showdown. Wouldn't you agree? Before long, approximately half of the participating Uchiha clan members had been eliminated. Most of these were merely novices seeking to familiarize themselves with the process, as this competition occurred annually, open to those under the age of 20. Thus, they approached it with a sense of ease, treating it as an opportunity to hone their skills and perhaps even gain additional resources if they performed well. Yunting observed his clan members battling below, stifling a yawn out of boredom. "This is rather tedious," he mused. Watching these individuals clash felt akin to witnessing children at play. Quite tiresome indeed. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The essence of the competition was to motivate the clan to diligently practice their skills. After all, as their strength increased, so too would the overall power of the Uchiha clan. With a stronger collective force, the benefits reaped would naturally be greater. Meanwhile, Senju Tianza had not relaxed his furrowed brow since the competition began. Although the majority of the matches had featured Uchiha youths of Chunin rank or below in brutal exchanges, he couldn't help but wonder, when did the Uchiha clan come to possess such a prevalence of Sharingan? While most were merely the basic single-tomo variant, it was astonishing how easily they seemed to awaken. Unbeknownst to Tianza, even the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan received a monthly supply of fruits cultivated within a designated fishing space, courtesy of Yunting. Though meager, it was indeed beneficial. While it wouldn't suffice as a primary source of sustenance, consuming them every 3 days was certainly feasible. Imagine, while other clans within Konoha had to purchase these fruits at exorbitant prices, the ordinary Uchiha members enjoyed a degree of freedom in fruit availability. How could one not grow stronger under such circumstances? Currently, within the Uchiha clan, individuals who had not awakened even a single tomo felt embarrassed to participate, fearing ridicule. Tianza meticulously observed the Uchiha participants, astonished not only by their overall strength, but also by the multitude of talented individuals emerging from the clan. Was the decision made by his granduncle and second grandfather truly correct? Should the Senju clan genuinely disperse among the common populace of Konoha? If a conflict were to erupt now between the Uchiha clan and the hidden Senju within Konoha, victory would be utterly unattainable for their side. Perhaps it was time for a change. The Senju clan might indeed need to cease their concealment and reconsider reuniting. This thought suddenly emerged in Tianza's mind. Surely, even his grandfather would support such a notion, wouldn't he? The Uchiha clan was advancing at an alarming rate. Despite the efforts of Nanai and Uchiha Yunting to maintain relations, it was ultimately best to take control of one's own fate. No one wished for their life to rest in the hands of another, especially not a former rival. As the competition deepened, the battles grew increasingly thrilling. Approaching dusk, today's matches concluded, leaving 16 contenders to vie for rankings the following day. Remarkably, all members of Yunting's team had made it through unscathed. This was hardly surprising, as the team members arranged for him by his grandfather were indeed the cream of the crop within the clan. Their talents were beyond question. It would be strange for them not to secure a position in the top 16, wouldn't it? However, while the initial rounds were manageable, the latter stages would be no easy feat after all. Those who remained were at least special jonin level, and it was wiser to concede if one lacked true prowess. The next day, the same venue buzzed with a throng of spectators. In the first match of the morning, Enyu decisively claimed victory with overwhelming fire techniques. The second match saw Rika secure an easy win, having not even needed to unveil some of his trump cards. In the third match, Sure effortlessly triumphed as well, though the arena bore the marks of damage from their battle. The fourth match featured Huin, who, utilizing sealing techniques learned from the captain, barely overcame her opponent with the first phase of the celestial seal. However, Huin was well aware that her journey would end there, as her teammates had managed their victories with much greater ease. In the fifth match, Han Yue and Qianhua faced off, with Qianhua opting to surrender voluntarily. The sixth match saw Tai Yue swiftly overpower her opponent within mere exchanges. In the seventh match, Uchiha Mikoto activated her celestial seal and easily defeated the opposing female jonin of the Uchiha clan. The eighth match concluded with Uchiha Fugaku, the former young clan leader, emerging victorious. Within the span of the morning, the top 8 contenders had been determined. In the competition from 16 to 8, aside from the encounter between Qianhua and Han Yue, which resulted in Qianhua's elimination, Yunting's team still boasted 7 members remaining. It was no exaggeration to say that the ensuing team battles would be quite intense. Inu glanced at his familiar opponent beside him, smirking. I knew it would come to this. Cry now, Rika, soon you shall experience my prowess. Shortly thereafter, the list for the quarterfinals was unveiled. The first match featured Uchiha Tai Yue against Uchiha Fugaku. The second match pitted Uchiha Han Yue against Uchiha Shi. The third match showcased Uchiha Inu versus Uchiha Huin, while the fourth match had Uchiha Rika face off against Uchiha Mikoto. Upon seeing the lineup, Inu breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness it's Huin. That is splendid. Brother, I adore you. Were it not for the inappropriate setting, he would have shouted in delight. Rika, upon learning of his opponent, also felt a sense of relief, though he kept his composure. After all, she was the sister of the captain, and though they were not closely related, it was best to maintain an air of indifference. As the first match commenced in the afternoon, Uchiha Tai Yue and Uchiha Fugaku stood on the vast battlefield, positioned 100 meters apart, ready to begin. With the announcement of the match's start, both sides simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. They initiated their duel with a quintessential Uchiha greeting. Despite the commonality of the fireball technique, both exhibited effects that transcended the typical level of such jutsu. The surging heat ignited the atmosphere of the battle. Go Tai Yue. Don't lose. I'm looking forward to our match. Rika and Inu shouted encouragement to Tai Yue, as Grey Sound and Mikoto stood ready to cheer. They abruptly halted their motions, their gazes fixed intently upon the two combatants. What is this? Do they truly believe that victory is assured for the both of you? Although they may not be able to win, one must wonder if they can exhaust you even slightly during this contest. Once the realization dawned upon them, both began to awkwardly explain their stance. The clash of flames had just subsided, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Almost simultaneously, both activated their 3-tomo Sharingan. Amidst the swirling dust, Uchiha Tetsujetsu swiftly approached Uchiha Fugaku from the side, unleashing a technique known as Uchiha Flowing Blade, Flame. Unlike his previous encounter with the captain, this time the flames were somewhat subdued, yet their potency remained undiminished. However, just as he was about to strike Fugaku, a torrent of water materialized, forming a barrier that thwarted Tetsujetsu's fiery assault. Water release, water barrier. The rapidly flowing water effortlessly intercepted Tetsujetsu's onslaught. In response, Fugaku hastily retreated. For engaging in close combat with a formidable Uchiha adept in body techniques was far from prudent. In that fleeting moment, Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Instantly, deep crimson flames coalesced into a fire dragon, hurtling towards Tetsujetsu. Observing this, Tetsujetsu's body surged with lightning chakra. Lightning release, lightning body flicker. In an instant, he evaded the explosion of flames. Chapter 82. Victory to Tetsujetsu. The top 4. Tetsujetsu's piercing 3-tomo Sharingan remained fixed on Uchiha Fugaku, as the lightning chakra coursed through his veins, invigorating his muscles and activating his cells. The principle was akin to the lightning chakra mode of Kimogakure. Subsequently, Tetsujetsu advanced swiftly towards Uchiha Fugaku, who too retreated with remarkable speed. At the same time, he reached into his ninja pouch and retrieved several shuriken, while simultaneously channeling fire chakra. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Countless flaming shuriken were launched at Tetsujetsu from various angles. In response, Tetsujetsu quickly formed seals, summoning a multitude of shuriken made of lightning chakra behind him to collide with the oncoming barrage of fiery shuriken. Tetsujetsu's gaze narrowed as he zeroed in on Uchiha Fugaku, who was now less than 50 meters away. Evading was hardly the Uchiha clan's style. Former clan leader. In an instant, Tetsujetsu unleashed a burst of fire chakra. Fire release, explosive flame step. His figure darted rapidly towards Uchiha Fugaku. Appearing before him in the blink of an eye, moving with such speed that only fleeting afterimages were visible. Then, from an angle Fugaku could not perceive, Uchiha Tetsujetsu swung his sword, delivering a fiery slash aimed at Fugaku's back. Just as Fugaku was about to be struck, 3 massive earthen walls composed of chakra emerged behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tetsujetsu charged in, delivering a powerful slash. But it was merely a shadow clone technique executed by Fugaku. Almost immediately, Tetsujetsu sensed a massive accumulation of chakra surrounding him. At that moment, 5 figures of Uchiha Fugaku appeared simultaneously from different directions, his body adorned with white markings, signifying a significant increase in his chakra and a corresponding enhancement in his jutsu's power. Fire release, great fire destruction. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. 5 techniques converged upon Tetsujetsu in a simultaneous assault. After unleashing these jutsu, Fugaku panted slightly. Yet his 3-tomo Sharingan remained locked onto Tetsujetsu's figure. No matter how swift your body flicker technique, there is no escape from this, is there? Observing this, Tetsujetsu gripped his sword tightly, his chakra flaring within him, flowing ceaselessly into the blade he wielded. Great fire sword, Crimson Lotus. In an instant, Tetsujetsu's technique collided with Fugaku's, unleashing a torrent of heat and steam that enveloped the arena. Meanwhile, Fugaku's muscles tensed, bracing for Tetsujetsu's impending strike. Unbeknownst to him, Tetsujetsu had stealthily maneuvered behind him. The long blade in Tetsujetsu's hand became enveloped in both lightning and fire chakra. Lightning fire sword, 1,000 birds flowing flame. Without a hint of hesitation, Tetsujetsu swung towards Uchiha Fugaku. Did he worry about the possibility of Fugaku being inadvertently harmed? Nonsense. The captain, with his extraordinary prowess, would surely save him. Moreover, Tetsujetsu had yet to exert his full strength. Just the fact that Fugaku had activated the heavenly seal while Tetsujetsu had not was indicative enough of the disparity in their abilities. However, in an unexpected twist, Tetsujetsu's strike met only empty air. Realizing the miscalculation, he prepared to swing again, but in a flash, a figure cloaked in lightning chakra intercepted his blade. Simultaneously, Fugaku, poised to retaliate, was likewise obstructed. Huan, casting a cold gaze at Fugaku, remarked, "You've lost. Had it not been for my interference with Tetsujetsu's senses just now, do you think you could have endured that strike?" Coming to his senses, Fugaku glanced at the substantial crater nearby, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "I concede." At that moment, Huan and Reihu exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of surprise. Goodness, Tetsujetsu has been hiding his abilities? How have I not witnessed him use such techniques before? Indeed, and what about that fire release body technique? He has concealed far too much. Surely, you haven't been hiding anything, have you, Huan? What a jest. I'm far too honest for such subterfuge. We can't be like Tetsujetsu, can we? Right you are, Reihu. I would never stoop to Tetsujetsu's level. There's no place for secrets among brothers. Ah, I quite like that sentiment. Reihu mused inwardly as he regarded Huan. However, he couldn't help but think that brothers were meant to be a bit mischievous, weren't they, Huan? If all goes as expected, the second match will witness victory for Uchiha Shizuku, the third match for Uchiha Huan, and the fourth match for Uchiha Reihu. Uchiha Yunting observed the 4 finalists, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This outcome was anticipated. However, Shizuku's growth had indeed surpassed his expectations. Tetsujetsu, completely oblivious to having fallen prey to Huan's genjutsu, was quite the embarrassment. Reihu, draping an arm around Tetsujetsu's shoulder, wore a mischievous grin, hoping to subtly influence Tetsujetsu's mindset before the match. Tetsujetsu merely continued to wipe his ninja blade in silence. How dull. Could you even have perceived it? Huan chimed in, laughing heartily while clutching his stomach. What's this? You mocked Tetsujetsu when just moments ago, you were in such a disheveled state due to Grey Sound's barrier? I'd say, if I were in your position, I would have forfeited the match. In response, Huan shot back, "Oh? Struggling against a mere girl would have you forfeiting as well." As for the last contender among the top 4, Shizuku, she sat quietly, adjusting her state of mind. After the matches concluded, Kushina tugged at Yunting's sleeve. "Ayun, do you think these 4 can secure their respective ranks?" Yunting, stroking Kushina's silky red hair, replied. "Shizuku will most likely secure 4th place. Tetsujetsu will take 1st, while 2nd and 3rd will be contested between Reihu and Huan." Kushina tilted her head. "Oh, is that so? Does Shizuku really only have a chance at 4th? Just then, a voice laden with discontent reached Yunting's ears. "What's this? Shizuku is my student too, and she only rates 4th? Yunting cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade, replying nonchalantly, I merely state the truth. Undoubtedly, the prodigious strength, medical ninjutsu, the yet-to-be exercised in-sealing technique, the Baika no Jutsu, and the summoning of the slug. Tsunade, you have imparted your teachings well, yet it remains insufficient. Shizune has indeed exerted considerable effort, but she is not the sole one striving. Mastering medical ninjutsu inherently consumes a vast amount of time. Achieving the rank of 4th is already quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Tsunade curled her lips and remarked, "Oh, is that so? Yet I fail to see how the other 3 surpass my disciple." Chapter 83, Iron Moon vs. Shizune. Uchiha Obito, glancing at Kakashi beside him, spoke with a hint of pride. "So, Kakashi, are you astonished to the point of being speechless?" Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, fixated on Obito and retorted, "Yes, it's impressive, but what does their prowess have to do with you? At the intensity of this match, I doubt you will ever claim first place." In response, Obito stubbornly shot a glance at Kakashi, declaring, "What do you know? I will definitely seize first place in the future." Tsunade, observing her disciple about to take the stage, could not help but turn to Yunting and inquire, "Tell me, can we trust those 2 judges of yours? There won't be any unforeseen incidents, will there?" Yunting cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, our Uchiha clan does not require the concern of a Senju. Furthermore, did Shizune not mention you wouldn't be able to come?" Tsunade, hearing this, helplessly raised her hands. "I was not supposed to be here, but time has freed up. As a teacher, how could I possibly miss my disciple's match?" As the match was announced, Iron Moon and Shizune strode onto the arena. Shizune turned to Iron Moon and said, "It has been a while, Iron Moon. Please do not underestimate me. I am quite different now than before." Iron Moon nodded, acknowledging the significant transformation in Shizune. "It seems that the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama has not been idling." "You have indeed learned quite a bit," Iron Moon remarked. Shizune glanced at Yunting in the spectators' area, then resolutely looked back at Iron Moon. "Indeed, I have learned a lot. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the efforts of our captain and everyone else." After concluding their conversation, they distanced themselves from one another. Well, how should I put it? It seems both are adept in close combat. In the stands, Rin's large eyes were fixed intently on Shizune. She reached out and gently tugged at Obito's clothing. "Obito, how much do you know about that sister?" Feeling the tug, Obito's face flushed slightly. "Ahem, well, I believe her name is Uchiha Shizune. She is also a member of the same team as Yunting. However, it appears she is rarely seen with them." Rin, watching Shizune, mused, "I once saw her at a charity lecture in the Konoha hospital. Moreover, she seems to be a medical ninja, right?" Kakashi turned to Rin and said, "You must be mistaken, Rin. A medical ninja would not display such prowess." Obito's thoughts surprisingly aligned with Kakashi's. "Indeed, Rin. While I am not well versed in medical ninjutsu, aren't they generally considered weak in combat? This one's strength is certainly not to be underestimated." Rin continued to gaze at Shizune. "Perhaps I was mistaken after all." Meanwhile, on the arena, the 2 had already exchanged a few blows. Iron Moon, observing the numerous craters formed on the ground, felt a twinge of disbelief. What on earth has she been taught to return with such astounding skill? He began to doubt whether his own physique could withstand even a single hit. After swallowing hard, Iron Moon quickly channeled chakra to enhance his speed, attempting to evade Shizune's attacks. In the stands, Chika pinched Ice Moon's cheek, asking, "Does that hurt, Ice Moon?" Ice Moon swatted Chika's hand away and rubbed her face. "What do you think? Why don't you pinch your own face?" Chika chuckled at Ice Moon. "I'm just afraid of pain. But is that really Shizune? The change is quite remarkable. When we were together, I felt she had become more cheerful, less intimidating. But who would have thought that now she could probably knock me out with a single punch?" Ice Moon sighed, watching Shizune on the stage. "Indeed, Shizune didn't use her full strength when we fought. Her power has grown tremendously." At that moment, Yunting was also observing Shizune's movements. "Oh, the prodigious strength of the Senju clan, though its magnitude is still linked to physical prowess. However, with excellent chakra control, the enhancement of this strength can be substantial. The Senju clan's strength is not merely about brute force. Yet, if one cannot land a hit, what good is the strength?" Having evaded Shizune's attack, Iron Moon seized the opportunity to swiftly perform hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of scorching flames surged towards Shizune. Yet, she made no sign of forming seals. Instead, she struck the ground forcefully with both hands, raising a massive earth block to shield herself. Shizune regarded Iron Moon and said, "I say, Iron Moon, aren't you taking this seriously?" Iron Moon, eyeing the numerous craters, replied, "Aren't you the same? Regardless of how powerful your attacks are, if they don't hit, they serve no purpose and merely drain your stamina. Our consumption rates are not even comparable, are they? Exhaust yourself, and you shall. Shizun smiled at Iron Moon. Is that so? I have just mastered the Een sealing technique and the Baiken no Jutsu. Though it may not be as effective as my teacher's years of practice, it is certainly commendable. Suddenly recalling, Tsunade should be able to perform the Een sealing technique now, right? Isn't that a family technique of the Senju or Uzumaki clans? I believe Mito could perform it too. Almost simultaneously, both activated the first stage of the heavenly transformation seal. Shizun also unleashed the Baiken no Jutsu she had recently perfected. The dual-layer enhancement was remarkably evident. In an instant, Shizun charged toward Iron Moon. The ground cracked under the immense force, and she delivered a powerful stomp where Iron Moon had just stood. Although Iron Moon had already escaped the spot using the flame step, the residual force from the impact still affected him. Great Fire Sword, Crimson Lotus. Iron Moon executed a slashing attack. A fiery Crimson Lotus surged towards Shizun, who hastily formed seals in response. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon composed of flowing water collided with the Crimson Lotus, neither side gaining the upper hand. It must be said, both Iron Moon and Shizun, after invoking the Heavenly Transformation Seal, had indeed amplified their ninjutsu's potency significantly. Chapter 84, Second Stage of the Heavenly Transformation Seal, Iron Moon wins. As the arena filled with steam, Iron Moon quickly adjusted his position, intending to circle behind Shizun. Suddenly, Shizun bit her finger, swiftly forming seals, and summoned a massive slug. Upon being summoned, the slug addressed Shizun. Little Shizun, what is this? Standing atop the giant slug, Shizun, with her three-tomo Sharingan, cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Pardon the intrusion, Lord Slug, but I am currently in a match, and my opponent is quite formidable. Thus, I seek your assistance. As she engaged in explaining the current situation to the slug, she simultaneously employed her three-tomo Sharingan and her innate chakra perception abilities to seek out the presence of Taiwe. Unbeknownst to her, Taiwe was lurking in the shadows, acutely aware of Shi's movements. Meanwhile, he stealthily created several lightning clones, four of which quietly surrounded Shi and the slug. While others launched feigned assaults, the lightning clones executed their attacks from various angles, striking towards Shi. A few were detected by the slug and swiftly obliterated by its potent acid, while others fell victim to Shi's powerful punches. Observing the shattered clones before her, she mused. So these are lightning clones. She gently flexed her somewhat numbed fists. The moment she had exploded Tiyue's clone, the surging electricity had left her with a tingling sensation. Was this merely a feint? Was he preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu? Before she could ponder further, an overwhelming surge of chakra reverberated around her. Soon, a tempestuous tornado composed of lightning encircled both the slug and Shi. Lightning release, lightning prison dance. The ferocious storm of thunder instantly engulfed Shi's figure. On the observation platform, Tsunade clenched her fists in anxiety. Are they not going to halt the match? This has escalated beyond mere competition, hasn't it? At this level, this is a large-scale ninjutsu. Have you Uchiha not considered the consequences should something go awry? Yunting's piercing gaze scrutinized the dust swirling in the aftermath of the thunder. As long as she does not concede, the match may continue. That is all there is to it. Both Shi and Taiwe possess their own resolves. To intervene recklessly before the final moments would be a profound disrespect to them. Of course, you may interfere in the duel if you believe you have a reasonable chance of success under our Uchiha supervision, Tsunade retorted. With that, she redirected her attention to the center of the raging lightning tornado. TCH, as expected, most of the Uchiha clan members are madmen. Why must such a gentle child like she partake in such perilous contests? Moments later, the lightning tornado gradually dissipated, revealing a battlefield marred by the chaos of unleashed electricity. In the eye of the storm, a figure emerged from a slug significantly smaller than before. It was none other than Uchiha Shi. Gazing at the slug, she calmly stated, Enough, Lord Slug, you may return now. I shall handle the rest. The slug nodded slightly before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Subsequently, Uchiha Shi became entangled with the multitude of clones that had rushed forth. Despite her vigilance against Tiyue's clones, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of fatigue. After obliterating another clone with a punch, she suddenly felt her footing falter as a pair of hands seized her ankle and pulled her downward. In response, she struck the ground with her fist, causing the earth to shatter beneath her immense might. However, the clone that had just attempted the earth release, heart-cutting technique, had long since vanished. In that fleeting moment, a blade was already poised at Shi's throat. Feeling the cold steel mere inches from her skin, she sighed softly, I concede. Taiwe gradually withdrew his knife, panting slightly. Observing Tiyue's condition, She relaxed her taut muscles and remarked, "Not bad at all. You've progressed to the second stage of the Heavenly Seal. I had suspected that even with the first stage activated, your chakra would have been exhausted by now." Taiwei replied, his complexion pale, "I haven't fully mastered it yet. I can only barely maintain it for a short while, and it places a considerable burden on me. If I hadn't known I couldn't outlast you, I wouldn't have pushed myself this far." With a smile, she teased, "Are you not worried I might divulge this to Inu and the others?" Taiwei responded nonchalantly, "I doubt it. You're not one to gossip. Besides, Inu and the others must have sensed something from the recent battle. Pretending to have reached the second stage might still intimidate them." Meanwhile, Inu was vigorously shaking Lei Hua, exclaiming, "Lei Hua, that was definitely the second stage of the Heavenly Seal. Taiwei has been hiding this so well. Are we even fighting for anything substantial?" Lei Hua pushed Inu away and adjusted his attire, stating coolly, "Calm down. Given Tieyue's recent expression, it's clear he hasn't fully mastered it yet. Besides, I haven't even passed my own trial. There's no need to worry about distant matters." He then skeptically added, "I suspect you just wanted to make my head spin before our match." Inu shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Oh please. We Uchiha don't resort to such tactics. Otherwise, the water I gave you earlier would have been poisoned." Lei Hua eyed Inu warily. "You wouldn't have actually poisoned it, would you?" Inu swore to the heavens, "I assure you, I did not. Besides, do I really need to resort to poison to defeat you? Have you such a low opinion of our friendship?" Lei Hua regarded Inu thoughtfully. "Oh, are you prioritizing brotherhood over the Mangekyo Sharingan?" With a laugh, Inu replied, "Of course. I'd choose the Mangekyo." After she and Taiwei exited the arena, Lei Hua and Inu began their verbal sparring as they took the stage. Taiwei found a spot outside to rest and recover from his exertion, while she, due to the absence of further matches, took her time to recuperate her chakra. After exchanging pleasantries with Bingwei and the others, she headed towards her mentor. Upon reaching Tsunade, she smiled and inquired, "What brings you here, sensei?" Tsunade examined she's tattered clothing and the wounds inflicted by fire and lightning, her heart filled with concern. "What? Can I come? If the opponent had let their guard down for even a moment, you could have been gravely injured. Do you understand?" She sat beside Tsunade and watched the two combatants preparing to face off. "I know you worry about me, but Yunting said, we are comrades. I trust they will show restraint. Besides, you are here, right? I believe even if I were severely injured, you would be able to save me. Moreover," she added, "I have my reasons for participating. I want to do something for the one who has given me everything I have now." As she contemplated, her gaze drifted to a red-haired girl seated beside a Uchiha youth in front of her. What a pity, but this is quite agreeable. I hope the captain has a safe journey ahead. Chapter 85. Lei Hua's Duality and Pure Flame. Just as she was about to apply a simple medical ninjutsu to bandage her wounds, a faint flicker of flame surged into her body, rapidly healing her injuries. Concurrently, Tieyue's eyes snapped open, realizing that the pain from Shi's attack had vanished, the side effects of forcibly utilizing the second stage of the Heavenly Seal alleviated. "Is that you, Captain?" They both queried in unison, their gazes instinctively drawn to Yunting. Meanwhile, in the arena, Inu and Lei Hua faced each other, with Lei Hua mocking, "Well, Inu, are you ready to embarrass yourself in front of the captain and our juniors?" Inu, recognizing Lei Hua's attempts to disturb his focus, chose to ignore him entirely, instead addressing the two figures standing beside him, Huan and Lei Shan. "Shall we begin?" Someone is eagerly anticipating his third defeat. Subsequently, the tension between the two individuals reached a palpable climax, prompting the immediate declaration of the match's commencement. As the contest unfolded, white markings appeared upon their bodies, and their respective auras surged dramatically. In unison, they swiftly formed hand seals, concluding their preparations almost simultaneously. The techniques unleashed were lightning release, false darkness, and fire release, great fire annihilation. The tumultuous flames collided fiercely with the raging lightning, igniting a scorching wave of heat that swept over the spectators, yet no one among them, particularly within the Uchiha clan, displayed any sign of disdain, only envy, admiration, and respect for the formidable prowess on display. The Uchiha clan inherently valued strength, while Yunting was willing to assist those clan members in need to improve their circumstances. Earning respect and a better life within the clan necessitated commensurate power. Before the residual energy from the fire and lightning could dissipate, the two combatants engaged in a fierce clash with their ninja blades. Troublesome adversary, starting off with a heavenly seal. Indeed, I must have placed immense pressure upon you, Inu remarked, gazing at Reiku. Reiku, in response, forcefully repelled Inu, retorting, "That line should belong to me." As he pushed Inu back, Reiku swiftly executed two hand seals. summoning a surge of electricity that darted along the ground towards Inoue. Lightning release, earth walk. Observing this, Inoue merely concentrated his fire chakra, swinging his blade to unleash a crescent-shaped fire slash that effectively neutralized Reiku's technique. Meeting Reiku's gaze, Inoue initiated his own hand seals. Fire release, fire serpent binding. Several vivid red fire serpents swiftly surged towards Reiku. In response, Reiku hastily formed his seals. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Instantly, lightning chakra coalesced around Reiku, manifesting into numerous lightning spears that surged forth to pierce the fire serpents, pinning each one to the ground. However, at that moment, one serpent twisted deftly, evading capture and lunged toward Reiku, attempting to bite him. Reiku swiftly cleaved the serpent in two with his blade, following up with a kick. Damn it. What a flashy display. You nearly scared me to death. Now even ninjutsu is employing serpentine maneuvers. Reiku chuckled at Inoue while reaching into his ninja pouch. I say, Inoue, let us refrain from indulging in these childlike antics. Or perhaps your repertoire is limited to such trifles, devoid of any innovation? Inoue, upon hearing this, responded with a smile. Simple, is it? Then allow me to show you something formidable. Fire release, fire dragon bite. A colossal fire dragon materialized, charging directly at Reiku, radiating intense heat that scorched all present. Witnessing this, Reiku hastily formed his seals. Damn it, this is hardly fair. I wasn't ready. Just as the fire dragon was about to engulf him, Reiku completed his seals, slamming his hands onto the ground. Fire release, gate of hell. Instantly, multiple fire pillars erupted from the earth, colliding with the fire dragon, yet they were subtly suppressed. Indeed, I should never have engaged you in a contest of fire techniques. Reiku's hands moved deftly, forming seals without pause. Blazing thunder, twin dragon bite. In an instant, a red and a blue fire dragon emerged, launching at Inouye's massive fire dragon. Remarkably, the two chakra types began to merge, enhancing each other. In a heartbeat, the three dragons collided, their energies gradually dissipating. However, before Reiku could fully comprehend the outcome, Inoue suddenly appeared beside him. You've grown too complacent, Reiku. With his right leg enveloped in crimson chakra, Inoue delivered a powerful kick to Reiku's back. Sensing the imminent attack, Reiku instinctively crouched, yet Inouye's kick grazed his hair, singeing a small section. In that moment, Reiku, dismissing his singed hair, swiftly formed seals. Lightning release, lightning beast pursuit Fong. Instantly, a beast of thunder surged forth, charging at Inoue. The latter was compelled to retreat while deploying fire techniques to disperse the attack. During this brief interlude, Reiku reached up to his head, discovering a trace of black ash, realizing his hair was thinning in that spot. Reiku glared fiercely at Inoue. Damn it, my illustrious reputation. You're burning my hair in front of all these witnesses? Lightning release, thousand thunder gathering. In a heartbeat, innumerable bolts of lightning amassed above Reiku, crackling ominously. Inoue, witnessing Reiku's determination, did not dare to be remiss. Fire release, scarlet butterfly. In an instant, countless fire-red butterflies, conjured from his chakra, surrounded Inoue, their numbers seemingly endless. Descend. Go. At their command, a deluge of thunder and fire butterflies clashed violently, the explosions resonating for several minutes, prompting many spectators to cover their ears in distress. Once the chaos subsided, Inoue gazed at Reiku, who remained standing. I truly didn't intend to singe your hair. But who is to blame for dodging? He chuckled. You truly are a madman. Does this display truly suggest you possess abundant chakra? However, just as Inoue believed the clash had reached its conclusion, Reiku activated the second phase of his heavenly seal. Blazing thunder, Reiku's hell. Inouye's mouth twitched at the sight. Reluctantly, he too initiated the second phase of his heavenly seal, hastily forming seals as the last remnants of his chakra were drained by the technique. Fire release, dance of scorched earth. In that moment, a tempest of thunder and fire merged spectacularly, while surging fire pillars engulfed the arena. Ultimately, the outcome was inevitable. Both combatants collapsed to the ground. Yunting infused each with a spark of the phoenix fire before allowing their elders to escort them home. Thus, they were declared tied for second place, with Tetsu securing first, and Sure obtaining third without contest. Tetsu gazed at the unconscious duo, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. This championship feels somewhat undeserved. I haven't even used my trump card yet. Is this truly how I claim victory? Chapter 86. The emergence of three pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, the elders of Uchiha Reiku and Uchiha Inoue carried their respective grandsons towards home. Upon returning, Inouye's grandfather gazed at the peacefully resting Inoue. gently tucking him in before quietly closing the door to his room and making his way to Uchiha Shana's residence. Is it merely a matter of spending a bit more money and contributing to the clan? I accept that little Inu will not be participating in the next tournament. I doubt I can compete with that old man from Tetsu's family. But at least my grandson hasn't brought shame upon us, right? Though it may be costly. My grandson must possess a Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, he cannot become a liability to the team. While he may not rival Shana's family, he must at least possess the capability to stand beside him. Simultaneously, the elder of Reiku's family harbored a similar sentiment to that of Inu's grandfather. As for Fujin's age, to be frank, he is indeed 34 years older than Mikoto. However, this cannot be altered, and it does not significantly impact the situation. Subsequently, the elders of both Reiku and Inu relinquished their pursuit of the fruit. Ultimately, the Tetsuyuki clan secured the fruit at a moderately satisfactory price. With the withdrawal of Inu and Reiku, the remaining participants were limited to the first place Tetsuyuki, fourth place Shio, and fifth place Fujin. Of course, that is a matter for another time. The auction was conducted discreetly, merely a few individuals bidding among themselves, and it would not transpire under the watchful eyes of the public. At that moment, within the residence of Uchiha Shana, he gazed at the two elderly gentlemen opposite him, who bore striking resemblances to himself. He spoke slowly. Have you truly made your decision? Are you not feeling any regret? The grandfather of Inu looked at Uchiha Shana, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. There is no other choice. My grandson's abilities are limited, and we must resort to this approach. Inu will turn 21 next year and will not be able to participate in the competition. Moreover, the family contribution points have been spent, and we will simply need to accumulate them again. If we do not expend them, they will lose all value. The grandfather of Reiku nodded in agreement, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Shana. I share your sentiments. However, Shana, there should still be some fruits available, correct? If only one remains, please be sure to sell it to me. I will certainly offer a generous price. The discourse between Reiku's grandfather and Uchiha Shana did not shy away from the presence of Inu's grandfather. In the end, the two elderly gentlemen glared at each other, each wearing an expression of displeasure. I recall you were cunning even as a child. I arrived first, did I not? And what of it? The highest bidder wins. If it comes to that, we could always settle it with a duel. The victor takes all. How does that sound? Reiku's grandfather raised the kunai in his hand. Let it be so. I fear no one. Uchiha Shana gestured towards the two and interjected. Enough, enough. There are sufficient fruits. According to clan regulations, simply provide the requisite family contribution points along with the basic monetary amount, and you may retrieve them from our clan storeroom in due course. As it stands, there are still 5 fruits available. There is no need for you two to resort to combat over a single fruit. Afterward, the tension between the two men eased slightly. Following a brief exchange, the two bid farewell to Uchiha Shana and departed. Meanwhile, within the Tetsuyuki household, the elder Tetsuyuki observed his grandson, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, and handed him a wooden box. Yet, his tone bore a trace of concern. Are you truly certain you do not wish to wait before consuming it? After all, Shana, the clan leader, mentioned that consuming it does not guarantee the transformation of the 3-Tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tetsuyuki accepted the wooden box with utmost seriousness, his gaze resolute as he addressed his grandfather. Rest assured, grandfather, over the years, I have consumed numerous fruits that enhance physical abilities and shadow chakra within our clan. Although the effects have waned, I can feel the bottleneck that hinders the transformation of my Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. I have also discussed the process with Huan. So please, do not worry. It is illogical to assume that Huan and Rice-hun can achieve this while I cannot. Tetsuyuki's grandfather, recognizing his grandson's determination, ceased further discussion. Should success be attained, it would be splendid. If failure were to ensue, his old bones could still contribute to the clan. At worst, he could trade for another fruit later. As the night deepened, both Inu and Reiku gradually awakened from their stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, Inu found his grandfather seated beside his bed. Grandfather, what is the matter? Inu inquired softly. I have liquidated our family's assets. Aside from this house we reside in, there is little left, the elder replied, pushing a wooden box toward Inu. However, do not fret too much, my dear Inu. For those of strength, wealth is easily attainable. What is lost can be regained through might. Inu, upon observing the wooden box his grandfather had presented, felt a surge of realization. As he opened the box and beheld the fruit within, his own cells echoed an insatiable yearning. His certainty about the nature of this item intensified. The elder reached out with his slightly withered hand, patting Inu's shoulder as he said, Very well, take the next few days to adjust your state. When you feel the time is right, consume it without hesitation. During this period, no one will disturb you. Yes, grandfather. Inu grasped the wooden box, unable to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, the circumstances surrounding Reiku mirrored those of Inu. At the entrance to the Uchiha clan's grounds, Shio addressed her master slowly. Master, I assure you, I am quite well now. There is truly no need to waste money on unnecessary expenses. This is not a matter of formality. Furthermore, this is the last opportunity for the Tetsuyuki clan to participate in this competition. But I am not. Tsunade regarded her apprentice with a hint of exasperation. Very well. Take the next few days to compose yourself, and do not come directly to the hospital. If it comes to it, consider it a debt you owe me. And we can discuss it later. Shio playfully nudged Tsunade's shoulder, urging her toward the Senju clan's direction. I understand, master. You are only looking out for my best interests. However, as for that item, it is no longer a pressing necessity for me. When the time comes that I require funds, I shall not hesitate to ask you. After all, aside from my mother and captain, you are the one who has treated me the best. Tsunade, upon hearing this, glanced at Shio and could not help but smirk. After all these years of teaching you, it seems I cannot compare to that little brat. Observing this, Shio playfully poked Tsunade's shoulder. All right. They are equally important. Is that satisfactory, master? That will suffice, Tsunade replied to her apprentice. Chapter 87. The Plan of Senju Tens. The Senju clan reconvened. Well then, Iyun, we shall take our leave. Kushina released her hold on Yunting's hand and looked at him. Yunting nodded, responding. Be careful on your way. Just as Kushina intended to catch up with Tsunade and Tens in the distance, she turned back, tiptoeing and leaning her mouth close to Yunting's ear. Iyun, you must not let other girls steal you away. Yunting chuckled softly at this, gently brushing aside the red hair from Kushina's forehead before bestowing a light kiss upon it. I assure you, I will not be taken away. Satisfied, Kushina felt a rush of shyness and promptly dashed towards Tsunade and Tens. On their way, Kushina slowly extended her finger, gently tracing the spot where Iyun had just kissed her. Upon returning to the Senju ancestral home, Kushina greeted the two before rushing into her room. Meanwhile, Tens seized Tsunade, who was about to head to her chamber, intending to visit Grandmother Mido, also known as Uzumaki Mido. Tsunade regarded Tens with a hint of displeasure. What are you doing? Why would you want to go see Grandma Mido for no reason? Tens turned to face Tsunade, speaking slowly. I have something very important to discuss with Grandma Mido. Tsunade, hearing this, inquired, then why involve me? I have no interest in whatever it is you wish to discuss. Tens paused momentarily as he walked ahead of Tsunade, saying, Tsunade, I intend to reunite the scattered Senju clan. Tsunade, taken aback by his words, stared at Tens in astonishment. You are not ill, are you? What has prompted this sudden thought? Furthermore, the order for the Senju clan to conceal their identities and disperse throughout Konoha was issued by Grandpa Hashirama and executed by Grandpa Tobarama. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Tens walked ahead without turning back. These past few days, while watching the Uchiha clan's competition, I have been contemplating this matter. Was the approach taken by my great-uncle and second great-uncle truly justified? Many of my former acquaintances from the Senju clan, while still in contact, seem to have drifted apart significantly. During these days of watching the matches, I have found myself pondering this question. Is this really right? Nowadays, I can't even meet my friends from the clan openly. Our encounters are often clandestine. I feel that a family should not operate in such a manner. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan has been advancing at an alarming rate. The Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Mido clans are also suffering considerable losses. The influence of the Hokage lineage has diminished significantly. It is imperative that the Uchiha clan faces a family that can balance their power publicly. Otherwise, I fear that the village may eventually find itself dominated by the Uchiha clan alone. Although I have begun to reassess my stance on the Uchiha clan, we cannot solely rely on the hope that they will refrain from taking aggressive actions against us, can we? Therefore, I require your assistance, Tsunade. I also need your support when persuading Lady Mido. Tsunade, upon hearing this, massaged her light golden hair in mild exasperation. All right, I will heed your request. I truly am not adept at contemplating these matters. However, I do support the idea of the Senju clan reuniting, though I believe that with that rascal Yunting around, the Uchiha clan will likely not overstep their bounds. Before long, the two arrived at the doorstep of a seemingly ordinary house. Tenzu approached the door and gently knocked. Almost instantly, a warm voice emerged from within. Ah, is that you, Tenzu and Tsunade? What brings you here? The door is unlocked. Please come in. Following this invitation, the two entered the room side by side and took their seats in front of Mido Uzumaki. Tenzu gazed at his great-grandmother and slowly articulated, Lady Mito. I wish to reunite the Senju clan. Mito's expression remained unchanged as she quietly poured them both a glass of water and replied, Could you share with me the reasoning behind this desire? Upon hearing this, Tenzu recounted the gist of what Tsunade had conveyed, respectfully addressing Mito Uzumaki. Thus, I hope you will agree. Mito regarded her husband's brother's grandson and nodded slightly. I concur with this endeavor. Tenzu, you bear a striking resemblance to Tobarama. Both of you possess distinct ideas and are quite intelligent. Therefore, pursue this path with determination. The Uchiha clan has indeed gained too much momentum lately. Reuniting the Senju clan is a method of mutual check and balance. After all, although Nanao and Yunting are engaged, and Tsunade has taken an Uchiha girl as her apprentice, the diversity within a clan can lead to complications. Without a counterbalancing force, they may ultimately find themselves as mere prey, vulnerable to the whims of others. Moreover, the current state of the Senju clan is rather desolate. It would be beneficial for everyone to gather again and revive the vibrancy. With that, Tenzu and Tsunade bid farewell to Mito and returned to their respective quarters. Upon arriving in her room, Tsunade lay down on her bed and fell asleep, seemingly unperturbed by the preparations required to gather the Senju clan members again. After all, this was not her forte. In Tsunade's perspective, with Nanao and Yunting, herself and little Kishi, along with the promise Yunting owed her, there was truly nothing to worry about. If Yunting were to lead the Uchiha clan, even if they were somewhat stronger, it would not necessarily be a bad thing. A stronger presence might instill caution in other nations, thereby reducing the likelihood of war. Meanwhile, Tenzu, upon returning to his room, spent the night contemplating the tasks and considerations necessary for the entire process. After all, Lady Mito was aging, Tsunade was somewhat unreliable, Shoji was still young, and Kushina could contribute little. Given this situation, it appeared that he would have to undertake the majority of the responsibilities alone. Tenzu spent the night reviewing detailed information regarding the Senju clan members scattered throughout Konoha. Currently, there were approximately 10 elite jonin, nearly 50 jonin, and close to 80 special jonin, with the ranks below jonin being significantly more numerous. This was, of course, after accounting for losses sustained during the war. As one of the two dominant clans of the Warring States period, while their current strength appeared reasonable, it was undeniably inferior to their capabilities during that era. Without Yunting's intervention, the Uchiha clan's strength would likely mirror that of the Senju clan. However, with Yunting's involvement, their overall strength had surpassed that of the Senju clan slightly. At this moment, Tenzu found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the records he was reviewing. Many of the clan members had already married and started families, establishing their own lives and properties within the village. Reuniting the Senju clan would not be an easy task, particularly considering the individuals who had opposed the separation initially but were ultimately subdued by his great-uncle and grandfather. They were formidable and were unlikely to heed his call, especially now that both his great-uncle and grandfather were no longer present. As a member of the Senju clan's direct line, he could not readily devise an effective strategy beyond sheer strength. After all, the strong-handed actions taken by his great-uncle had certainly left a bitter legacy among those dispersed clan members, and it would be disingenuous to claim there were no grievances harbored within them. Chapter 88. The Decaying Hyuga. At this moment, within Kushina's room, she lay on her bed clad in a nightgown, her vibrant red hair cascading haphazardly across the sheets. Her fair legs rhythmically tapped against the bed. With her head buried deep in her pillow, thoughts of Yunting kissing her replayed in her mind. I should have taken the chance to kiss him back. In the subsequent days, the Uchiha clan gradually returned to their usual tranquil routine. Tenzu remained occupied with efforts to reunite the Senju clan. Meanwhile, Kushina diligently practiced sealing techniques under Mito Uzumaki's guidance. Tsunade maintained her daily routine, shuttling between home and the Konoha hospital. At this time, within Orochimaru's secret laboratory, he sat engrossed in a particularly intriguing forbidden technique. During this period, Orochimaru had not yet descended into the madness depicted in the original work. He was still the version of himself who enjoyed dabbling in minor ninjutsu research and conducting experiments. As he perused the scroll detailing the technique, a slightly hoarse voice escaped his lips. "Oh, is that you, sensei? I wonder what brings you to my laboratory." Shortly thereafter, a somewhat aged figure emerged from the shadows. "Orochimaru, how is the research on Hashirama's cells progressing?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru slowly set the forbidden technique scroll aside and casually retrieved a test tube containing Hashirama's cells. "Sensei, the Hashirama cells are exceedingly dominant. Regardless of the type of cells they are cultured with, the inevitable outcome is that they gradually erode the other cells. reducing them to mere wood pulp. Even the cell sample I requested from Tsunade could not withstand the invasion of Hashirama's cells. Currently, there are 3 methods available. First, dilute the Hashirama cells to match the erosion rate against the human body. Second, seek out a ninja with exceptionally robust physical attributes as a candidate for the injection of Hashirama cells. Third, I have stumbled upon something quite intriguing, though I am not entirely certain yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Orochimaru with a measured expression. What is this intriguing discovery? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru rose slowly, locking his gaze with his teachers. Sensei, I have also been examining the Sharingan left behind by deceased members of the Uchiha clan. Astonishingly, the rate at which the cells of Hashirama encroach is intriguingly distinct when it comes to the chakra of the Uchiha clan. It is more aptly described as a fusion rather than mere erosion. Nevertheless, even the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan ultimately succumbs to the encroachment of Hashirama's cells. Thus, some of my hypotheses remain unverified. Of course, if you could procure a Mangekyo Sharingan, we could indeed conduct some experiments. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at his disciple with a weary expression, saying, Enough with your desires for the Mangekyo Sharingan. The meager supplies I have were scavenged from Danzo. There are not enough resources to facilitate your experiments. You are well aware of the recent circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan. The fact that they are still managing to maintain some semblance of peace is fortunate in itself. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is renowned as one of the historically most formidable clans. However, I have heard that members of the Senju clan have begun to relocate to their ancestral lands. If the Senju can regroup, it might alleviate some of the pressure on us. Orochimaru, upon hearing Hiruzen's remarks, nodded in agreement. However, it matters little. I have recently come to realize that being Hokage is rather burdensome. In truth, I find myself longing for the solitude of this quiet base, to delve into various studies, to master diverse jutsu, and to pursue the eternal essence of life. Hiruzen sighed as he regarded Orochimaru. Let us hasten the research on Hashirama's cells. Furthermore, keep that Hyuga youth of yours from wandering about for the time being. He has been the subject of frequent inquiries from the Hyuga main house. Understood, Sensei, Orochimaru replied, his tone slightly chilling. Shortly thereafter, Hiruzen departed with several high-ranking officials from Konoha. Orochimaru observed his teacher's retreating figure, and once he sensed their absence through the serpents he had placed around the laboratory, he shook his head. Clearly, that incident had a significant impact on Hiruzen. Otherwise, he would not have been so lenient in allowing me to conduct my experiments. The cells of the first Hokage. Yet, it is of little consequence. I shall focus solely on my experiments. Moreover, Hashirama cells may not necessarily be the strongest. After all, those enigmatic organization cells are even more domineering. As Orochimaru pondered, a young boy emerged from the shadows nearby. With long, raven-black hair tied back simply and a rather handsome face marred by a conspicuous mark, he approached. Orochimaru regarded the boy, who was engrossed in organizing experimental data, and coldly remarked, Aren't you afraid that I might hand you over? The boy appeared oblivious to Orochimaru's words. Continuing his meticulous work, You would not, he replied, his tone devoid of emotion. In your eyes, I hold considerable value. At this juncture, would you truly be willing to relinquish me? Besides, as long as you assist me in discovering a method to break the caged bird seal, my life will belong to you henceforth. If you doubt my sincerity, feel free to poison me and provide the antidote at intervals. Beyond this, I harbor no further aspirations in this world. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru extended his pallid hand toward the boy, gently grasping his chin to make him meet his gaze. After a moment, he released his hold and resumed his experiments. Individuals like Hinata Shinsuke were not unfamiliar to him. Sometimes, people live by their obsessions. When such an obsession fades, life loses its meaning for them. To break the caged bird seal is Shinsuke's obsession. Though it presents complications, I have taken an interest in him. However, he is rather naive. Long ago, the caged bird seal was imposed upon the members of the Hyuga clan. Time is indeed a formidable force. Prolonged subjugation gradually roots this subservience deep within their bloodline. Such subservience fosters an innate sense of inferiority among the branch members toward the main house. Gradually, they come to believe that their bondage is simply their fate. Of course, this is not absolute. After all, the boy before me embodies this very notion. Geniuses inevitably possess more choices than the ordinary. Otherwise, my teacher would not have chosen to take him as an apprentice. After all, who would take on as a disciple someone whose talent confines them to the ranks of mere genin for life? In a world where the powerful grow ever stronger, the weak find it increasingly difficult to rise. It is a harsh reality, but it is indeed the truth. For a commoner, even the basic necessity of sustenance becomes a challenge. The most rudimentary fireball technique remains inaccessible to them. They lack even the guidance to harness chakra. The notion of becoming stronger? It is laughable. Survival is the real issue at hand. Admission to the Ninja Academy is not simply a matter of desire. Chapter 89. The 5 Kage Summit? Shortly thereafter, the 5 Kage Summit commenced as scheduled, with the venue set in the land of hot water. Sarutobi Hiruzen was accompanied by a silver-haired, sharp-eyed middle-aged man and his apprentice, Jiraiya. Upon arriving early at the summit location, Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat and took his seat, patiently awaiting the arrival of the representatives from the other 5 great nations. Before long, the remaining 5 nations arrived in succession. Hiruzen observed the young heirs accompanying them and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He had wished to bring Tenzo along, but alas. He was preoccupied with the preparations for the reassembly of the Senju clan. There was simply no time to spare. Tsunade was also swamped with work at the hospital. As such, he had no choice but to enlist Jiraiya, who was training Minato, to assist. Hey, you old monkey, you look rather haggard these days. I heard that your Sarutobi clan nearly faced extinction. Is that true? The voice belonged to Inoki, who had always had a contentious relationship with Hiruzen. Hiruzen met Inoki's gaze with a calm demeanor. And what of it? Do you intend to wage war against us, Konoha? Hiruzen had anticipated that the representatives from the other 5 nations would bring this matter up, so he was not particularly surprised. After all, one cannot hide the truth indefinitely. Losing a dozen lives is one thing, but when a clan is reduced to mere remnants, how can that be concealed? The other side is not blind. A little inquiry reveals the truth. Hey, Potato, why are you wasting your breath with this old monkey? Can't you see how miserable he looks? It's clear that his clan has been eradicated, leaving him without heirs. We know this already. There's no need to voice it, boomed the third Raikage. Upon hearing this, Inoki turned his gaze toward the third Raikage and coldly retorted, Who are you calling Potato? And what about the incident when our Iwagakure's team was intercepted by your Kimogakure? I have yet to hold you accountable for that. The third Raikage casually propped his legs on the table, stretching his arms and yawning comfortably. Who's in a hurry? I'm referring to whoever fits the description. Besides, do you have any evidence that I was involved? However, I did come across a batch of jade fruits recently. TSK. They are quite sweet, I must say. I wonder which kind-hearted soul discarded them. Inoki's face twitched in anger upon hearing this. Seeing his father's reaction, Kuratsuchi quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. Father, calm down. He's just trying to provoke you. Inoki regarded the Raikage beside him and said slowly, I must say, Raikage, that boy doesn't quite resemble someone from your Kimogakure, does he? Surely you didn't come from that direction again, did you? I must say, there seems to be a certain affinity between us and your Iwagakure. How about considering a venture in the land of Earth? The third Raikage, upon hearing these words, immediately set down his legs, his body enveloped in a flowing current of lightning chakra, forming a protective armor of lightning. I say, Potato Chip, you're barely taller than my thigh, and you dare to encroach upon my territory? And what of your companion there? He doesn't seem to resemble anyone from Iwagakure either. Perhaps he should also consider developing in our Kimogakure? Meanwhile, Inoki levitated from his seat, rising to meet the third Raikage's gaze at equal height. Aoi, Jinkai, and the other representatives stood nearby, eyeing each other with predatory intent. All right. We didn't gather here to witness a brawl between you two. Let us get to the matter at hand. We are not idlers. And there are numerous affairs to attend to back in our villages, the third Kazekage remarked with a dispassionate glance at the two. Moments later, the leaders from several nations turned their attention to the instigator of this meeting, as it was convened at his behest. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon Hanzo of the Salamander, who sat there unperturbed. Your land of rain maintains connections with all the other 4 nations. Yet you seem unwilling to engage with us in Konoha. Isn't that rather unfortunate? Hanzo, sensing the scrutiny shifting towards him, shrugged nonchalantly. Who said we have no dealings with Konoha? You must refrain from casting baseless accusations. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan has played a pivotal role in our rise to prominence. Without their assistance, our trade would not have flourished to such an extent, would it? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly. So you only maintain ties with the Uchiha? What of Konoha's vastness? Is it reduced to the Uchiha clan alone? Hanzo regarded him steadily and replied, Our recent circumstances have not been favorable. With your inclusion, the shares for the other nations would diminish significantly. However, it does not imply that we must confine our purchases to the land of rain. The black market exists. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly burst into laughter, exasperated by the implications. The black market may offer goods, but at exorbitant prices. Turning his attention back to Hanzo, he laid bare the intricacies of the internation disputes. Your land of rain has undoubtedly profited immensely from this, haven't you? Are you not worried that we might unite to eradicate you? At that point, we could cultivate our own crops and sustain ourselves. As his words hung in the air, Hanzo felt the collective gaze of the assembly shift towards him. He glared coldly at the attendees. I refuse to believe that none of you have attempted to cultivate these fruits over the years. I have no qualms in revealing that these fruits are grown in a unique space, the location of which remains unknown even to me. Were it not for the agreement between our land of rain and the beings inhabiting that realm, would you still be able to procure such delicacies? Excessive greed is not a virtue. And do you believe I, Hanzo of the Salamander, am past my prime? Am I incapable of wielding my blade? I once instigated the second great ninja war, and I possess the audacity to do so again. If you doubt my resolve, I invite any of you to challenge me. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. Hanzo's declaration instantly quelled the avarice that lingered in the hearts of those present. After all, even the fortunate must possess the means to enjoy their bounty. Sarutobi Hiruzen then directed his gaze toward the assembled leaders. You must also allocate a portion to us in Konoha. Otherwise, if we continue on this path, our strength will wane, and we will inevitably fall short in comparison to you all. It would be wiser to engage in open conflict than to prolong this charade. Following extensive deliberation, the nations reluctantly agreed to include Konoha in their discussions. After all, it was not prudent to push matters to an extreme. The major nations were just beginning to recover and thrive economically, and none were eager to reignite the flames of war at this juncture.